Immortal family of the Clear River. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 776, A Blessing in Disguise, The Secret of the Stone Tablet. The mysterious white mist that brought Song Qingming here soon entered the green stone tablet in front of him and disappeared in front of Song Qingming. Song Qingming, who was inexplicably teleported here, was relieved when he saw that the white mist did not continue to release lightning to attack him and there was no danger around. Because he didn't know where he was, Song Qingming was very worried that Xiao Horan and the others outside would find him here, so he wanted to leave quickly. What he didn't expect was that after searching around the stone room for a long time, Song Qingming unexpectedly found that there was no exit to leave. Moreover, there were very powerful lightning restrictions on the walls around the stone room, and even the magic weapon used by Song Qingming could not damage it at all. There was no way to break the restriction and get out of here by force. Seeing that he couldn't leave for a while, and didn't see Xiao Horan and the others coming in, Song Qingming, who was a little relieved, searched in the stone room, trying to find other ways to get out. In this stone room with a radius of only 5 or 6 feet, except for the green stone tablet in the middle, there were only a pile of rocks and several bodies of monks who had already turned into bones. There was still a faint aura on the bodies of these people. They were at least giant monks with successful cultivation in their lifetime. It seemed that they had fallen a long time ago, at least hundreds of years. Seeing that there were some charred places on these bodies, as if they had been attacked by lightning, Song Qingming quickly judged that these people should have fallen under the mysterious lightning he had encountered before. When Song Qingming encountered the mysterious lightning attack released by the white mist before, if he had not relied on his profound cultivation and the special magic weapon lightning pearl that restrained lightning, he would probably have found it difficult to stand here intact. If an ordinary giant and monk with average strength encountered this sudden attack of mysterious lightning, it would be difficult to resist without full preparation, and it was reasonable that he would fall here. After seeing the bodies of these fallen giant and monks, Song Qingming first went forward to search them. What disappointed him was that he did not find any useful spiritual objects such as storage bags nearby, but only found 2 completely damaged and useless magic weapons. Seeing this, Song Qingming could only sigh in disappointment and dug a pit nearby to bury these nameless monks. These people should all be monks who came to the secret realm to search for treasures. Regardless of whether they were good or evil in their lives, since they have fallen here, Song Qingming does not want to see them continue to be exposed in the wilderness. Although it is a bit simple, with only 3 feet of yellow earth to bury their bodies, it is not as beautiful as before, but they are finally buried in peace. After doing these things, Song Qingming came to the green stone tablet in the middle of the stone chamber and began to carefully study the patterns on the stone tablet. Since there is no exit around this stone chamber to leave, the key to leaving here should be on this stone tablet. The bodies of the giant and monks that he had seen before had proved that Song Qingming was definitely not the only monk who was swept here by the mysterious white fog. And although many of those people died here, some of them should have successfully left here. Otherwise there would not be even a storage bag on the bodies of the giant and monks that Song Qingming had buried before. In the next few days, Song Qingming began to seriously study the green stone tablet in front of him, trying to find a way to leave here. This green stone tablet stood here, and it was unknown how many years of wind and frost it had been through. The 2 portraits engraved on it were still vivid, without any signs of blur or damage. It was clear at a glance that the material used for the stone tablet was definitely not an ordinary thing, but at least a high level ore of level 3 or above in the world of immortal cultivation. Being able to make such a tall stone tablet out of such a whole piece of high level ore, it can be seen that the person who erected the tablet must have a high level of cultivation, and it is very likely that it was done by those ancient powerful monks. Song Qingming had some understanding of the Wind and Thunder Island secret realm through Feng Hu's detailed introduction. He knew that this secret realm was a paradise built by a powerful cultivator in the ancient times. However, for some unknown reason, this secret realm was destroyed in the war and lost in the space cracks for many years before it reappeared nearly 10,000 years ago. After the Wind and Thunder Island secret realm reappeared, it contained many high-level spiritual objects, which not only caused a sensation in the entire Xian Heixiuxin world, but also attracted many cultivators outside to peek. For a time, Countless cultivators came to the secret realm to search for treasures, and fought for spiritual objects in it, which also caused considerable damage to this already incomplete secret realm. It was not until later that all the Yuanying major sects of the Xianhei world reached a unified agreement on the secret realm that the Wind and Thunder Island secret realm slowly stabilized and became what it is today. Over the past 10,000 years, many cultivators would enter the secret realm every 100 years to search for treasures. However, there are many restrictions in the secret realm of Wind and Thunder Island. Even if they are destroyed by cultivators, they will repair themselves after a period of time. Especially in the Wind and Thunder Palace located in the core of the entire secret realm, the restrictions here are extremely mysterious. Even those Yuanying major sects don't know much about it. Song Qingming has never heard of any relevant information from Feng He about this stone chamber that suddenly appeared in front of him, and he was helpless about it. There are 2 paintings on the stone tablet. One of the paintings shows a fairy-like person. At first glance, he is a powerful cultivator with profound cultivation. It is unknown whether he is the original owner of this secret realm. The other palace group portrait looks a bit like the map of the entire Wind and Thunder Palace outside. However, after so many years, the Wind and Thunder Palace has long become a ruin. There is no way to guess what it looked like originally. Song Qingming is not sure whether his guess is right or wrong. After studying the mural for a long time without finding any clues, Song Qingming could only try to cast a spell to use his own magic power to stimulate the pattern on the stone tablet, but no matter how he tried, there was no movement on the science stone tablet. For several consecutive days, Song Qingming studied the entire science stone tablet from top to bottom and tried various methods, but the stone tablet still did not see any reaction. For a while, he did not know how to get out of this restriction. No. I clearly saw that the white mist entered the stone tablet and it suddenly flashed. Why is there no reaction now? Is it because I used the wrong method? After studying the stone tablet for several days, Song Qingming still had nothing to gain. He simply gave up the idea of finding a way out from here, turned around and left the location of the science stone tablet, and found a cleaner place to sit cross-legged. Then Song Qingming waved his hand to take out a black token from his body, took it in his hand, and cast a spell without hesitation to activate the black token in his hand. The black token in Song Qingming's hand was the teleportation token he obtained by handing in the spirit stone at the entrance before entering the secret realm. As long as the cultivators who entered the secret realm, everyone would have one. Since he couldn't find a way out, he could only try to see if he could leave this place in advance with the help of the teleportation token in his hand. After casting a spell to activate the teleportation token in his hand, the token was immediately covered with a layer of faint white spiritual light. As the spiritual light became brighter and brighter, the white light on the entire token soon enveloped Song Qingming. About a quarter of an hour later, as the white spiritual light on the token became brighter and brighter, it also illuminated the originally dark stone room like daylight. I hope it will work. As soon as Song Qingming finished speaking, a strong spiritual power fluctuation suddenly appeared on the black token, and then a spiritual energy vortex appeared in the void in front of the white light, sucking the entire white spiritual light into it. As the white spiritual light disappeared, the entire stone room suddenly dimmed, and soon returned to its original calm. At this time, a white light suddenly appeared in the air hundreds of feet away from the teleportation array of the Wind and Thunder Island, outside the secret realm. Seeing this scene, the 2 foundation building monks guarding the teleportation array saw that someone had been teleported from the secret realm in advance, and hurriedly stepped on the magic weapon and flew forward. But what surprised them was that as the white light slowly disappeared, no figure appeared inside, only a black teleportation token and a small cloth bag tied to it. Seeing this scene, the 2 people were also a little surprised. After recovering the teleportation token, they opened the cloth bag and saw that a small golden butterfly suddenly flew out of it. This golden butterfly was not of high grade and had just advanced to the 2nd level. As soon as they were rescued from the cloth bag, it flew away and quickly disappeared in front of the 2 people. The 2 people ignored the escaped golden butterfly, but just looked at the teleportation token in their hands with confusion, and were a little puzzled as to why it was only a low-level spiritual insect that was teleported out. Since the secret realm was opened, at least hundreds of monks have been teleported out in advance these days. Some of them were injured and unable to continue exploring the secret realm. Some were trapped in a severe restriction and unable to escape, and some were scared away by the dangers of the secret realm. No matter what the reason was for them to leave the secret realm early, As long as the white light appeared, there would definitely be monks coming out. This was the first time they had seen a situation where only the transmission token appeared and no one was there, and they were inevitably a little confused. That's strange. Since this person has used the teleportation token, why doesn't he come out directly? Is there some accident during the teleportation process? Hearing his companion's question, another old man with a long beard sighed slightly and said, "We are not in it, who knows what happened?" This kind of situation has happened before. Most of the time, he was targeted during the teleportation and was interrupted at the last moment, so he couldn't come out with a teleportation token. No matter what happened to this person, as long as he is still alive, he will be teleported out when the secret realm is closed, and we don't have to worry about him. Brother, you make sense. As long as we can successfully retrieve the teleportation token, it doesn't matter whether anyone comes out or not. It has nothing to do with us. Since these people have chosen to risk entering the secret realm to search for treasure, they must bear the risk of death. There is no such thing as a free opportunity in this world. The two had just finished talking when a burst of white light suddenly lit up not far from them. Seeing that another cultivator nearby had teleported out in advance, they ignored the matter, put away the teleportation token in their hands, and quickly turned to move towards the location of another white light. At the same time, in the secret realm, Qingming was trapped in a stone chamber. After sensing that the golden illusion butterfly he released had been successfully teleported out of the stone chamber, Qingming, who was still staying in the original place, suddenly showed a bit of joy on his face. It seems that my guess is correct. The restrictions in the stone chamber cannot block the teleportation token. As long as you use the teleportation token on your body, you can leave here at any time. Most of the cultivators who accidentally touched the restrictions and entered here in the past also used the teleportation token to leave here in the end. Even though he had just used a teleportation token, Qingming was not worried that he would not be able to leave next, and he still kept a smile on his face. After killing the foundation building cultivators of the Golden Sword sect in the outer hall before, although Qingming did not find anything good from them, the several teleportation tokens in their hands fell into his hands. Originally, he thought that he would not be able to use these teleportation tokens, but he did not expect that this would actually help him a lot. Qingming was very grateful for this. Fortunately, he did not choose to throw these things away at that time. When using the teleportation token just now, Qingming just tied a spiritual insect golden fantasy butterfly that he had cultivated for many years to the teleportation token, so that it could be successfully teleported out of the stone chamber. He himself took the initiative to walk out of the teleportation array covered by white light at the last moment, and did not choose to teleport directly out of the secret realm now. The reason why he did this was that according to the rules of Fenglai Island, even the monks who were teleported out of the secret realm in advance could not leave Fenglai Island immediately. Everyone must wait until the secret realm is closed before they can use the teleportation array on the island to teleport away in a dispersed manner. This is also to protect all the monks who have found spiritual objects in the secret realm, so as not to be targeted by people with ulterior motives after they leave. But for Qingming, who killed Qi Wuxin not long ago, leaving the secret realm means that he will be exposed to everyone in advance. After all, Qi Wuxin had died in his hands for several days, and the people from the Falling Maple Valley who were still in the secret realm should have discovered this. If he went out now, if the people from the Falling Maple Valley noticed that Qi Wuxin's storage bag was on him, he would definitely be targeted by them in advance, which was not a safe choice for Qingming. It would be better to wait until the secret realm was closed, and then go out with the many monks who stayed inside. By then, there would be many monks on the island, and it would not be easy for them to notice him. It would definitely be safer than going out now. Anyway, now that I have found a way to leave here, I don't have to worry about being trapped here for a while. Next, I just have to wait patiently for the secret realm to close. Compared with other places in the secret realm, this stone chamber, which is unknown where it is located in the Wind and Thunder Palace, has become the best hiding place for Qingming now. Thinking of this, Qingming's expression became much more relaxed at this moment. After casting a spell to sense that the surrounding heaven and earth vitality was not weaker than outside, Qingming stayed where he was and meditated patiently, and began to practice the Tongshan Wanlingju in his body. After the battle for spiritual objects in the spiritual medicine garden came to an end, many giant and monks who entered the Wind and Thunder Palace to compete for spiritual objects began to gradually choose to leave the vicinity of the Wind and Thunder Palace, as the ownership of the spiritual objects was gradually determined. The monks who were lucky enough to grab spiritual objects in it would naturally choose to find a safe place to hide, or teleport out of the secret realm in advance, just like Song Qingming. Only some casual cultivators who didn't gain much were still unwilling to give up at this moment and stayed in the vicinity of the Wind and Thunder Palace to explore. After searching for several days in the original place, the people of the Qingming sect had not been able to find any traces of Song Qingming. In the end, Xiao Horn was very helpless to give up the search and chose to leave there with others to continue exploring other places in the secret realm. Only because of Chu Wuxin's sudden disappearance, the people of the Luimag Valley, who were a little overwhelmed, had no intention of searching for spiritual objects. After failing to find any news about Chu Wuxin for so many consecutive days, they finally felt that something was wrong. Chu Wuxin might really have fallen in the secret realm. However, they were still unsure whether Chu Wuxin was killed by someone or died in the powerful restrictions in the secret realm. Under the arrangement of the head Luo Liangshan, a giant and elder of Luofang Valley chose to use the transmission token to leave the secret realm in advance and informed the ancestors of the sect outside of the news of Chu Wuxin's disappearance. Others followed Luo Liangshan to continue searching along the place where Chu Wuxin disappeared, hoping to find some clues about his death. Chu Wuxin was the direct descendant of his own ancestor. He disappeared in the secret realm without knowing why. It was difficult for them to explain the matter after they returned. They could only patiently search for a clue that could explain the matter. While other cultivators in the secret realm outside were desperately searching for spiritual objects, Song Qingming, who was hiding in the stone chamber and practicing quietly, did not care about what was happening outside. After more than 10 days, Song Qingming, who had already felt that the vitality of heaven and earth in his body was gradually saturated, put away his own mana and stood up from the ground. At this time, it was estimated that there were only 1 or 2 days left before the secret realm was closed. After absorbing so much heaven and earth energy at once, it would take some time to slowly absorb and refine it. If he continued to absorb heaven and earth energy, he would not be able to store it in his body. After getting up and moving his hands and feet, Song Qingming took off the thunder infant fruit that he had been carrying on his back. Seeing that the remaining lightning on the spiritual fruit had disappeared at this moment, he took out a wooden box again to pack it and put it into his storage magic tool. After putting away the thunder infant fruit on his body, Song Qingming still did not rush to use the transmission token to leave this place, but came to the front of the green stone tablet again. After carefully examining the green stone tablet, seeing that it still had no changes, Song Qingming waved his hand calmly and took out the round bead magic tool thunder bead on his body. After casting a spell to activate the thunder bead in his hand, a white lightning flashed on it immediately, which was exactly the same as the lightning released by the mysterious white mist that Song Qingming encountered before. The special magic weapon Thunder Gathering Pearl has the effect of restraining the myriad thunder methods in the world of immortal cultivation. It can not only absorb various thunder attribute attacks released by the enemy, but also store part of the thunder for its own use. Last time, after absorbing a large amount of white thunder released by the mysterious white mist, the Thunder Gathering Pearl was also full. At this moment, the white thunder coming out of it is no weaker than that released by the mysterious white mist before. While Song Qingming had been meditating and practicing in the stone chamber these days, he was constantly thinking about what was going on with the blue stone tablet and how to reactivate the restrictions on it. After thinking about it, Song Qingming suddenly had a flash of inspiration in his mind, and thought of the situation he had ignored before. Before the mysterious white mist entered the stone tablet, it had been flashing white lightning. If he tried the same lightning method, would he be able to activate the restrictions above? This place is so mysterious that even Feng He may not know about this blue stone tablet. Maybe there might be some treasure hidden in it. If there is really an opportunity in the stone tablet, since he has come here by chance, he naturally cannot miss it. Even though he didn't know what was hidden in the blue stone tablet, Song Qingming didn't want to give up easily. Holding the lightning pearl, he stood there and hesitated for a moment, and then directly covered the blue stone tablet with the lightning in his hand. As the white lightning appeared above the stone tablet, the blue stone tablet, which had not reacted at all, suddenly shook, and then the 2 paintings engraved on it suddenly lit up with white spiritual light. I guessed it right, Seeing the murals on the stone tablets suddenly reacted, Song Qingming's face suddenly showed a hint of excitement, and he fixed his eyes on the murals emitting white light. After the white light came on, Song Qingming was quickly enveloped by the white light, and then he was directly sucked into the blue stone tablet and came to an extremely dark void. Is this the inside of the stone tablet? Before Song Qingming could figure out where he was, a dazzling white light appeared in front of him, and a huge palace map appeared in front of him. This map was exactly the same as what Song Qingming saw on the stone tablet outside, except that above the largest palace on it, there was a figure holding a flying sword with a fairy spirit, which was another portrait of a person on the back of the stone tablet. After the white portrait appeared in front of Song Qingming, it began to flash with light. After a while, the palaces that were originally motionless on the portrait suddenly seemed to come alive, floating out of the portrait and flying in front of Song Qingming. Chapter 777, Difficult Treasure Hunt, Heaven-Devouring Thunder Control Technique. Seeing this, Song Qingming was also very surprised. He thought it was another mechanism and restriction, so he quickly cast a spell to release the 5 elements divine light mirror to protect himself. But after the palaces transformed from white light flew to Song Qingming's side, they did not launch any attacks on him, but directly swirled around him several feet away. Hey! There are still things in here. Because he was very close to these white palaces, Song Qingming also saw that in the middle of the white light palaces in front of him, almost every one of them had a glittering round light ball. Outside these light balls, there was also glittering lightning, which was flowing like water. Inside the lightning, there were all kinds of exquisite spiritual objects. Some were very simple bamboo slips of exercises, and some were glittering magic weapons and spiritual talismans. There were also a few light balls that were empty at this time, and even the lightning outside had disappeared, as if the spiritual objects and the light balls had been taken away long ago. Seeing this scene, Song Qingming immediately realized that he should have entered a treasure hiding forbidden place, and he was not the only one who had been here. He didn't know who those predecessors who had come in before were, what good things they took away from here, and why no one outside had ever heard of the situation inside, so that even Feng He and the others didn't know about it. There are so many good things, which one should I choose first? Looking at the white palaces flying around him, Song Qingming was excited for a while, but he suddenly felt a little entangled in his heart, not knowing which spiritual object he should take. Because these magic weapons and spiritual objects and the light balls were covered by white lightning, only the shape and appearance could be seen from the outside, and it was impossible to judge the quality and specific function of the spiritual objects. And judging from the empty light balls just now, these spiritual objects must have special restrictions on them, restricting people who enter this place from taking them all at once, otherwise the monks who came here before would not have left so many spiritual objects here. Song Qingming, who has practiced Taoism for so many years and has had many experiences in exploring secret places and searching for treasures, quickly made some basic judgments about the situation around him through some details that happened at this moment. If he took the treasure now, there is a great possibility that he would be forcibly teleported away after taking the spiritual object, just like he was in King Cave Mansion at that time, and he would never be able to enter again. Therefore, Song Qingming still needs to seize the opportunity and strive to get a spiritual object that is useful to him. He can't miss this rare opportunity in vain. After carefully staring at the white light group floating in front of him and scanning a large circle, Song Qingming's eyes quickly locked on several magic weapons that seemed to be more useful to him. These magic weapons are obviously different from the ordinary magic weapons that Song Qingming has seen on the market. It is estimated that they are all defensive magic weapons with some special magical powers. On the market, defensive magic weapons are the most popular among cultivators. Normally, the price will be at least 10% or 20% higher than that of offensive and auxiliary magic weapons. Other things such as talismans and exercises, because the value of the spiritual objects cannot be seen from the outside, Song Qingming did not easily choose them. After a lot of entanglement in his heart, Song Qingming still locked his target on one of the green jade pendants with dragon patterns. After locking the target, Song Qingming did not hesitate and took out another flying sword magic weapon from his storage bag. He cast a spell to control it and slashed directly at the light ball where the green dragon jade pendant was not far away. The Mobe sword in his hand turned into a sword light and soon fell on the light ball under Song Qingming's gaze. But what Song Qingming didn't expect was that as soon as the Mobe sword touched the light ball, a fierce white light lit up inside it, blocking the attack of the sword light. Then sparks flew everywhere and a crackling thunder sounded. The Mobe sword was directly bounced out by the white lightning, and even Song Qingming, who was controlling the magic weapon, felt a numbness in his hands from being backlashed by the lightning. Song Qingming, who took back the Mobe sword again, saw that there was a crack on this magic weapon that had been with him for many years, and his face suddenly showed a bit of surprise. How can the restriction on this spiritual object be so powerful? How did the cultivators before take the treasure? Seeing that the Mobe sword was damaged, Song Qingming couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. The lightning restriction on this white light ball is several times more powerful than the lightning released by the mysterious white fog that Song Qingming encountered before, and it seems to have exceeded the scope of a giant and cultivator. At this moment, he didn't care about the pain and directly put away this third-level medium-grade flying sword. A pair of golden rings appeared in his hand with a flash of spiritual light, ready to try to take the treasure again. This time when attacking the white light ball, Song Qingming was a little more careful. He first cast a spell to cover the green jade refining treasure jewel in his body on the magic weapon. When the magic weapon golden Yao halo in his hand was completely covered with the green light, Song Qingming threw it out with a cautious look and smashed it directly at the white light ball not far away. This time, before the golden Yao halo touched him, the white light ball took the initiative to light up white lightning above it, blocking the golden Yao halo in front of him. After all, the golden treasure halo is a third-level top-grade magic weapon. Both its quality and power are not comparable to the previous Mobe sword. After being covered with the green jade refining treasure art, it has strengthened its power a lot. At this moment, the golden treasure halo that has turned into golden light blade, although its power is not as powerful as that of a fourth-level magic weapon, it is already far superior to ordinary third-level top-grade magic weapons. But even so, the golden treasure halo still did not gain the upper hands in the fight with the white lightning, and was gradually pushed back by the lightning. Seeing this, Song Qingming also gritted his teeth and used his mana again to strengthen the golden treasure halo, making its power stronger. Then Song Qingming cast a spell to control the thunder pearl that had been prepared in his hand, and quickly came to his magic weapon to help absorb and resist the white lightning, wanting to lend a helping hand. However, although the Thunder Pearl can restrain Thunder attribute spells, this magic weapon is also very limited in the face of high-level Thunder spells that exceed the scope of giant and monks. Although the Thunder Bead could help the Golden Treasure Halo share some of the pressure of the White Lightning at this moment, it still failed to help Song Qingming recover from the decline on the battlefield. Song Qingming, whose hands were numb from the backlash of the White Lightning in the distance, struggled to hold on for a moment, but was eventually defeated. He could only helplessly take the Golden Treasure Halo and Thunder Bead in the distance back into his hands. Facing such a powerful lightning restriction on the white light ball, Song Qingming, who failed to get the treasure again, was already full of disappointment on his face, and couldn't help but sigh slightly in his heart. Fortunately, although the treasure failed this time, after Song Qingming's full preparation, the two magical spiritual objects, Golden Treasure Halo and Thunder Bead, were not damaged by the white lightning, and he himself was not injured except for being a little numb from the electricity. This restriction that protects the spiritual object is so powerful. Can it be that only a unyielding cultivator can take the treasure? Fortunately, the lightning on the restriction will only protect the spiritual object and will not attack it actively, otherwise I am afraid that I can't withstand the attack of this lightning. Seeing that he had no way to take out the magic weapon in the light ball in front of him, Song Qingming stopped casting spells, took out a pill and swallowed it into his stomach, and recovered his mana on the spot. When his own state was almost restored, he stood up and took out his magic weapon again. This time, Song Qingming did not choose the original light ball containing the Qinglong Jade Pendant magic weapon, but shifted his target to a different white light ball and began to cast spells to activate his magic weapon. The result was still as Song Qingming expected. Although the magic weapon's spiritual object and the white spiritual light was different, the power of the lightning restriction on the second white light ball was no worse than the first one. After trying it, Song Qingming had no choice but to shift his target again, but after trying 5 or 6 different light balls in succession, the result was still as expected. All failed to take the treasure. How could this happen? I finally came here, but I have to leave empty-handed. It's a waste of time. Seeing the white light balls floating around him, Song Qingming couldn't help sighing in his heart. If the white lightning restrictions on these spiritual objects must be opened by the nascent soul cultivation, then it's really a bit inappropriate for me to come here at this time. Since these spiritual objects and I haven't had the opportunity yet, I can only wait until my cultivation is higher in the future and find a chance to try again. It has been so long since I came here, and there is not much time left before the secret realm closes. After standing there and thinking for a while, Song Qingming gave up the idea of taking the treasure, put away the golden treasure halo and thunder bead beside him, and began to look for an exit to leave here. In the void where Song Qingming was, except for the palaces covered with white light surrounding him and the white scroll in the distance, there was nothing else in the surroundings except for the white palaces surrounding him and the white scroll in the distance. And these white palaces originally floated out from the scroll in the distance. If you want to find a way to leave, it is probably on that scroll. Without thinking too much, Song Qingming took the initiative to leave the spot and move towards the location of the scroll not far away, and soon came to the front of the white scroll. In addition to the palaces that had already flown out, there was a palace in the middle of the white picture that was still shining with spiritual light, and it did not leave the picture like the other palaces. The figure of the monk above the palace was also emitting white spiritual light like the whole palace, and it looked much more vivid than before from the outside. After checking the entire picture and finding no other abnormal places, Song Qingming directly cast a spell with the help of the lightning pearl to release a lightning light on the scroll. After the white picture came into contact with the lightning light emitted by Song Qingming, it quickly reacted and emitted a burst of white light. Then, a spiritual light suddenly shot out from the palace in the middle and went straight to Song Qingming. Hey! What is this? The spiritual light came very suddenly. Although Song Qingming had cast a spell in advance to release his life magic weapon to protect him, he was a little surprised that the spiritual light was not blocked by his magic weapon and directly sank into his body. Soon, Song Qingming felt dizzy and found that something suddenly appeared in his mind, which made him stand there. Heaven-devouring thunder art. Seeing a strange technique suddenly appear in his mind, Song Qingming was also very surprised for a while, and hurriedly used his spiritual sense to probe into his sea of consciousness to open it and check it out. After standing there quietly for a long time, Song Qingming slowly opened his eyes, with a bit of shock on his face. It turns out that this technique is the key to opening the spiritual object. No wonder I have tried for so long without any gains. It's really a good thing that I almost missed this opportunity. The technique Heaven-Devouring Thunder Art that Song Qingming just accidentally obtained was a high-level technique created by an ancient cultivator that can devour various thunder techniques in the world of immortal cultivation and refine them for his own use. This technique has no restrictions on the cultivation of cultivators. Even if you don't have a thunder spirit root, you can practice it directly. The Heaven-Devouring Thunder Art is somewhat similar to the Soul-Devouring Art that Feng He gave to Song Qingming. Both of them involve devouring spiritual objects similar to the art, and then refining them to accelerate cultivation and break through to higher realm. Unlike the soul-devouring art, which is incomplete and can only be cultivated to the golden core realm, the heaven-devouring thunder art that Song Qingming obtained is a very complete set of art inheritance, which can be directly cultivated to the god transformation stage. This is also the first time that Song Qingming has obtained such a high-level cultivation art after so many years of cultivation, which makes him shocked. However, as a high-level art that can be cultivated to the god transformation stage, the difficulty of practicing heaven-devouring thunder art is also not comparable to that of ordinary arts. After practicing, the cultivator needs to take the risk to devour various high-level divine thunders in the world of immortal cultivation before he can advance and break through. Most of these high-level divine thunders only exist in the notes handed down by ancient cultivators. It is very difficult to even find them, let alone take the risk to devour and refine them. However, Song Qingming is currently only at the Jinden realm. Whether the heaven-devouring thunder art can really be cultivated to the spiritualization stage as mentioned above, these are things that will happen hundreds or thousands of years later, which is a bit too far for him. And there is a thunder method next to him, which can be easily swallowed by the heaven-devouring thunder art. It is the white lightning that Song Qingming has been helpless against before. According to the records in the heaven-devouring thunder art, these white lightnings are a high-level thunder method called Yuchen Baiyun thunder, and the heaven-devouring thunder art is one of the most restraining techniques. As long as Song Qingming can practice the heaven-devouring thunder art, he can try to swallow all the white lightning covering the magic weapon, and then he can easily get the magic weapon and spiritual object inside. Because he knew that the time for the secret realm to be closed was not far away, after getting the heaven-devouring thunder art, Song Qingming did not dare to delay for a moment, and immediately sat cross-legged and began to practice this technique. As a giant and cultivator with a successful cultivation, it was not difficult for Song Qingming to practice a technique to the entry level. It took less than 2 hours. As a white mist emerged from Song Qingming's body, the heaven-devouring thunder already practiced successfully entered the early stage of Qi refining. Seeing this, Song Qingming immediately stood up and put away his own magic power, turned around and came to the white light balls that had just guarded the spiritual objects. Time is running out. Success or failure depends on this time. After whispering, Song Qingming began to cast spells with both hands, and immediately raised a ball of white spiritual light in his hands, and then covered it on his hands. Song Qingming, who is well prepared, immediately sent a spiritual light to the light ball where the Qinglong jade pendant was. As soon as the spiritual light touched the top of the light ball, it immediately triggered the Qingming thunder covered on the white light ball, and a crackling sound was heard and a quick counterattack was made. Qingming had just destroyed the spiritual light emitted by Song Qingming, but the white light covering Song Qingming's hands immediately turned into 2 giant hands and grabbed it in his hands. Then Song Qingming quickly activated the heaven-devouring thunder art in his body, and absorbed the Qingming not far away into his body little by little through the white light on his hands. Feeling that he was suddenly restricted, the Qingming began to struggle constantly in midair, releasing bursts of lightning to attack the white giant hands that grabbed him. However, the white giant hand that Song Qingming transformed from the heaven-devouring thunder art was very restraining to the Qingming in front of him. No matter how the other party struggled, he always held it firmly in his hands, making it difficult for him to escape. The lightning that had originally electrocuted Song Qingming several times and made him numb all over was now firmly suppressed by the white giant hands, like a toothless tiger, and no longer had the previous majesty. At the same time, the heaven-devouring thunder art in Song Qingming's body was also running rapidly, constantly absorbing the white lightning in front of him into his body, and then slowly refining it. Although the process was full of sparks and numbness from time to time, Song Qingming felt a little uncomfortable. However, it was generally smooth and Song Qingming did not encounter too many dangers. It took less than a quarter of an hour for Song Qingming to successfully absorb all the jade morning white yuan thunder in his hand into his body. Then Song Qingming sat cross-legged and began to refine the very agitated lightning in his body. It was not until half an incense stick later that Song Qingming, who had refined most of the lightning, finally stabilized the lightning in his body slowly, and the nervous expression on his face was slightly relieved. Song Qingming stood up again and felt that the heaven-devouring thunder art in his body had quickly entered the foundation-building realm after swallowing the jade morning white yuan thunder, and he was a little more happy in his heart. I didn't expect this technique to be so domineering. It can be advanced so quickly just by swallowing the divine thunder. Although the requirements for this practice are very harsh, as long as you can find the spiritual objects you need, it is indeed much simpler to practice than other techniques. Song Qingming stretched out his right hand, and a flash of spiritual light appeared in his hand, and a burst of white lightning began to flash continuously. It was the jade morning white yuan thunder that he had refined for his own use. He didn't expect that he, who had no thunder spirit root, would one day have such a high-level thunder method. Song Qingming, who had long experienced the power of jade morning white yuan thunder, was also quite fond of the lightning in his hand. With this high-level thunder method, he would probably be able to gain a lot of advantages when fighting with cultivators of the same level in the future. After being excited for a while, Song Qingming did not forget the other spiritual object in front of him. He turned around and quickly came to a group of white light. Looking at the green dragon jade pendant floating quietly in the light group, Song Qingming smiled, and then stretched out his hand through the light group and took the jade pendant in his hand. Just after taking the green dragon jade pendant out of the white light group, the scene in front of Song Qingming suddenly became blurred, and then a group of white light wrapped him into it. Then, as Song Qingming expected, the world spun around, and the whole person was teleported away from the void by white light. When he checked the heaven-devouring thunder art before, it not only recorded that practicing this technique could devour the jade morning white yuan thunder on these spiritual objects, but also told every cultivator that after entering, they could only take one of the spiritual objects. Because the heaven-devouring thunder art cannot devour the jade morning white yuan thunder here infinitely before breaking through the giant realm, it can only devour one of them at most. If you want other spiritual objects, You must practice the heaven-devouring thunder art to the Jianden realm before you can try to devour the jade morning white Yuan thunder covering the spiritual objects again. If you want to take away all the spiritual objects here, Song Qingming will only be able to do it unless he can practice the heaven-devouring thunder art to the god transformation stage in the future. A moment later, when Song Qingming saw the scene clearly again, he found himself in a canyon, falling from a high altitude. Seeing this, Song Qingming quickly stabilized his body, then took out the phantom boat and jumped on it, turning into a white light and flying out of the canyon. Song Qingming, who came to the outside of the canyon, took out the map that Feng He had given him before, and carefully compared the surroundings, only to find that he had actually moved away from the Wind and Thunder Palace and came to the sky above a canyon in the outer palace thousands of miles away. This stone tablet can actually transmit such a long distance. Is that place connected to the entire secret realm? Seeing that his location was very safe and there were no cultivators around, Song Qingming slowly relaxed his worries and fell directly from mid-air to the ground. After finding a slightly hidden place to hide, Song Qingming's hand flashed with a flash of light, and immediately a palm-sized green dragon jade pendant appeared, which was the last spiritual object he brought out from the mysterious stone tablet. Feeling the green dragon jade pendant in his hand emitting a strong pressure, Song Qingming, who knew that this magic weapon was of extraordinary quality, also showed a trace of satisfaction on his face. Just as Song Qingming placed the green dragon jade pendant in front of him and prepared to examine it carefully, a powerful spiritual light suddenly lit up in the sky above his head, attracting his attention again. It really came out just in time. Chapter 778, The Secret Realm is Closed, Everyone Has Their Odds and Ends. Fenglai Island. Over a formation in the middle of the beach, dozens of monks were waving a small formation flag in their hands, madly injecting their mana into the formation flag in front of them. These mana gathered through the formation flags in the sky to form a huge formation with a radius of dozens of feet, emitting bursts of powerful spiritual light. Start the formation. After a long time, as the spiritual light on the formation became stronger and gradually stabilized, a giant monk who was standing at the head of the crowd suddenly shouted, and then everyone in the air quickly waved the formation flags in their hands. Then the huge formation in the air suddenly began to rotate rapidly, and then white light began to emerge from the formation and broke through the air from it. After these white lights came out of the formation, they soon turned into human figures in the air, all of whom were monks who entered the secret realm from here a month ago to explore opportunities. The first dozen or so monks who came out were basically at the foundation building stage. They all had a look of joy on their faces, as if they had gained something in the secret realm. Because of their low cultivation, after snatching spiritual objects in some opportunities, they were afraid of encountering those high-level giant monks who lost their lives, so they quickly looked for a safe place to hide. It was not until they got out of the secret realm safely that these people slowly breathed a sigh of relief. For them, risking their lives to enter the secret realm to search for treasures was also for their own opportunities. Being able to gain something and get out of it safely was the best outcome. After handing in the teleportation tokens they carried with them, they quickly stepped on the flying swords and left the original place, making way for the monks who came out of the secret realm next. As white spiritual lights emerged from the teleportation array, many monks soon flew out of the secret realm and landed in the air. Compared with the first batch of monks who came out first, the expressions of the monks who came out of the secret realm later were different. Some people also had a hint of joy that was difficult to conceal, while some cultivators looked very tired with a sad face, as if they had encountered a lot of trouble in the secret realm. Other cultivators had very dull expressions on their faces, and it was hard to tell whether they were happy or sad, and it was unknown whether they had found their own opportunities in the secret realm. After hundreds of white lights appeared in succession, a figure in green followed the crowd out of the teleportation array and came to the outside of the secret realm. After carefully checking the surroundings, this ordinary-looking man in green took a teleportation token and followed the crowd to the cultivator guarding the teleportation array. I am Jinfeng, come to return the token. A young foundation-building cultivator standing in front of the man in green saw that the person speaking in front of him was a giant and senior, and hurriedly bowed to Song Qingming. Thank you for your courtesy, senior. After handing over the teleportation token, please do not rush to leave the island. Wait for a while nearby. Once the ancestors have set a time, a teleportation array will be formed to send everyone off Fenglai Island. Thank you very much. Hearing the kind explanation of the foundation-building cultivator in front of him, Song Qingming nodded quickly. After returning the token in his hand to the other party, he immediately turned around and left the air and came to the crowd below. In addition to the cultivator who had just come out of the teleportation array, the cultivators who had left the secret realm in advance had also gathered on the beach at the seaside, waiting to be teleported off Fenglai Island next. As soon as he came into the crowd, 3 foundation-building cultivators immediately came over to Song Qingming and bowed to him. I have been a little worried these days. I didn't expect that the senior is really safe and sound. It's really cause for celebration. Well, no need to be polite. You guys were able to come out safely. It seems that you must have gained something. Seeing Du Fangling and the other 2 appearing in front of him, Song Qingming smiled and nodded slightly at them. Hearing this, Du Fangling's face suddenly showed a bit of shame, and he shook his head gently and said, "It's a bit embarrassing to say that after the 3 of us entered the secret realm, we were able to find a few second-level spiritual medicine smoothly at the beginning. But when we were looking for treasure later, we unfortunately encountered a group of very difficult second-level golden-headed bees. Although we managed to escape after a hard fight, we were unfortunately hit by the poison needles of those beasts and suffered serious injuries. At that time, the detoxification spiritual medicines on several of us were used up, and it seemed that we could not continue to look for treasures. In desperation, after discussing it, we used the transmission token to come out of the secret realm in advance. We have been waiting on the island for more than half a month." After hearing Du Fangling's explanation, Song Qingming immediately used his spiritual sense to carefully scan the 3 people and found that they were indeed more or less injured. Especially Zonfeng, who had the lowest cultivation among the 3, had a more obvious paleness on his face at this moment, as if he was seriously injured and had not fully recovered. Du Fangling and the other 2 entered the secret realm this time. Although they were unlucky and didn't get any spiritual objects, they all came out of it safely. Song Qingming was not too surprised that they could walk out of the secret realm alive. Although the 3 of them were not outstanding in cultivation, they were all veteran foundation-building cultivators who had practiced for many years. They must be much stronger than those young cultivators when they encountered danger. Although this secret realm has opportunities, it is also quite dangerous. Even I am still scared. It is a great blessing that you can come out safely. You don't have to care about those external things. I still have some elixirs here, which should help your injuries. Since I have some fate with you, I will give them to you, Song Qingming said, and waved his hand to take out a bottle of stored second-level spiritual medicine from the storage magic tool on his waist, and gave it directly to the 3 people in front of him. Seeing the elixir sent by Song Qingming, Du Fangling and the other 2 were also a little surprised, and hurried forward to bow to Song Qingming and thank him again. At the same time, 3 spiritual lights flashed in the air, and 3 figures came out through the teleportation array in the secret realm. The woman in the lead was none other than the white-clothed woman Shen Yun, who had dealt with Song Qingming in the secret realm. Seeing this woman walking out of the secret realm with the hunchbacked old man and the woman in black, Song Qingming's face flashed a little surprise. He didn't expect that she would also walk out of the Wind and Thunder Palace safely. After separating from Shen Yun that day, Song Qingming only cared about his own escape and didn't think about the other party's escape at all. In his opinion, even if Chu Wuxin had died, it would be difficult for Shen Yun to escape danger if she met other giant and monks in the Wind and Thunder Palace next time. After all, Chu Wuxin died in order to track her who took away the Thunder Infant Fruit. Most of the monks in the Wind and Thunder Palace saw these things with their own eyes. No matter who Shen Yun will encounter next, as long as the other party suspects that the Thunder Infant Fruit is still on her, they will definitely not let her go easily. Unexpectedly, Shen Yun not only walked out of the secret realm safely, but also seemed to have not encountered any danger. This also surprised Song Qingming. However, the 2 companions beside Shen Yun are not weak, especially the hunchbacked old man who can fight with top giant and masters like Chu Wuxin. If the 2 of them are willing to protect her and help her walk out of the secret realm safely, it is not impossible. I just don't know if the people from Luiming Valley will cause trouble for them next. Song Qingming just retracted his gaze, and Shen Yun, who was still in the air in the distance, also discovered his figure, and his eyes shot directly at where Song Qingming was. In this regard, Song Qingming did not pay much attention, pretending not to see that the other party talked about other things with Du Fangling and the other 2 beside him. Shen Yun in mid-air, seeing Song Qingming pretending not to know her, did not seem too surprised, but just left a meaningful look on him, and quickly followed her companions to leave the place. After Shen Yun and the other two came out of the teleportation array, they were located hundreds of feet above the magic array. When a middle-aged man with a short beard on his face saw her figure, his originally calm eyes suddenly released a gleam of brilliance. Then the short-bearded man pointed to the location of Shen Yun and the other two, turned around and said respectfully to a man with a golden crown, "Ancestor, those three people are the ones who competed with us for the Thunder Infant Fruit in the Wind and Thunder Palace that day. Senior brother Qiu disappeared in the secret realm not long after tracking the woman in white. The Thunder Infant Fruit is very likely still on them. Do you want me to take people up and detain them first?" Hearing what the giant and cultivator next to him said, Qiu Daoping, who was wearing a golden crown, looked around at Shen Yun and the other two, and immediately shook his head and replied, "The major sects have already agreed that when the secret realm of Fenglai Island is opened, no matter what happens inside, no one should interfere at will. Even if the things are in other people's hands, they got them by their own ability. What reason do you have to force them to stay after you go up? I'm not the only unyielding cultivator here. Do you really think we can do whatever we want in Luifang Valley?" After rejecting the proposal of the short-bearded man, Qiu Daoping spoke again and said slowly, "With Wuxin's ability, he won't die so easily in it even if he encounters some dangers. Liangshan and the others should be coming out soon. This matter has not been concluded yet. There is no need to be anxious and wait and see. Don't worry, no matter who dares to plot against Wuxin and attack our Luifang Valley cultivators, even if they can successfully leave Fenglai Island, it will not be so easy for them to escape from us." After Qiu Daoping finished speaking, he turned his gaze to the crowd below. His face was very calm, as if he was not too worried about knowing that Zhu Wuxin was missing before. Hearing his ancestor's rebuke, the short-bearded man nodded slightly, then turned around and stood aside without daring to say anything more. Just as Qiu Daoping and the others finished their words, a violent white light suddenly lit up in the above array, and then Han Feng from the Jade Sword sect flew out of the teleportation array with dozens of cultivators. Seeing the 6 major sects cultivators appear, there was a burst of exclamations in the crowd, and then the eyes of everyone present were attracted to them. Compared with those casual cultivators who were happy and worried when they came out, everyone in the Jade Sword sect was full of confidence after coming out of the secret realm. Obviously, they had gained a lot in the secret realm. "Brother Han, you have worked hard. I wonder if this trip went smoothly." As soon as Han Feng appeared, an elder of the Jade Sword sect who had been waiting outside immediately flew up to greet him and asked with concern. Hearing this, Han Feng nodded slightly with a smile on his face. Although he did not answer directly, the confident expression on his face had already told the other party the answer he wanted. Seeing this, the elder of the Jade Sword sect was relieved and turned back to the sky to tell his ancestor the good news. After the Jade Sword sect monks came out, the monks of the 4 major sects, Qingming Mountain, Xiangxia sect, Jingsha Palace, and Shenhou sect also came out of the secret realm one after another. When the monks of the previous sects appeared, they were similar to the monks of the Jade Sword sect, and they were also full of confidence and looked very relaxed. Only when the monks of the Shenhou sect wearing the same red robes came out, almost everyone's expression looked a little solemn, forming a different contrast with the monks of the 4 major sects in front. Seeing the somewhat disappointed expression of the Shenhou sect monks, most of the monks at the scene did not know the reason, and began to speculate and discuss. Only the many giant and cultivators who participated in the fight for the Thunder Infant Fruit in the Spiritual Medicine Garden that day could see at a glance that the reason why the cultivators of the Divine Fire sect were like this must be that they lost in the final battle for the spiritual fruit. There were only 5 mature spiritual fruits on the Thunder Infant Fruit tree that day. Even if each of the 6 major sects only wanted one, it was obviously not enough to share, and there must be a cultivator who accepted the result of failure. Not only this time, every time the Wind and Thunder Island secret realm was opened. Although most of the Thunder Infant Fruit eventually fell into their hands, but almost every time they came out of the secret realm, there would be 1 or 2 unyielding sects, like the Divine Fire sect, who did not grab the spiritual fruit. Although they were still unwilling to accept it when they came out, they had no choice but to accept this disappointing result that they could not accept and walked out of the secret realm. Seeing that the cultivators of the Divine Fire sect were so disappointed, the people present began to speculate in their hearts. If the 4 major sects, such as the Qingming sect, had already taken a Thunder Infant Fruit each, then this last spiritual fruit should have fallen into the hands of the falling Maple Valley monks who had not yet appeared. As the monks of the other 5 major sects came out one after another, before the teleportation array was about to close, a large ball of white light lit up again, and then dozens of falling Maple Valley monks in yellow robes finally appeared in front of everyone. After seeing the falling Maple Valley monks headed by Luo Liangshan appear, everyone's attention was immediately attracted, including the short-bearded man who had been waiting on the side. "Master, didn't Senior Brother Chu come out together?" Seeing Luo Liangshan and others appear one after another, but Chu Wuxin was not seen for a long time. The short-bearded man, who had already prepared in his heart, immediately stepped forward and asked a question. Luo Liangshan, with a solemn face, nodded directly after hearing the other party's question, confirming the other party's guess. Afterwards, Luo Liangshan and the others quickly returned their teleportation tokens and followed the short-bearded Luomi Valley elder directly to the location of Chiu Daoping in the sky. The unusual behavior of the Luomi Valley people after they came out of the secret realm immediately attracted the attention of other cultivators around. "Hey! Strange, everyone from Lufang Valley has come out, but why is there no sign of Chu Wuxin?" An elder of the Qingyang sect standing behind Xiao Horan saw that everyone from Luomi Valley had come out of the secret realm, but the leader Chu Wuxin was missing, and immediately asked with some confusion. Another elderly elder beside him immediately agreed upon hearing what he said. "Junior Brother Xiao, the people from Lufang Valley look a little strange. Could something have happened to Chu Wuxin, and he died in the secret realm? If that's the case, Lufang Valley is in trouble this time. Without Chu Wuxin, the seed that can form an infant, Lufang Valley will probably decline once old Chu passes away in the future. Senior Brother Wu, that shouldn't be the case. Although Chu Wuxin has just broken through to the 9th level of the Golden Core not long ago, there shouldn't be anyone in the secret realm other than Senior Brother Xiao who can be sure of killing him. Besides, Lufang Valley was a big sect that could be as famous as her Qingyang sect back then. Even if Chu Wuxin really died in there, it shouldn't have declined like this, haha. Lufang Valley should be. If Fenggu is as famous as us in the past, the situation would be different from now. You don't think that the glory of Fenggu in the past was all due to that old man Chu alone? This, is Senior Brother Wu talking about the rumored Senior Feng? Is he really that powerful? Okay. You two are really endless. Can you just say these things here? No matter what happens to Fenggu in the future, we are all cultivators of Xianhe League now. No one of you is allowed to mention such words that are not conducive to the alliance in the future. Otherwise, if the two ancestors know about it, you will be punished." Hearing the two fellows beside him discussing the matter of Fenggu, an old man walking in front suddenly interrupted them and sent a warning look to the two. This old man is the current general affairs head of Qingyang sect and the most famous one among the many cultivators present, except for Xiao Horan who has been standing aside reading silently. After hearing the warning from their own head, the two elders of the Qingyang sect quickly closed their mouths and nodded in response, not daring to continue talking. At this time, Xiao Horan, who had been immersed in the sea of books, suddenly put away the book in his hand, and asked the head of the sect with a puzzled look, "I have heard people in the sect mention the Senior Feng of Lufang Valley before, and they said he was very legendary. But there is no record of this person in the sect's classics. I have always been curious about what kind of person this senior is. Senior Brother Chen has been in the Jinden stage for many years, so he should know something about this matter. Today, he happens to have some time. So why not tell us who this senior is and how legendary he is?" This, suddenly hearing Xiao Horan beside him being interested in the Senior Feng mentioned by the two people just now, the old man surnamed Chen was also surprised. After hesitating for a moment, he shook his head at Xiao Horan and said, "Junior Brother Xiao, I did hear something about this person back then, but the sect has long since strictly prohibited anyone from discussing or publicizing this matter, otherwise they will be punished according to the sect rules. Haha. There are only a few of us here, and no one will talk nonsense when we go back, so just speak up, Senior Brother Chen." Xiao Horan finished speaking, and with a flash of inspiration in his hand, he cast a soundproof shield around them, and then gave a look to the fellow disciples beside him. Upon seeing this, they quickly nodded and responded, "Don't worry, Senior Brother Chen, we are definitely not talkative people. Besides, we are just talking about it here and it won't spread out, so it won't cause any trouble to the sect." These people, like Xiao Horan, showed expectant eyes to the old man surnamed Chen, and seemed to be curious about the mysterious Senior Feng. Facing several fellow disciples who were eyeing him covetously, The old man surnamed Chen knew that it would be difficult to get rid of them today, so he could only reply softly with some helplessness, "Since you are also interested, then I will tell you what happened that year. It's just that you only need to know about this matter, and you must not spread it out. After all, everyone belongs to the Xianhe Alliance now. If the people of Luofang Valley hear about it, they will definitely use this to save trouble and will not give up easily with us." After the old man surnamed Chen reminded everyone, he took the initiative to slowly tell a secret story of the Xianhe Immortal cultivation world back then, which gradually shocked Xiao Horan and others present. "I didn't expect that there would be such a talented cultivator in our Xianhe Immortal cultivation world. If nothing had happened in Luofang Valley back then, this person would have been able to advance to the late nascent soul stage like Master Zhang. Maybe there would be a chance to impact the threshold of the God transformation that no one has stepped into for tens of thousands of years. I didn't expect that he would die young. It's really a pity." After listening to the whole story about the senior, Xiao Horan couldn't help but sigh, and his face suddenly showed a trace of regret for another genius. At the same time, the teleportation array in the sky had not emitted white light for a long time. After confirming that no cultivators had come out, under the command of a white-haired golden elixir old man, many cultivators who were running the teleportation array put away the array flags in their hands and directly closed the teleportation array connecting to the secret realm. Afterwards, these cultivators did not rest, but turned to a large teleportation array platform below, began to place spirit stones, and soon activated this large teleportation array. Fellow Taoists, since everyone has come out of the secret realm, whether you have gained anything or not, this Fenglai Island secret realm should also come to an end. According to the agreement we made with all of you before, we will activate the teleportation array and send everyone away from here. However, the teleportation location can only be within a few hundred miles around at most. The next road will depend on you all. I hope that all Taoists know this and take care of themselves. Chapter 779, Breaking the Rules, Unyielding Pursuit. Wind and Thunder Island Secret Realm is a secret realm that is directly open to the outside world. As long as they hand in the teleportation spirit stones, all cultivators can directly participate. In order to earn more spirit stones from it, the 6 major sects responsible for opening the Wind and Thunder Island secret realm must also ensure the personal safety of the cultivators participating in the secret realm, so as to attract more outside cultivators to participate in the secret realm. In order to prevent the cultivators who come out to hunt for treasure from being easily targeted, after the secret realm is closed, the cultivators on the island will immediately open the teleportation array to disperse and teleport all the cultivators away from the island. After coming out of the secret realm, Song Qingming, who was mixed in the crowd of cultivators, kept a relaxed look on his face for fear of attracting the attention of the people around him, and occasionally chatted with Du Fangling and the other 2 beside him. Although there were many giant and cultivators who had entered the inner hall in the crowd and saw Song Qingming before waiting for the Wind and Thunder Hall to open. But after entering the Wind and Thunder Hall, Song Qingming's figure quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. Except for the unexpected encounter with Shen Yun when killing Chu Wuxin, almost no one had seen Song Qingming take action, let alone knowing what happened afterwards. Therefore, when these people saw that Song Qingming could come out of the secret realm safely, although there was a little surprise on their faces, they did not pay too much attention to his appearance. Even so, Song Qingming, who was carrying the Thunder Infant Fruit and Chu Wuxin's storage bag, was still a little nervous in his heart, fearing that the people from Luoming Valley would come to his door at this time. Until this moment, seeing that the teleportation array of the island had been opened, Song Qingming was slightly relieved and followed the crowd to the location of the teleportation array. Before entering the secret realm, there were nearly 3,000 cultivators on Fenglai Island. After a bloody struggle in the secret realm, many cultivators died in the secret realm. Now, the number of cultivators who survived and teleported away is nearly 1,000 less than before, and only about 60% to 70% of the total number of cultivators have successfully walked out of the secret realm. The large teleportation array that left the island this time was larger than the teleportation arrays Song Qingming had seen before, and it could teleport hundreds of people away at a time. However, in less than a quarter of an hour, thousands of cultivators on the island disappeared in the teleportation array. Seeing that the white-clothed woman and several others had already left the Wind and Thunder Island, Song Qingming did not continue to play around, and directly took Du Fangling and several others to follow the crowd into the teleportation array. After a while, with a change of spiritual light, Song Qingming's figure was teleported to sea hundreds of miles away from the Wind and Thunder Island. Haha. This teleportation array really allows everyone to disperse. When teleporting before, because he was standing with Du Fangling and the other two, Song Qingming thought that he would be closer to the location where they were teleported. Unexpectedly, after scanning his surroundings, Song Qingming found that there was not even a single cultivator figure within a few miles of his visible side, and the corners of his mouth also revealed a bit of surprise. Seeing that there were no other cultivators around, Song Qingming did not intend to hide his figure. He took out the phantom boat and turned into a white light and left the place. Not long after Song Qingming left, in the sky above the Wind and Thunder Island, the Golden Cloud Palace Patriarch Yun looked at the last batch of cultivators below who had been teleported away, and his eyes shifted to several disciples standing aside. Just as the nascent soul Patriarch wanted to say something, a golden light suddenly flashed not far in front of him, and then the figure of a long-bearded old man holding a golden whisk appeared out of thin air in front of several cultivators of the Golden Cloud Palace. "You go first, I will come later." Hearing the order of their ancestor, several Golden Cloud Palace disciples standing next to Patriarch Yun hurriedly responded, and then turned around and left the place. After his disciples left, the red-robed Patriarch Yun asked the long-bearded old man beside him, "Fellow Taoist Jin, the matter of Fenglai Island has been settled. Fellow Taoist does not plan to leave, but instead comes to me. Is there something wrong?" Haha. Fellow Taoist Yun misunderstood. "This time, both our sects have obtained a Thunder Infant fruit, which can be regarded as perfection. There is nothing wrong with it. It's just that I saw fellow Taoist Chu leaving in a hurry just now, and I don't know what happened, so I came to ask you." "Oh. Fellow Taoist, you really asked the wrong person about this matter. When fellow Taoist Chu was still here just now, you didn't ask him face to face, but now you come to ask me. This is really putting the cart before the horse." Seeing that the Patriarch Yun in front of him did not seem to want to talk to him more, the long-bearded old man nodded with a smile, and said thoughtfully, "Fellow Taoist Yun is right, I was a little confused. Fellow Taoist also knows that my Shiangsa sect has never been very fond of controlling the cultivation. These trivial matters in the fairy world, if it were normal times, I would definitely not want to ask about fellow Taoist Chu's affairs. It's just that in this Fenglai Island secret realm, our 6 major sects have already established rules here for thousands of years. I am also afraid that someone will accidentally break the rules, and it will be difficult for us to explain the matter later." Hearing what the long-bearded old man said, Patriarch Yun, who originally had a very calm expression, sighed slightly and said, "Fellow Taoist should also know that something happened to fellow Taoist Chu of Luofang Valley. After all, the younger generation who I have cultivated for many years just died in the secret realm in such an unclear way. I am afraid it would be difficult for you and me to accept it. Don't worry, fellow Taoist." Just before fellow Taoist Chu left, he also talked to me. "He will not mess around near the Fenglai Island and embarrass us. After all, we are old friends who have known each other for many years. Fellow Taoist Chu is just going to retrieve the relics of his descendants. Why should we stop him? It is better to give him a convenience. What do you think, fellow Taoist?" This, after hearing the explanation from Patriarch Yun. The old man with a long beard hesitated for a moment, then he slowly said, "Since fellow Taoist Yun said so, then let's just leave today's matter alone, and I will pretend that I have never heard of it. But let me make it clear in advance, you and I know what kind of person fellow Taoist Chu is, and if he really doesn't follow the rules and gets into trouble in the future, I will not help Luofang Valley bear the responsibility." Although the old man with a long beard agreed with Patriarch Yun's statement on the surface, he obviously still had some distrust towards Chu Daoping, and he just said what he wanted to say most. Seeing this, Patriarch Yun smiled slightly, nodded and responded, "Well, don't worry, fellow Taoist. Although my Jingsha Palace has also joined the Xianhe League, it is still different from the people in their Luofang Valley. If fellow Taoist Chu dares to break the rules here, even if fellow Taoist does not stand up, I will not take the blame for him. It's just a matter of the juniors. I think fellow Taoist Chu should know his limits." "Okay. I feel relieved by your words, then I won't waste your time here. Next time there is a chance, please take the time to visit my Shiangsa Mountain, and I will definitely treat you well then. I will say goodbye today." After the long-bearded old man finished speaking, he slightly bowed to Patriarch Yun beside him, and then turned into golden light and disappeared out of thin air. The rules of the world of immortal cultivation are nothing more than the law of the jungle. There are not so many rules to protect the weak. I hope this matter can be over soon and will not cause too much impact. After standing there and muttering to himself, a green light slowly lit up under the feet of Patriarch Yun, and disappeared over the Wind and Thunder Island a moment later. In the sky dozens of miles away, Qi Refinement, wearing a golden crown, was sitting on a white giant python several dozen feet long, and beside him stood several elders of the falling Maple Valley with a somewhat solemn look. Suddenly, a spiritual light flew from the distant sky and landed directly in the hands of the middle-aged man in yellow. After taking a look at the message in his hand, the man in yellow opened it and took a look, and immediately handed it to Qi Refinement, who was resting with his eyes closed, with a respectful look on his face. Grandmaster, the head brother has found the location of the three people and is following them secretly. He asked us if we should go over and intercept them now. Hearing the words from the man in yellow, Qi Refinement nodded calmly, then waved his hand and did not take a letter in his hand. These people have some extraordinary origins. Let Liangshan and the others keep an eye on them first, and don't alarm them easily. Ah, Grandmaster, you mean we should ignore them now? Didn't senior brother Qi die in their hands? Hearing Qi Refinement's words, the man in yellow showed a little surprise on his face, and then asked carefully. Hearing this, Qi Refinement nodded calmly and said, I have tried it with a secret method on the island before. There is someone else who has Wuxin's storage bag. He should not have died at the hands of those people. However, although Wuxin's matter has nothing to do with him, it is hard to say whether the Thunder Infant Fruit is with him. Let me avenge Wuxin first. If I still can't find the Thunder Infant Fruit by then, it won't be too late to look for them later. That woman's cultivation is only at the 6th level of Jinden. I thought at the time that she could not be a match for senior brother Chu. It turned out that it was someone else who made the move. Fortunately, the ancestor was here, so that the person did not escape easily, otherwise we might really fall into the other party's deception. I wonder if the ancestor has found the direction of that person. We must go there to avenge senior brother Chu and repay the great kindness of the sect. Hearing the somewhat excited words of the yellow-clothed man next to him, the expression on Qi Refinement's face did not change much. He just shook his head and said, this man was able to plot against Wuxin silently in the secret realm. You are definitely not someone you can deal with. This time I will personally bring back his head to commemorate Wuxin. The rest of you stay here and keep an eye on the people from the Jingshe Palace and the Xiangsu sect. If you find their people coming, send a letter to me immediately. This matter must be handled with all your heart, and no more mistakes can be made. If you can't even handle such a small matter, there is no need for you to return to Luifang Valley. Don't worry, ancestor, we will definitely live up to our mission. Hearing Qi Refinement's somewhat cold tone of command, the man in yellow and several Luifang Valley Jinden elders beside him felt a chill all over their bodies, and immediately bowed their hands and responded in unison. It was not until Qi Refinement stepped on the giant white python and disappeared into the sky that they came back to their senses with fear and carefully wiped the sweat that had already appeared on their foreheads. During this trip to the Wind and Thunder Island secret realm, not only did they fail to obtain the Thunder Infant Fruit smoothly, but Chu Wuxin, who was deeply loved by the ancestor, also died unexpectedly in the secret realm. Luo Liangshan and his companions had just come out of the secret realm, and as expected, they were scolded by Qi Refinement. If it weren't for the fact that they hadn't found the Thunder Infant Fruit yet and were anxious to help Chu Wuxin get revenge, their ancestor might not let them go so easily, and they would have to be scolded several more times. Song Qingming, who was hundreds of miles away, was still desperately rushing on a sea area to the location he had agreed with Fenghe before. Because the location where he was teleported away had deviated from the direction of the agreed location, Song Qingming didn't care about hiding his figure at this moment, and directly increased the speed of the phantom boat to the fastest. After rushing for a while, Song Qingming also met several monks who had just been teleported out of the secret realm, like him. These people generally had low cultivation levels, and were basically cultivators in the foundation building stage. When they saw Song Qingming's escape light flying quickly, they knew that a Jinden master was coming, so they immediately turned around and moved away from his location. Song Qingming didn't care about them. He knew that he was not out of danger yet, so he didn't dare to slow down his escape speed. He also took out a third-level middle-grade talisman that he had prepared in advance and stuck it under his feet to help speed up his journey. Fenglai Island is not too far from the coast, only more than 1,000 miles away. It takes a normal giant and cultivator no more than half an hour to travel. Song Qingming's cultivation level has reached the late giant stage, and the speed of the phantom boat itself is no slower than that of an ordinary third-level upper-grade spiritual boat. After traveling for a while, he has left most of the cultivators behind him. Seeing that he was getting closer and closer to the coast, and there were no cultivators chasing him, Song Qingming's worries were gradually relieved. When he was about 100 miles away from the coast, Song Qingming suddenly saw several more rays of light in front of him, and several giant and monks appeared on their way. Seeing the giant and monks appearing in front of him, Song Qingming did not want to cause any misunderstanding, so he took the initiative to slightly adjust the direction of the flying boat. Unexpectedly, when Song Qingming was about to bypass the location of those people, a voice suddenly came from the front and entered Song Qingming's ears. "Fellow Taoist Jin, I am Zhao Xianji. I didn't expect to meet you here." Hearing this familiar voice, Song Qingming looked up and found that one of the giant and monks in the rays of light was the red-robed man who had invited him to form a team on Fenglai Island before. They had wanted to invite Song Qingming to form a team to enter the secret realm, but they were directly rejected by the other party. The red-robed man didn't seem to care about this. After meeting Song Qingming again, he took the initiative to greet him, as if he wanted to go up and make friends with him. After the red-robed man greeted him, he was about to approach Song Qingming's position, but suddenly found a strange red light in the sky in the distance, which made him stop immediately. Song Qingming, who was rushing at full speed, was still thinking about whether to pay attention to the other party, when he suddenly saw a look of surprise on the red-robed man's face. Feeling something unusual, he quickly turned around and looked behind him. Not good. Could it be that he was discovered by the other party? Seeing this strange red sword light, it is very likely to be directed at him. Song Qingming's face suddenly showed a panic, and he quickly changed the direction of advance. After Song Qingming changed direction, the red sword light also moved immediately, and came directly to Song Qingming's position, and the speed of escape was so fast that it arrived in front of Song Qingming in a blink of an eye. Seeing this situation, Song Qingming, who knew that he had no way to avoid it, frowned and turned around and threw out a golden talisman directly to block himself. As soon as the golden talisman appeared, it immediately flashed a strong golden light in the air, and in the blink of an eye it turned into a golden shield of 5 or 6 feet in size, protecting Song Qingming behind him. This golden talisman was a powerful third-level top-grade defensive talisman, which Song Qingming had exchanged for a gilded fruit from Su Ziyan before coming to the Xianhe Xiuxin realm to deal with Chu Wuxin. Because the killing of Chu Wuxin was extremely smooth, after coming out of the Fenglai Island secret realm, Song Qingming once thought that he could no longer use this talisman, but he did not expect to encounter greater troubles in the blink of an eye, forcing him to decisively sacrifice this talisman. The reason why Song Qingming treated it so cautiously was also because the red sword light not far away was far more powerful than the scope of ordinary giant and cultivators, and it was very likely that it was an attack launched by unyielding cultivators. Therefore, Song Qingming did not dare to be careless at all, and he sacrificed the strongest defensive talisman on his body as soon as he made a move, and the mana in his hand was also desperately poured into the golden talisman to help increase some defensive capabilities. Song Qingming had just propped up the golden shield when the red sword light in the distance immediately came in front of him and stabbed the golden shield with a sword. After the red and golden spiritual lights collided, a loud bang sounded in the air, followed by a powerful aftermath that quickly spread to the surroundings, causing the sea surface below to stir up huge waves several feet high. The red-robed man and his 2 companions who were also in the giant stage were still several miles away from Song Qingming, but they were almost unable to stand by the aftermath of the attack and quickly used the body protection line to resist. Who is this person? Is there a unyielding cultivator who has taken action? Seeing the red sword and golden shield fighting in the distance, the red-robed man and his 2 companions were extremely shocked. Feeling that the fight in front of them was far beyond the scope of ordinary giant and cultivators, the 3 red-robed men looked at each other and immediately turned their light to escape far away, not daring to stop for a moment. No matter who Song Qingming was, this kind of fight that might involve unyielding cultivators was not something that ordinary giant and cultivators like them could intervene in. The only thing they could do now was to escape for their lives. This time they had finally found some opportunities in the Wind and Thunder Island secret realm, but they didn't want to get involved in the fight between these high-level cultivators at this time, and finally lose their lives in vain. On Song Qingming's side, facing a huge crisis, He didn't care about what was happening not far away at the moment, and he had already devoted himself to the battle against the Red Sword Light. Although the third level upper grade defensive talisman that Song Qingming sacrificed was not weak in power, it was already an absolute top level defensive means among giant and cultivators. However, facing this fierce Red Sword Light, the golden shield in front of Song Qingming soon fell into disadvantage, and was eventually pierced by the sword light and turned into bursts of spiritual light that dissipated in midair. Without the golden shield to block it, the remaining red sword light immediately continued to attack Song Qingming's position at an unslow speed, but when it was less than 10 feet away, a golden bronze mirror suddenly appeared out of thin air and stopped it. Facing Song Qingming's life magic weapon 5-color divine light mirror which was fully operated, the fierce red sword light could not go any further and was directly defeated, turning into a red flame and disappearing above the golden bronze mirror. Although the previous 3-level upper grade spiritual talisman failed to stop the sword light, it also weakened most of the power of this red sword light. This also made Song Qingming rely on his life magic weapon 5-element divine light mirror to successfully stop it. Song Qingming, who successfully saved his life, also had a trace of cold sweat on his forehead at this moment. He didn't expect that the opponent who was chasing him was actually a unyielding cultivator, who almost killed him here with one blow. After blocking the opponent's attack, Song Qingming hurriedly stepped on the phantom boat to speed up and desperately escape to the shore, not daring to stop for a moment. Although Song Qingming successfully blocked the opponent's attack just now, Song Qingming knew very well in his heart that the gap between him and the opponent was far from being able to compete head-on. The red sword light was much weaker than normal because the person who used the magic power was still some distance away from here. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Song Qingming to stop the full-strength attack of a unyielding cultivator so easily with just the defensive means he had just used. After all, there is an essential difference in strength between giant and cultivators and unyielding cultivators, which cannot be easily made up by relying on high-level magic weapons and spiritual objects. If he doesn't escape from here quickly, if he is caught up by the other party, then even if Song Qingming has many magic weapons and spiritual talismans, he will only end up dead. Even though he knew that he was in a huge crisis, Song Qingming did not seem too panicked at this moment, and tried to concentrate all his energy to speed up his escape. And in the sky 100 miles away from Song Qingming, Qi Refinement, who was standing on the white giant python, suddenly opened his eyes the next moment, and a hint of surprise appeared on his face. It can actually block my unyielding sword energy. No wonder it can be designed to be Wuxin. But how are you going to deal with it next? Qi Refinement muttered to himself, and suddenly a red flying sword appeared out of thin air in front of him, and then he quickly cast a spell to pour it into the magic weapon. Not long after, a more powerful red sword light flew out from in front of Qi Refinement, turned into bloodline, quickly broke through the sky and disappeared in front of him. Chapter 780 arrived in time, 500 years of time. Qi Refinement's cultivation has reached the 5th level of the nascent soul, and his fighting skills are not weak among nascent soul cultivators. Even if they are 100 miles apart, a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator's full-strength magic is not something a golden core cultivator can easily deal with. Although Song Qingming was a little surprised that he could block Qi Refinement's attack, the confidence on his face was not affected at all. In his eyes, even if a golden core cultivator like Song Qingming has some powerful magical skills, he is still not enough in front of a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator like him. Compared with the first red sword light, the second sword light emitted by Qi Refinement is even more powerful. Even if Song Qingming can still take out the third-level top-grade defensive talisman, it is not so easy to take this attack. The opponent has already entered his pursuit range. Even if Song Qingming can escape by chance, it will not affect the next result. There is no need to rush to kill this relatively weak prey for him. Although the sword light had just passed through the sky, Song Qingming, who was 100 miles away, had already felt a sense of crisis in his heart, and had almost increased his escape speed to the fastest. Since the one who just attacked him was a unyielding cultivator, the other party would not let him go easily. While Song Qingming was escaping with all his strength, he was also on guard against his back from time to time, ready to deal with the danger coming from afar at any time. Song Qingming was now only a few dozen miles away from the location agreed with Funiu. For a giant and cultivator, it was not too far, and it would take no more than half a quarter of an hour to arrive. Even with these last few dozen miles, Song Qingming felt that he had never felt so far away, and he wished that his escape speed could be faster and get rid of the danger behind him as soon as possible. Just when Song Qingming was extremely worried about this, he suddenly saw a red sun suddenly appear on the sea below. He turned around and saw another fierce red sword light rushing towards him. It's so fast. I'm really unlucky today. Song Qingming was only about 20 miles away from the agreed location, but the red sword light had already come behind him and he couldn't avoid it. Song Qingming could only say in his heart that his luck was a little worse. Before on the island, Song Qingming didn't worry too much about his safety because he knew that Fenglai Island didn't allow monks to fight. Even if the other party could find him through Chu Wuxin's storage bag, it would take some time. As long as he could get to the agreed location and meet Feng He before that, he could get rid of the crisis. After leaving Fenglai Island, Song Qingming almost didn't stop and rushed to the road. He thought that this place was not far from Fenglai Island and the other party would not attack him so quickly because there were too many monks around. After all, Luaming Valley is also one of the 6 major sects that preside over the secret realm. If they blatantly intercepted and killed the monks coming out of the secret realm here, once they were seen and spread, they would definitely have a bad reputation. Normally, Chu Daoping and his men would have to take some influence into consideration. Even if they wanted to kill Song Qingming to avenge Chu Wuxin, they would have to do it quietly in a place with few people. Unexpectedly, he had just left the Wind and Thunder Island when the other party quickly locked onto his position and caught up with him. Moreover, the one who attacked was a unyielding cultivator, who did not take into account the influence of this matter at all. This was somewhat beyond Song Qingming's original expectations. Feeling the red sword light behind him, which was more powerful than the first sword light before, Song Qingming's face had become very solemn at this moment. Knowing that it was difficult for him to take on this attack, Song Qingming secretly made up his mind. The next moment, the spiritual light in Song Qingming's hand moved, and a grey talisman with a somewhat simple appearance appeared. He was ready to cast a spell to activate the talisman in his hand to resist the crisis in front of him. The talisman in Song Qingming's hand was a very rare 4th-level lower-grade talisman, which was also a spiritual object given to him by his master Ling Sataois for self-defense when he left the sect with Li Zuanai. Spiritual objects above level 4 are very rare in the world of immortal cultivation. Song Qingming has cherished this talisman very much over the years and has always carried it with him as a life-saving trump card. Although Song Qingming still has many magic weapons and talismans, facing the powerful attack of the Yuanying cultivator at this moment, ordinary defensive spiritual objects can hardly help him deal with it. And the only level 3 upper grade defensive talisman he has been used to resist the first red sword light before. At this moment, he can no longer take out a better defensive spiritual object. For this reason, Song Qingming did not dare to be careless at all. He directly took out the level 4 lower grade talisman on his body and placed all his hopes on this talisman. Although this level 4 lower grade talisman is not a defensive talisman, it is a powerful level 4 spiritual object after all. The effect of using it will definitely not be worse than the level 3 upper grade defensive talisman that Song Qingming had released before. Now the danger is imminent. Even if he is still not sure in his heart, Song Qingming can no longer care about it at this moment. He can only hope that this talisman can resist the opponent's attack. Just as Song Qingming was about to activate the talisman in his hand, a voice suddenly entered his ears, making Song Qingming's face suddenly happy, and he immediately stopped casting the spell. Humph! I knew that guy wouldn't follow the rules. Brother Song, come to my side. Hearing the familiar voice in his ears, Song Qingming turned his head and found that a green escape light was rushing towards his position not far away. It was Feng He, who had not been seen for many days. Seeing Feng He's figure appear, Song Qingming hurriedly turned the escape light to move towards him, and the tension in his heart instantly relaxed a lot. When Song Qingming and Feng He met, the second red sword light had already arrived behind him, emitting a powerful force. The sword energy of the Yanling is much more powerful than before. Seeing the red sword light behind Song Qingming, Feng He said calmly, and then cast a spell and threw out a golden seal magic weapon. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a huge mountain more than 10 feet high, blocking the two of them. After the red sword light hit the top of the golden seal, there were bursts of sizzling sounds of burning flames. Song Qingming, who was not far away, also immediately felt a wave of heat. Although the second red sword light was very powerful with flames, it was more powerful than the first sword light that Song Qingming had taken before, and the golden giant seal was burning with red spiritual light. But under the urging of Feng He, who was also a unyielding cultivator, the golden giant seal still firmly resisted the opponent's attack and did not let the red sword light move forward. After a while, the golden giant seal in front of Feng He suddenly exploded with a loud bang, and another violent impact came from the location, shaking the sea surface into a huge wave. When the smoke and dust raised by the explosion dissipated, Qingming, who had stabilized his body, looked closely and found that the red sword light and Feng He's golden seal magic weapon had disappeared together. The golden seal magic weapon Feng He had just used was only a third-level upper-grade magic weapon with relatively ordinary power for unyielding cultivators. After resisting the sword light, it seemed to be automatically detonated by it and was also destroyed in the explosion. Seeing this, Qingming was completely relieved. He hurried forward and bowed to Feng He with lingering fear and said, "Senior Feng He, you came just in time. If you were a little later, I'm afraid I would not be able to cope with you and it would be difficult to see you again." Hearing this, Feng He smiled calmly and said, "Haha. You have a lot of treasures on you, this sword should not kill you. But these guys actually took action here, they really don't care about their face at all. Fortunately, I came in time, otherwise it would have been a big deal." In order not to attract the attention of the unyielding cultivators on the island, Feng He has been hiding in a cave on the coast these days and did not dare to get too close to the Fenglai island. Until recently, Feng He, who sensed that a giant and cultivator from the secret realm was passing by the seaside and knew that the secret realm of Fenglai island had been closed, took the initiative to walk out to the seaside for a distance. Unexpectedly, this was an unintentional act, but he happened to run into the scene of Qingming being chased. Before, when Qingming was resisting the opponent's first red sword light, Feng He, who was dozens of miles away, had already discovered the huge movement on his side. He was a little worried about Qingming's safety, so he immediately came over here quickly, and just appeared here in time to save him. "How is it, I should have got the things?" Hearing Feng He's question, Qingming nodded quickly and threw a storage magic tool that he had carefully hidden on his body directly to the other party. "Fortunately, I have fulfilled my mission. This guy is indeed strong. Fortunately, I have the skills that the senior gave me in advance to restrain him, otherwise I may not be able to defeat him." Seeing the storage magic weapon thrown by Qingming, Feng He's face suddenly lit up with joy. He took it in his hand and took a look at it before putting it away. Then he urged Qingming, "Okay. That guy will probably catch up soon. This is not the place to talk. Let's go first." After Feng He finished speaking, he waved his hand and put away the flying boat beside him, and then jumped directly onto his phantom boat in Qingming's somewhat surprised gaze. "Senior, what are you doing?" Seeing the confusion on Qingming's face, Feng He quickly explained, "That guy's cultivation is not lower than mine. If we speed up rashly, it may easily attract his attention. Don't worry. This guy practices a fire-attributed technique. Next, as long as we escape into the sea, he won't be able to cast spells to attack us from a distance so easily. You can just control the flying boat with peace of mind, and leave the rest to me. Don't worry, I'm ready, nothing will happen." The reason why Feng He said this was that he didn't want to expose his identity in advance, so he asked Qingming to continue using the phantom boat to travel. Including in the previous battle, he also used a low-quality third-level upper-grade defensive magic weapon, and deliberately detonated the self-destructive magic weapon to hide himself, pretending to be a giant and cultivator with insufficient strength. Hearing what Feng He said, Qingming immediately understood that he didn't want to alert the enemy, and quickly cast a spell towards the flying boat under his feet, turning into a white escape light and escaping directly into the sea, quickly disappearing from the spot. Qi Refinement, who was 100 miles away from the battlefield, also felt the second sword light he had just released, but still failed to take down the opponent. He couldn't help but show a little more surprise on his face. "You actually know to hide in the sea to disrupt my pursuit. It's getting more and more interesting. It seems that I still underestimated you. In this case, I can only meet you in person. It's really not that easy to kill Wuxin. I hope you won't let me down next," Qi Refinement muttered to himself, and then showed a thoughtful look. The wide giant python under his feet suddenly became bright, and the speed of escape increased a bit. After the two escaped into the sea, because of the seawater blocking, the speed of the flying boat under Qingming's feet also slowed down a little. But at this moment, because Feng He was there, he was no longer afraid of the opponent's golden light attack. He began to control the flying boat under his feet with all his heart and soul, maintaining the fastest escape speed and rushing to the place Feng He told him. After the two of them had galloped for dozens of miles in the sea, they soon arrived not far from the shore. However, the flying boat controlled by Song Qingming did not rush out of the sea, but turned around and continued to move eastward along the coast. After walking for about 100 miles, Song Qingming finally controlled the flying boat to jump out of the sea and arrived at an island designated by Feng He. This island is not large in area. It is a deserted island with no spiritual energy. It is only dozens of miles away from the coast. Standing in the sky, Song Qingming can still clearly see the coastline in the distance. As soon as the two appeared over the island, a spiritual light flew out from the island. It was Song Yuanli, who had been separated from Song Qingming for more than a month. Since Song Qingming went to Fenglai Island, knowing that he was going to help Feng He to carry out a more dangerous mission, Song Yuanli has been a little worried about his safety these days. Seeing Song Qingming return safely at this moment, Song Yuanli was also a little excited, and immediately took the initiative to greet him with a happy face. "Seventh uncle, you are back." Song Yuanli came to the two of them and was interrupted by Feng He, who waved his hand before he finished speaking. He said to the two of them with a serious face, "That guy will be here soon. There is no time to reminisce with you now. Let's go and prepare ourselves. It will be a tough battle next, and I am afraid I can't take care of you. I have nothing else to ask for in this life, but I hope to avenge my hatred in my lifetime. Brother Song, please work together to help me kill this man. Don't worry, senior. Since we are here, we will do our best and will not let you down." After hearing Feng He's words and instructions, Song Qingming and Song Yuanli hurriedly bowed to him, and then the two turned around and left the place to the island below. Not long after Song Qingming and the others left, a red spiritual light suddenly lit up in the sky far away from the island, and quickly rushed towards the location of the deserted island. Feng He, standing in the same place, looked at the distance, and soon a white jade pendant appeared in his hand. It was the storage magic tool Song Qingming had given him before. Because he had promised Feng He before, Song Qingming did not choose to open the other party's storage magic tool after killing Chu Wuxin, and he did not know what was inside. On the way here, Feng He had erased all the marks left by Chu Wuxin on the jade bottle. At this moment, his consciousness just moved slightly, and he quickly and easily probed into the magic tool in his hand. After a while, Feng He took out a magic weapon, the Ho Chixin sword used by Chu Wuxin before, and a wooden sign that looked a bit dark. Feng He, who got these two spiritual objects, turned around again and saw the red spiritual light in the distant sky, and his face suddenly showed a hint of excitement. 500 years apart. "Junior brother, we will meet again soon," Feng He whispered softly, and his figure immediately disappeared from the spot, without a trace. Half a minute later, as a red bloodlight slowly descended on the deserted island, the nearby sea surface also reflected bursts of red light, dyeing the area near the island red. Chu Daoping, wearing a golden crown and stepping on a white python, looked at the deserted island on the sea below, and a playful smile appeared on his face. "Haha. I thought you could run so far, but you showed up so soon." After his spiritual sense lightly scanned the deserted island, Chu Daoping quickly opened his eyes, and the next moment he disappeared directly in the air and came to a small canyon on the south side of the island. Chu Daoping, who had just appeared, looked forward, and a green-robed man sitting on a boulder immediately fell into his sight. "It seems that this should be the cemetery you have chosen for yourself." Seeing the green-robed man in front of him, who was the object he had been pursuing all the way, Chu Daoao looked at him and had already regarded him as a dead man. He walked directly into the air and walked to the other party's position in an instant. However, just as he was getting close to the green-robed man in front of him, Chu Daoping suddenly felt something was wrong. He stopped not far from the man, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. "Hey! There's something wrong with your aura. You are hiding your cultivation. No wonder Wuxin fell into your hands. You are really good at tricking me. You almost fooled me." Before Song Qingming was still on the Wind and Thunder Island, Chu Daoping had already sensed Chu Wuxin's aura from him, so he tracked him all the way here. Before this, Song Qingming's cultivation was only at the 8th level of the Golden Core, but now that Chu Daoping was close to the green-robed man, he noticed that the other party's cultivation had suddenly changed, much stronger than before, and was no longer in the category of the 8th level of the Golden Core. Seeing that the other party had noticed it, the green-robed man smiled slightly, and then he did not hide his cultivation. After he stood up, He immediately exuded a strong pressure. Nascent Soul Cultivator. How is this possible? The forbidden formation on Fenglai Island may not be able to evade detection, even for a cultivator in the late stage of Nascent Soul. How can you be so capable when you are only at the third stage of Nascent Soul? Did I find the wrong person and disturb you? Seeing the green-robed man in front of him suddenly showing his Nascent Soul cultivation, Qi Refinement's face suddenly showed a trace of surprise, and he asked in disbelief. Originally, he thought he was chasing an ordinary giant and cultivator like Song Qingming, but he didn't expect that when he came to this island, a strange unyielding cultivator suddenly appeared, which really caught him off guard. No matter how powerful the giant and cultivator's magical powers were, they were insignificant in Qi Refinement's eyes, but when facing a strange unyielding cultivator, the situation was a little different. Unyielding cultivators are already at the top of the cultivation world, and generally, everyone will try to be nice to them and will not easily make enemies with others. Before he was sure whether the other party was a friend or foe, Qi Refinement tried to ask carefully to prevent any misunderstandings from happening. Otherwise, it would be more trouble than gain to create an enemy. Hearing Qi Refinement's question, Feng He did not answer his question directly, but showed him a strange smile. 500 years, I have waited for 500 years. Do you know how I have been here for these 500 years? Ha ha ha. After Feng He finished speaking, he burst into laughter again. Qi Refinement, who was standing opposite him, was puzzled and surprised when he heard Feng He's somewhat unreasonable answer. What 500 years? Who are you and why did you lead me here? Facing Qi Refinement's question, Feng He still stood there and laughed crazily, but did not answer the other party's question. Seeing Feng He so abnormal, Qi Refinement's face was more confused. After scanning the other party for a while, he waved his hand and sent out a powerful pressure, which shocked the crazy Feng He back 2 steps. It seems that Wuxin's thing was really done by Dao Yao. No matter who you are, you must give me an explanation for what happened today, otherwise it will be difficult for you to leave here. Qi Refinement has been condensing the nascent soul for more than 700 years. He has reached the 5th level of the nascent soul and is also a well-known old-fashioned nascent soul cultivator in the Xianhezuk Xianji. Except for a few late nascent soul cultivators, Qi Refinement had not suffered much loss in front of cultivators of the same level over the years. Seeing that Feng He in front of him was only at the 3rd level of nascent soul and actually did not take him, a mid-nascent soul cultivator, seriously. Qi Refinement's face suddenly showed some anger. Although no one wanted to offend an enemy of the same level for no reason, if Feng He was really the one who framed Chu Wuxin and was coming for him, he would not let him go easily. Facing the angry Qi Refinement, Feng He finally recovered from a trace of madness and turned to Qi Refinement with a pair of cold eyes. An explanation? Yes, I have waited for so long. In fact, just to give you an explanation. It's been 500 years, it's time for us to make a conclusion. Your Excellency always mentions 500 years, but I think you are only 200 or 300 years old at most. Could it be that we knew each other 500 years ago? Faced with Feng He's somewhat crazy and incoherent answer, Qi Refinement's face was more and more confused, and he couldn't help but fall into deep thought. While he was thinking, a figure that made him a little scared and unlikely to appear suddenly disappeared into his mind, making Qi Refinement's face become very solemn. Chapter 781 Senior Brothers and Junior Brothers, Demon God from the Upper Realm. The figure that Qi Refinement saw has always been the one he feared the most. Even though this person had died for many years, he would often appear in his mind, making it difficult for him to forget. Seeing the slight change on Qi Refinement's face, Feng He smiled, and his eyes looking at the other party were also a little more playful and excited. Seeing this, Qi Refinement's expression became more and more solemn. After a while, he continued, when the soul lamp of your life left and the sect went out, I thought you should have disappeared from this world. I didn't expect that after so many years, I can still see you again. It seems that this is really God's will, Brother Feng. Feng He heard the excitement on his face, and nodded directly to Qi Refinement and said, I thought you had forgotten my existence in 500 years, but you finally remembered it, my good brother, haha. What are you talking about, Brother Feng? If it weren't for you, how could I have the opportunity to step into the nascent soul realm? I'm afraid I would have exhausted my lifespan and been trapped in the golden core realm world. Senior brother, you are my great benefactor. Even if you are gone, I have also offered a tablet for you in the ancestral hall of Luofang Valley. I have never forgotten your contributions to the sect, but now you are standing in front of me again, which makes my painstaking efforts a bit wasted. Senior Brother Feng, the past is over. Since you have chosen to take over another body and be reborn, why don't you stay away and pursue the longevity path that Senior Brother wants most? Why do you still go to great lengths to come here to see me? Seeing that the Senior Brother who had fallen for many years appeared in front of him again, Qi Refinement was shocked, and his face slowly regained a calm look, and he opened his mouth to test the other party's intentions. On Feng He's side, upon hearing Qi Refinement's question, he chuckled and said slowly, Junior Brother, compared to the path of cultivation, you may not know that in the past 500 years, I have cared more about you. If you had caught up with me back then, perhaps I would have been reincarnated long ago, and you and I would never meet again. But since God has destined my life not turned and given me the opportunity to take revenge, if I don't come to see you, wouldn't I be failing the will of heaven? Revenge? Haha, 500 years have passed, and you are still so confident. You really are worthy of being one of the most talented people in our Cheyenne cultivation world in thousands of years. People. However, although your cultivation talent is far superior to others, you really haven't made any progress in your character. If you can hold back this hatred in your heart and practice for more than 100 years, you may still have a chance. But now, with your cultivation of the third level of the nascent soul, you want to talk about revenge in front of me. Isn't it a bit too arrogant? You don't think that my cultivation strength will be the same as it was 500 years ago? As soon as Qi Refinement finished speaking, a strong pressure burst out from his body, and then a white giant python appeared out of thin air at his feet. This white giant python is also a 4th level inferior puppet beast of the nascent soul level. As soon as it appeared, it rolled up a strong whirlwind in the canyon. White-scaled fantasy cloud python. You have kept this thing well for me. Seeing the appearance of this white giant python, Feng He's eyes flashed with a trace of fierceness. After summoning the white giant python, Qi Refinement immediately began to cast spells quickly with both hands, and took out a flying sword magic weapon that was somewhat similar to the Luo Red Heart sword from his body. Brother Feng. Since we must have a conclusion today, don't blame me for offending you. After shouting to Feng He, Qi Refinement disappeared from the spot with a flash of light. The next moment, he appeared in the air again and waved gently at the position where Feng He was. As Qi Refinement waved the flying sword in his hand, a red sword light with an extremely powerful momentum flew out from in front of him and headed straight for Feng He's position. At the same time, the white giant python that was originally under Qi Refinement's feet suddenly disappeared without a trace, leaving only a residual image on the spot. Facing Qi Refinement's fierce attack, Feng He did not show any panic on his face. He still looked at the other party calmly, without any intention of dodging. When the red sword light came not far in front of Feng He, the sword light wrapped with fierce flames suddenly disappeared, as if it had sunk into the void. Not far away, Feng He was watching all this with an expressionless face. In front of him, there was a transparent mirror with rippling water. It was this special mirror that swallowed up the red sword light. The red sword light just disappeared, and a white python above Feng He's head suddenly appeared in the air, raised its huge mouth and spit out several white light blades. But the giant python had just appeared, and a crane cry came from behind Feng He, and then a white bird with the same snow-white body directly rushed towards the giant python in the air. The pressure emanating from this white bird was no less than that of the white-scale fantasy cloud python in front of him, and it was also a 4th level low-grade puppet beast of the nascent soul level. As soon as the white bird came to the air, it flapped its wings and released several white lightnings, directly defeating the attack of the white-scale fantasy cloud python, and then fought with it. Level 4 puppet beast. I didn't expect that Senior Brother Feng could actually refine this kind of spiritual creature. It seems that his puppetry skills have not deteriorated over the years. No wonder he has the confidence to come here to seek revenge on me. But it's not enough to deal with me with just these. Seeing that the big white bird in front of him and the transparent water mirror in front of Feng He had dealt with all the attacks he launched, Qi Refinement's face did not look too surprised, and a red spiritual light gathered in his hand. Just as Qi Refinement was about to launch an attack again, the transparent water mirror in front of Feng He suddenly turned into a red color, and then a red sword light flew out of the transparent water mirror and flew straight to Qi Refinement in the air. This is Flame Spirit Sword Qi. Seeing that the red sword light in front of him actually exuded a very familiar breath, Qi Refinement also quickly realized that the sword light in front of him was what he had just used, and a trace of surprise appeared on his face. Seeing the red sword light coming quickly, Qi Refinement did not have any extra time to think about it. He immediately sent out a red light shield full of flames to block in front of him. There was only a loud boom and a fierce flame suddenly rose at the scene, illuminating the entire canyon where the two were in a blood-red color. Junior brother. Since I am here today, I will naturally be prepared. This is the burial place I carefully selected for you. As soon as Feng He finished speaking, dozens of spiritual lights suddenly lit up around the canyon, and then two transparent light shields appeared in the air and covered the entire canyon. Seeing that the two light shields instantly blocked the entire canyon and trapped himself in the magic circle, Qi Refinement's face was slightly surprised, and his eyes looking at Feng He were also a little more serious at this moment. Tiangang 5 Elements Formation, Shurian Fire Formation. No wonder when I came here just now, I always felt that the spiritual energy here was a little wrong, so that's it. In order to deal with me, senior brother specially arranged so many formations here. It's really a bit of trouble. It seems that you have found a lot of helpers this time. I really underestimated you before. However, the power of these formations you arranged is really a little lacking. At most, they can only keep me here temporarily. What can you do to me? This is the Qianhe Immortal Cultivation world. You are not the only one who can find help. Although he is not a high-level formation master, Qi Refinement is naturally not too bad as a unyielding cultivator. When he just came to the top of the canyon, Qi Refinement had already faintly discovered that there was something wrong nearby. It's just that at that time, he thought that he was only tracking Song Qingming, and didn't know that there would be a unyielding cultivator waiting here, so he was a little careless and let himself fall into the trap set by Feng He. However, both the Tiangang 5 Elements Formation and the Shurian Fire Formation are high-level formations that are biased towards defense. They do not have strong attack capabilities and can only trap him, a unyielding cultivator, for a period of time at most. Even though he was suddenly trapped by two large formations, Qi Refinement was only a little surprised and not too panicked. He spoke directly to reveal the reality of the large formation above. After Qi Refinement finished speaking, two more white talismans appeared in his hand with a flash of spiritual light. Then the talismans suddenly ignited a flame, but in an instant they turned into ashes and disappeared in his hands. This nameless deserted island is only less than 2,000 miles away from the Fenglai Island. A giant cultivator can reach it in as fast as 1 hour. Seeing that the teleportation talisman in his hand was successfully sent out, Qi Refinement's face looked a little better. Qi Refinement had just finished casting a spell. On a sea surface to the north of the Fenglai Island thousands of miles away, a giant elder who was monitoring the Luimi Valley in the distance suddenly felt a little strange coming from his body. Among them, the man in yellow who had spoken to Qi Refinement before, quickly cast a spell to take out a white talisman with a glowing light from the storage magic tool. Hey! What's going on? The man in yellow saw the distress signal emitted from the talisman in his hand, and for a moment he thought he had seen it wrong, and he could not help but be stunned on the spot. Just when the man in yellow had a bit of doubt on his face, a beam of light suddenly flew towards him from a distance, and then a big man in a yellow robe came to him. Brother Zhao, we just received a message from our uncle to summon us. What's going on? No. It seems that our uncle has encountered some trouble. Brother Yu, don't worry about this for now. Let's go over and help quickly, so as not to be blamed if we go too late. On the nameless deserted island, Feng He saw Qi Refinement sending a message for help, and his face still did not change, as if he didn't care about it at all. If you want to find help, I can't stop you, but whether you will live to see the reinforcements arrive is a little hard to say. Feng He finished speaking, and a flash of light flashed in his hand. Then, an ordinary black wooden sign and a flying sword magic weapon with red light flashed in front of him. These two magic objects were taken out from Chu Wuxin's storage magic weapon after he opened it. Seeing the two familiar magic weapons in front of him, Qi Refinement also recognized that these were Chu Wuxin's things, but for a moment he didn't understand why Feng He suddenly took them out. After taking out the two magic weapons, Feng He ignored the puzzlement on Qi Refinement's face, and directly cast a spell to roll up a burst of black light, and the whole person was soon wrapped in a ball of black light. I didn't expect that senior brother Feng, who claimed to be upright, a demon slayer and a hater of evil, would actually practice such a profound magic cultivation technique. This really opened my eyes. Aren't you afraid that you will fall into the devil's way and be targeted by the demon gods in the upper realm? Ha ha ha, whether it's the righteous way or the devil's way. As long as I can kill you and avenge you, I don't care even if I fall into the devil's way forever and be enslaved by the demon gods in the upper realm. As the black spiritual energy on Feng He's body became thicker and thicker, a strange phenomenon suddenly appeared in the sky above his head, gathering a group of black clouds. Not long after, a white light suddenly lit up in the black clouds above the sky, and then a huge eye with closed eyes appeared in the black fog. After the white giant eye appeared, Feng He cast a spell and spit out a large mouthful of blood, dyeing the black token and the Lihuochixin sword in his hand into blood red. At the same time, the giant white eye that smelled the blood suddenly opened and released a white light that shone on Feng He. Ah! Feng He suddenly let out a shrill scream the moment he came into contact with the white light, causing Qiu Daoping, who was not far away, to change his expression. Qiu Daoping, who was standing still, felt a sense of crisis when he saw the scene in front of him. When he was about to step forward to stop the other party, he suddenly felt an unbearable pain in his body, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Feng Xiannian, you dare to feed the demon god with your blood? Are you crazy? The black wooden sign and the Lihuochixin sword that Feng He had taken out before were both self-defense magic weapons that Qiu Daoping had given to his junior Qiu Wuxin. Apart from the fact that their magical powers were stronger than those of ordinary magic weapons of the same level, there was nothing special about them. Therefore, when Qiu Daoping saw these two magic weapons in Feng He's hands at first, he did not seem too panicked. It was not until he saw the giant's eye open and shine on Feng He, and began to devour the essence and blood on the magic weapon in front of Feng He, that Qiu Daoping saw the other party's true intention. These two magic weapons were used by Qiu Daoping himself in his early years, and there was still a trace of his divine consciousness and essence on them, but at this moment, they were directly swallowed up by the giant eye of the demon god in the sky. After his own essence and blood were swallowed up by the demon god, Qiu Daoping's body suffered a little backlash just like Feng He. At this moment, he also felt that he was stared at by the white giant eye in the sky. Separated by the interface, although it is difficult for the upper world demon god to descend to the lower world, as long as someone guides its divine consciousness, it can still be passed through the power of the interface to the lower world. Because the difference in spiritual consciousness is too great, once the lower world cultivators are stared at by the demon god's divine consciousness, it will also be difficult to get rid of it. Feng He just used his own essence and blood to feed the upper world demon god, and Qiu Daoping's essence and blood were also swallowed by the demon god. At this moment, both of them have been stained with a trace of the demon god's divine consciousness. If they accidentally have inner demons and are tempted by the upper realm demon god in their future cultivation, they may be controlled by the demon god and fall into the devil path, becoming a demon cultivator enslaved by it. Moreover, these will accompany the cultivator for life. Even if you ascend to the upper realm, you may still be found by the demon god, unless you can find a way to get rid of the demon god's divine thoughts, or your own cultivation level exceeds that of the other party to completely eliminate the hidden danger. However, compared with Feng He, who was devoured by a large amount of blood in essence at one time, Qiu Daoping was only devoured by a trace of blood in essence. In addition to being targeted by the demon god's divine thoughts, there will not be any other major impact for a while. Feng He is not only targeted by the upper realm demon god at this moment, but also devoured most of his own blood in essence. At least he will lose hundreds of years of his lifespan. Feng He is a person who has taken over the body. His lifespan is only a few hundred years. Losing hundreds of years of lifespan at a time is definitely an unbearable huge price for him. At this moment, Feng He, who is illuminated by the white light, not only had a very painful expression on his face, but also looked a little old because of the loss of too much blood in essence. Qiu Daoping, who was standing on the spot, shouted angrily and was about to step forward to stop Feng He from casting the spell, but the red sword light he swung out was blocked by the transparent water mirror just when it approached Feng He. Seeing that Feng He's aura suddenly began to surge and became a little different, Qiu Daoping suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. He didn't want to entangle with him here, so he turned around and turned into a beam of light to escape from the canyon. As soon as he flew over the canyon, Qiu Daoping swung his sword and immediately shook the two large formations outside. Song Yuanli, who was helping to control the formation, saw this and hurriedly threw the two high-quality spirit stones that had been prepared long ago into the formation's eye beside him, replenishing the lost spiritual energy of the formation and quickly stabilizing it. After failing to hit the first blow, Qi Refinement immediately swung his sword again to attack, but just as he swung his second sword, a ball of black air suddenly flew out from the bottom of the canyon, directly covering Qi Refinement, and pulling him back into the canyon. What is this? What did you do? After being infected by the black air, Qi Refinement found that he could not get rid of it no matter how he cast a spell. He was a little panicked for a while. Feng He, who was also entangled by the black air, had come to him at this moment and showed him a smug smile. Haha. Junior brother, the two large formations above are not specially used to trap you, but I specially arranged them to prevent outsiders from coming in. In order to deal with you, I have carefully prepared for hundreds of years. How could I let you escape easily? Now your blood has been devoured by the demon god. As long as the demon god's divine thoughts are still here, you will never escape. Before, I thought that Feng He ventured into the secret realm to deal with Chu Wuxin just to lure me here. It was not until I heard Feng He's explanation at this moment that Qi Refinement completely understood that the other party's calculations were far more than that. Seeing Feng He, who was so cruel in front of him, Qi Refinement suddenly felt a little strange, as if he had never met the person in front of him. Brother Feng, I was indeed sorry for what happened back then, but I was forced to take action against you for the sake of the sect's plans. If you had not insisted on your own way and had been willing to cooperate with other sects, perhaps the things that happened later would not have happened, and you and I would still be brothers in the same sect. Now that so many years have passed, you and I are both old and hopeless. There is really no need to fight to the death for this little power. Brother, if you are willing, I can resign from the position of Supreme Elder and give you the power of the sect. How about we go back to Luifang Valley together? After being contaminated by the black air, Qi Refinement found it difficult to escape for a while. Facing Feng He, who had a somewhat fierce aura in front of him, he gradually felt a little more fear in his heart. Feng He, who originally had only the third level of nascent soul, suddenly increased his pressure several times after being illuminated by the demon god's white giant eye, and was close to the late nascent soul stage. Qi Refinement, who was not sure that he could defeat his opponent, changed his attitude and compromised with Feng He, wanting to try to negotiate peace with him. However, facing Qi Refinement's request for peace, Feng He replied slowly with an indifferent look on his face, Junior brother, you are really fickle. Do you think that I am still the Feng Xiannian of the past and will let you go out of consideration for our friendship? What bullshit sect justice? Don't think that I don't know why you betrayed me and attacked me back then. Let me tell you, Feng Xiannian of Luifang Valley has been dead for a long time, and I don't care about these anymore. The person standing in front of you now is just a person who has taken over other people's bodies and practiced the magic skills. 500 years of day and night demons in your heart, how can you eliminate them with just a few words? If it weren't for this purpose of crushing you to ashes, I'm afraid I wouldn't be alive today. After Feng He finished speaking, a hint of ruthlessness immediately appeared in his eyes, and then he began to cast a spell with one hand, and took out a huge spear from the black air that was wrapped around him, and the whole person stood in the air like a demon. Seeing a strong pressure coming from Feng He's front, and the black spiritual light gathering to prepare for the attack, Qi Refinement also knew that the other party would not let him go easily, and immediately let go of the thought of making peace, and his expression changed again, revealing a bit of ruthlessness. It was indeed my carelessness today that led to your calculation, which can be regarded as the cause and effect of not completely ending you in the past. I thought that we were all fellow disciples, and we could sit down and talk and solve it ourselves. There was no need to fight to the death, but some things would always go against one's will. Since senior brother still refuses to let go, then I have no choice. Eliminating demons and defending the way should not be my own business. After Qi Refinement finished speaking, his eyes became very firm, and he cast a spell again to take out a palm-sized golden token from his body. This token looks very delicate. In addition to the exquisite patterns carved around it, there are two big golden characters Xianhe in the middle. It is the Xianhe order that only Qi Refinement and several other unyielding elders of Xianhe League hold. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 782, Deserted Island Battle, Yuanying leaving the body. The Xianhe order in Qi Refinement's hand, in addition to being able to command all the cultivators who joined the Xianhe League during wartime, is also a high-grade 4th-level magic weapon that allows them to communicate with each other, even if they are thousands of miles apart. After taking out the Xianhe order in his hand, several figures suddenly appeared in the void. These people were all other unyielding cultivators in the Xianhe League. Among them, an old man in a green robe with gray hair was sitting in a cave, and he seemed to be practicing in seclusion. Seeing Qiu Daoping and Feng He was surrounded by black air not far away, the green-robed old man suddenly showed a trace of doubt on his face, and asked Qiu Daoping, "Fellow Taoist Qiu, what's going on?" Qiu Daoping immediately replied seriously, "Fellow Taoists, the grudge from 500 years ago is back again. If you don't want to see the collapse of the Xianhe League, please come and help me." 500 years ago? Could he be? Hearing Qiu Daoping mention the 500 years of grudges, the green-robed old man and several other Yuanying supreme elders of the Xianhe League all showed a look of surprise on their faces, and soon guessed who Feng He was in front of them. After just a slight hesitation, the green-robed old man in the void began to cast a spell, but in a moment a ray of spiritual light shot out from the void, and a figure walked out of the void. This person looks exactly like the green-robed old man in the void, but there is a trace of heroism between his eyebrows, making him look younger. Seeing the old man in green robe coming to his side, Qiu Daoping's face instantly showed a hint of joy, and his whole expression was a lot more relaxed. This is the magic thought of the demon god. He actually asked the demon god to help him. It's really a bit tricky. The old man in green robe who just appeared, felt a powerful breath emanating from the wind crane in the distance, and his face instantly became solemn. Hearing this, Qiu Daoping said calmly, "Don't worry, fellow Taoist Chuan, he just used his own blood in essence, and the magic thought of the demon god he attracted should not be much, and he can't hold on for too long. Fellow Taoist Yun and the others are not far from here. Fellow Taoist, just help me hold on until the reinforcements arrive, and then he will naturally retreat. Your Qingming sect also had a part in what happened back then, so please let fellow Taoist Yuan know about it. If something happens to me today, Luofang Valley will definitely fall into his hands, and perhaps Xianhe League may no longer exist in the future." Hearing this, the old man in green robe looked ahead with a solemn expression and nodded slightly. "Fellow Taoist Chu, I know all this even if you don't tell me, otherwise I wouldn't have cast a spell and come here first. Even if there is no past grudge between you, since we have seen someone lead the demon god from the upper realm today, it is our responsibility to eliminate the demon and defend the way. Brother Yuan is right. When we formed the alliance that year, we had already made a vow to advance and retreat together. No matter who this person is, if he dares to attack the monks of Xianhe League, how can we sit idly by? Don't worry, fellow Taoists, we will come to support us." While Qiu Daoping was talking to the old man in green robe, several other phantoms in the air also nodded. And then the figures of these people disappeared directly in the air. Seeing this, the expression on fellow Taoist Chu's face became more stable. Now the reinforcements are on the way, and the old man in green robe who broke through the air beside him is also a cultivator who has reached the nascent soul stage like him. The momentum of the two of them combined is no less than that of Feng He in front of him. Even if he couldn't kill the other party, at least he wouldn't be in any danger. As long as he waited for the other nascent soul cultivators to arrive, Feng He wouldn't be able to defeat them even with the help of the demon god's divine thoughts. After the phantoms disappeared, the old man in green robe turned around and looked at Feng He who was still accumulating strength in the air, with a bit of regret in his eyes. "Fellow Taoist Feng, you and I had some friendship back then. I didn't expect that after not seeing you for so many years, you would go to this extent for revenge. It's really fate." Facing the green-robed old man who suddenly appeared, Feng He frowned slightly and sighed softly. "Even if it's because of our friendship back then, fellow Taoist, you shouldn't have come here to interfere in this matter. I came back this time just to settle my grudge with him, and I have no intention of reminiscing with you guys. If Brother Yuan can leave on his own now, I can promise you that I won't cause trouble for your Qingming sect in the future. To be honest, we did go too far back then, and it's understandable that fellow Taoist came back to take revenge today. But now that Luofang Valley has joined the Xianhe League, we are of the same blood. Your Excellency is very sorry to Chu if you take action. It means declaring war on the entire Xianhe League. With me here today, you will not have the chance to succeed. I advise you to take a step back. Otherwise, when other Taoists come here, it will not be so easy for you to leave here." Hearing the advice of the old man in green robe, Feng He smiled and shook his head and said, "Ha ha ha, I haven't seen you for 500 years, and Brother Yuan's tone is really getting bigger and bigger. After hundreds of years of careful planning, I finally waited until today. No one can let me take a step back. Not to mention that it's just one of your incarnations. Even if you come in person, you can't protect him today. Qi Refinement, it's your turn to take your life. After Feng He finished speaking, the spiritual light on his body suddenly lit up, and the black spear in his hand turned directly into dozens of feet high. With one spear, he rushed straight to Qi Refinement's position with the momentum of the sky. Qi Refinement and the old man in green robe frowned when they saw this, and each took out their own magic weapon to protect in front of them to form a powerful shield. Boom! With a loud noise, the whole canyon began to shake violently, as if it had encountered a tsunami and earthquake, causing the entire island to shake a few times. Feng He, who had strengthened his own strength by guiding the demon god, had now increased his cultivation several times, and was almost approaching the 7th level of the nascent soul. Before Feng He took over the body, he was already a strong man who was as strong as the late nascent soul. Now that he had recovered his cultivation, his fighting strength was comparable to that of the late nascent soul cultivators. However, his opponent, Qi Refinement, who was at the 5th level of the nascent soul, was also a veteran nascent soul cultivator who had formed the nascent soul for many years, and his fighting strength was not considered weak among the nascent soul cultivators. The other old man in green robe, although his cultivation was slightly weaker and was only at the 4th level of the nascent soul, was originally the incarnation of a late nascent soul cultivator, and his strength was not much worse than Qi Refinement. The three of them were all nascent soul level cultivators, and with the two 4th level puppet beasts fighting next to them, the battle in the canyon was also earth-shaking for a while. Is this the fight between unyielding cultivators? It's so shocking. I wonder if Senior Feng can successfully kill this person and avenge himself. Song Yuanli, who was standing in a magic circle outside the canyon, could not help but show a bit of surprise on his face after feeling the huge movement below. Compared with the nervousness on Song Yuanli's face, Song Qingming and Yi Linyan, who were also staring at the battlefield in the canyon through the magic circle, looked much calmer and did not show any panic. Both of them were late giant and cultivators who had formed a pill for many years. Although their own cultivation was still far from that of unyielding cultivators, they still had a certain understanding of the strength of unyielding cultivators. Although he knew that Feng He was very persistent in revenge, he was still shocked when he saw that Feng He was willing to sacrifice himself to devour the devil and lead the demon gods from the upper realm to help him. After Feng He had taken over another body and rebuilt, his remaining lifespan was far less than that of other people who had normally broken through to the nascent soul stage. Now, in order to receive the demon god, he had lost a lot of his own blood and lifespan. It was difficult for him to make further progress in his cultivation in the future. Even if he could kill Qi Refinement and avenge himself, for Feng He, it would be a matter of hurting the enemy by 1,000 and hurting himself by 800. As Song Qingming, who had been dealing with Feng He for many years, did not expect that he would completely ignore his own path for revenge. Seeing Feng He fighting alone against Qi Refinement and the old man in green robe, two nascent soul cultivators, Song Qingming and his friends were a little worried, but their current cultivation was still a little insufficient, and they could not intervene in this level of battle at will. According to Feng He's prior instructions, the main task of the three of them was to take care of the several large formations outside the canyon. While using the large formations to block Qi Refinement's retreat, they also had to help Feng He block the reinforcements that might appear outside as much as possible, so as not to let them easily intervene in the fight inside, and buy more time for Feng He to kill his opponent. The deserted island, where the few people were located, was not far from the Wind and Thunder Island. The giant and monks of the Falling Maple Valley must still be nearby. Although they had been prepared for a long time, Song Qingming still felt a little uneasy. Qi Refinement's cultivation was not low, and suddenly there appeared an old man in green robes who was also in the nascent soul stage. If Feng He could not defeat him in a short time, once the other party waited for strong reinforcements, the situation would be a little difficult to say. After the battle in the canyon began, both sides did not hold back and fought fiercely, which made Song Qingming and others excited. Knowing that the other party had sent a message for help and that he had little time left, Feng He used his magical powers to attack with all his strength from the beginning, without leaving any room for himself, and firmly suppressed Qi Refinement and the old man in green robes, two nascent soul mid-stage monks. However, Although it is not difficult to distinguish the winner between the nascent soul-level monks, it is not so easy to kill the opponent. Facing Feng He, who was eager to end the battle, the experienced green-robed old man and Qiu Daoping knew each other's intentions and quickly chose to defend without attacking, hoping to delay time and wait for reinforcements to arrive. Seeing that he had no way to defeat his opponent for a while, Feng He raised a black spear in his hand and spit out a mouthful of blood to merge into the spear again, causing the weapon to suddenly glow black and become more powerful. Come again. After the momentum of the spear in his hand surged, Feng He shouted lightly, and the whole person disappeared in midair. The next moment, he appeared in front of Qiu Daoping and stabbed the opponent's chest with a gun. Facing Feng He's sudden fierce attack, Qiu Daoping was unable to dodge and could only control a round jade ring magic weapon in front of him to resist. As a result, a crisp sound rang out, and this high-level defensive magic weapon that had been with Chu Wuxin for many years was directly pierced by Feng He's attack and was destroyed on the spot. Seeing this somewhat shocking scene, Qiu Daoping's face suddenly showed a look of surprise, and he was frightened and retreated repeatedly. Fortunately, the old man in green robe appeared in time, with a shield made of a golden tower, blocking Feng He's attack in front of Qiu Daoping, so that he did not suffer a serious injury. Although Feng He's attack failed to kill the opponent, it destroyed Qiu Daoping's strongest defense, which greatly weakened his defense ability for a while, and it was difficult for him to withstand the opponent's full-strength attack. Not long after, he had several more wounds on his body. Fortunately, the old man in green robe has been taking care of him with all his strength, sharing a lot of pressure for Qiu Daoping, so that he avoided several fatal blows from Feng He. Facing Feng He, whose strength has risen again, Qiu Daoping and the old man in green robe were immediately beaten, a little flustered. They could only grit their teeth and push their own mana to the maximum limit, barely stabilizing the situation and not losing quickly. Seeing that he was already having trouble holding on to Feng He's full-strength attack, the old man in green robe said to Qiu Daoping with an unpleasant look on his face, "Fellow Taoist Qiu, here he has the blessing of the devil's divine thoughts. It is difficult for us to win in a big fight. We should find a way to rush out and change places, otherwise the situation may be bad for us." Facing the suggestion of the old man in green robe, Qiu Daoping's face suddenly showed a bit of bitterness and replied, "I naturally know what fellow Taoist Chuan said, but I have been calculated by him before. I was contaminated by the devil's divine thoughts and could not get away at all. Otherwise, I would not ask for help from you guys." Hearing Qiu Daoping's answer, the old man in green robe also noticed that he was contaminated with a trace of black air, and his face showed a bit of solemnity. The two of them were already at an absolute disadvantage on the front battlefield, and on another battlefield, the battle between the two level 4 puppet beasts was also not optimistic. Although the white-scale illusion cloud python summoned by Qiu Daoping is also a level 4 puppet beast like Feng He's white bird, the white-scale illusion cloud python quickly fell below shortly after the battle began. Feng He seemed to know the white-scale illusion cloud python very well. The magical power of the white bird he refined was very restraining to the opponent. At this moment, the white-scale illusion cloud python had been beaten without any chance to fight back. Seeing that Feng He had already occupied an absolute advantage on the battlefield below, it should be a matter of time before he defeated his opponent. Song Qingming and the other two were slightly relieved at this moment. Just as fellow Taoist Qiu and the old man in green robes were facing the great pressure of Feng He, several rays of light of different colors in the air outside the deserted island had already rushed towards this side. They were the several Jindan elders of Luimag Valley who had received the summoning order before. Not good. The people from Luimag Valley are here. Seeing these people appear, Song Qingming, who had seen them before, quickly recognized them and hurriedly reminded Yi Linhuan and Song Yuanli who were standing beside them. The 4 men in yellow who were on their way were not far from the deserted island. After receiving Qiu Daoping's message, they did not dare to delay for a moment and quickly rushed to the deserted island. As soon as they approached the deserted island, the 4 men in yellow from Falling Maple Valley immediately noticed the violent movement on the island. Even though they were separated by several formations, they still clearly felt the powerful pressure brought by the battle of the nascent soul in the canyon. This is not good. Someone is fighting with the ancestor. After discovering that something was wrong on the island, the 4 men in yellow quickly accelerated their escape speed and approached the canyon. Soon they found 2 formations covering it. The ancestor should be down there. Junior brother Lin, come and see how to break the formation. The leader of the 4, a late giant and cultivator, immediately asked a formation master beside him. However, before they started trying to break the formation, two figures flew out of the formation and flew towards their location to block them. They were Qingming and Yilin, who had been prepared on the side. "Who are you and why are you ambushing us?" Hearing the other party's question, Yilin replied calmly, "We collect money from people and help them get rid of disasters. It doesn't matter who we are. You just need to know that this road is blocked." "Huh? You dare to talk to us like this in Luifang Valley? You are so arrogant." Seeing someone coming to stop them, the four people from Luimi Valley didn't think much about it. They urged the magic weapons in their hands and killed Qingming and the other two. Seeing the other party attacking, Qingming and Yilin took out a formation flag slowly, and cast a spell together to gather the spiritual power above the formation flag to one place, and directly summoned a majestic green dragon from it. When this green dragon was summoned, the pressure it exuded was no less than that of a peak giant and cultivator. As soon as it appeared, it went directly to the location of the four people from Luimi Valley. Because the head of the sect Luo Liangshan was not there, the one with the highest cultivation level among the four people from the falling Maple Valley who came had just reached the 7th level of the Golden Core, and the other three were all early and middle Golden Core cultivators. When the four of them joined forces, they were unable to break through the opponent's blockade and approach the formation above the canyon in the face of the blue dragon controlled by Qingming and Yilin. The formation flag that controlled the blue dragon was a 4th-level magical weapon with special magical powers. He gave it to Qingming and Yilin in advance to prevent the opponent from appearing reinforcements, just in case. The two of them joined forces to cast a spell and summoned a peak Golden Core monster Jinghun. In addition, Qingming and Yilin were late Golden Core cultivators themselves, and they could block the 6 or 7 Golden Core cultivators from the falling Maple Valley from joining forces. But because Luo Liangshan and the others were not there, only 4 yellow-clothed men with relatively average strength came, and Qingming and Yilin stopped them all without much effort. Although they successfully blocked these people, Qingming and Yilin did not seem to relax too much. They kept a close eye on the surroundings to prevent the enemy reinforcements that might appear at any time. When Qingming and his team started fighting, the battlefield in the canyon below had also reached a very critical moment. Facing Feng He's almost desperate suppression, Chu Daoyao and the old man in green robe gradually became unable to hold on. In particular, Chu Daoping, who was targeted by Feng He, was already covered in wounds at this moment, and his arm was cut off by Feng He. Originally, seeing the fight above, they thought that reinforcements had arrived, but they did not expect that after the 4 yellow-clothed men who came to support them arrived, they could not even get close to the canyon. At this point, Chu Daoping also knew that it would be difficult for him to retreat today. Seeing Feng He stab him with another gun, Chu Daoping, who was unable to dodge, had to take out the last high-level talisman on his body to resist. After barely blocking Feng He's powerful attack, Chu Daoping suddenly slapped his forehead, and then a flash of red light appeared, and a 3-inch red baby jumped out from above his head. After the red baby appeared, it looked at Feng He not far away viciously, and then directly picked up the storage magic weapon in front of Chu Daoping, turned into a red escape light and fled out of the canyon. The escaped red baby was Chu Daoping's nascent soul. He had just left his body and was escaping at an extremely fast speed, much faster than the average nascent soul cultivator controlling a flying boat. After the nascent soul cultivator transformed into a nascent soul in his body, he could control the nascent soul to leave his body and move around on his own. Even if his body was destroyed in the future, as long as the nascent soul was intact, he could reshape his body through some unique means. However, reshaping the body was extremely troublesome, and the materials needed were also very expensive. Ordinary nascent soul cultivators would not easily give up their bodies unless they were forced to do so. Moreover, once the nascent soul left the body, in addition to the speed of escaping, the cultivator's own magical powers would immediately decrease by half. If during this period, he was chased and intercepted by a master, the nascent soul without a body would be more likely to perish. Seeing that the reinforcements had not arrived, Chu Daoping knew that if he continued to fight like this, he would most likely perish here, so he gave up his body. Only his body was tainted with a trace of the devil's divine thoughts, and his nascent soul was not affected. As long as the old man in green robes could help him hold Feng He for a while, he could break the above array and escape from here. No matter what the future holds, as long as his nascent soul can successfully escape, he will at least have a chance to reshape his body. But if he is captured by Feng He, then he will only end up dead. Nascent soul is out of the body. Haha, do you think you can escape by giving up your body? Seeing the red baby fleeing out of the canyon, Feng He smiled slightly, and immediately turned into a black light and chased after it. Its speed was not much slower than Qiu Daoping's nascent soul. However, as soon as Feng He moved, the old man in green robes immediately held a bamboo magic weapon and flashed forward to stop Feng He. Brother Yuan, please help me hold him back for a while. No matter what you need in the future, I will definitely find a way to repay you. Facing Qiu Daoping's instructions, the old man in green robe did not speak, but the green bamboo magic weapon in his hand had flashed a powerful spiritual light and instantly turned into a huge net to block Feng He's way. Feng Daoyao, let's stop here, haha. I said, he must die today, no one can save his life. Chapter 783, Killing Yuaning and Settling All Grudges. Facing the obstruction of the old man in green robe, Feng He looked unconcerned. With a flash of black light on his body, he wanted to bypass the opponent and chase Qiu Daoping's nascent soul. Seeing that the opponent did not take his magic weapon seriously, the old man in green robe was also a little unhappy at this moment, and his hands kept pouring magic power into the magic weapon in front of him. The green net transformed by the magic weapon moved instantly and stopped Feng He, who had changed direction. Seeing that he could not escape, Feng He directly waved a black spear in his hand and stabbed it into the green net with all his strength, trying to forcibly break the obstruction of the opponent's magic weapon. But facing Feng He's powerful attack, the old man in green robe was not in a hurry at this moment. He took out a bottle of high-level spiritual water and scattered it directly on the magic weapon in his hand with some reluctance. The spiritual water just touched the green net in front of him, and it suddenly came alive and began to grow rapidly. In just a blink of an eye, it immediately became dozens of times larger. Although the black spear in Feng He's hand pierced the green net in front of him with one shot, the green net healed instantly under the crazy growth before he could cross this obstacle. In just a short moment, Feng He was trapped in the canyon by the green net that kept growing and turned into a green cage. Humph! You have taken out the natural spiritual water. Brother Yuan is really willing to save him. But you want to stop me from taking revenge with this. I'm afraid you still can't do it. Whether you can do it or not, you can only know by trying. For the sake of Xianhe League and Xianhe Xiuxin world, I can't let you pass by it. Well, today, feeling the powerful pressure from the green cage, the old man in green robe immediately cast a spell with his hands with a solemn expression, controlling the magic weapon in front of him to prevent Feng He from escaping. Although he knew that he could not stop the other party, he could only try his best to buy some time for Qiu Daoping, hoping that the other party would quickly break the formation shield above and escape from the canyon. The speed of the nascent soul is usually faster than that of the cultivator. As long as Qiu Daoping can escape from this deserted island safely, he still has a great chance to escape the pursuit of Feng He and survive. While the old man in green robe was trying his best to stop Feng He, Qiu Daoping, who had transformed into his nascent soul, had already arrived above the canyon. He opened his mouth and immediately spit out a red flying sword magic weapon. This red flying sword is Qiu Daoping's natal magic weapon, and it is also a high-quality 4th level medium-grade magic weapon. However, because only the nascent soul is left, the power of this natal magic weapon has been reduced a lot compared to before, and the grade is about the same as the general 4th level low-grade magic weapon. After taking out the natal magic weapon, Qiu Daoping's nascent soul looked at the two large formations blocking his head, and directly cast a spell to swing a sword light and rushed into the sky. Qiu Daoping, who voluntarily gave up his physical body, although his own cultivation and fighting ability dropped by more than half at once, could only exert about 30% to 40% of his usual strength. But Qiu Daoping was a 5th level nascent soul cultivator after all, and his own strength was not bad. Even though he only had his own nascent soul now, he was still equivalent to a nascent soul cultivator who had just formed a nascent soul. The two defensive formations that Feng He and his men had set up in advance above the canyon were 3rd level superior defensive formations with outstanding defensive capabilities, but it was still a little difficult to stop a nascent soul cultivator who was trying to break through the formation with all his strength. With just a flash of sword light, the Ashura Yin fire formation below was instantly shaken by it, and even Song Yuanli, who was controlling the formation, almost lost his footing at this moment. Seeing that the opponent was coming fiercely and wanted to get away quickly, Song Yuanli, who was in the center of the formation, also knew that if he rashly let the opponent go at this time, Feng He's revenge plan that he had planned for 100 years would most likely be ruined. As Song Yuanli wanted to repay Feng He's kindness with all his heart, facing this situation at this moment, he could only hate his low cultivation level. In addition to casting spells with all his strength to stabilize the formation, he had no better way. Qiu Daoping, who was eager to escape, did not give Song Yuanli too much time to react. He swung out 3 fierce sword lights in succession, and soon cut the gray light shield formed by the Ashura Yin fire formation at the bottom in half. Seeing that the first formation in front of him was easily broken by himself, Qiu Daoping's nascent soul also showed a smile on his small face, and began to accumulate mana again, preparing to break the next formation in front of him in one go. The fierce attack of the nascent soul cultivator also caused Song Yuanli, who was fully controlling the formation, to suffer the backlash of the formation and was shocked back several steps, and a ball of blood was directly spit out of his mouth. But this injury did not affect Song Yuanli. After wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he stepped forward and poured all his mana into the last Xiangang 5 elements formation, which was also the last line of defense to prevent the other party from escaping. The huge movement caused by Qiu Daoping's breaking of the Ashura Yin fire formation was also transmitted to Song Qingming and Yi Lingyuan, who were blocking the falling Maple Valley above. Not good, the formation is about to collapse. Fellow Taoist Yi, I'll leave this to you first, I'll go down to help. Seeing Qiu Daoping's sword shaking the Tiangang 5 elements formation, Song Qingming and the others were also surprised, and they couldn't help but worry. After thinking for a while, Song Qingming decided to go down to help Song Yuanli delay time, and directly threw the flag magic weapon that controlled the green dragon in his hand to Yi Lingyuan on the side. Yi Lingyuan did not object to Song Qingming's idea of going down to help, but just nodded slightly to take the magic weapon, and then gave him a reassuring look. The 4 people in front of the falling Maple Valley were not strong. Although Song Qingming's departure would bring a lot of pressure to himself, Yi Lingyuan was still confident that he could hold these people back for a while. Their purpose was not to kill the opponent here, but to stop the opponent and prevent them from easily approaching the formation above the canyon. Although Song Qingming had been blocking several giant elders from the falling Maple Valley outside the formation, he had always been paying attention to the battlefield below the canyon because the battle here was not that intense. Seeing Qiu Daoping's nascent soul being forced out, Song Qingming knew that the other party had been forced into a desperate situation by Feng He, otherwise he, a cultivator in the middle stage of the nascent soul, would never give up his physical body easily. Now that Qiu Daoping had abandoned his physical body, he no longer had the courage to continue fighting, and he only wanted to get away quickly. However, Feng He below was entangled by the old man in green robes with a powerful magic weapon, and he could not catch up for a while. At this critical moment, time was extremely important for both sides. As long as he could delay the other party for a while and buy Feng He some time, Qiu Daoping's nascent soul would definitely be difficult to get away, and it might be able to determine the final outcome of this battle. Thinking of this, Song Qingming did not hesitate too much. After his figure disappeared into the formation, he immediately cast a spell and summoned Golden Wind, Silver Armor, and a one-horned rhino puppet beast that exuded the aura of the Golden Core stage. After the 3 puppets appeared, they immediately formed a triangular magic formation in front of Song Qingming. Then a golden rune lit up on their bodies and formed a golden defense shield in front of them. These were the Golden Core corpse puppets and puppet beasts that Song Qingming cultivated after spending a lot of energy after forming the Dan. They were also the most powerful fighting force he relied on at present. This was the first time that he released them all in front of people. The triangular magic formation composed of Golden Wind, Silver Armor, and the one-horned rhino was the one-ling puppet formation that Song Qingming improved after he got the formation secret book from the Taoist Xianqi. After the puppet formation released by Song Qingming was composed of the 3 Golden Core level fighting forces in front of him, the power had reached the peak of the Golden Core, and it was not much worse than the defense of the Xiangang 5 elements formation in front of him. Although he could not confront a unyielding cultivator head-on, he should be able to stop him. It was a pity that it would take a lot of time to refine this puppet formation. The 3rd grade upper grade puppet beast that Song Qingming got from Chu Wuxin had not been refined and integrated into the one-ling puppet formation in time, otherwise the power of the puppet formation could be increased a lot. Qiu Daoping, who was about to break the last obstacle of the Xiangang 5 elements formation, was slightly surprised when he saw Song Qingming and many puppets suddenly appearing in front of him. Junior. You dare to block my way, get out of my way. Qi Refinement was eager to get out of the canyon at this moment. He didn't want to entangle with Song Qingming, a little giant and cultivator. He shouted angrily and launched the red sword light he had accumulated, and went straight to Song Qingming's position. In his opinion, although he had lost his physical strength, he was still a unyielding warrior. Even though Song Qingming could bring out so many Jinden puppets, they were all of average strength in the early and middle stages of Jinden, and were far from being able to compete with his nascent soul cultivator. However, Qi Refinement, who was full of confidence, showed a bit of surprise the next moment after launching the attack, and couldn't help but frown. The red sword light did not defeat the opponent in one blow as Qi Refinement imagined when it reached Song Qingming's body. It was actually blocked by Song Qingming and the three puppets in front of him, and did not attack the already shaky Xiangang 5 elements formation behind Song Qingming. This is a puppet formation. I really underestimated this guy. No wonder Wuxin fell into his hands, seeing that Song Qingming and these puppets were able to take on the full force of his nascent soul cultivator. Qi Refinement was surprised and a little angry at the moment. Seeing that he was only one step away from escaping the canyon, he didn't expect Song Qingming, a guy he didn't expect, to appear again and block his way. Not only was Qi Refinement very surprised, but other nearby cultivators were also shocked when they saw Song Qingming blocking Qi Refinement's attack head-on. Especially those Luimi Valley Jinden cultivators who were blocked outside the canyon. When they saw Song Qingming going to intercept Qi Refinement, they thought that the other party was just bluffing and trying to stop a chariot with a mantis arm. They never expected that Song Qingming, who looked plain in front of them, had such a powerful magical power hidden in his body, and he actually blocked Qi Refinement's attack. Yilin, who was also a late Jinden cultivator, had been with Song Qingming for such a long time. On the way to the Xianhaizuk Xianji, the two had exchanged cultivation experiences with each other many times. In his eyes, Song Qingming was not particularly outstanding in terms of cultivation or spiritual root talent. He was still worried about Song Qingming, and he also didn't expect that the other party had such a strong fighting ability. It's no wonder that Feng chose Song Qingming to go to the Fenglai Island secret realm to hunt Chu Wuxin. It seems that he was also attracted by the other party's extraordinary magical powers. Song Yuanli, who was in the center of the formation, had just been controlling the formation to stop Qi Refinement. He had naturally deeply experienced the terrifying combat power of the nascent soul cultivator. When he saw Song Qingming suddenly appear in front of the formation to stop Qi Refinement from breaking the formation, Song Yuanli hurriedly shouted, his heart almost in his throat, fearing that something would happen to Song Qingming. But what he didn't expect was that Song Qingming actually had so many Jinden-level puppets and corpse puppets on him, and relied on them to form a puppet formation to successfully block the opponent's attack. After seeing that Song Qingming was only beaten back a distance by the opponent's attack and was not seriously injured, Song Yuanli's face suddenly showed a trace of information, and he slowly breathed a sigh of relief. While the people around were shocked, Song Qingming himself was very nervous at the moment, without much relaxation. Although he had just borrowed a one-ling puppet formation to work together to block Qi Refinement's attack head-on, he also clearly felt the opponent's powerful combat power. Although Song Qingming himself was not injured by the opponent's attack, the puppets blocking in front of him have now suffered varying degrees of damage, but the people around him could not see it clearly for the time being. According to the current situation, being able to safely block the attack of Qi Refinement's nascent soul is almost the limit of what Song Qingming can do. If Feng He cannot arrive in time, he will not be able to hold on for too long. Before Song Qingming could think too much, Qi Refinement's mana had already gathered quickly, and while Song Qingming was still unstable, a sword shot directly at his position. Seeing this, Song Qingming could only grit his teeth and cast a spell again to control the one-ling puppet array to block in front of him, and he himself poured all his mana into the big array. Now that it has come to this point, Song Qingming does not want to let the opponent's nascent soul go easily. Even if he abandons the one-ling puppet array in front of him, he will try his best to hold the opponent back. Although it was not easy to refine this one-ling puppet array by himself, compared with his external things, being able to fulfill his promise to help Feng He avenge his hatred and fulfill his wish was definitely more worthwhile for Song Qingming. The second red sword light came quickly and arrived in front of Song Qingming in just a blink of an eye. He instantly felt a huge pressure and could only grit his teeth and use his magic power to resist. After the collision between the two sides, the red sword light obviously had some advantages. With a loud boom, Song Qingming and the one-ling puppet array in front of him were blown away by the aftermath. Although he barely blocked the opponent's attack this time, the one-ling puppet array in front of Song Qingming had already been disrupted by the red sword light, and the unicorn puppet beast was destroyed by the opponent's red sword light in the explosion just now. Seeing that the one-ling puppet array had been defeated by the opponent, Song Qingming now had no way to stop the opponent. If Feng He could not arrive in time, then he seemed to be powerless and could only choose to retreat and let the opponent leave. Just when Song Qingming was still considering whether to retreat, a black light suddenly flew up from the bottom of the canyon and rushed directly to Qiu Daoping, who was preparing to attack the Xiangang 5 Elements array. In just a moment, the black light came in front of Qiu Daoping's nascent soul, revealing Feng He, who was entangled by black air in front of him. Seeing that Feng He finally got rid of the entanglement of the green-robed old man and caught up in time, Song Qingming's face finally breathed a sigh of relief, and quickly stepped aside to avoid being affected by the next nascent soul battle. Your senior brother Feng, I was wrong about what happened back then. Now my body is destroyed and my path to enlightenment is ruined. Why do you have to kill me? Please let me go for the sake of being from the same sect. I know you are here not just for revenge. The Xuanji Heavenly Book is with me now. As long as you promise to let me go, I am willing to return it to you. Seeing that Feng He had caught up with him, Qiu Daoping was immediately panicked. He quickly stepped back and begged for mercy. Facing the other parties begging for mercy, Feng He couldn't help but smile gently and said, Junior brother Qiu, you are wrong this time. I came back this time for nothing but revenge on you. As for the Xuanji Heavenly Book, it has been in your hands for so many years. If it is really as powerful as the legend says, you would not be just a cultivator in the middle stage of the nascent soul now. You have been practicing for quick success and instant benefits all your life. After all, you still don't understand that opportunity is something that has been predestined by heaven. If it is not your opportunity, what can you do even if you force it? Back then, you joined forces with outsiders to betray me for this thing, but in the end, what benefit did you get? You were still trapped in the nascent soul realm for the rest of your life. Senior brother, I still regret what I did back then. Please let me go for the sake of our master, Qiu Daoping said as he was still crying bitterly. Combined with the fact that he now only has his own nascent soul as a child, he really looked a bit pitiful. However, facing the opponents begging for mercy, Feng He's face did not show any emotion. He directly raised the black spear in his hand and stabbed directly at the opponent's position. Seeing that Feng He was not moved at all and was still going to kill him, Qiu Daoping's nascent soul did not sit still and wait for death. He stood up and spit out his own nascent soul magic weapon to meet the opponent. After this nascent soul magic weapon approached Feng He, a terrible pressure suddenly came from it, followed by an explosion, which directly shocked Feng He back dozens of feet away. This guy is really worthy of being a nascent soul cultivator. In order to escape, he can even give up his nascent soul magic weapon so decisively. Seeing Qiu Daoping suddenly self-destruct his own nascent soul magic weapon, Song Qingming was surprised and shocked. He quickly stepped forward to help Song Yuanli control the Xiangang 5 Elements formation to prevent the opponent from escaping. However, although Song Qingming's escape speed was fast, it was still not as fast as Qiu Daoping, the nascent soul cultivator. When he arrived at the center of the formation, Qiu Daoping had already forcefully penetrated the Xiangang 5 Elements formation. After penetrating the barrier of the formation and arriving above the canyon, Qiu Daoping, who was covered with scars, could not help but show a look of joy on his face, and fled away without looking back. The ancestor escaped. That's great, let's retreat quickly. Seeing that Qiu Daoping's nascent soul had escaped from the canyon, several Luimag Valley giant and elders who were fighting with Yilin on the side were instantly happy and quickly withdrew from the battle and followed to retreat. Song Qingming and the other two who returned to the center of the formation, as well as Yilin who was still above the canyon, saw Qiu Daoping's escape, and they felt a little helpless. Everyone had done their best to encircle Qiu Daoping this time, but as a unyielding cultivator, he was no weakling either. He was able to escape despite all the plots, which only meant that he was lucky. At this point, Song Qingming and the others could no longer help. Whether or not he could catch up with the other party depended on Feng He himself. Feng He, who was forced to retreat by Qiu Daoping's sudden self-detonation of his life magic weapon, stabilized his body at this moment. When he saw his enemy escaping in midair, his face was not too anxious, but rather showed a bit of mockery. Ha ha ha, I have been planning for this day for hundreds of years. Do you think you can still escape? Feng He muttered to himself, and the next moment, a simple talisman with a silver knife painted on it appeared in his hand. After the talisman appeared, it instantly turned into a silver knife that exuded a powerful pressure under the urging of Feng He's magic power, and then broke through the air in the direction where Qiu Daoping left under Feng He's control. The silver knife was so fast that it had already caught up with Qiu Daoping before his nascent soul had escaped far from the deserted island. Seeing a strong murderous aura coming from behind him, Qiu Daoping, who looked a little panicked, turned around and threw out a defensive talisman, which turned into a shield to block himself. But what made him unacceptable was that the shield he had thrown out was like paper in front of Feng He's silver knife, and was instantly split in half by it. The knife light then penetrated Qiu Daoping behind him. After a somewhat unwilling scream, Qiu Daoping's voice disappeared from the sky in an instant, and the next moment his nascent soul turned into a ball of flames and fell from the sky. The next moment, a ball of black light flashed in the air, and Feng He's figure had already arrived at Qiu Daoping's position, and took a storage magic tool that fell from Qiu Daoping's nascent soul in the air. After getting the opponent's storage magic weapon, Feng He suddenly thrust a black spear in his hand into the void, forcing Qiu Daoping's soul out of the void and grabbing it in his hand. I said I would grind you to ashes. Junior brother, today we can finally settle the grudge of 500 years, Feng He said, and suddenly a black flame lit up in his hand, burning Qiu Daoping's soul to death between heaven and earth, which made the opponent have no chance of reincarnation. Chapter 784, Maple Valley is in a state of shock, and is about to die. Ancestor. Seeing Qiu Daoping's nascent soul being killed by a single blow, the people of Luimag Valley who had just been happy for less than a moment were now all filled with disbelief, and couldn't help but exclaimed. The nascent soul ancestor of the sect was suddenly killed, and at this moment, they were also a little panicked, standing there for a while, not knowing what to do. But before the people of Luimag Valley could react from the shock, the next moment Feng He had already turned into a black light and flew quickly towards their location. Quickly disperse, the remaining people of Luimag Valley were only at the Jiandan realm, and in the previous fight, the four of them couldn't even take down Yilin, who was holding the green dragon magic weapon. At this moment, facing Feng He, a master whose strength was equivalent to that of the late nascent soul, they had no courage to fight him at all. At the exclamation of the leading man in yellow, they immediately chose to flee in all directions. Although they were not strong, they were also giant and cultivators who had practiced for many years. They had some magical powers to escape. They were all trying their best to face the life and death decision. In the blink of an eye, they were separated by hundreds of feet. However, no matter how fast they could not be faster than Feng He, a unyielding cultivator. It was impossible to escape at such a close distance. Who could survive depended on their luck. The fastest old man in yellow in the late Jiandan stage thought that he had left his companions far behind and would have a higher chance of survival. Unexpectedly, his luck was so bad that he was the first to be spotted by Feng He. However, Feng He caught up with him in a moment. Seeing the black spear in Feng He's hand with a very powerful momentum, stabbing directly at his position, the yellow-clothed man who was already a little desperate could only be forced to control his defensive magic weapon to resist. As expected, this giant and ancestor who was usually majestic in front of his disciples was pierced through the body by the black spear in the blink of an eye and died in Feng He's hands. You are overestimating yourself. After killing this person, Feng He rolled up the opponent's storage magic weapon, and the black flames immediately emitted from the top of the spear burned the body of this person to pieces in an instant. At this time, Song Qingming and Yilin, who were located in the main formation, had also flown out, and were about to help Feng He chase and kill other Luimi Valley monks who had escaped. But not long after they set off, an emerald green spiritual light suddenly flew out from the canyon below. Seeing the fierce momentum of the newcomer, the two hurriedly retreated to the side and took the initiative to avoid the other party. In the distance in the air, Feng He, who had already killed a Luimi Valley giant and late-stage monk, was chasing in the direction of the second escaped monk. He didn't want to be stopped by the suddenly appeared emerald green spiritual light when he just caught up to not far behind the other party. Seeing the green robe old man blocking his way, Feng He couldn't help but frown on his face. Fellow Taoist Feng, stop. Now that fellow Taoist Chu is dead, there is no need to kill them all. They all started practicing after you left Luofang Valley, and they have no deep hatred against you. The old man in green robe looked at Chu Daoping, who had turned into ashes not far away, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He didn't expect that he had struggled to hold Feng He back for so long, but Chu Daoping still couldn't escape with his life. Facing the advice of the old man in green robe, Feng He said with a cold face, "Fellow Taoist Chuan, I just let you go because you didn't attack me back then. Do you really think that I dare not attack you? Regardless of whether they have a grudge against me or not, this is a matter between me and Luofang Valley. What does it have to do with your Qingyang sect? Don't blame me for being ruthless today if you don't get out of my way. It was indeed fellow Taoist Chu who let you down back then, but fellow Taoist Feng, you were once a member of Luofang Valley after all. Now that things have come to this, do you still want to wipe out the entire Luofang Valley? Haha. Luofang Valley has now joined the Xianhe League and has nothing to do with me anymore. Do you think I still have any old feelings for these disciples of Chu Daoping? Don't worry, fellow Taoist Chuan, I won't wipe out the whole family, but I will still kill each of these close people who have followed Chu Daoping for many years until I am satisfied." After Feng He finished speaking, a black light flashed on his body again, and he was about to bypass the green-robed old man in front of him, but the next moment, the other party flashed in front of him. "Brother Yuan, I wanted to remember the friendship we had back then and not argue with you too much, but it seems that you are determined to block my way today, so don't blame me. Wait a minute, fellow Taoist Feng, please listen to me first." Seeing that the black spear in Feng He's hand was about to stab him, the old man in green robe quickly interrupted him. Seeing that the old man in green robe had something to say and didn't seem to want to fight to the death with him, Feng He hesitated for a moment and stopped the black light on the black spear in his hand. Seeing Feng He stop again, the old man in green robe finally breathed a sigh of relief and continued, "Fellow Taoist Feng, now that Chu Daoping is dead, Luofang Valley no longer has a nascent soul cultivator in charge. I'm afraid it can't live up to the title of one of the 6 major sects in our Xianhe cultivation world. I have an idea. If you agree, I can make the decision to let Luofang Valley withdraw from the Xianhe League, and we will never care about anything related to Luofang Valley in the future. If you still think it's not possible, then of course I won't stop you for the sake of these juniors of Luofang Valley. It's just that it's not difficult for you to kill these people in front of you, but when fellow Taoist Yun and the others arrive later, it won't be so easy for you to get away with it." "Oh. This is quite interesting, please continue." Hearing that the other party was willing to let Luofang Valley withdraw from the Xianhe League on its own initiative, Feng He, who had a frosty and expressionless face, suddenly showed a hint of interest in his eyes. Hearing this, the old man in green robe nodded slightly and said, "From today on, Luofang Valley will withdraw from Xianhe League. We can no longer care about their affairs and let you arrange someone to take over Luofang Valley. But there is one thing, Daoyao is now in a body that has taken over another person's body. And you have practiced the magic skills that are not tolerated by the righteous cultivators. You can't return to Luofang Valley in the future. Otherwise, if people know about Daoyao's existence in the future, we will not be able to explain it. If Daoyao Feng thinks you can agree to this request, then there is no need for us to fight for it. What do you think?" In addition to revenge, the most important thing for Feng He to come back this time is naturally to take back Luomag Valley, the sect that originally belonged to him. Otherwise, Feng He would not have to continue to kill all the people close to the other party after killing Chu Daoping. As a unyielding cultivator who has practiced for 1,000 years, the old man in green robe naturally saw what Feng He was thinking at a glance. But now that Falling Maple Valley has joined the Xianhe League, even if Chu Daoping dies, it is difficult for everyone to allow Feng He, who has taken over the body to practice the magic technique, to take over Falling Maple Valley. For this reason, the old man in green robe can only propose that Falling Maple Valley withdraw from the Xianhe League, and Feng He himself cannot continue to be in charge of this sect, and can only arrange for his trusted descendants to take over Falling Maple Valley. In this way, it can not only meet Feng He's needs to take back Falling Maple Valley, but also do not have to worry about someone being dissatisfied with Feng He's identity in the future and causing other things to embarrass them, the righteous monks. Faced with the proposal of the old man in green robe, Feng He's face suddenly fell into a period of contemplation, and he seemed to be hesitant and unable to make up his mind. Seeing Feng He was somewhat moved, The old man in green robe hurriedly continued to persuade him, fellow Taoist Feng, Luofeng Valley was the original teaching sect after all. Can you just watch it decline and disappear in the world of cultivation? For cultivators like us, apart from our own path, the only thing we worry about is our relatives and descendants and the inheritance of the Taoism. Now that you have avenged your great hatred, you should also consider other things. Let's not talk about the long term. Even if you can escape from me today, it will not be so easy to leave the Cheyenne cultivation world safely. If you can agree to my proposal, I can guarantee that the Cheyenne League will not repeat what happened today. I will not hold any of you accountable. And as long as I am still here, no one in Cheyenne Xiuxin world will dare to take down Fengu at will. When senior brother you agreed to join forces with Chiu Daoping to deal with Dao Yao, it was indeed what we Qingyang sect owed you. Being able to do this can be regarded as paying off the debt for senior brother. Humph. If the despicable old man you had not died a little early, I would definitely not let him go today. When Feng He heard the green-robed old man mention senior brother Yu, his face, which had been somewhat relaxed, showed a hint of ruthlessness again, but he soon calmed down and continued, back then, they conspired to ruin my path. For 500 years, I have been thinking about this day of revenge day and night. It was this hatred that kept me going until the day I came back. But now that I have killed my enemies, I do feel like there is nothing else I can do. If you can really keep your word and return Luofeng Valley to me, it will be the last wish in my heart. I can promise you that I will not pursue other people in the future. However, after what happened back then, I will not easily believe anyone's words. If you want me to stop, you must first sign a soul contract with me. After Feng He finished speaking, a spiritual light flashed in his hand, and a soul contract that had been prepared long ago was thrown out by him and landed in front of the old man in green robe. Seeing the soul contract in front of him, the old man in green robe suddenly showed a bit of embarrassment on his face and said, fellow Taoist Feng also knows that I am just an external incarnation. Although the soul in my body can connect to the main body, it is far less powerful than that of a normal cultivator. If I forcibly extract my soul to sign a contract with you, I am afraid that I will lose a lot of my cultivation. Can you wait until my main body comes out of retreat before signing the soul contract? Humph. It's hard to say what will happen in the future. Don't worry, it's just a loss of cultivation. As long as you agree to sign the soul contract, I will definitely come to your door in person to compensate you for this loss with spiritual objects. But if you don't even have this sincerity, if you can't even produce it, I'm afraid it will be hard for you to trust me. You don't need to threaten me with anything else. Since I dare to come here for revenge today, I will definitely have a way to get out. Now, looking at the entire Cheyenne Xiuxin world, you are the only one left who can catch my eye. You think too much about them to deal with me with those trash. Seeing that Feng He was unmoved and still insisted on signing a soul contract with him, the man in green robe sighed helplessly and chose to take the soul contract in front of him. Fellow Taoist Feng, you and I were both people who had devoted ourselves to fighting for the Cheyenne Xiuxin world. Now, Cheyenne is in turmoil everywhere. I hope this matter can end here. After the old man in green robe finished speaking, he stretched out his right hand and cast a spell quickly on his head. Soon, a trace of soul was separated from his forehead, and then it was quickly immersed in the contract in his hand. Seeing this scene, Feng He, who was not far away, finally showed a bit of satisfaction, and then nodded with a smile and said, don't worry, fellow Taoist, as long as you don't interfere in the affairs of Luofeng Valley in the future, I will naturally not cause trouble for you. Today's matter ends here, and I will come to apologize to fellow Taoist in person another day. After getting the soul contract signed by the other party, Feng He immediately sent a message to Song Qingming and the other two who had just escaped not far away to track the opponent, and then took the three of them away from the deserted island together. After Song Qingming and Feng He and others left, it didn't take long for a purple escape light to fly over the horizon again and landed beside the green-robed old man who was still in the air. The person who came in a hurry was the Grand Elder Yunzhuan of the Jingshe Palace, who had left the Fenglai Island before. Fellow Taoist Chuan, where is fellow Taoist Chiu? What's going on? Has fellow Taoist Chiu already, seeing the messy battlefield on the deserted island and the green-robed old man who had long been calm, Yunzhuan's face was suddenly a little surprised and asked. Seeing this, the old man in green robe sighed slightly and said, fellow Taoist Yun guessed correctly. In the future, there will be no Luofeng Valley in our Cheyenne League, Then where are all their people? Fellow Taoist Yuan, should we go after them now, or wait for a fellow Taoist Lin and the others to arrive before we act together? Hearing Yun Zhuan's question, the old man in green robe shook his head slightly and said, this person's combat power is no less than that of the late nascent soul stage. Even if the two of us catch up with him, we can't beat him. I have just signed a soul contract with him. Today's matter is over, and both parties cannot pursue it anymore. However, Luofang Valley will also withdraw from Xianhe League, and we can no longer interfere in their affairs in the future. This, fellow Taoist Yuan, hearing that the old man in green robe had signed a soul contract with the other party, Yun Zhuan was shocked at first, and then also he said helplessly, well, since you have signed a soul contract with him, it can only be like this. But now the 100-year contract with the floating cloud mountains is about to expire. We have been planning for so long to expand our territory to the north. Now that Luofang Valley has withdrawn from the Xianhe League, I am afraid that this plan will have to be shelved first. Hearing this, the green-robed old man nodded slightly and said, there is still some time, let's see when the time comes. Now the monsters in the south frequently invade the coast, and we are also blocked by the floating cloud mountains in the north. The Xianhe Xiuxin world is really too cowardly compared to the past. I don't know if the next generation of cultivators can change the situation of the gradual decline of our Xianhe Xiuxin world. After the green-robed old man finished speaking, he bowed slightly to Yun Zhuan and said goodbye, and his figure quickly turned into a green escape light and left the original place. As for the ancestor Yun Zhuan, he walked around the island and found nothing unusual, then turned around and stepped on the lotus to leave the deserted island. This inconspicuous deserted island in the sea slowly calmed down as everyone left. Only the pits and potholes on the island still have a trace of residual breath after the war, telling future generations that a shocking nascent soul war had taken place here. With the end of the war, a major event that shocked the entire Xianhe Xiuxin world soon spread and reached the ears of every cultivator in the surrounding area. Luomi Valley, which was once high and mighty and ranked among the 6 nascent soul sects in Xianhe Xiuxin world, fell out of the 6 nascent soul sects overnight because the only nascent soul grand ancestor Chu Daoping in the sect disappeared. Not only that, after the Luomi Valley suffered a great loss of strength, it was directly expelled from the Xianhe League, and many disciples and even Jindan elders in the sect fled the sect directly because of this. However, just when other surrounding sects were eyeing the already declining Luomi Valley and wanted to come and share a piece of the pie, Yuan Luohua, the leader of the Xianhe League, suddenly said that they would have to protect Luomi Valley for the next 300 years. The Xianhe League is already the undisputed overlord of the entire Xianhe Xiuxin world. And Yuan Luohua is the only late-stage nascent soul cultivator in the Xianhe Xiuxin world. With the words of Yuan Luohua, the top master of the Xianhe Xiuxin world, and the protection of the powerful Xianhe League, those sects that wanted to tackle Luomi Valley instantly extinguished their inner thoughts when they saw this situation, and dared not send people to the Luomi Valley to inquire about the news. This major event that shocked the entire Xianhe Xiuxin world was slowly calmed down under the intervention of the Xianhe League. 2 months after the deserted island war, in a small market located in the southeast of Fenglai Island, a man in a green robe found a store on the street and bought some elixirs and spiritual objects, then turned and came to a cave with abundant spiritual energy in the back mountain. Just as he arrived at the entrance of the cave, before the green-robed man could speak, the magic circle at the entrance of the cave had automatically dissipated, and then a voice transmission fell into the ears of the green-robed man. Yuan Li, come in quickly, how is Senior Feng now? Upon hearing this, Song Yuan Li immediately entered the cave quickly, bowed slightly to Song Qingming, and then replied, reporting to 7th uncle, Senior Feng is still in seclusion, and fellow Taoist Yi is there to protect him. I bought these elixirs and spiritual objects in the market. I have asked around several times for the remaining purple cloud flower and golden ape grass, but I can't find them. 7th uncle, I want to go to other larger markets nearby to look for them tomorrow. Do you think it's okay? Song Qingming, who is meditating to heal his injuries, heard Song Yuan Li's suggestion and waved his hand at him. It's okay. If you can't find it, forget it. My injury is not serious. It won't delay much if I return to the floating cloud mountains to heal it later. Now that we have just caused such a big incident on Fenglai Island, it may be dangerous to rashly go to those large markets. There is no need to take the risk for such a small matter. In the battle on the deserted island that day, Song Qingming took 2 attacks from the opponent's nascent soul cultivator in order to stop Qiu Daoping's nascent soul from escaping. Although the opponent only had his nascent soul at that time and his strength was far less than that of his heyday, the full force of the nascent soul cultivator was not something that a giant and cultivator like Song Qingming could easily block. Song Qingming, who took the 2 sword lights from the opponent, not only had the 10,000 spirits puppet array that he had been practicing for many years directly defeated by the opponent's attack, but even Song Qingming himself was injured. Fortunately, the 10,000 spirits puppet array resisted a lot of damage from the opponent for Song Qingming. Although Song Qingming was injured in the battle, his injuries were not particularly serious. Just take some healing pills and spiritual objects, and spend more time to recuperate. It is estimated that it will take about half a year to recover. It will not have much impact on Song Qingming's cultivation. In this battle, not only Song Qingming was injured, but Song Yuanli, who controlled the formation, was also attacked by the formation, which injured his meridians. He was in seclusion for almost a month before he came out of the cave. His face is still pale. However, compared with the injuries of Song Qingming and Song Yuanli, Feng He's injuries after the battle were obviously much more serious. When he just escaped from the battlefield and came here, Feng He immediately closed his eyes and began to heal his wounds. In order to avenge his hatred, Feng He did not hesitate to invite the upper world demon god, and fed the demon god with his own blood essence in exchange for the powerful power to kill his opponent. Song Qingming and others saw all this with their own eyes, and naturally knew in their hearts that Feng He, who had lost a lot of blood essence, would not be able to recover from his injuries so easily. It has been more than 2 months, and there is still no movement in Feng He's cave, which makes Song Qingming and others feel a little worried. Just as Song Qingming and the others were talking, a sound transmission note suddenly flew into the cave and landed in Song Qingming's hand. After opening the sound transmission note in his hand, Song Qingming saw a line of words written by Yuanli on it, and his face suddenly showed some joy. He said to Song Yuanli beside him, "Senior Feng has come out of retreat, let's go and take a look first." "Oh, this is really great." Hearing the news that Feng He had come out of retreat, Song Yuanli, who had been very worried, also showed a happy expression on his face, and followed Song Qingming to the cave where Feng He was in retreat not far away. As soon as they entered the door, Song Qingming and Song Yuanli saw an old man with silver hair and a thin figure sitting on the bed. For a moment, they were a little surprised that they did not recognize each other. It was not until Yuanli, who was standing beside him, nodded slightly that Song Qingming shouted in disbelief, "Senior Feng, what are you doing? I lost a lot of blood and essence in my body before, and it is not easy to recover. It is good enough to be able to save my life these days." Song Qingming also thought that Feng He's injuries were very serious, but now seeing that Feng He looked like he was about to die, he still found it difficult to accept this fact. "Senior, you asked us to come here, but do you have any instructions?" Chapter 785, The Last Wish, The Successor. Feng He, who looked like a 50-year-old man, nodded slightly when he saw this. He did not rush to answer Song Qingming's question, but waved his hand to let him and Song Yuanli sit down first. Then Feng He turned his head to look at Yuanli, pointed to an exquisite yellow storage bag on the table next to him, and said softly, "My dear nephew, although I had some favors with your elders in the past, they are all things of the past life. You can remember a little bit of the old friendship and come to help me, so I can't treat you unfairly. In addition to the things I promised you at the beginning, there are also some spirit stones and magic weapons in here as my way of thanking you. Please don't despise them. The matter here has been settled, and I am temporarily fine. My dear nephew, you don't have to stay here and waste time. If you need to find me for anything in the future, just send a letter to let me know." Yuanli, who was standing aside, heard the words, bowed and nodded with a smile and replied, "Senior Feng, since you said so, then I will take my leave first. After leaving this time, I may have to travel to other places to cultivate immortals. I will not return to the floating cloud mountain cultivation realm in a short time. When I return from outside in the future, I will definitely come to Xianhe to see you." After that, Yuanli walked forward with a calm face and took the storage bag that Feng He had placed on the table. He stuffed it into his waist without even opening it to take a look, then turned around to say hello to Song Qingming and the others, and walked out of the cave. After Yuanli left, Feng He turned his eyes and said to Song Qingming with a smile, "Brother Song, if it weren't for your help this time, it wouldn't be so easy for me to take revenge. In this battle, You lost a lot of spiritual objects in order to help me hold Qiu Daoping back. I know all this, and I should give you some compensation. If you still want some spiritual objects, you can tell me directly. As long as I can take them out, I will never be stingy with these things." After hearing what Feng He said, Song Qingming quickly stood up and said to him. He waved his hand and said, "Senior, you are too polite. I came to Xianhe to help you get revenge because I promised myself. How can I ask you for spiritual objects as compensation for this? Although I lost some spiritual objects in this battle, I also snatched a thunder infant fruit from Chu Wuxin in the secret realm before. It is a considerable gain, enough to compensate for these losses. Senior, there is no need to worry about it." Seeing that Song Qingming was unwilling to speak and wanted to reject his kindness, Feng He smiled and shook his head slightly, then took out a green jade pendant and threw it directly to Song Qingming. "The things in here are all from the younger generations before. They are of no use to me. Just take them as a token of my appreciation. I have practiced for thousands of years in my 2 lives. I never owe favors to anyone easily. If you refuse again, you will look down on me as your elder brother. Don't think too much about this, senior. I will accept these spiritual objects." After hearing what Feng He said, Song Qingming could not insist anymore. He nodded slightly and took the storage magic weapon in his hand. Song Qingming had seen this jade pendant magic weapon before. It was the storage magic weapon he seized from Chu Wuxin after killing him in the secret realm of Fenglai Island. Unexpectedly, after going around in Fenghe, it returned to Song Qingming's hands. After getting the green jade pendant, Song Qingming quickly probed his spiritual sense into it and found that it not only contained tens of thousands of scattered spiritual stones, but also several third-level magic weapons and talismans of high quality. The most eye-catching spiritual object was the 4th-level magic weapon Luo Red Heart Sword that Chu Wuxin had used before. Song Qingming had witnessed the power of this 4th-level magic weapon with his own eyes, so he naturally knew that it was of great value, and it might even be more valuable than the 4th-level magic weapon Qingguang bottle on him. Such a rare 4th-level spiritual object, let alone in the immortal cultivation world of the floating cloud mountains, would attract countless Jiangdan and even Yuanying cultivators to fight for it even if it was taken to any place in the eastern Phoenix immortal continent. Although he had thought that Feng He would compensate him with some spiritual objects afterwards, Song Qingming was still a little surprised when he saw the other party take out such a valuable spiritual object as Luo Red Heart Sword. Seeing Song Qingming put away the green jade pendant in his hand with a satisfied look, Feng He's originally serious expression also eased a little, and then he continued to speak to Song Qingming with a serious face. "Brother Song, the matter in Xianhe has been settled, and you have completed what you promised me. I have nothing to do with it. If you want to go back earlier, you can leave at any time without discussing it with me. But I am afraid that I am unable to see you off in my current condition. You need to be careful on the road before leaving the Xianhe area. Although the Xianhe League has promised not to pursue and embarrass us, we can't trust what these people say. It is possible that they suddenly change their minds and turn against us to make trouble. Well, don't worry, senior, I will naturally pay attention to these." Hearing Feng He's instructions, Song Qingming immediately nodded and responded, and then he was still a little hesitant and did not leave in a hurry. After thinking for a moment, he asked Feng He again, "Senior Feng He, I shouldn't have interfered in your affairs, but now that you are so seriously injured, I still want to ask one more question. What are your plans for the future?" This time, Song Qingming came to Xianhe to avenge Feng He. He had already fulfilled Feng He's request and could return to the floating cloud mountains to cultivate immortals earlier. Feng He's previous words were also very straightforward. There was no need to keep him any longer. Song Qingming could leave at any time. However, seeing that Feng He's injuries were so serious, it might be difficult for him to leave the cave. Although the two met by chance, after so many years of getting along, Song Qingming and Feng He had experienced life and death many times, and they were no longer ordinary friends. Although he had fulfilled his promise to Feng He, Song Qingming was a little worried about him when he heard him persuade him to leave earlier. He was worried and asked another question. Facing Song Qingming's serious inquiry, Feng He said indifferently, "My physical body was destroyed and my cultivation was gone. I had already ruined my path. I stayed in the world and took over another body to cultivate and live until today, just because of the hatred accumulated in my heart for hundreds of years. Now that I have avenged my great revenge, I have nothing to worry about in the world. There is nothing I need help from others. The only thing left is to live out my remaining life and wait for the reincarnation in the future. Don't worry, Brother Song. Although I have lost a lot of blood and life this time, I have not much left, but at least I have saved my life and I will not die for the time being. When I slowly recover in the future, maybe I will have the opportunity to go to Funiu Mountain to find you for tea and chat. After Feng He finished speaking, he forced a smile at the corner of his mouth and nodded to Song Qingming with a smile. Seeing that Feng He's words were very calm, as if he knew that he would not live long and had no more attachment to the world, Song Qingming felt a little sad in his heart. Over the years, his path has been so smooth all the way to where he is now. Feng He was also a person who had a great influence on him. Although the two of them were not on the name of master and apprentice, Song Qingming still respected this senior in his heart. After experiencing the Fenglai Island War, Song Qingming also understood Feng He's past. He knew that he was also harmed by someone and wanted to come back for revenge, so he had no choice but to take over another body and rebuild. At this moment, Song Qingming felt very sorry for Feng He. He really couldn't bear to see this senior who had taught him by example and taken care of him for many years, just left here alone to die. Well, senior, if you really have nothing to do here, why don't you consider whether you can go to Uyghur with me? If there's anything in the future, at least I can take care of you, haha. I appreciate your kindness, brother, but I am a person who has taken over other people's bodies, and I have also practiced magic techniques. If our relationship is discovered, it will probably bring you too much trouble in the future. I have just told you that Feng doesn't like to owe favors to others all his life. Now I have finally paid it off. You don't have to mention this matter again. Faced with Song Qingming's proposal, Feng He didn't think much about it, and just shook his head seriously to express his refusal. Just when Song Qingming was about to continue to persuade, Feng He suddenly changed the subject, with a look of regret on his face, and said, Brother Song, actually, I have always had something in my heart that I want to discuss with you over the years, but because I was planning revenge, I never found a chance to talk to you. If I don't say it now, I'm afraid I may not have the chance in the future. I wonder if you can help me fulfill this last wish, Brother Song. Hearing that Feng He had one last unfulfilled wish, Song Qingming nodded without much hesitation and said, Senior, please feel free to say anything. As long as I can do it, I will do my best. Even if I am not capable enough now, I will not let you down if I can do it one day in the future. Hearing this, Feng He smiled a little, and after a moment, he continued to speak with a serious face, Brother Song, you also know that I was originally a cultivator from Lufang Valley. I was murdered by my junior brother, and my body was destroyed. I had no choice but to take over another body to cultivate again. Now that Qiu Daoping has been killed by me, although I have avenged my long-cherished wish, it has also caused the entire Luofang Valley to fall into decline and no longer have the glory of the past. Not to mention the grudge between Qiu Daoping and me. As a former disciple of Luofang Valley, I really can't bear to see the sect fall because of the fight between the two of us. Now that the great revenge has been avenged, there is no more worries. Hang up. If I have to say the only regret left in my heart, it is that I haven't found a suitable successor to revive Luofang Valley. I have some faith with Yuanli, and I want to take him as a disciple and successor to take charge of Luofang Valley for me. I wonder if you can agree to this. Let Yuanli take over Luofang Valley. This, hearing Feng He's last wish, which was to take Song Yuanli as a successor and take charge of Luofang Valley for him in the future, Song Qingming's face suddenly showed some surprise, and he didn't expect Feng He to suddenly come up with this idea. Not only Song Qingming, but Song Yuanli, who had been standing not far away and had not spoken, was also very surprised at this moment, and was also a little unprepared for what Feng He said. After a short pause, Song Qingming continued to ask with a puzzled look on his face, Senior, Yuanli has just formed a golden elixir now. How can he take over Luofang Valley with his cultivation level? Besides, Yuanli is an outsider after all. If people know his identity in the future, he may not be tolerated by the Cheyenne cultivation world. If you just want to support a successor to take over Luofang Valley, why don't you consider fellow Taoist Chen, or other foundation-building disciples in Luofang Valley who are expected to form a golden elixir? Would that be safer? Haha. If you just want to choose someone to take over the sect, then Luofang Valley certainly has plenty of people, and I don't need to specifically ask you this. My path in this life has been ruined, and the only thing left is to find a successor for myself. hoping that he can revive Luofang Valley for me in the future and live up to the trust of the ancestors. Whether you believe it or not, Brother Song, don't believe me, I do have some faith with Yuan Li, otherwise I wouldn't have had the chance to save him and support him all the way to success in forming a pill. Don't worry, although my injuries haven't healed so quickly, I am still a unyielding cultivator after all, and I can still support Yuan Li to take charge of Luofang Valley. Moreover, I have already signed a soul contract with a leader of Xianhe League, so that Luofang Valley will withdraw from Xianhe League, and no one in Xianhe's Yuxin world will dare to take Luofang Valley in 200 years. I have considered all the things you are worried about. As long as you agree to this, there will be no big problem for Yuan Li to take over Luofang Valley in the future. After hearing Feng He's watertight explanation, Song Qingming immediately understood that the other party seemed to have made up his mind a long time ago, and it was not an idea that just popped up. When Feng He left Luofang Valley, his trusted disciples had already been cleared out by Qiu Daoping, and now there are only a few people left who can gain his trust. Although Luofang Valley is now in decline, it is still a relatively powerful Jinden sect. To take over this sect, at least a Jinden cultivator is needed. Although Feng He has obtained Luofang Valley, there are indeed not many suitable choices for the time being to find someone to take over. Apart from Chen Shushan, who claims to be his younger descendant, only Song Yuanli in front of him seems to be more trustworthy. After all, when Feng He helped Song Yuanli to form a pill, he had already tested him in many aspects. In addition, with a relationship with Song Qingming, he can still be very assured of Song Yuanli's character. Seeing Feng He's eyes full of expectation, Song Qingming couldn't help but reveal a few bitter smiles on his face. After standing there and thinking for a while, he turned around and looked at Song Yuanli, who was full of surprise. "Senior, you have been kind to Yuanli and me, so I shouldn't reject your kindness. But this matter is related to Yuanli's own decision, and I can't make the decision for him without authorization. I still want to hear his thoughts first. Yuanli, you just heard what Senior Feng said. If you are willing to worship him as your master and stay, I can agree to this on behalf of the family. But if you have concerns and are unwilling, just say it directly. I will explain other things to you, so you don't have to worry too much." Song Qingming had just finished speaking when Feng immediately said to Song Yuanli, "Brother Song, you are right. Whether this will succeed or not depends on your own intention. You followed me for so long, and I have already seen that you want to take me as your master. If you are willing to stay and become my successor, I will teach you everything I have learned in my life, and do my best to train and support you to take over Luofang Valley. Maybe in the future, I can give you some opportunities to form a nascent soul and revive the former glory of Luofang Valley. If you don't have this intention, don't worry, I am not a person who likes to force others. From now on, you and I will settle our grievances and have nothing to do with each other." Faced with this choice that can affect his lifelong path, Song Yuanli found it difficult to speak for a while. Looking at Song Qingming, who was standing not far away, and then looking at Feng He, who was sitting on the bed, he hesitated for a long time but still couldn't make this decision. Seeing this, Feng He smiled and shook his head and said, "Whether you can take over Luofang Valley in the future, I will not make it too difficult for you. If I find someone else who is suitable to take over the sect in the future, you can also leave Xianhe's Yuxin world and return to Funiu Mountain range. This matter is not urgent, you can think about it yourself and give me an answer in 2 days." Hearing what Feng He said, Song Qingming also nodded and said, "Yuan Li, no matter what choice you make, as long as you still have the blood of the Song family flowing in your body, the family will not disown you in the future." On the one hand, Song Yuanli has cultivated his family bloodline since childhood, and on the other hand, he has the grace of teaching in his personal path. It is not beyond Song Qingming's expectation that Song Yuanli is difficult to make a choice. He was born in the Song family since he was a child. Song Yuanli also followed and witnessed the rise of the family step by step. So many brothers and elders in the family are memories that he can't let go. Feng He is his savior and the teacher who helped him to successfully form a pill on the road. Facing Feng He's last personal wish, Song Yuanli also found it difficult to refuse. Moreover, Feng He was planning to train Song Yuanli as his successor, and he might even be able to help him reach the stage of condensing the nascent soul in the future. This was also very tempting for Song Yuanli. It was precisely because he considered that this decision was related to Song Yuanli's personal path that Song Qingming did not speak to influence his decision, leaving this choice to Song Yuanli himself. 2 days later, on a high mountain more than 10 miles southeast of the market town. After a flash of white light, two figures appeared on a piece of open space above the top of the mountain. They were Song Qingming and Song Yuanli, who had just come out of the market town. After taking a look at the direction of the market behind him, Song Qingming smiled and said to Song Yuanli behind him, "Yuanli, I have walked so far, it's almost enough. You go back first, seventh uncle. This is not a main road and there is no danger. Let me walk you a little further." Looking at Song Yuanli, who was still reluctant to leave, Song Qingming smiled and shook his head and said, "After sending you 1,000 miles, we must say goodbye. It's enough that the meaning is conveyed. You don't have to worry too much about these. You are now a giant and cultivator and have experienced the ups and downs of life. I don't have much to say to you. But you must remember that no matter when, as long as you are willing to return to Funiu, the family will not treat you as an outsider. After you go back, remember to say hello to Senior Feng for me. If there is a chance in the future, I will definitely come to Xianhe to see you." Hearing the farewell words from Song Qingming, Song Yuanli's eyes could not help but turn red. He wanted to say something, but found that he seemed to have said what he wanted to say to Song Qingming, so he could only sigh softly. "Seventh uncle, take care." Song Qingming smiled and nodded slightly. Without saying anything more, he turned around and stepped onto the phantom boat beside him. He quickly turned into a white light and left the spot. Until Song Qingming disappeared into the sky, Song Yuanli still stood there reluctantly, looking in the direction he left. 2 months later, on the bank of Qing River in the southeast of Qing County, Wei State, two people wearing the green robes of the Song family were talking while slowly patrolling upstream along the river bank. 18th uncle, the last time I went back to Funiu, I heard that the 7th brother and the others followed Elder Zuanfang to Funiu Mountain to hunt monsters. If they encounter a second-level monster, they will probably get dozens more family merits by the end of the year. When do you think we can be transferred back? It's not easy to join the family law enforcement team, but we were assigned here. We can't even see the shadow of a monster every day." An older man heard the young man next to him complaining to him, and couldn't help laughing and shook his head at him. "You see others go to Funiu Mountain and earn a little more merit, so you think that the monsters are so easy to deal with. I really don't know how to say good things about you. You only see that others have a lot of merit. You can't remember any of the people in the family who died in Funiu Mountain in these years, right? Not to mention the distant past. If Lin Rong hadn't been rescued in time by Elder Zuanfeng last year, he would have been buried in the cemetery in the back mountain, and he wouldn't be able to guard the mountain with us here. Although it's a bit boring here, it's still much safer than going out to hunt monsters. Don't think too much, haha. I naturally know what Uncle 18 said, but I have been practicing for so long. I also want to go out and hunt monsters for some experience, otherwise I wouldn't have taken the initiative to apply to join the family law enforcement team. Humph. You were sent here by the law enforcement team, just because you have just joined the law enforcement team and your cultivation is still low, so they take care of you. Why are you in such a hurry? Don't worry, wait a few days, Qianfeng will be short of people, and you will definitely be transferred there. Sooner or later, you will have the time to experience. Hey, Uncle 18, look, there are people in the sky. While the two were talking, the young Song family cultivator suddenly saw a flash of white light in the sky in the distance, quickly approaching the Qing River, and immediately shouted with a look of surprise. After hearing this, the older man turned around and looked. His face changed, and he quickly cast a spell to take out a red talisman from his body, and said nervously, "Lingyuan, it seems that a foundation building master is approaching here. You should hide first." Quotation mark. Chapter 786 Return, Qinggai Giant in 6th level. The place where the two were patrolling was located in the Song family's territory by the Qing River, and it was also a place where the family had explicitly ordered outsiders not to enter at will. The Song family is now a giant and Immortal clan, and it is already the overlord in Qing County. Usually, no one dared to challenge the family's authority and enter the Song family's territory without permission. Facing the sudden appearance of the escape light, the uncle and nephew of the Song family were also surprised at this moment, and hurriedly took out the communication talisman to inform the nearby family elders of the outsider's intrusion. A moment later, on a high mountain more than 10 miles east of Qing, Song Linfen, who was dressed in a green robe, was sitting in the cave on the top of the mountain and concentrating on meditation and cultivation. Suddenly, a red escape light flew from outside and directly sank into his cave. Seeing the red sound transmission talisman that suddenly appeared in front of him, Song Linfeng's face was suddenly a little surprised, and he quickly took it over. Not long after, Song Linfeng, with a somewhat solemn expression, quickly packed up the spiritual objects beside him and walked out of his cave directly. Song Linfeng, who had just left the cave, ran into 3 clansmen who happened to be here looking for him. Without waiting for them to ask, he directly ordered Zhuan, who just sent a message that a strange foundation building cultivator broke in from King. I have to go over to check the situation. If I haven't come back within half an hour and haven't received any news, you should quickly send an emergency communication talisman to the family and inform the ancestor of this. After hearing Song Linfeng's instructions, an older Qing generation Qi Refinement late-stage elder hurriedly asked, Elder Linfeng, we haven't figured out the situation yet. If the person who comes is powerful, it would be dangerous for you to go there alone. Do you want to inform the family about this in advance? Wait until the great elder sends reinforcements, and then we will make plans. Song Linfeng succeeded in building his foundation more than 10 years ago, and his cultivation is only at the peak of the 2nd level of foundation building. He is not very outstanding among the foundation building cultivators. After hearing that the person who came was a strange foundation building cultivator, several Song family cultivators couldn't help but show a look of worry on their faces. Facing the kind reminders from several elders, Song Linfeng shook his head firmly and said, No, the ancestor has specifically ordered that no outsiders are allowed to approach King. If this person comes with bad intentions and brings trouble to the family, how can we explain to the ancestor and the elders when we go back? Don't worry, I am also a foundation building cultivator after all. I just went over to check the situation. It shouldn't be a big deal. Uncle 13, I'll trouble you to watch over here first. Remember, you must immediately open the mountain protection formation after I leave. Be careful not to let the thieves take advantage of the loopholes. After a detailed explanation, Song Linfeng took out his 2nd level flying sword, then stepped on the magic weapon and turned into a swordlight and left the mountain. After Song Linfeng left, the elderly man hurriedly commanded other cultivators on the mountain to open the mountain protection formation. For a moment, the whole Lingyuan mountain suddenly became tense. It was only a dozen miles from Lingyuan where he was to King River nearby. For a foundation building cultivator like Song Linfeng who could fly with a sword, it would take no more than a quarter of an hour to reach the destination. When he arrived near the place where the message was sent, Song Linfeng first stopped on his own initiative, then took out an invisible robe and put it on himself to cover his figure, and then slowly moved towards the destination. After crossing a ridge in front of him, Song Linfeng carefully explored forward and soon saw 2 familiar figures beside a blue stone in the distance. Uncle 18, Lingyuan, are you okay? Did someone pass by here just now? Seeing that the 2 clansmen in front of him were safe and sound, and there was no bad situation as he imagined, Song Linfeng breathed a sigh of relief on his face and stepped forward to reveal his figure. Greetings, elder. Seeing Song Linfeng suddenly appear beside him, he was startled at first and then hurried forward to salute Song Linfeng. Seeing the strange expressions on their faces, Song Linfeng quickly waved his hand and continued to ask, no need to be polite. What happened just now? Reporting to the elder, it's the clan leader. The clan leader is here. Just now, Lingyuan and I were patrolling here, and suddenly saw someone flying in the sky. We thought it was an outsider who had mistakenly entered here, so we quickly sent a communication talisman. I never expected that it would be the clan leader who came. It's all my fault that I was in a hurry and didn't see clearly before sending the talisman out. What? The clan leader is here. It's strange that I didn't hear the elder say that the clan leader would come here to practice recently. Is the clan leader still here now? Did he explain anything? Hearing that it was the clan leader who came, not an outsider who had mistakenly entered this place, Song Linfeng put down his worries and felt a little nervous at the same time, and hurriedly asked about Song Qingming's location. Since the family cultivated the spiritual vein near King, this area has also become the territory controlled by the Song family. The clan leader attaches great importance to this place and often comes here to practice in seclusion. Song Linfeng was stationed in King for the family, and was also responsible for guarding the family's territory. Hearing that Song Qingming had suddenly come here, he was naturally a little nervous, afraid that the family ancestor would find something wrong and leave a bad impression on him. Reporting to the elder, the clan leader is now in the river. He just went down not long ago. He only told us not to get close to there, and didn't say much. After confirming that Song Qingming was still there, Song Linfeng nodded slightly with a calm face and said, "Well, I see, you go and inspect other places first, I'll be here." As soon as Song Linfeng finished speaking, there was a loud noise on the surface of King River, and a white light flew out of the water and landed beside Song Linfeng and the other two. Greetings to the clan leader. After his eyes swept lightly over the three people in front of him, Song Qingming smiled and nodded, then waved gently to Song Lingyuan and the other two who were about to leave, indicating that they should leave first. After the two walked away, Song Qingming turned around and asked Song Linfeng beside him softly, "I just came back from going out, and I came to see you on the way. You don't have to think too much. Has anything happened at home in the past 6 months?" This time, Song Qingming left his family and went to the Xianhe Xiuxin world for more than half a year. Naturally, he was very concerned about his family. When passing by King, he thought of the clan members stationed here, so he hurried down to ask a few questions, and then checked a king cave that made him a little worried. Since this place was controlled by the Song family, Song Yuanfang has always arranged family cultivators to garrison here. Seeing that Song Linfeng came so quickly, Song Qingming's face was quite satisfied. Hearing Song Qingming's inquiry, Song Linfeng quickly replied, reporting to the clan leader, "Except for the breakthrough of Grandma Qingyu's cultivation 2 months ago, there has been no major event in the family in the past 6 months, but I haven't been back for a month." Song Qingming nodded slightly and said, "Oh, Qingyu has come out of retreat, which is really a good thing. Then I have to go back quickly. In King, I have set up a formation underwater for cultivation. Don't let anyone get close. You need to pay more attention and don't slack off. Don't worry, clan leader, we have daily inspections and will not let the family down." Song Linfeng had just finished speaking when he found a flash of white light in front of him, and then Song Qingming disappeared on the spot. Seeing Song Qingming turned into light and disappeared in the air, Song Linfeng's tense nerves slowly relaxed and turned to look at the turbulent King River on the side. Since he took on the task of guarding King, Song Linfeng practiced in his cave almost all day long because there were not many trivial matters here. He rarely went out. This time, his ancestor came suddenly without saying a word, which really caught him off guard. Fortunately, the people below were diligent and did not slack off, and did not make any mistakes in front of Song Qingming. This place is so important to the clan leader. It seems that I should be more careful in the future. Song Linfeng stood there and muttered to himself. After carefully patrolling around, he turned the sword light and returned to his cave. After leaving King, Song Qingming, who was standing high in the sky, heard about Song Qingyu's breakthrough in seclusion, and his face was a little more happy than before. Song Qingyu's cultivation had reached the 5th level of Jinden for many years. This time, she had been in seclusion for more than a year without any movement. Song Qingming thought that she might not succeed and needed to polish for a while. Unexpectedly, she successfully broke through to the 6th level of Jinden at once, which really surprised Song Qingming. In less than 100 years of Jinden formation, Song Qingyu was able to break through to the 6th level of Jinden. Although her cultivation speed could not catch up with a cultivation genius like Bayuxin, it had already surpassed most of the Jinden cultivators in the world of cultivation. You should know that Song Qingyu herself was only a cultivator with 3 spiritual roots. Her talent was not very outstanding in the world of cultivation. Moreover, she was born in an ordinary cultivation family like the Song family. It was absolutely commendable that she could have such a cultivation speed. Song Qingming and Song Qingyu had supported each other for many years since they entered the Taoism cultivation. Naturally, they were very happy about her progress in cultivation. Unconsciously, they increased their speed of flight. Song family, in the Huxin pavilion on the top of Funiu Mountain. Song Qingyu, who had just finished her retreat not long ago, was sitting beside the chessboard, looking at a chess game that had been played for a long time, with her eyes full of thoughts. Wang Xian, who was sitting opposite her, saw that Song Qingyu had not put down the chess piece in her hand for a long time. After sighing helplessly, she turned around and took a cup of spiritual tea and took a sip. "Qingyu, it's only been a short time since you can compete with me. I guess it won't be long before I can't play against you anymore. It's getting late, and today's game is almost over. Why don't you take a rest and play again tomorrow?" Wang Xian said, carefully looking at Song Qingyu's face, as if she was afraid that she might misunderstand her. Since Song Qingyu came out of seclusion 2 months ago, she had never been very interested in chess, but for some reason she suddenly became fascinated with the skill of killing time and insisted on dragging Wang Xian to play chess with her. It's just that Song Qingyu is one step ahead in cultivation, but she is not very talented in chess. She is always defeated by Wang Xian and can only surrender in the end. But Song Qingyu is a person who refuses to admit defeat. She keeps fighting after repeated defeats and drags Wang Xian to play chess every few days, which makes her miserable recently, and she can't even take care of alchemy. After hearing Wang Xian's proposal, Song Qingyu, who was hesitant to make a move, thought for a moment and finally nodded reluctantly, throwing the chess piece in his hand into the chessboard. Sister-in-law, it's been more than 2 months, why hasn't Brother Qi come back yet? If he could come back earlier, I wouldn't have to pester you to play chess with me all the time. When he left, he said it might take some time. It's only been half a year, I'm afraid it won't be that fast, Wang Xian responded with a smile, put down the teacup in her hand, stood up and walked to the window. Seeing this, Song Qingyu followed and continued, "Seventh brother, what's the matter? You are so anxious. Why can't you wait for me to come out of seclusion? At least I can help a little. And Yuan Li. This kid, how come he disappeared without a word not long after coming back? He didn't even think of seeing me. I loved him so much back then. He is becoming more and more heartless, haha. This is indeed a bit unfortunate. When the two of them were here, they said they would wait for you to come out of seclusion to celebrate, but they still missed you after waiting for more than half a year. If your husband knew that you had successfully broken through your cultivation level during this seclusion, he would definitely be happy for you. You don't have to worry and wait patiently for a few more days. They should be back soon. Hey, who is here? Sister-in-law, could it be that you really meant that seventh brother and the others are back? Wang Xian had just finished speaking when she looked at Song Qingyu in the distance by the window. Suddenly, she saw a beam of light flying from the outside of Funiu Mountain, and a look of surprise appeared on her face. Seeing that the escaping light was indeed somewhat familiar, Wang Xian was also surprised, and hurriedly went out with Song Qingyu to greet it. Just after arriving outside the mountain protection formation, Song Qingyu saw an extremely familiar figure from afar. She was so happy that she rushed forward and jumped onto the phantom boat. Seventh brother. I just talked about you with my sister-in-law, and I didn't expect that you really came back. Seeing the happy Song Qingyu, Song Qingming smiled and nodded and said, I hurried, but I still couldn't catch up with you after you came out of seclusion. It's really a pity. Qingyu, congratulations on your success in cultivation. It seems that sooner or later you will catch up with me, humph. Seventh brother, you are already at the 8th level of the Golden Core, and I don't know when I will advance to the late stage of the Golden Core. How can I catch up with you? You are really making fun of me. Hearing Song Qingming's personal praise, Song Qingyu seemed humble, but he was already very happy in his heart. He pulled Song Qingming and walked quickly to Wang Xian's side. Husband, is your trip going smoothly? Seeing Wang Xian with a smile and concern on her face, Song Qingming nodded slightly and replied, although there were some twists and turns on my trip this time, it was relatively smooth and I have already taken care of this matter. Has your family been safe during the days I was away? Upon hearing this, Wang Xian replied calmly, except for Qingyu's going out, the rest are trivial matters at home, and Yuan Feng has already handled them. There is only one thing that is a little strange. Not long after you left, Yuan Li also left without saying goodbye after leaving a letter. He left in a hurry, and the letter did not say where he was going. We didn't pay attention to when it happened until Yuan Feng went to his cave. It's been almost half a year now, and there is still no news from Yuan Li. After Wang Xian finished speaking, she sighed helplessly on her face, as if she felt a little guilty about the matter. I know about Yuan Li. He said hello to me before he left, but he was in a hurry to leave and forgot to tell you. Don't worry, I know where he is. Hearing Wang Xian mention Song Yuan Li, Song Qingming nodded and explained, and only when the two girls' faces improved did he take them back to the meeting Immortal Pavilion. That night, in order to celebrate Song Qingyu's breakthrough and to welcome Song Qingming back from his trip, Song Qingming and the other two specially called Song Yuanfang and others to the top of the mountain to hold a few banquets and celebrate. During this period, Song Qingming took this opportunity to instruct them on their practice, and also took the initiative to tell these younger generations of the family about what he had seen and heard in the past few years. This time, Song Qingming went to the Xianhei Xianji and experienced life and death several times. In the end, He even fought with the unyielding cultivator. While gaining a lot of spiritual objects, he also grew a lot in all aspects. On the way back, Qingming, who had experienced a lot of things, had a lot of insights that he had never had before, and now he passed them on to the younger generations of the family. Although the Song family cultivators present had their own experience of traveling, they were indeed much weaker in this aspect compared to Qingming, the patriarch who had traveled many times. It was rare to hear Qingming take the initiative to talk about his many years of travel experience. Not only the foundation-building elders such as Song Yuanfang, but even the two giant cultivators Song Qingyu and Wang Xian were also somewhat fascinated and benefited a lot from it. It was not until late at night that everyone left reluctantly. A few days later, Song Yuanfang had just arrived at the family meeting hall early in the morning. Before he could start to deal with daily affairs, a girl of 17 or 18 years old rushed into the meeting hall with a letter. Several Song family cultivators around saw that this girl, who was only at the 4th level of Qi Refining, broke into the hall without a message, but they were not surprised, but took the initiative to smile at her. "Hey, Linyu, why are you here so early today? Did you bully someone again?" Song Linyu heard this and shook his head with some confidence on his face and said, 13th Ant, you are wronging me this time. Now that I have joined the law enforcement team, I don't have time to go to the family school every day. I have accepted the family mission and came here to report something. Even if you have official business to report, how come you don't even know how to knock on the door? How can you be so reckless? Go out and learn the family rules before entering the door. Hearing the reprimand from the upper position in front, Song Linyu instinctively took a step back, and then turned around and walked out with some helplessness. Report to the great elder, Song Linyu from the law enforcement team, I have something important to report, come in. Seeing Song Linyu come in and make a face, several Song family cultivators around couldn't help laughing, until a few coughs came from the upper position. The meeting room became quiet. After walking to Song Yuanfang, who had a stern face, Song Linyu first handed him a letter in his hand, then walked to Song Yuanfang with a smile and took the initiative to pour him a cup of spiritual tea. Grandpa, a man who claimed to be from the Bai family, came down the mountain and said that he wanted to give this letter to the ancestor. This kid is not even as old as me, but he is quite arrogant. He came up and shouted that he wanted to see the ancestor and said that he was the ancestor's direct disciple. We almost laughed to death. If it weren't for his good appearance, I wouldn't want to help him run this errand. The Bai family. Did he say his name? Hearing that it was someone from the Bai family, Song Yuanfang showed a trace of doubt on his face and asked again. Well, it seems that his name is Bai Jingyan, and he said he came from Bai Shiling. It's Jingyan. Oh, you are really spoiled by your grandmother. You don't know how to do things at all. You almost missed a big thing. I'm going to the top of the mountain to see the ancestor now. Go and invite him up for me. Remember, be polite when talking to others. If you can't invite people up, let your grandmother put you in solitary confinement tomorrow. You will not be allowed to go out again until you break through the 5th level of Qi Refining. Ah, Grandpa, he can't really be the disciple of the ancestor. Facing Song Linyu with a puzzled face, Song Yuanfang just glared at him with a serious face, and then ignored him. He took the letter in his hand and left the family meeting room directly. Linyu, Bai Jingyan is indeed the disciple accepted by the patriarch back then. You almost got into trouble. Go and invite him up. The elder loves you the most and won't really put you in solitary confinement. Seeing that Song Linyu was still standing there in a daze, several Song family cultivators sitting nearby hurried forward to comfort him, which made Song Linyu, who had not yet reacted, feel a little relieved. Alice, that guy's cultivation is not much higher than mine. Who knew he would be the disciple of the ancestor? Can I be blamed for this? After confirming the other party's true identity, Song Linyu did not dare to delay any longer, and hurriedly walked down the mountain with a trace of grievance. In the Huxin pavilion on the top of the mountain, Song Qingming, who was playing chess with Song Qingyu, suddenly saw a disciple walking up from below quietly, and quickly shifted his gaze. Report to the ancestor, the great elder is here, tell them to come up first. Song Qingming replied lightly and put down the chess piece in his hand. 7th brother, you do your thing, don't worry about me. Seeing that Song Qingming seemed to have something to say to him, Song Qingyu hurriedly waved his hand first, and lowered his head to study the chess game in front of him. Seeing this, Song Qingming smiled, didn't say much, turned around and sat aside. After a while, Song Yuanfang brought a handsome young man in white to him. Disciple greets master, well, I haven't seen you for a few years. I didn't expect that your cultivation has reached the 6th level of Qi refining. I think it's not far to break through to the late stage of Qi refining. It shows that you are still not slacking off in your cultivation. Let's get up and talk first. Seeing Bai Jingyan, who is much more mature than before, Song Qingming first praised him, and then nodded slightly to signal him to stand up. Facing the master who was still a little unfamiliar to him, the somewhat nervous Bai Jingyan took a breath, and then said with a trace of sadness, Master, my grandfather, he is almost dying. Chapter 787, Development and Change, Missing Elixir. Bai Jingyan choked up as he spoke, looking very sad. The last time I saw fellow Taoist Bai, he was still in good health, but what happened? Hearing what Bai Jingyan said, Song Qingming showed a little surprise on his face. After taking the letter that Song Yuanfang took the initiative to hand over, he asked him another question. Song Yuanfang, who was in charge of the family's trivial matters, immediately bowed and replied, reporting to 7th uncle, the area around Baoshiling has been relatively stable recently, and nothing major has happened. Last year, I heard from Chang's that fellow Taoist Bai was ill, and I asked him to send some elixirs to visit him. At that time, Chang sent a letter back saying that fellow Taoist Bai had caught a cold occasionally, but it was nothing serious. Later, he didn't pay attention to this matter anymore. I was a little negligent on my part. Song Qingming nodded slightly, opened the letter in his hand, glanced at it carefully, and stood up and said to Song Qinggai beside him. He said, I used to be friends with Bai Daoyao, and this is probably the last time we will meet. I should go and see you. When I come back from Baoshiling, I will continue to play chess with you. Well, Yuxin will be back soon, and I am just thinking of asking her to accompany me to Qianfang. Brother Qi, you can go and do your work without worrying about my little thing. After saying hello to Song Qinggai, Song Qingming took Song Yuanfang and Bai Jingyan out of the door, and then went to Qianfang to take the teleportation array to Baoshiling thousands of miles away. As soon as he walked out of the teleportation array, Song Qingming saw Song Chang's and several other elders of the Song family stationed in the market who had been waiting by the side. Greetings, ancestor. Song Chang's cultivation has now reached the 9th level of foundation building, and he is the one with the highest cultivation among all the foundation building elders of the Song family. As long as he polishes his cultivation for a few more years, he can be ready to impact the golden elixir realm that all foundation building cultivators yearn for. However, it is not easy for a cultivator to form a golden elixir. Even though Song Chang's has a good talent and has broken through to the 9th level of foundation building early, he still needs to be fully prepared to successfully step into the golden elixir path. In addition to daily practice, Song Chang's has also been working hard to practice the Zhangyuan technique passed down by Song Qingming. Although he has not yet completed this technique, he has made some progress. After Song Qingming's consciousness swept over Song Chang's and the others, he nodded slightly and immediately waved his hand to let them stand up. Walking on the streets of the market, Song Qingming looked at the crowd of cultivators coming and going around, and felt that White Lion Square was much more prosperous than a few years ago, and his face showed a bit of satisfaction. Since the Song family arranged a teleportation array in the two places, the Giant Square and White Lion Ridge have been connected in the past few years. The Song family has not only reduced the defense pressure on the front line, but also relied on this teleportation array to make the exchanges between the two markets closer. Many monks living around Qing and Pingyang counties would organize themselves in groups and go to the Baoshiling area to hunt monsters and search for spiritual opportunities. Under the arrangement of Song Yuanfang, Liu Yuxin and others, the White Lion Square also began to imitate the Giant Square to set up Feian guards, recruiting monks to explore the territories of monsters in various places in the floating cloud mountains. Then all of them were compiled into a book, and the tasks were distributed to the market through the market law enforcement team to help encourage all kinds of monks who wanted to go deep into the floating cloud mountains to hunt monsters. When he was still in the Qi refining period, Song Qingming had joined the Feian Guard for a period of time when he went out for training for the first time, and he naturally understood the process of issuing tasks for them. Therefore, when Song Yuanfang and others took the initiative to propose to form an exploration guard belonging to the White Lion Square, Song Qingming immediately nodded in agreement with the proposal and took the initiative to give them a lot of suggestions. After the establishment of the guards in the past few years, with the strong support of Song Changs and others, more and more monks came to the White Lion Square to hunt monsters. Not only did they clear all the monsters around the market, but they also slowly extended the power of the human monks to the north for thousands of miles. There are more and more monster hunting teams in the market, and the spoils of these monks' monster hunting also made the entire White Lion Square and the surrounding Red Flame Square more prosperous. Today's White Lion Square is already a large market in the north of Uiguo, second only to Giant Square. It is not only famous throughout Uiguo, but even many sects in surrounding countries have come here to open shops. Although White Lion Square is jointly operated by the Song family and Zioao sect, the Song family still holds the most shares in the market and is the biggest beneficiary of the entire market. In recent years, the Song family has been developing rapidly, and there are more and more family monks. However, after expanding its territory to the north, the Song family has also added a lot of family industries. So far, the operation of the entire family is relatively stable. After coming out of the market, Song Qingming refused to be accompanied by Song Changs and others, and only took Song Yuanfeng and Bai Jingyan to the Bai family. Hundreds of miles southeast of White Lion Ridge, there is a high mountain standing among the peaks, named Qingming Mountain. This mountain is hundreds of feet high, surrounded by clouds and mist, emitting bursts of spiritual light. From a distance, it looks like a holy place for immortals. There is a first-class spiritual vein on this Qingming Mountain, which was originally the place where the monsters in the floating cloud mountains were entrenched. Since more than 10 years ago, when the giant and immortal clan King Song family expanded their territory to the north, Qingming Mountain was quickly included in the territory of the human cultivators. Now it is the holy place of the Bai family, a family of immortal cultivators under the Song family. Not far from the foot of Qingming Mountain, two cultivators walked together to the foot of the mountain, and soon came to the bottom of a plaque with a stone tablet. Hey! Something really big has happened to the Bai family. There's no one guarding the mountain gate. Could it be that the ancestor of the Bai family has already passed away? After the middle-aged man said something with a hint of deep meaning, he tapped his waist with one hand and took out a white sound transmission talisman, then cast a spell to send it into the mountain protection formation in the distance. Another fat scholar with a chubby figure sighed when he saw this and said, "Alice, Senior Bai's almost dead, and it's only a matter of time before he passes away. I don't know if Qingming Mountain can still have peace after the ancestor of the Bai family is gone." After hearing the worry in the fat scholar's mouth, the middle-aged man hurriedly shook his head and said, "Friend Lu, you're overthinking this. I've heard a long time ago that Bai Jingyan of the Bai family has already become a disciple of the ancestor of Funiu. In the future, even if Senior Bai's gone, no one in Baishiling will dare to target the Bai family. Otherwise, if Funiu investigates it later, it will be a disaster. You'll be in big trouble." To be honest, I've heard a little about this. It's said that Senior Bai had some friendship with the old ancestor of Funiu Mountain when he was young, so he made an exception and accepted Bai Jingyan. There are many cases of people being forgotten when they leave the world of immortal cultivation. If Senior Bai's gone, who knows if the Song family will still care about the affairs of Qingming Mountain. Otherwise, if they really have this relationship with the Song family, why would the Bai family specially invite us to discuss the alliance? I think Senior Bai probably knows about this matter and knows that he can't be trusted in the future, so he is preparing for a rainy day. We invited our two families to come here, so that we can find more ways out for the Bai family. After hearing this, the middle-aged man thought for a moment and nodded slightly, saying, "Brother Lu's words do make some sense. Although Bai Jinghu has a good talent for cultivation, it is hard to say whether he can build a foundation in the future. Senior Bai took good care of our two families in the past. No matter what, we have to come and see. Now that our families are in the same neighborhood, it is beneficial to form an alliance." However, apart from Senior Bai, the highest cultivation level of the Bai family is only at the 7th level of Qi Refining. I am afraid that you can no longer be our leader. From now on, we have to rely on Brother Lu to look after us. Don't worry, Brother Lu, I will nominate you to take over as the leader when we form the alliance later. In the future, our three families will be led by your Xiandu Peak, haha. No problem, no problem. The alliance is also for the benefit of everyone. As long as you agree, I will not refuse. From now on, our three families will advance and retreat together, just as they were talking at the foot of the mountain. They suddenly felt a wave of spiritual energy coming from the mountain gate in front of them, and then an old man in a white shirt and dressed in family clothes walked out quickly. The middle-aged man and the fat scholar hurriedly stopped talking and greeted him with a bow. Dao Ialu, Dao Ialzheng, I hope you will forgive me for not welcoming you from afar, Alice. Our three families have been connected for many years. Why are you so polite? I wonder if Senior Bai is well. We will go to see him first. Hearing the two people in front of him asking about his ancestor, the face of the cultivator of the Bai family suddenly showed a trace of ugliness, and nodded slightly and said, the ancestor is on the mountain, but he is not feeling well. I am afraid it is not convenient for him to see you now. This time I invited you two to come to discuss the alliance of the three families. The two Daoists will go up the mountain with me first. After the discussion, I will see if I can take you to see the ancestor. Oh. If Senior Bai's not convenient, it's okay, then let's go up the mountain. Seeing that the face of the cultivator of the Bai family was a little ugly, the eyes of Luanzheng who came to visit also flashed a meaningful look. Just when the three of them finished greeting and were about to go to the mountain gate, a light suddenly lit up in the distant sky and flew quickly to the location of Qingming Mountain. Seeing this scene, the three of them were surprised. The middle-aged man walking in front hurriedly smiled and asked, this is Foundation Building Cultivator. Taoist Bai, there are distinguished guests coming to Qingming Mountain today. Why didn't you tell me earlier? May I ask which senior is coming? Hearing this, the Bai family cultivator hurriedly shook his head and said, well, the two Daoists have some misunderstandings. There has been no major incident in my family recently. I am not sure which senior is coming to visit. Facing the Bai family cultivator's answer, Luanzheng's faces changed slightly. Seeing that the person was about to arrive, they hurriedly followed the Bai family cultivator to greet him. After a flash of white light, Song Qingming appeared in the air with Song Yuanfang and Bai Jingyan, and then controlled the phantom boat to slowly land. Sixth uncle, I'm back. This is Patriarch Song. Why is he here? As the head of the Song family, Song Qingming rarely appears in front of low-level cultivators, but Song Yuanfang manages many mundane things in the family and often comes into contact with cultivators from the underground affiliated families. Seeing Song Yuanfang, the eldest elder of the Song family, standing respectfully behind Song Qingming, the three people below immediately realized that the man in green robe standing in front should be the unattainable Patriarch Song in their mouths. Seeing Song Qingming, a giant and cultivator, suddenly appear, the faces of the three people standing below were all very shocked, and it was unbelievable that the high and mighty ancestor of the Song family actually came to Qingming Mountain in person. Since the formation of the elixir, the family has basically been managed by the foundation building elders such as Song Yuanfang, and Song Qingming has basically not interfered in these trivial matters in the family in recent years. Except for a few fellow cultivators of the same generation who had a friendship with him in the past, such as Wang Shengaiyu. When Song Qingming went to see them off, he basically did not appear in the affiliated families at other times. Besides, the Bai family of Qingming Mountain is just a small immortal cultivation family that was just established not long ago, and it is not as good as the 1,000-year-old family like the Wang family. How could it be worthy of Song Qingming, the giant and ancestor, to pay so much attention and come in person? Today, even if Song Yuanfang, the elder of the Song family, came, it was a special honor for the Bai family. Not only were Lu and Li shocked by the scene, but even the cultivator of the Bai family stood there in surprise when he saw Song Qingming appear. It was not until Bai Jingyan, who had just returned, called him again that he reacted and hurried forward to kneel down and bow to Song Qingming. Junior, I pay my respects to the ancestor. Seeing this, Song Qingming glanced at a few people, waved his hand gently to signal them to stand up, and then asked Bai Jingyan to lead the way and walk up to Qingming Mountain first. It was not until Song Qingming and the other two had gone far away that Lu and Li, who were still there, slowly recovered from their shock and looked at each other, as if they still couldn't believe what had just happened. Fellow Taoist Lu, fellow Taoist Zhang, let's go up the mountain first. You two Daoists go first. Fellow Taoist Bai, you go first. Hearing the words of the Bai family cultivator, Lu and Li, who reacted, immediately smiled and nodded in response. After walking 2 steps forward, they took the initiative to stop, and only bowed and followed until the Bai family cultivator walked in front. In a cave on the top of Qingming Mountain, Bai Yunhua, who is already white-haired and skinny, was lying on the bed. With his eyes closed, he seemed to have only a faint breath left that was still connected to this world. In a hall outside the bed, 3 Bai family cultivators sat together, all with ugly faces. One of the middle-aged men with a full beard stood up and paced around twice, then turned around and asked, "Brother, do you think Qingming can invite people from the Song family to go to Funiu this time? People from the Lu family and the Zhang family will be here soon. If no one from the Song family comes, it will be difficult for us to discuss the alliance with them." An old man sitting at the stone table sighed and said, "You all know that although Qingming is a disciple of the Song family's ancestor, he is just a figurehead. I'm not sure about this matter. The ancestor had repeatedly warned us not to alarm the Song family about this matter. It was you who insisted on coming up with this idea and asked Qingming to go to Funiu to report the news, but now you are asking me about it." After the old man in white finished speaking, there was a hint of displeasure in his eyes, as if he was a little dissatisfied with the inquiry just now. The middle-aged man was not happy to hear this and said, "Brother, don't you know the current situation? Once the ancestor passes away, do you think the Lu family and the Zhang family will still follow our lead like before? How can we maintain our current status by relying on just a few of us? This is not a last resort. If you have any better ideas, then tell us. We are not disobeying you, okay? Fourth brother, you should say less. You are not tired after arguing for so many days. Brother, now that the matter is settled, don't think too much. Just wait for the result. When the people from the Lu family and the Li family come up, I will go to deal with them and hold them back. Everything will be discussed after Qingming comes back." Another old man sitting at the stone table spoke to comfort the 2 people, then took the initiative to get up and walk out. Just as he walked to the door, a teenager of 15 or 16 suddenly walked in quickly. "Uncle, my second brother is back. I saw he brought 2 people with him. They will be here soon." "Oh, great, it must be someone from the Song family. I knew that Qingming would be smart and would not let us down. Big brother, you stay here first. Fourth brother, follow me to greet them. Don't let them think we are impolite." Hearing what the young man said, the people in the hall immediately changed from their sad expressions to a bit more joyful, and walked out of the cave quickly. A quarter of an hour later, Song Qingming, who was sitting in front of Bai Yanhua's bed, was using his spiritual sense to carefully check Bai Yanhua lying on the bed. The Bai family cultivators just now stood carefully aside with the Bai Qingming, lowering their heads and not daring to look at Song Qingming. Before, they asked Bai Qingming to go to Funiu Mountain to report the news, just to try their luck and see if the Song family would send 1 or 2 cultivators to visit Bai Yanhua as usual, so as to let the surrounding Immortal cultivation families know the relationship between the Bai family and Funiu Mountain through the Song family's visitor, so as to maintain the current status of the Bai family in a short period of time. Several people never expected that Bai Jinghua, a nominal disciple, could actually invite Song Qingming to come, which really shocked them. At this moment, they were still a little trembling in the cave. Facing Song Qingming, the golden elixir ancestor, they really didn't dare to approach and talk, so they could only bow their heads and accompany him. After checking Bai Yanhua, Song Qingming's face gradually became more puzzled. He turned to several Bai family cultivators not far away and asked, "When Qingming became a disciple, I once gave Bai Daoyao a second-level high-grade longevity pill. Have you seen this thing?" Bai Yanhua is a cultivator of about the same age as Song Qingming. Although his lifespan is about to end, Song Qingming gave Bai Yanhua a second-level longevity pill that year, which should at least extend his life by 5 more years. When Song Qingming heard the news that Bai Yanhua was dying in Funiu Mountain before, he felt something strange in his heart, so he came to check it out in person. Through a spiritual sense exploration just now, Song Qingming felt that Bai Yanhua had no vitality in his body, and his face was also gray, which was obviously a sign of exhaustion of life. After realizing that Bai Yanhua did not take the life-extending spiritual object, Song Qingming became more curious about the whereabouts of the second-level life-extending pill that he had given to him in his youth, and looked at the Bai family members beside him with cold eyes. Second-level top-grade life-extending pill? This, report to the ancestor, we have never heard of this thing. Yes. The ancestor is wise. When my grandfather came back, he did not mention any life-extending pill to us, and the ancestor's relics are all here, and there is no second-level top-grade spiritual pill. Facing Song Qingming's inquiry, several Bai family cultivators standing nearby hurriedly knelt on the ground to explain, and also turned out the storage bags left by Bai Yanhua. Soon, several people emptied out the contents of Bai Yanhua's storage bag and carefully brought them to Song Qingming. Song Qingming took a quick look and found that these were all worthless ordinary spiritual objects. Only a few second-level low-quality spiritual talismans and magic tools were of some value, and there was no longevity pill at all. Seeing this, Song Qingming turned around and looked at everyone again, and said in a cold tone, "I gave this pill to fellow Taoist Bai, but fellow Taoist Bai did not take the longevity pill. Now the pill is missing, there should be an explanation. To tell you the truth, this second-grade top-grade longevity pill was made by my Song family. As long as it is still on Yuping Mountain, I will definitely find a way to find it. If any of you have taken it, or know where the pill is, as long as you tell me now, I can give fellow Taoist Bai a face and let you go." Song Qingming gave Bai Yunhu a longevity pill, just to let him live a few more years so that he could teach Bai Jingyan more. Unexpectedly, Bai Yunhu did not take this longevity pill, which also caused him to sit and die a few years earlier. Now his vitality has dissipated and he is powerless to save his life. Bai Yunhu has practiced for a lifetime, and it is not a sad thing to be able to sit and die in his own home. However, he clearly had a second-grade top-grade longevity pill in his hand, but he didn't have time to take it and refine it. This really made Song Qingming a little confused about where this valuable pill had gone. Seeing that Song Qingming's face was already somewhat unhappy, several Bai family cultivators present hurriedly knelt down and begged for mercy, all claiming that they had never seen or heard that their ancestor had such a valuable second-grade top-grade pill in his hand. Seeing that the people of the Bai family in front of him had already been scared out of their wits and did not seem to be talking nonsense, the doubts on Song Qingming's face increased a little, and he asked again, "Since you didn't take it, do you know where Brother Bai has been going or if he has encountered any trouble in recent years?" Reporting to the ancestor, since moving to Yuping Mountain, grandfather has seldom gone out. Except for the area around Yuping Mountain in recent years, we have indeed not seen him travel far. This is really strange. A good second-level top-grade pill can't disappear without a trace. Since you can't find it yourselves, I will send someone to help you look for it. Master, I think I know where the pill is. Just as Song Qingming was about to turn around and leave the cave, Bai Jingyan, who had been standing beside him without saying a word, suddenly spoke. Chapter 788, The Death of the Old Friend, Family Meeting. The second-grade longevity pill on Bai Yunhua's body is worth at least thousands of spirit stones on the market. It is a rare elixir that is extremely difficult to buy. After discovering that the elixir is missing, Song Qingming first suspected that the descendants of the Bai family stole the elixir when Bai Yunhua was not paying attention, so he questioned them. But Song Qingming only suspected other people in the Bai family, and did not suspect his disciple Bai Jingyan. After all, Bai Jingyan is the most valued descendant of Bai Yunhu. In order to pave the way for his grandson, Bai Yunhu even gave Song Qingming such a big secret transaction of King Cave Mansion in exchange for his protection of Bai Jingyan. Bai Jingyan is only in his 20s now, in the prime of his youth, and he does not need the second-grade longevity pill that can increase his lifespan. The elixir in his hands can only be exchanged for spirit stones and cultivation resources. Moreover, if Bai Jingyan wanted this elixir, Bai Yunhu would not be stingy with it, considering how much she loves him. There was no need for him to steal it. Seeing Bai Jingyan suddenly stand up, Song Qingming, Song Yuanfeng and the people of the Bai family beside him were all a little surprised, and they all looked at him. After Bai Jingyan stepped forward and bowed, he took out a black array plate from the storage bag on his waist and placed it in front of Song Qingming. "Master, this array plate was left to me by my grandfather when he was still conscious a few months ago. At that time, he also told me to keep it carefully. If I lack spiritual objects when I build my foundation in the future, he asked me to give this array plate to you, saying that maybe this thing can help me. During this period of time, I have always felt that this matter is a bit strange. Please help me see if this thing left by my grandfather is related to the elixir." As soon as Bai Jingyan finished speaking, the black array plate flew out of his hand and fell into Song Qingming's hand, and he looked at it with a hint of doubt. Seeing the black array plate that Bai Jingyan took out, which was just a first-grade upper-grade array plate of ordinary quality, the people standing by were still a little confused. How could such an ordinary and inexpensive thing be related to the extremely valuable second-grade upper-grade longevity pill mentioned by Song Qingming? But the next moment, the black array plate suddenly split into two halves under Song Qingming's spell, and then a black wooden box about an inch in size suddenly floated out from the middle of the array plate. After the wooden box fell into Song Qingming's hands, it quickly opened automatically, and a golden spiritual light lit up, and everyone soon smelled a very strong medicinal fragrance. That's right, this is the second grade upper grade longevity pill refined by the ancestor. Seeing the golden pill in the wooden box in Song Qingming's hand, Song Yuanfang on the side immediately recognized it. Hearing Song Yuanfang's words to confirm that the elixir had been found, the faces of the Bai family members kneeling on the ground were slowly relieved. Fortunately, Bai Jinghu took out the elixir in time and stood up, otherwise they might not be able to explain the matter in front of Song Qingming today. Bai Jingyan, who was standing in the same place, was surprised to see that Song Qingming had found the elixir in his hand. He was also very puzzled. After practicing for so many years, Bai Jingyan was naturally clear about the value of the second-level top-grade longevity pill. It was no wonder that Bai Yunhu told him that the black array plate could exchange for a chance to build a foundation for him. But what puzzled him was that his grandfather clearly had a longevity pill that could prolong his life. Why did Bai Yunhu not take it to refine the pill, but instead left it to him? After all, this second-level top-grade longevity pill is a pill used to prolong life, and it is not a spiritual object like a foundation pill. Even if it is left to Bai Jingyan, it cannot guarantee that he will be able to successfully build a foundation in the future. Although he knew that his grandfather loved him very much and placed all the hopes of the family on him. But when he knew that Bai Yunhu was facing the exhaustion of his lifespan and was reluctant to take this second-level top-grade longevity pill, Bai Jingyan still felt a little uncomfortable in his heart, and slowly realized the expectations of the elders of the family for him. After finding the longevity pill that he had given to Bai Yunhu, Song Qingming's face, which was originally a little ugly, changed instantly and fell into deep thought. The reason why he had to find this second-level top-grade longevity pill was not only to confirm the whereabouts of the pill, but also to worry whether Bai Yunhu had been coerced by some masters in recent years. Although a second-level top-grade elixir was worth thousands of spirit stones, it was not a valuable spiritual object for the current giant and immortal clan Song family. Compared with these things, Song Qingming was more concerned about the King Cave Mansion thousands of miles away. If Bai Yunhu was really coerced and the cave mansion was leaked, it would be a bit troublesome for Song Qingming. Now that it was confirmed that the elixir was in Bai Jingyan's hands and no one was behind the Bai family's affairs, Song Qingming slowly breathed a sigh of relief. After a while, he put away the pill and turned to walk in front of Bai Yunhu, who was already unconscious. Fellow Taoist Bai, even today I still don't understand why you did this, but you can rest assured about Jingyan's affairs. As long as he can practice hard in the future, I will do my best to support Jingyan in building his foundation. After saying this, Song Qingming turned around and left with Song Yuanfang, leaving behind the Bai family members who were still looking at each other in confusion. And Bai Yunhu on the hospital bed, without anyone noticing, exhaled his last breath, and left this world forever without a breath. A flash of white light passed by, and the flying boat passed through the clouds and came to the sky, rushing southward against the unique cold wind of winter. Song Qingming, who was standing in front, looked at the beautiful scenery of the mountains and rivers below the clouds, sighed softly, and threw the longevity pill in his hand to Song Yuanfang behind him. When fellow Taoist Bai is buried in a few days, you should come again to take Jingyan to Funiu Mountain and teach him well for me. Don't let him suffer any grievances in the future. I have promised Bai Yunhu that I will support Jingyan in building his foundation. When his cultivation reaches the right time, you should inform me in time. If I am not at home, you should make arrangements on your own. Don't delay his path and make me lose my promise. As for the Bai family, since Bai Yunhu is dead, you don't have to worry too much about it in the future. Just evacuate everyone. Tell Changs to let them take care of it a little. Don't let anyone cause trouble for Qingming Mountain within 20 years. Song Yuanfang heard this, his face was a little heavy. He slightly bowed and replied, "Don't worry, seventh uncle, I will arrange it after I go back. It is true that I was negligent. I only arranged people around and did not notice the abnormality on Qingming Mountain. Yuanfang was careless, please punish me, seventh uncle." Hearing Song Yuanfang's self-blame, Song Qingming, who was standing in front, shook his head slightly and said, "I know about this matter. Although you are a little negligent, these are Bai Yunhu's own choices, and you don't have to think too much. Mortals are born, grow old, get sick and die in their lifetime. We cultivators cannot escape these reincarnations. It is understandable that we think more about the younger generations who have no hope on the path of Taoism. No matter what ideas Bai Yunhui made for making the choice, we have nothing to judge. It's just that there is one less old friend in this world. Song Qingming sighed slightly after he finished speaking, as if he was full of regret for the sudden departure of his old friend. Yuan Fang understands. Uncle Seventh doesn't need to be too sad. Although some people have passed away in the past, our Song family has many new people coming to the mountain every year. These children are also our hope for the future. Yes, you are right. The world of immortal cultivation has gone through thousands of years of vicissitudes. What we can see now is just a corner. I hope they can go further and see more different scenery in the future. A few days later, the news that Bai Yunhui, the foundation building ancestor of the Bai family in Qingming Mountain, passed away quickly spread to the surrounding area, and the entire Qingming Mountain fell into a period of sadness. Hearing that the foundation building ancestor of the Bai family passed away, many casual cultivators in the surrounding area who had some glimpses of Qingming Mountain became interested in the legacy left by this foundation building cultivator and rushed to Qingming Mountain to pay their respects and inquire about the truth. However, when they came here, they saw a man in a green robe who had reached the late stage of foundation building sitting at the head of the hall, and they were immediately frightened and hurried forward to salute. After Bai Yunhui's funeral, Song Yuanfang, who came to pay respects on behalf of the Song family, took Bai Jingyan back to Funiu Mountain in front of everyone. The surrounding immortal cultivation families, and even the casual cultivators who came to pay respects, all showed surprise when they saw this scene. After knowing that Funiu Mountain had a special relationship with the Bai family, these people did not dare to stay on Qingming Mountain for a long time. After the condolences, they said goodbye and left. Several immortal cultivation families with similar strengths in the surrounding area did not dare to look down on the Bai family. Bai Jingyan has now gone to Funiu Mountain to practice. With his cultivation talent and the support of the Song family, who knows when he will return to build his foundation. Although the Bai family is now in decline because of the death of the foundation building ancestor, as long as Bai Jingyan is there is definitely a great possibility of revival in the future. Winter is gone and spring is here. As the earth slowly warms up, all things on the mountains, rivers and fields begin to revive, adding a green scene to the whole world. On this day, in the cave on the top of Funiu Mountain, after a day of meditation and cultivation, Song Qingming slowly took back his own magic power, and then stood up with a calm face. After Song Qingming returned from the Xianhe Xiuxin realm, more than a year had passed. The injuries that were still in his body at the time had almost recovered with the help of the healing pills refined by Wang Xian. After checking his body to confirm that there was nothing wrong, Song Qingming turned and came to a secret room inside the cave where the gathering spirit array was running. Looking at the golden wind and silver armor who were practicing in the gathering spirit array, Song Qingming, who showed a trace of satisfaction, waved his hand lightly and a burst of white light immediately appeared in his hand. Then, under Song Qingming's control, a white lion puppet beast suddenly appeared in the air out of thin air, with a large group of white spiritual light under its feet. This white lion puppet beast has reached the 3rd level upper grade, and was taken from Chu Wuxin by Song Qingming when he was in the Fenglai Island secret realm. After the white lion puppet beast appeared, Jin Feng and Yin Jia in the gathering spirit array also reacted immediately, and flew directly into the air, and then combined with the white lion puppet beast to form a triangular magic array. Seeing that the 10,000 spirits puppet array composed of the 3 puppets in front of him had gathered magic power in the air, Song Qingming tapped his storage magic tool again and took out a Lihua red heart sword, emitting red spiritual light. In the past year or so, Song Qingming not only recovered from his own injuries, but also successfully sacrificed the Lihua red heart sword in front of him and Chu Wuxin's white lion puppet beast for his own use. A 4th level low-grade flying sword magic weapon plus a 3rd level high-grade puppet beast, these 2 high-level spiritual objects that were hard to obtain, also strengthened Song Qingming's fighting ability. Although the 3rd grade inferior white rhino puppet beast on Song Qingming was destroyed by Chu Daoping in the battle, Song Qingming has now successfully sacrificed Chu Wuxin's white lion puppet beast. Together with the 2 corpse puppets golden wind and silver armor that have been almost repaired, the power of the Oneling puppet array has increased instead of decreased. After injecting his magic power into the Lihua red heart sword in his hand, under Song Qingming's control, the flying sword turned into a red spiritual light and rushed straight to the Oneling puppet array, not far away. Boom! Although there is a high-level magic array specially arranged by Song Qingming in the cave, The vibration still shook the entire mountaintop slightly. Song Yuanfang, who had just reached the top of the mountain, was frightened by the sudden shaking and quickly took out a magic weapon on his body. It was not until he found that the abnormality came from Song Qingming's cave that he slowly relaxed. Then he quickly came to the outside of Song Qingming's cave and carefully sent a sound transmission talisman into Song Qingming's cave. After handling this matter, Song Yuanfang did not stay for too long, and turned to the outside of Song Qingyu's cave not far away, and also carefully sent a talisman into it. Just when Song Yuanfang wanted to turn around and leave, the magic circle at the entrance of the cave suddenly emitted a burst of spiritual light, and then Song Qingyu's figure appeared in front of Song Yuanfang. "Greetings, Great Ent." After waving his hand to signal Song Yuanfang to stand up, Song Qingyu immediately asked softly, "Yuanfang, what happened on the mountain just now? Why is there such a big commotion?" Reporting to Great Ent, "Nothing big happened on the mountain. It seems that Uncle Qi is practicing some kind of martial arts and making a commotion." "Oh? It doesn't look like a breakthrough in cultivation. Why is there such a big commotion? I don't know what powerful martial arts Brother Qi has been studying in seclusion for more than half a year. Okay, you go back first. I'll go to see Brother Qi. Whether he can come out of seclusion or not, you can arrange the family meeting as usual. I will definitely go down later." Yuanfang understands. After giving Song Yuanfang an order, Song Qingyu turned around and came to the outside of Song Qingming's cave alone, and probed out his spiritual sense to observe. Seeing that the spiritual energy in the cave was fluctuating frequently, Song Qingyu was about to cast a spell to transmit sound, but Song Qingming's voice came out first. "Qingyu, I have nothing to do here, please come in first." As soon as the voice disappeared, the white mist wrapped around the entrance of the cave suddenly rolled, and soon a passage appeared in front of Song Qingyu. "Seventh brother, Chang's, Yuan Hao and the others have returned and are waiting for us to go to the meeting room. I thought you were in seclusion and couldn't come out to break through, and you will miss this year's family meeting." Seeing Song Qingyu coming in, Song Qingming put away the bamboo scrolls on the table and nodded to him, saying, "It's still early for me to break through. I'm just practicing an ordinary technique recently." "What ordinary technique can make such a big noise?" "Seventh brother, you are not lying to me, are you?" Seeing Song Qingyu staring at him with curiosity, Song Qingming also knew that it might be because the noise he made in the secret room just now was too loud, so he immediately smiled and shook his head and explained, "This technique is indeed a bit overbearing. After practicing to a high level, it is said that one can control the thunder method of all things in the world. However, it is also extremely difficult to practice. I have just started learning it. If you are interested, you can take a look, but I only have the techniques before the Jinden stage, and I have not yet comprehended the rest." After Song Qingming finished speaking, he picked up a scroll of ancient bamboo slips in his hand and threw it directly to Song Qingyu. Song Qingyu took the bamboo slips and took a curious look with his spiritual sense and took the initiative to withdraw. The thunder method that controls everything in the world is indeed a bit overbearing. I remember that when my seventh brother just came back last year, he asked Yuan Fang and the others to look for the heaven and earth thunder everywhere. Could it be that he was practicing this method? Song Qingming heard this and nodded slightly and smiled. "That's true, but the heaven and earth thunder is very rare, so this method is also extremely difficult to practice. If you have time to take a look, it's okay. If you want to practice, you need to be more cautious. If you are not really interested, don't waste your energy on this." Seventh brother is right. It's already hard enough for me to practice the sword formula on my body. How can I have the mind to practice this thunder method? "Seventh brother, you should take it back," Song Qingyu said, and threw the bamboo slips in his hand back to Song Qingming. "Well, it's getting late, let's go down first." So as not to keep them waiting for a long time, after the two walked out of the cave, they came to the meeting room of the family at the foot of the mountain soon. At the door, they ran into Wang Xian, Su Qingyan and her senior sister Li Zhening. Since Wang Xian formed the elixir, she has put most of her energy into refining the elixir. Except when Song Qingming and Song Qingyu were not around, she rarely took the initiative to come to the family's meeting room to participate in these family affairs. Seeing Wang Xian bringing the two girls, Song Qingming and Song Qingyu, who had just come out of retreat, were quite surprised. When Song Qingming was about to speak, Wang Xian took the lead and spoke to the two people behind her, letting the two girls walk into the meeting room first. "I thought you two were in seclusion and couldn't come out, So I rushed here first. If I had known, I wouldn't have wasted time rushing here. Sister-in-law, you misunderstood me. I have already agreed with Yuan Fang that I will definitely come when I have time. Wang Xian chuckled and said, you sound nice, but every time the day comes, I can't get away and push things to me and Yuan Fang. Fortunately, there is nothing big happening at home recently, otherwise I would quit and see how you two brothers and sisters will toss. Haha. What are you talking about, sister-in-law? How could I be like that? Seventh brother, you two haven't seen each other for so long, you must have a lot to say. I'll go in first. After being retorted by Wang Xian, Song Qingming was speechless for a moment, and hurriedly turned around with a smile and ran to the conference hall not far away. Seeing Song Qingming's appearance of fleeing in panic, Wang Xian and Song Qingming couldn't help but smile a little, and then turned around and followed him slowly. Xian, why are you walking with him? Did Yuan Hao have some trouble again? Ever since Song Yuan Hao and Su Qingming were arranged to go to Qingming Mountain, with the help of elders such as Song Qingming and Wang Xian, the relationship between the two has been steadily improving in the past few years. Although they are still inseparable, they have already developed feelings for each other, and others can see it. Under their management, Qingming Mountain has not been as prosperous as Baoshiling in recent years, but it has also changed a lot. Song Qingming is still very satisfied with Song Yuan Hao's performance in recent years. Now Song Yuan Hao and Su Qingming are almost at the last step. Song Qingming is a little anxious about this, fearing that Song Yuan Hao will make trouble at this critical moment. Seeing a trace of worry on Song Qingming's face, Wang Xian smiled and shook her head and explained, don't worry, Yuan Hao and Qingming are fine, they will both achieve success sooner or later. I didn't go to find Qingming just now, but I had something to talk to Li Zhuning about. Li Zhuning? What's the matter with her? Does she want to leave? Before Song Qingming finished speaking, Wang Xian immediately waved her hand to interrupt him and said, husband, don't make random guesses. This matter has nothing to do with her. It was my useless Mengda who took a fancy to her and came to me for this matter. Mengda has been building his foundation for many years and still doesn't have a Taoist partner. He came to me for help. After all, it's also as he is his elder, it is difficult for me to refuse, so I asked Li Zhuning about his opinion. I don't know what's wrong with Mengda. He doesn't like so many female cultivators from the King County families, but he likes a married woman from outside. I am really embarrassed to ask him. Oh. Although Li Zhuning had a Taoist partner before, she is single now. It's not a big deal. Don't worry about it. When Song Qingming heard that Wang Xian was because of the matter between Wang Meng, the head of the Wang family, and Li Zhuning, he was stunned for a while. He didn't expect that Wang Meng would suddenly like Li Zhuning, a foreign cultivator. If it were any other junior, I wouldn't want to worry too much, but Mengda is now the head of the Wang family after all. If this gets out, it will definitely be a bit unpleasant. I really don't know what to say. Anyway, I can't beat him, and I don't want to interfere. I have asked all the questions I should ask for him, and the rest can be achieved naturally. Wang Xian sighed and walked into the family's meeting room with Song Qingming. The many family elders sitting inside saw Song Qingming and Wang Xian and immediately stood up and bowed. Greetings, clan leader. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 789 Future Development, Inheritance. Since the Song family established their clan in Funiu Mountain, every spring when the flowers bloom, the family will call the elders who are away to return to the family for discussion. Everyone sits together to summarize the changes in the family in the past year, and then discuss the future development of the family. When Song Qingming first participated in the family discussion, the Song family was just a small Qi Refining family, and the entire family had only 20 to 30 cultivators. At that time, Song Qingming's cultivation had just broken through to the late stage of Qi Refining, and he had just begun to show his talents in front of the clan members. It has been almost 200 years now. 200 years have passed quickly, and the Song family has also jumped from an inconspicuous Qi Refining family in King County to a giant and Immortal clan that dominates the entire northeast of Uyghur. Seeing that the family's discussion hall is now full of many family juniors, and the lowest cultivation is also in the foundation building realm, compared with the time when he and his sixth uncle and several key refining cultivators discussed the future of the family here. Song Qingming's heart is also full of emotion at this moment. The prosperity of the family today is due to the blessing of our ancestors and the contributions of all of you. No need to be polite. After taking the seat at the head with Wang Xian, Song Qingming waved to the people below, motioning for everyone to sit down first. After Song Qingming nodded, the elder Song Yuanfang, who had been in charge of the family for many years, stood up and said, "Today's family meeting, according to the previous rules, must first count the family's expenditure and annual income last year. I have sorted out and counted these account books, so I will report to you on last year's income and expenditure." The family's income from the Yinfangling mine last year was a total of 1,730 spirit stones. Excluding the expenses of hiring monks and maintaining the magic array, there was a surplus of 1,300 spirit stones. Qi Yinfang earned a total of 1,580 spirit stones last year, but Qi Yinfang hired monks to expand to Funiu Mountain a few months ago, which cost a lot of spirit stones. Therefore, last year the surplus of Qi Yinfang is slightly lower than in previous years, and only 870 spiritual stones were handed over to the Qingming pavilion. Since the establishment of Belan Guard, the number of cultivators going to the market last year has increased a lot compared with previous years, and the market income has also doubled. Excluding the share with this sect, our Song family has received a total of 4,650 spiritual stones, and the Qingming pavilion received 3,100 spiritual stones. And here in Qi Mountain, Song Yuanfang loudly said the spiritual stone income of the family from various places last year. The many elders of the Song family present not only focused their eyes, but also kept changing their expressions. When hearing about the family business they managed, some people had calm expressions on their faces, and some performed particularly well, with smiles on their faces and generously enjoying the envious eyes cast by the people around them. Especially Song Chang's and Liu Yuxin, the couple in charge of White Lion Ridge, saw that the several family ancestors at the top all nodded to themselves and affirmed their contributions to the family, and they were very happy for this. Finally, the biggest source of income for the family is the spiritual objects collected from the affiliated families last year, which totaled 5,300 spiritual stones after being converted into spiritual stones. I have basically just talked about the main income and expenditure of the family last year. There are some miscellaneous ones that I will not introduce here one by one. If you have any questions, you can tell me in time. If you want to know in the future, you can always go to the treasury to check. I will first count here. The total income of the family last year was 17,640 spiritual stones, and the expenditure on the account was 10,400. These are all calculated by Yuanjin and I. Please take a look at them. After talking for half an incense stick of time, Song Yuanfang finally briefly repeated the income and expenditure of the entire Song family last year. Then he carefully handed over the accounts that had been prepared long ago to Song Qingming and the other two. Since the family went north to conquer White Lion Ridge, the Song family has expanded thousands of miles to the north, and the family industry has increased a lot compared to before. In addition, the family's territory has been peaceful for these years, and it has attracted many foreign cultivators to become vassals. The family's income has nearly doubled compared to before the monster riots. While the income has increased, the Song family's expenses have also risen with the development of the family. Now, the entire Song family, excluding Song Yuanli who stayed in the Xianhe Xiuxin world, has 3 giant ancestors, 19 foundation building elders, and 2 guest elders, Su Qinggang and Li Ziuning, a total of 21 foundation building cultivators. There are also 660 key refining clan members with different cultivation levels and family guests, a total of nearly 700 cultivators. The salary spirit stones, spirit rice, and cultivation pills that so many cultivators need to receive every year are also a huge expense. Fortunately, the Song family is now thriving. While all the income is offsetting the expenses, there are still thousands of spirit stones left every year that can be stored in the family's gold storage pavilion. There is also a spiritual stone vein located in Funiu Mountain. Under Song Qingming's arrangement, the family has been operating this income secretly and has not put it on the surface. Therefore, this income will not be counted in the annual family meeting, and there will be more than 2,000 additional spiritual stones. After the monster turmoil, the family has accumulated a lot of spiritual stones after years of accumulation. Most of these spiritual stones are used to purchase spiritual pills from outside, and exchanged for various high-level spiritual objects for family cultivators to practice and enhance the strength of the entire family. Because of Wang Xian, the outer sect elder of the Xiandan League, the Song family now has high-level spiritual pills, such as foundation building pills appearing in the family's gold storage pavilion almost every few years. With a stable supply of foundation building pills, the number of foundation building cultivators in the family is now steadily increasing. The number of foundation building cultivators has now exceeded that of the Ma family in the past, becoming a veritable large-scale immortal cultivation family. The Song family, which was just a small Qi refining family in the past, can achieve today's glory. In addition to the clan leader Song Qingming, who was sitting at the head, of course, it is also inseparable from the efforts and hard work of generations of cultivators in the family. We have been focusing on cultivation for many years, and the family affairs have been handed over to you. It's hard work for you. After glancing at the accounts handed over by Song Yuanfang, Song Qingming nodded with satisfaction and praised Song Yuanfang and the many family elders present. Without the clan leader and several ancestors, how can our Song family be what it is today? These are what we should do. I really dare not say that it is hard work. After receiving the affirmation of the clan leader Song Qingming, Song Yuanfang and others present also showed some joy on their faces and hurriedly stood up to thank him. After praising everyone, Song Qingming continued, now that the family is developing smoothly in all places, there are several major events that you should start preparing for. The first thing is to improve the family's spiritual veins. Now that there are more and more cultivators in the family, the spiritual energy in Funiu will sooner or later be insufficient. Although the matter of improving the spiritual veins is not imminent, you should all start preparing for it. After a while, I will try to refine a third-level upper-grade spirit gathering array. After the spirit stones are gathered, I can start to improve the family's spiritual veins. In the future, all the clan members who are away can take turns to return to Funiu to practice, which can also increase everyone's practice speed. Since the monster riots, the Song family's Funiu spiritual vein has been upgraded to the third-level middle grade, and it has only been more than 30 years. In addition, there are two third-level lower-grade spiritual veins in the north, White Lion Ridge and Qingming Mountain. With the current number of cultivators in the Song family, the spiritual energy supply is still completely sufficient. But now that the family is developing so fast, the number of cultivators will also grow rapidly. Among the many foundation building elders present, some will definitely break through and step into the golden core realm in the future. When the family itself has the ability, it is necessary to prepare for a rainy day and improve the spiritual veins first. This is also something that the Song family will do sooner or later, so Song Qingming will put this on the agenda in advance. Moreover, the income from various family industries is relatively stable now, and it is much richer than in the past. A lot of spiritual stones have been accumulated in the treasury. However, to promote the Funiu Mountain spiritual vein to the third-level upper grade, it is no longer the same as before. It depends on all the clansmen to tighten their belts to barely do it. Improving the family spiritual vein is beneficial to all the cultivators of the entire family. Naturally, no one among the many foundation building elders present would object. As soon as Song Qingming finished speaking, a burst of echoes rang out at the scene. Don't worry, clan leader. Improving the spiritual veins of Funiu Mountain is the foundation of our family. We should do our best, that's right. Improving the spiritual veins of the family is not only beneficial to us, but also a major event for the benefit of future generations. Now that the family has the ability, the sooner the better. I agree with this. Seeing that everyone on the scene agreed, Song Qingming smiled and waved his hand, and continued, the second thing is about Qingming Mountain. Now that Baoxiling has gradually stabilized, the focus of family development can also be considered to be shifted to other places. The market town of Qingming Mountain has basically been built, and we can consider migrating some cultivators and mortals there, taking root there and developing slowly. Also, Zhuan can take people to walk around Qingming Mountain first to see if they can find useful mineral veins, mark them down first, and slowly develop them when the family has enough manpower in the future. It has been several years since the Xiaoyao sect defeated the demon clan in the northern expedition and the Song family took over Qingming Mountain. However, because the family has put most of its energy on White Lion Ridge in recent years, the management of Qingming Mountain has always been relatively slow. In recent years, it has barely defended the spiritual mountain and built the market. Now that the teleportation array connecting Red Flame Square on White Lion Ridge has been built, it has gradually stabilized. The family does not need to deploy too many people here, and can withdraw some monks to operate other industries. The reason for choosing to operate the Qingming Mountain spiritual vein, in addition to the higher grade of this spiritual vein, the main reason is naturally for the 10D cave mansion that Song Qingming used to form the elixir. Now, several foundation building monks and the family have cultivated to the late stage of foundation building. Song Chang's, who has the highest cultivation, can impact a golden elixir realm at any time. At that time, this 10D cave mansion will definitely be used. At this time, the family should also send more people to strengthen the control of the vicinity of Qingming Mountain to prevent other monks or monsters from approaching there and causing some unnecessary troubles to the Song family. Clan leader, there are still many monsters around Qingming Mountain. We are still short of manpower. Do you want to let other families get involved? This will help us develop faster. Song Qingming had just finished speaking when Song Xuanting, who was standing below him, stood up and offered his own suggestions and ideas. Song Xuanting has been in charge of Qingming Mountain for the past few years. When he and Song Yuanhao were building the market, they were often harassed by monsters. Naturally, they were very familiar with the situation around Qingming Mountain. Seeing that Song Qingming proposed that the family should vigorously manage the Qingming Mountain spiritual veins in the future, he quickly expressed his inner thoughts, hoping that all the affiliated immortal cultivation families of the Song family could join in, so as to speed up the construction and operation of the Qingming Mountain market and the surrounding spiritual veins. However, in the face of his proposal, Song Qingming simply shook his head and said, "The surrounding area of the spiritual vein of Qingming Mountain has not been developed yet, so don't let the following immortal cultivation families participate too much for the time being. I plan to manage this spiritual vein well, and it's best not to let other people interfere. Now the family is not short of this little time. And it doesn't matter much even if Qingming Mountain develops slowly. Seventh brother is right. Now that Baoshiling has stabilized, we don't need to drag others along for our own territory. As long as we spend more time, we have enough ability to manage Qingming Mountain by ourselves, so don't worry too much about this matter." After taking over Qingming Mountain, Song Qingming had already informed Song Qingyu and others about the Tandy Cave Mansion. Hearing that Song Qingming wanted to start vigorously managing the Qingming Mountain spiritual vein, Song Qingyu naturally understood his idea very quickly and immediately spoke up to agree with his opinion. Seeing that the two family ancestors, Song Qingming and Song Qingyu, insisted on not letting other vassal families interfere in this matter, the many foundation building elders present also saw the thoughts of the ancestors on this matter and did not raise any objections. After arranging the two things he had thought of, Song Qingming then handed the right to speak back to Song Yuanfang and began to discuss other family affairs. As time went by, the family meeting slowly came to an end. When it was almost over, Song Yuan bowed to Song Qingming and asked, "Patriarch, there are exactly 2 children who have ascended to immortality this year but have not been named yet. In the family genealogy, the Lin generation has been used by the monks for 50 years. It is time to establish a new generation. This is also a major event related to the future development of the family. I hope you can continue the generation and inheritance for the family, Wan, Gu, Cheng, Qing, Xin, Yuan, Cheng, Zhuan, Lin." Since the Song family moved to Funiu Mountain in Qing County, the monks of the family have continued the generation every few decades. Now, after several generations of inheritance, it has been passed down to the Lin generation. The first 8 characters of the Song family's 9-generation inheritances, Wan Gu Cheng Qing, Xin Yuan Cheng Zhuan, were determined when the ancestors just moved to Qing County. Now, the first 3 monks of the family have long passed away. Only Song Qingming and Song Qingyu are left in the Qing generation, and the rest are all monks from the Yuan generation onwards. The Lin generation monks were temporarily decided by Song Qingyu, who temporarily took over the family when Song Qingming went to the Donghuan Kingdom to travel in the world of immortal cultivation. Because the renewal of generation names is usually decided by the patriarch and major immortal cultivation families. At that time, the family had reached the point where the monks needed to continue the generation names, and Song Qingming, the patriarch, didn't know when he would return, so Song Qingyu decided the Lin generation name for him. It also implies that she herself did not want to interfere, but was just a helpless move on impulse. Now the Lin generation monks are almost 50 years apart, and it is time to continue the family generation name. Taking advantage of this rare opportunity for the family to discuss matters, Song Yuanfang directly brought up the matter, hoping that Song Qingming could continue the family generation name on the family tree. In recent years, Song Qingming has been busy with his own cultivation most of the time and energy, and has not paid much attention to the trivial matters of the family, so he did not pay attention to this matter. When Song Yuanfang mentioned this, Song Qingming suddenly remembered it and nodded quickly. Song Qingming has liked reading since he was young, and his literary literacy is pretty good. It is not a difficult thing for him to continue a family tree generation name. However, facing the most important inheritance of the generation name in a family of immortal cultivation, Song Qingming still seems to be more cautious. After thinking for a while, Song Qingming decided to settle on the word C first, took out a pen and paper and wrote down the word he wanted. Song Qingming wanted to think about the next generation name again, and when he was sure, he would tell Song Yuanfang to enter it into the family tree. P.S. Xiao Meng thought about the issue of the next generation name for a long time, but still did not write it rashly. I want to hear the opinions of all book friends first. If you have any good ideas, please comment and let me know. Eternal Green, Nuyuan Changsun, Lin Si, the ancestors of the Song family migrated to Funiu Mountain in Qing County. After 400 years of vicissitudes, it has finally been passed on to the 10th generation of cultivators. Seeing Song Yuanfang carefully taking the C he just wrote from Song Qingming's hand, the faces of the Song family members present also showed a burst of excitement. In the world of cultivating immortals, family cultivators attach the most importance to blood inheritance, and they will be more cohesive than cultivators from scattered cultivators and sects. The development of the Song family to the present glorious era is also the result of the hard work and accumulation of generations of ancestors. Now seeing that the younger generation of the family can continue, everyone is naturally very excited. In the past, when I was on the path to immortality, my third uncle always taught me that no matter where I am, I should always think of repaying the kindness of others. Today, my family is so prosperous, and this is also the result of the blood and hard work of many of my Song ancestors. I now use the word C to continue the family tree, and I also hope that all of you in the younger generation of cultivators will not forget the merits of these family ancestors in the family tree and always think of repaying the kindness. Remember the teachings of the patriarch, and we will never forget the kindness of our ancestors. After hearing Song Qingming's explanation, the Song family members present also understood his intentions, and they all stood up and responded, and their voices echoed in the family meeting hall for a long time. After deciding on the generation name, this annual family meeting ended quickly. After everyone left, Song Qingming kept Song Chang's alone. After carefully observing Song Chang's cultivation, Song Qingming slowly asked him, "Changs, how is your cultivation of the hidden yuan technique going?" Hearing Song Qingming asking about his cultivation method, Song Chang's also understood that the ancestor of the family deliberately kept him here because he was concerned about his upcoming dam formation. Seeing this, Song Chang's immediately answered, "Chang's is ashamed. His cultivation method has not yet been fully developed. It is estimated that it will take another 2 years to complete the cultivation. I am sorry to trouble you, seventh uncle, you have only been practicing Kang Yuan Shu for 6 or 7 years. It is not slow to reach this level. It is not worse than us back then. There is no need to be too modest." After hearing Song Chang's answer, Song Qingming, who was sitting next to him, comforted him repeatedly. In the past few years when Song Qingming was away, Song Qingming also taught the cultivation of several younger generations in the family. She has always been quite impressed with Song Chang's talent for cultivation. After hearing what Song Qingming said, Song Qingming also spoke up and said, "Qingming was right. Although you are not the most talented among these younger generations, you are the most diligent in cultivation. Among the thousands of cultivators in the world of immortal cultivation, there are also many who can make up for their shortcomings with hard work. If I only look at spiritual root talent, I would not be here today. As long as we can be patient and find our own opportunities, we will always have a chance to catch up with those so-called geniuses. Thank you for the teachings of seventh uncle, Chang's nose." Song Qingming nodded slightly and continued, "You are now almost at the gate of forming a pill, and the matter of Bei Shifang is. Don't worry about the situation anymore. I have already made an agreement with Yuan Fang to let Yuan Qing take over from you. When you go back, prepare to hand over the things you are doing to him. You can stay in the mountains and practice for the next 2 years. If you don't understand anything, you can ask us. Don't worry, I have already arranged the spiritual objects for you to form the elixir. Thank you, Changs, for your support, Patriarch." Although he had heard that the Patriarch had prepared the spiritual objects for forming the elixir for him, Song Changs was still very moved when he heard Song Qingming say it himself. He immediately knelt down and thanked the elders for their support. Seeing this, Song Qingyu hurried forward to help him up. "Okay, we are all family, why do we have to do this? When you go back, remember to explain it to Yuxin. That girl is impatient, don't let any misunderstandings happen again." Seeing Song Changs walk out of the family's meeting room with a moved face, Song Qingming and others also smiled with relief and strode out. They had just left the conference hall and were about to return to the top of the mountain when they suddenly saw Song Yuanhao, Li Zioning and Su Qingyin coming back not far away. "Yuanhao, is there anything else?" Seeing Song Yuanhao and the other two turning back, Song Qingming quickly asked. Chapter 790, Heaven and Earth Thunder, a trace of demonic energy. Upon seeing this, Song Yuanhao and the other two stepped forward to pay their respects, then pointed at Li Zioning who was standing beside them and said, "Seventh uncle, fellow Taoist Li said that he had something important to report to you in private, so I brought her here." Hearing that it was Li Zioning who wanted to say something to him, Song Qingming's face was slightly surprised. After waving to Li Zioning in front of everyone, he took the initiative to walk aside. After Li Zioning caught up, Song Qingming immediately waved his hand and cast a soundproof barrier beside the two of them. He turned around with a smile and said, "There is no one else here. If you have anything to say, just speak up." Hearing this, Li Zioning nodded and bowed his head and said, "Please forgive me, senior. This matter is not a confidential matter. I am just afraid that it will affect you, so I dare not say more in front of others. Before, in Qingming Mountain, I heard that you were looking for high-level heaven and earth thunder. Suddenly, I happened to encounter a place where this thing might be. But this place is a long way from Uyghur, and I don't know if I can help you." "Oh. Where is this thing? Tell me first." Since obtaining the heaven-devouring thunder art in the secret realm of Winds and Thunder Island, Song Qingming has been very interested in this set of high-level exercises that he accidentally obtained. In the more than 1 year since returning to the family, in addition to daily healing, Song Qingming began to try to practice the heaven-devouring thunder art and asked the family to help search for news about the heaven and earth thunder. However, because there are very few divine thunders around Uyghur, Song Yuanfang and others have tried hard to search everywhere in recent years, but they can only find some low-level divine thunders, which is of limited help to Song Qingming in practicing the heaven-devouring thunder art. At this moment, hearing the news that Li Zioning knew about the high-level divine thunders, Song Qingming's eyes suddenly showed a little more interest, and motioned Li Zioning to continue. Seeing this, Li Zioning immediately nodded slightly and continued, "Senior should still remember that I was injured because I accidentally entered the territory of the Demon King while hunting demons in Tayar Lake. Later, I fled to a cave and was attacked by the tree demon. I was poisoned and almost died. When I escaped from the cave, I remember seeing a white light inside, which seemed to be a high-level divine thunder. I was attracted by this lightning and went deep into the cave and was almost killed by the demon tree. To be honest, I have been staying in Uyghur for these years and have almost forgotten what happened back then. If I hadn't accidentally heard Taoist Yuan Hao asking about the divine thunder of heaven and earth in Qingming Mountain a few months ago, I would have accidentally remembered this matter. I am afraid that I will never think about this embarrassing memory again in this life." When Li Zioning started to talk about this, there was a trace of sadness on his face, as if he was recalling some not-so-good memories. Not only did Li Zioning herself almost die there, but also her Taoist partner who had been with her for many years and several close friends all died in Tayar Lake. Now that Li Zioning remembered all this, she naturally felt a little uncomfortable. And Song Qingming understood this very well. After Li Zioning's mood recovered a little, Song Qingming asked softly, "Dai Ali, where exactly is the place you mentioned in Tayai Lake, and how far is it from Song State? Also, tell me in detail what this divine thunder looked like when you saw it." Song State is far to the west of Tayar Lake. The unyielding sect that governs this place has a bad relationship with the Xiaoyao sect of Wei State, where the Song family is located. If it is just a low-level cultivator in the foundation building and Qi refining period like Song Yuanhao, who went there to gain experience incognito, he would not be afraid of encountering any danger. But Song Qingming, as a guest giant and elder of Xiaoyao sect, rashly went to the territory of Funiu Mountain sect to search for spiritual objects. Once he was discovered by the other party, it would inevitably cause misunderstandings from Hunyuan sect, which would bring trouble to himself and the sect, knowing that the heaven and earth thunder mentioned by Li Zuning was actually in the Taiyu Lake near Song State. Song Qingming's face became more cautious, and he opened his mouth to confirm with him in detail. Reporting to the senior, the place where the heaven and earth thunder is located is about 6,000 or 7,000 miles away from Liuan County of Song State, and has penetrated into the sphere of influence of the giant and demon king of Taiyu Lake. We accidentally entered there and met the giant and demon king. As for the white light in the cave, I clearly remember that there were flashes of lightning on it. I can't say that I am 100% sure that it is a high-level heaven and earth divine thunder, but I am 80% to 90% sure. However, it has been many years since this happened, and I am not sure whether the heaven and earth divine thunder is still on the island. I hope the senior can consider it carefully. After his eyes swept over Li Zuning's face, Song Qingming, who had practiced Taoism for many years, could also feel that what the other party said was from the heart. He nodded slightly and fell into some thought. Just like when he went to Yu State with Xiaomo and he Mengxin to explore the cave dwellings of Yuanying cultivators, there would indeed be some risks in rashly leaving Wei State to search for spiritual objects in the territory of Hunyuan sect. However, if he really found the high-level heaven and earth divine thunder he wanted, for Song Qingming, who was determined to practice the heaven-devouring thunder control art, it would not be unacceptable to take some risks for this. After all, although the world of immortal cultivation is large and there are opportunities everywhere, it is definitely difficult for opportunities to come to you if you want to sit at home without taking risks. Song Qingming, as a giant and cultivator, naturally understood these principles. After standing there and thinking for a while, Song Qingming turned to Li Zuning and nodded slightly, and continued to ask, "What you said is indeed useful to me. Next, I may have to trouble you to take me to Taiyu Lake. You also know that our relationship with Hunyuan sect is not very good, and this trip must be risky. Regardless of whether the news is true or false, I will not treat you unfairly. If you have made up your mind, you can tell me directly. Whether it is a spiritual object or a spiritual stone, as long as it is not too much, I will try my best to satisfy you." Seeing that Song Qingming has believed what he said, Li Zuning's face suddenly showed a little relief, stepped forward and bowed and said, "Senior is really a quick-talking person, then I will not be polite with you. I would like to take this opportunity to ask you for a barrier-breaking pill. I hope you can help me. I will be very grateful and help you find the heaven and earth thunder with all my heart." Although Song Qingming generously agreed to reward Li Zuning, as a casual cultivator who has been in the world of immortal cultivation for many years, still knows some limits in his heart in such occasions. Although the barrier-breaking pill he asked for is relatively rare and difficult to buy on the market, its value is only 2,000 or 3,000 spiritual stones. For Song Qingming, a giant and cultivator, it is naturally not a difficult thing. Barrier-breaking pill. Although this item is not on the family's treasury now, it is not difficult to find. I can agree to it first, and ask Xian to find one for you next time she goes to the East China Sea. Don't worry, I am the head of the Song family after all, and I will not regret what I promised you. Hearing this, Li Zuning hurriedly bowed his hands to express his gratitude and said, "Thank you for your kindness, senior. No matter what you ask, I will fight to the death and will never refuse. Well, go back and prepare first. When I have made arrangements here, I will send a message to Qingming Mountain to inform you." Seeing that the matter had been settled, Song Qingming quickly waved his hand to remove the soundproof barrier beside the two of them, and then took Li Zuning to where the crowd was. After Li Zuning and Song Yuanhao left, Song Qingming and Wang Xian on the side immediately turned around and cast a somewhat curious look at Song Qingming. Seeing this, Song Qingming also chuckled and turned to walk to the top of the mountain first. Half a month later, above the Taiyu Lake Market in the southwest of Uyghur, a white escape light suddenly passed over the market from high above. Song Qingming, standing on top of the phantom boat, looked at the bustling and somewhat familiar market below, and couldn't help but sigh to Song Qingming, who was also standing beside him. "When I first came here, I remember that my cultivation had just reached the 3rd level of foundation building. I didn't expect that 100 years have passed in a flash. But if I hadn't had the courage to come to this secret realm at that time, I might not have gotten those opportunities, and my path of cultivation might have been more bumpy. The Taiyu Lake secret realm opens once every 60 years. You were not in the clan last time it opened, so I sent Yuanli, Changs and Yuxin to go. As a result, The two guys took Yuxin for a tour inside and brought out a few second-level spiritual medicines, which were far worse than the opportunity that my seventh brother encountered that year. After hearing what Song Qingming said, Song Qingming smiled and nodded, but he understood it very well in his heart. The reason why he was able to gain a lot in the Taiyu Lake secret realm that year was entirely because of the Fire Phoenix, which changed the subsequent results. If it weren't for this demon clan Yuanying master to take him in, Song Qingming's trip to the Taiyu Lake secret realm that year would probably not be much better than Song Yuanli and the others. The inner valley where high-level spiritual objects are hidden in the Taiyu Lake secret realm has always been a secret deliberately hidden by the major sects. Even the Xiaoyao sect and the Song family's side did not specifically inform them, and it is indeed very difficult for others to bring good things out of it. Because they knew the situation in the secret realm a long time ago, when the Taiyu Lake secret realm was opened several times before, Song Qingming did not allow the foundation building cultivators of the Song family to participate, until the last time Song Qingming allowed Song Yuanli and others to enter the secret realm. However, although they did not find any high-level spiritual objects, they could gain something by going into practice. Now that there are more and more foundation-building cultivators in the family, the next time the Taiyu Lake secret realm is opened, Song Qingming has already made a plan in his mind to arrange for some of the family's foundation-building elders to go to the secret realm for training. In addition to Song Qingming and Song Qingming, there is also Li Ziyuning, a foundation-building cultivator, on the phantom boat that is moving forward. Song Qingming and others came here just for the high-level divine thunder of heaven and earth that she mentioned. Originally, Song Qingming planned to take Li Ziyuning to search for spiritual objects alone, but Song Qingming heard about this. Afterwards, she was a little worried about Song Qingming going to Song State alone. In addition, Wang Xian also agreed with Song Qingming's proposal. Knowing that the two women were concerned about his safety, Song Qingming did not refuse and took Song Qingming with him. According to Li Ziyuning, the deserted island where the high-level divine thunder of heaven and earth is located in the lake west of Taiyu Lake adjacent to Song State, and it is tens of thousands of miles away from Wei State. After the flying boat entered the edge of Taiyu Lake, Song Qingming turned and controlled it to go south along the lake shore, preparing to go to Song State through Pei State, Wu State and other countries along the south of Taiyu Lake. Although choosing this route will take a few more days to reach their destination, it will also be relatively safer. Along after traveling for more than half a month in Taiyu Lake, Song Qingming and his companions finally passed through many countries along the way and entered the border of Song State on the west side of Taiyu Lake. After arriving at the sphere of influence of Song State, in order to try not to alarm the monks of Song State, Song Qingming turned the flying boat along the border of Song State and directly entered Taiyu Lake. After traveling thousands of miles to the north, seeing that the bottom had already penetrated into the territory of monsters in Taiyu Lake, Song Qingming slowed down the speed of the flying boat and came to a relatively calm water area under the guidance of Li Ziyuning. After seeing some familiar waters here, Li Ziyuning hurriedly said to Song Qingming, "Senior Song, this place should not be far from the location of the deserted island, at most a range of 100 or 200 miles. I remember that there was a small island several miles long connected to the east of the island, and there was also a huge reef several tens of feet high at the connection point. As long as I find that stone, I can confirm the location of the cave." Hearing this, Song Qingming nodded immediately and said, "In that case, let's act separately. Seventh brother, you take her to search in the east, and I'll go to the west to have a look. After we find the island, we'll send a message to reunite, okay? But this place is after all a place where monsters are entrenched. Qingming, you need to be careful alone. If there's anything, send a message to me immediately." Facing Song Qingming's concern and instructions, Song Qingming smiled and waved his hand and said, "Seventh brother, don't worry. I am now a 6th level giant and cultivator after all. I don't take ordinary monsters seriously." Song Qingming himself practices the way of sword cultivation, and his fighting ability is stronger than that of ordinary cultivators of the same level. Now that he has broken through the 6th level of giant, his fighting power is not much weaker than that of ordinary late giant cultivators. As long as he's not unlucky enough to run into the Yuanying Demon King, or the powerful giant and peak Demon King, even if he cannot defeat the ordinary Demon King, he will have no problem getting away. Generally, the caves of Yuanying Demon Kings are deep in the middle of Taiyu Lake, and this place is only 5,000 or 6,000 miles away from Song State. Normally, It is impossible to encounter such a terrifying existence as the Yuanying Demon King. Seeing the confident smile on Song Qingyu's face, Song Qingming nodded slowly and said nothing more. The two of them separated and began to search the nearby waters. Because this sea area belongs to the sphere of influence of the demon clan, giant and demon kings occasionally appear, and human cultivators are naturally will not set foot there easily. After taking Li Zhuning to search the east for most of the day, Song Qingming and the others also found more than a dozen deserted islands, but when they got closer, they found that none of them had been to Li Zhuning. Seeing that he couldn't find the deserted island for a long time, Li Zhuning became a little nervous, fearing that he had remembered the wrong place, and closed his eyes and tried to recall what happened that day. Although he found nothing after searching for most of the day, Song Qingming on the side was not too worried about it. His face remained normal, and he carefully scanned the front of the flying boat. Not long after, a black dot suddenly appeared in front of him and caught Song Qingming's eyes. Seeing this, Song Qingming's face was slightly happy, and he increased the speed of his flying boat and moved towards the location of the island. Fellow Taoist Li, this island seems to be somewhat similar to what you said. Take a look and see if it is here. Li Zhuning, who was concentrating with his eyes closed, suddenly heard Song Qingming's voice asking, and quickly opened his eyes and stood up to look forward. Looking at the island that was getting closer and closer in the distance, which was 70% consistent with what he remembered at the beginning, Li Zhuning's face instantly showed joy, and he shouted excitedly, "That stone! Senior Song, yes, it should be here. Please wait a moment, I will go over to confirm the location of the cave." Li Zhuning, who was standing on the flying boat, bowed slightly to Song Qingming with excitement on his face, then immediately took out his magic weapon, and then stepped on the flying sword to move closer to the location of the island. However, just as Li Zhuning left the flying boat, there was a sudden loud noise in the sea below, and then a huge eight-legged monster holding a steel fork flew out of the water and rushed straight to Li Zhuning, who was still in the air. Golden Core Demon King. It was because they encountered the giant and demon king in this vicinity that the entire demon hunting team that Li Zhuning was in was almost wiped out. This also buried a lot of fear of the water demon king in her bones. Seeing the powerful aura emanating from the eight-legged monster in front of her, Li Zhuning's face suddenly changed, and she was so scared that she could only retreat again and again. Just when the monster was still 2 or 3 feet away from her, a huge golden bronze mirror suddenly appeared in front of Li Zhuning, blocking her way, and soon a loud boom resounded throughout the entire lake. Before Li Zhuning could react, a relatively gentle magic power wrapped around Li Zhuning, who was already frightened, and pulled her directly back to the phantom boat not far away. "You wait here, I'll go deal with this guy first." After giving Li Zhuning a word of advice, Song Qingming's figure immediately disappeared from the spot, and then a ray of light flashed quickly in the air, and the next moment Song Qingming had arrived above the eight-legged demon king. The eight-legged demon king in front of him had 8 long tentacles. It was a demon beast similar to an octopus in the sea, and the aura it exuded had faintly reached the peak of the early stage of the golden elixir. After an attack was blocked by Song Qingming's natal magic weapon, the 5 elements divine light mirror, the eight-legged demon king did not give up the attack. He gathered his magic power again, and raised the steel fork in his hand to quickly stab towards Song Qingming's position. Facing the fierce attack of the eight-legged demon king, Song Qingming's face showed no concern. Under his control, the 5 elements divine light mirror was divided into 5 and shot out more than a dozen rays of light. Not only did he block the demon king's attack head-on, but he also quickly trapped it in his own natal magic weapon. This eight-legged demon king had been extremely ferocious in front of Li Zhuning before, but now facing Song Qingming, who was controlling the 5 elements divine light mirror, he was obviously I felt a huge pressure. I tried several mana attacks but failed to break through the shield formed by the 5 elements divine light mirror. I was also firmly suppressed by the 5 element spiritual light cast by Song Qingming and could not move. Seeing that the man in green in front of me was so difficult to deal with and I seemed to be no match for him, the eight-legged demon king suddenly wanted to retreat. He spit out a burst of black smoke from his mouth to force back the 5-color spiritual light on his body, and then his body became several times smaller and wanted to take advantage of the chaos to escape. But before it escaped from the control range of the 5 elements divine light mirror, a white flame suddenly surrounded the black smoke where it was. I only heard a sizzling sound, and the eight-legged demon king immediately shouted out an extremely painful voice, and the black smoke slowly dissipated in the flames, revealing the figure of the eight-legged demon king. This time, the eight-legged Demon King also knew how powerful the other party was. And he had no intention of continuing to fight with Song Qingming, but just struggled desperately to escape as soon as possible. However, in front of Song Qingming, who had a higher level of cultivation, the magical power of the eight-legged Demon King was completely restrained by him, and there was no chance of escaping. Not long after, this huge Demon King died under the magic weapon controlled by Song Qingming, and fell from midair into the lake. After killing this eight-legged Demon King, Song Qingming, with a look of satisfaction on his face, immediately flashed to it. With a light wave of his hand, a sword energy passed through the body of the Demon King and took out the inner elixir of his life hidden in his body. Hey! Why is there still a trace of demonic energy on the Demon King in the water? Did this demon fight with a demon cultivator not long ago? Song Qingming, who had just obtained the inner elixir of the Demon King, felt that there was still a trace of strange demonic energy on the inner elixir, and a trace of doubt suddenly appeared on his face. Thinking of the fact that he had just fought with a Demon King and used the magical power of Zhuanyang Fiery Flame in his life magic weapon, it was no wonder that the Demon King was so painful. It turned out that it was contaminated with demonic energy. Seeing that Song Qingming had already killed the Demon King with great power, Li Ziuning, who was hiding on the phantom boat, was relieved at this moment. He jumped off the flying boat and landed beside Song Qingming. Thank you for saving my life just now. Seeing Li Ziuning bowing in gratitude, Song Qingming waved his hand and said, no need to be polite. Since I brought you here, I will naturally do my best to protect you. I wonder if this Demon King is the one you met at the beginning. Hearing this, Li Ziuning glanced at the eight-legged Demon King who had lost his breath below, shook his head calmly and said, the Demon King that chased us at the beginning was not this kind of demon beast, and its magical power was slightly worse than this Demon King. If it was this demon, I'm afraid I wouldn't have the life to escape from it. But senior, you can rest assured that this island is indeed the deserted island I came to at the beginning, and the cave is on this island. Seeing that Li Ziuning confirmed the deserted island in front of him, Song Qingming nodded slightly without saying much, and took out a teleportation talisman to inform Song Qingyu in the distance about his situation. At the same time that Song Qingming killed the eight-legged Demon King, in a dark cave thousands of miles away from this deserted island, a middle-aged man who was meditating in seclusion seemed to sense something and slowly opened his eyes. Chapter 791 Deserted Island Cave, Black Tree Demon. 2/4 of an hour later, on the lake surface on the west side of the deserted island of Tai Lake, the huge corpse of the Demon King was surrounded by schools of fish and low-level demon beasts that came here because of the smell of blood. However, after these fish and aquatic demon beasts came here, they never dared to get too close to compete for the delicious food in front of them. After all, the eight-legged Demon King in front of them was an extremely powerful golden elixir Demon King when he was alive. Even though he was dead, there was still a strong pressure left on his body, which made them dare not approach him. They could only circle around the surrounding water. However, although most of the demon beasts still have a little fear of the fallen Demon King in front of them, there will always be brave ones who dare to come out. A fish demon who was only in the middle stage of Qi Refining, after diving under the corpse of the eight-legged Demon King and turning around for a few times, suddenly jumped out of the water and opened his mouth wide to pounce on a long leg on the Demon King. Just when the fish demon was about to approach the Demon King's body, a giant sword light suddenly fell from the sky and pierced the anxious demon beast, leaving a big hole in its body in just a moment. Then a stream of blood gushed out from mid-air and landed directly on the lake below, dyeing the surrounding area blood red. When the fish demon's body, which still had a trace of unwillingness in its eyes, fell into the water, other demon beasts and fish around who smelled the smell immediately swarmed over and soon ate it up. After the giant sword light killed the fish demon, it quickly returned to the sky and stopped beside a purple-clothed woman standing in mid-air with a flying sword under her feet. The purple-clothed woman killed the fish demon with a sword, which immediately shocked other nearby demon beasts, so that they could only watch from a distance and dared not approach the Demon King's body at will. Seeing this scene, Li Ziuning, who was dressed in purple, also showed a bit of satisfaction on her face, and continued to patrol the water surface below with a flying sword under her feet in the sky. On the corpse of the eight-legged Demon King below, Song Qingming, holding a flying sword, was busy and focused, sorting and collecting all the useful materials on the Demon King. Just as the two were busy in the lake, a beam of light suddenly flew from the sky in the distance to the east of the deserted island, and quickly approached the location where Song Qingming and the others were. Senior Song, It seems that someone is coming over there. Seeing this scene from afar, Li Zhuning, who didn't know whether the other party was an enemy or a friend, immediately became nervous and shouted to remind Song Qingming below. A moment later, the green light flashed past Song Qingming's figure and he was already in the air. After seeing the light getting closer and closer in the distance, which was obviously familiar, Song Qingming slowly showed a smile on his face, and threw the pair of eyes he had just cut off from the demon beast in his hand directly to Li Zhuning beside him. No problem. It should be King Gaiyu who came. You've worked hard just now, thank you for your generous gift, senior. After receiving the monster materials from Song Qingming, Li Zhuning suddenly showed a trace of joy in his heart, and happily put the Monster King's eyes into his storage bag. Although this amount of monster materials is not much, it is at least something from the Monster King. It can be exchanged for 200 or 300 spirit stones in the market. Li Zhuning didn't contribute much in the battle just now. He just helped Song Qingming drive away the low-level monsters from behind. He was very happy to get these rewards. While the two were talking, the green escape light quickly came to the sky above the deserted island. Not long after, Song Qingming, wearing a green shirt and smiling, flashed to the two of them. Hey! I didn't expect that Brother Qi was so lucky that he could capture a giant and demon king here. It seems that we are destined not to return empty-handed today, whether there is any harvest or not, we can't be happy too early. This place is not a safe place for demon kings to appear. Let's go and search for the heaven and earth thunder and go back early. Seeing that Song Qingming had arrived, Song Qingming took a look at some demon beast materials that were still left below, and decided not to waste too much time here. He went to look for the heaven and earth thunder that Li Zhuning mentioned first. Not only were there demon kings around this deserted island, but there were even shadows of demon cultivators. This made Song Qingming feel a little uneasy, and he didn't want to stay here for too long. After saying hello to Song Qingming, Song Qingming took Li Zhuning back to the phantom boat, and then under her guidance, the three of them quickly turned into escape light and disappeared on the spot. A moment later, under a cliff in the middle of the deserted island, a few more figures suddenly flashed with a flash of light. After taking a quick glance below, Li Zhuning quickly found a dark cave in the weeds in the middle of the cliff. He turned around and bowed to Song Qingming and the others, saying, Senior, this is it. This cave is quite large and has many forks. The white light is at the deepest part of the cave, probably about 500 or 600 feet away. Well, just find the place. Seeing that Li Zhuning had determined the location of the cave, Song Qingming showed a little satisfaction on his face. After taking a quick glance around the cave, Song Qingming first cast a spell to release a few golden illusion butterflies to guard the door, then nodded to the two people beside him and walked into the cave first. Li Zhuning and Song Qingming saw this and immediately followed one after the other. The three of them quickly walked into the dark cave. As soon as he entered the cave, Song Qingming felt a gust of cool breeze blowing out from inside. Just from this point, he could tell that what Li Zhuning said was true. Although the cave looked inconspicuous from the outside, the space inside must be quite large. Taking out the night shining pearl to illuminate the surroundings, the three of them walked lightly for about 100 feet. At this time, Song Qingming, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped. Senior, what's wrong? It seems that something is flying out in front, and there are quite a few of them. Let's wait and see the situation here. As soon as Song Qingming finished speaking, he immediately put away the night shining pearl in his hand. Then a flash of spiritual light appeared on his body, and his life magic weapon 5 elements divine light mirror immediately flew out, transforming into a relatively dim spiritual light shield, protecting the three people together. Li Zhuning almost lost her life in this cave before. When she heard Song Qingming say that something flew out of it, Li Zhuning's face suddenly became a little more nervous. She didn't dare to say much and could only look carefully at the depths of the cave ahead. Although Song Qingming, who was standing aside, had a very calm face without any worry, the 3 life-flying swords in her body had been summoned by the spell at this time, quietly surrounding Song Qingming. Not long after the 3 of them hid aside, a very noisy squeaking sound came from the depths of the cave, which entered the ears of several people, making Song Qingming and the other 2 feel a little uncomfortable. Be careful. It's the ice blood bats coming. As long as we don't make any noise, they shouldn't find us. As soon as Song Qingming finished speaking, a large number of black birds appeared in front of them and flew out of the cave. Then a large number of ice blood bats flew in groups to the sides and above the heads of Song Qingming and others. These ice blood bats are just ordinary low-level monsters. Most of them are still in the Qi refining stage, and only a few larger ones have advanced to the foundation establishment stage. Ice blood bats generally only know some low-level spells and spit out ice arrows to attack the enemy. They are not powerful characters among monsters, and they will not pose much threat to giant and cultivators like Qingming. However, there are hundreds of ice blood bats in front of them, which is really too many. It is quite troublesome to deal with them. Qingming does not want to waste time on these monsters, so he chose to avoid them directly. After waiting for a long time, after the last ice blood bat flew out of the cave, the somewhat uncomfortable sound gradually disappeared, and Qingming and the other two stood up. Hey! I didn't encounter these ice blood bats when I came here last time. Could it be that they came here later? Seeing the groups of ice blood bats flying by, Li Zioning's face suddenly became a little more confused, and she spoke with lingering fear. Although these ice blood bats are nothing in front of giant and cultivators like Qingming and Qingming, they are definitely not something that a mid-stage foundation cultivator like Li Zioning can deal with casually. At that time, Li Zioning, who was already a little seriously injured, was hiding from the Demon King in this cave. If she encountered the situation just now, it would be difficult to dodge easily. With her strength, once she was discovered by these bloodthirsty ice blood bats, the end can be imagined, and there is no chance to escape from this deserted island. Hearing the doubts in Li Zioning's mouth, Qingming also knew what she was thinking. He nodded with a smile and said, "There is no shortage of coincidences in the world. This may be your chance. What the senior said is that if it weren't for God's will that I should not die, I wouldn't have met you in the end." Hearing this, Qingming nodded slightly and said nothing more. He took out the night pearl again and continued to explore the depths of the cave carefully. The ice blood bat that suddenly appeared just now has proved that there are many dangers hidden in this cave. Qingming and the other two did not dare to be careless at this moment. So they deliberately slowed down their pace. The three of them crossed several forks in the road and walked forward for hundreds of feet. Suddenly, a huge cave appeared in front of them. Then a scent of medicine came from a distance and directly sank into the noses of Qingming and the others. Arriving here, Li Zioning hurried forward and said, "Senior, this is it. I saw the white light in there and was attacked by the tree demon. Well, you stay here first, let's go in and take a look." After taking a look at the dark cave in front of him, Qingming nodded slightly and asked Li Zioning to stay there and wait. He walked forward slowly with Qingming. Standing at the entrance of the cave, Li Zioning saw that the front was pitch black. Except for the little light emitted by some spiritual medicines, there was no other light on his face. He couldn't help but feel a little worried. It has been at least 7 or 8 years since Li Zioning first came here. After such a long time, even the nearby Demon King has changed. Li Zioning is a little unsure whether the heaven and earth god thunder that he saw with his own eyes that year is still here. This time, if he can help Qingming find the heaven and earth god thunder he wants, then Li Zioning, who has made great contributions, will definitely leave a good impression in the eyes of several giant and ancestors of the Song family. As long as they can catch the eyes of the ancestors of the Song family, their lives will definitely be better in the Song family and even in the entire northeast of Uyghur. But what if Qingming and the others come here for nothing and find nothing? Although Qingming has promised not to blame them for this, it will be difficult for him to ask for help in the future. Just as Li Zioning stared at the front, Qingming and Qingming had already arrived at the location of the spiritual medicine deep in the cave. After a quick glance, he saw that the scene in front of him was similar to what Li Zioning said at the beginning. The whole deep part of the cave was full of densely packed spiritual medicines. These spiritual medicines are of various qualities, some of which Qingming has never seen before, but the age of the medicine is generally not high. Basically, they are all spiritual medicines of the first and second levels, and there are no high-level spiritual medicines above the third level. The spiritual energy in the depths of the cave is also much richer than outside. It is at least at the level of the second level upper grade, which is why so many spiritual medicines can be cultivated. I really can't believe that so many spiritual herbs can grow in this inconspicuous cave. It seems that no one has been here for a long time. Brother Qi, it's a bit of a waste to leave these spiritual herbs here. Since we are here, don't be polite. Seeing the many spiritual herbs in front of her, Qingming's face suddenly showed a trace of joy. With a wave of her hand, she put all the spiritual herbs closest to her into the storage magic tool on her waist. Seeing this, Qingming also smiled slightly, tapped his waist lightly, and summoned the golden wind hidden in the spiritual beast bag, and ordered it to help collect the spiritual herbs. He himself stood in the middle, carefully staring at the medicinal field in front, searching for the white lightning that Li Zuoning mentioned. Just as Song Qingyu and Golden Wind were harvesting the spiritual medicine field in front of them as fast as a whirlwind, suddenly a very slight hissing sound came from the depths of the medicinal field in front. A moment later, Golden Wind, who was picking spiritual herbs in front of him, was suddenly entangled by something under his feet, and then he was pulled into the depths of the medicinal field by a great force. At the same time, Song Qingyu, who was not far from Golden Wind in the depths, also discovered the abnormality on the ground in front of him, and immediately flew into the air with a tiptoe. Just as Song Qingyu was far away from the ground, 3 or 4 black vines under her feet also jumped into the air and rolled directly towards her. Seeing this, Song Qingyu's face suddenly turned cold, and then she raised her right hand lightly, and her life-defining flying sword Qingming Jingyuan sword had already shot out several sword lights, directly cutting those black vines into several pieces. What surprised Song Qingyu was that after the black vines were cut off, they actually flowed out of the red liquid directly, like the blood of a living person, which looked a bit creepy. After the black vines were cut off by Song Qingyu, they suddenly shrank back as if they knew that the person coming was powerful, and disappeared again after a moment. At this time, Golden Wind, who had been pulled deep into the medicine field not far away, also struggled to tear off the black vines under his feet under Song Qingming's command, and flew back to Song Qingming's side. It took only a moment from the time Golden Wind and Song Qingyu were attacked to the time the two got out of trouble, and the originally noisy spiritual medicine field instantly returned to peace. Song Qingming, who was standing not far away and saw this scene, also smiled a little at this moment, and took the initiative to walk towards the depths of the spiritual medicine field. Seventh brother, that guy should be hiding under the medicine field. We have to think of a way to force it out first. Don't worry, no matter where it hides, its roots must be at the spiritual eye of this spiritual vein. As long as the spiritual eye is found, it will naturally show up. Unlike living creatures such as monsters, after the spiritual wood becomes a spirit, it is still difficult for the main body to get rid of the spiritual energy supply of the earth vein, and there is no way to move too far. Even if some high-level spiritual trees have cultivated to the nascent soul transformation realm, they still need to protect and hide their bodies. Otherwise, once someone with ulterior motives finds their bodies and cuts off their spiritual energy supply, their cultivation will quickly be lost and they can only be controlled by others. Although Song Qingming didn't see the specific cultivation of the tree demon just now, judging from the spiritual energy of the ground veins here, he can still infer that the cultivation of the tree demon in front of him should be at most at the golden core realm. Therefore, he didn't have too many worries in his heart now, and he stepped forward to take the initiative to try to find it first. Although this tree demon's fighting magic power is not very strong, its hiding and escaping skills are still very powerful. Once in danger, it will escape deep underground. If you can't find its body, even if Song Qingming and the others have strong magical powers, they can't do anything about it for a while. After walking around in the depths of the spiritual medicine field, Song Qingming suddenly flew into the air, and then cast a spell to throw a few formation flags into the spiritual medicine field, and soon set up a small gathering spirit formation in the spiritual medicine field. Then Song Qingming cast a spell to activate the spirit gathering formation in front of him, and began to gather the spiritual energy around the spiritual medicine field. Soon, through the flow rate of the spiritual energy, he locked the location of the spiritual eye of the ground vein here. It's here, Qingyu, try it down. As long as you find the spiritual eye, you don't have to worry about that guy not coming out. As soon as Song Qingming finished speaking, Song Qingyu, who was in midair, moved his magic power in his hand, and the 5 Qingming golden light swords beside him had already merged into one, transforming into a giant flying sword more than 10 feet high. Sword cuts in all directions. Then, under the command of Song Qingyu, the Qingming golden light sword quickly fell to the ground pointed by Song Qingming with a powerful momentum. The next moment, a loud boom came from the ground below, and rocks flew all around, raising a huge cloud of dust. Li Zuoning, who was standing near the cave entrance in the distance, had just stabilized his body when he saw the aftermath in front of him with smoke and dust, and hurriedly cast a spell to release a shield in front of him. After the smoke and dust dissipated, a large pit 4 or 5 feet deep was revealed on the ground. Feeling the spiritual energy in the deep pit in front of him becoming more and more dense, Song Qingming once again looked for Song Qingyu in the air and nodded slightly, while the latter cast a spell again to control the Qingming golden light sword beside him to fall down. After using the flying sword to cut down 3 or 4 times in succession, the deep hole was already more than 10 feet deep, and soon a large group of golden spiritual light appeared in front of Song Qingming and the others. Haha. Finally found you. Seeing a small piece of black spiritual wood covered under the golden light ball, Song Qingming immediately guessed that it should be the body of the demon tree just now, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Just when Song Qingming wanted to approach the golden light ball, dozens of black vines suddenly emerged from the ground and blocked Song Qingming. Not long after, a black tree more than 10 feet high and covered with vines quickly appeared from the ground, with a trace of white lightning, and began to attack Song Qingming and Song Qingyu, who was still in the air. This is it. The high-level divine thunder is really on you. Seeing a ball of white lightning at the trunk of the black tree, which was the high-level divine thunder of heaven and earth, that was the biggest purpose of his trip, Song Qingming was immediately overjoyed. This trip was finally not in vain. The white lightning in front of him was much more powerful than the low-level divine thunder that Song Qingming had found before. At least it was a high-level divine thunder that could only be cultivated by giant cultivators. As long as he could absorb and refine this level of divine thunder, the heaven-devouring thunder control art cultivated in Song Qingming's body would definitely be greatly improved, and he might have the opportunity to directly enter the middle stage of Jinden. The only thing that made Song Qingming a little strange was that the tree demon in front of him was clearly practicing wood-attributed magical skills, and he didn't know why it could produce such a high-level heaven and earth divine thunder. Although he still had some doubts in his heart, he couldn't think about it now that he saw the high-level heaven and earth divine thunder that he had been thinking about. After casting the spell to release his lifelong magic weapon 5 Elements Divine Light Mirror, Song Qingming and Song Qingyu, who were still in mid-air, launched an attack on the black tree demon. The lifespan of spiritual trees in the world of immortal cultivation is much longer than that of human cultivators or monsters. As long as there is sufficient spiritual energy supply, some high-level spiritual trees can even grow and survive for tens of thousands of years. Since spiritual trees have a long lifespan, of course their cultivation speed is much slower than that of human cultivators. Although the black tree demon in front of him has survived for at least 1,000 years, its cultivation level is currently only at the peak of the early stage of the golden elixir. Moreover, compared with humans and monsters, the black tree demon, which is a plant spirit, has slightly worse magical powers. Facing the siege of Song Qingming and Song Qingyu, 2 late Jinden warriors, the black tree demon was simply unable to resist, but in order to protect its body from harm, it had no choice but to retreat and flee. Even the black vines wrapped in white lightning could not withstand the sharp sword light controlled by Song Qingyu. Before long, most of them were cut off by her, and the ground was already a river of blood. Song Qingming controlled the 5 Elements Divine Light Mirror to shoot out Zuanyang fiery flames to continuously burn the opponent's body hidden in the spiritual eye, which also made it difficult for the wounds on the black tree demon to heal quickly, and the breath became weaker and weaker. In just less than half a quarter of an hour, the black tree demon was dying under the siege of the 2 Song family members, and completely lost the ability to resist and fell to the ground. Hey! 7th brother, why is there a corpse of a cultivator here? After knocking down the tree demon, Song Qingyu was about to step forward to check the heaven and earth thunder above the tree trunk, when he suddenly saw a figure next to the white light. When he walked over, he found that it was actually a dried corpse. After hearing what Song Qingyu said, Song Qingming immediately followed and glanced at the body of the cultivator that had been entangled in the tree trunk by black vines for who knows how many years. He showed some doubt on his face. This body has not completely decayed yet. Could it be that this person was a giant cultivator when he was alive? Chapter 792 The Elder of the 5 Thunder Sect, a powerful demon cultivator. As the level of cultivation increases, the physical strength of the cultivators will also continue to increase. After the death of the cultivators in the Qi refining and foundation building stages, their bodies will generally decay into bones after 100 years. The physical strength of the giant cultivators is much higher than that of the lower-level cultivators because they have been tempered by the vitality of heaven and earth. Even if they die, they can be preserved for a longer time and will not completely decay for 100 or 200 years. The mummy in front of Song Qingming and the others looked like it had been here for at least hundreds of years, but some of its body shape and features could still be seen. It was obviously something that only giant and cultivators could do. Hearing what Song Qingming said, Song Qinggayu nodded slightly inside. This senior fellow Taoist is really unlucky. I don't know what happened that year that caused a giant and cultivator to be attacked by this demon tree, and I hear, just now, the two of them fought with the demon tree and felt that the other party was not that powerful among the giant and cultivators, and his cultivation was only at the initial stage of the giant and realm. It was okay for a black tree demon with such strength to bully a foundation-building cultivator like Li Zining, but it was still unbelievable that he could defeat and kill a giant and cultivator of the same strength. Song Qingming, who was bending over to check the corpse, immediately replied, he still has a lot of wounds on his body, which don't seem to be caused by this demon tree. It is estimated that he may have encountered the ice blood bats or other powerful opponents before, and was accidentally attacked and entangled by this demon tree after being injured, which led to his death here. Well, there's more than one tree demon here. Maybe there were some powerful things hidden in it back then, or maybe he fled here after being injured and was picked up by the tree demon. In short, this person is indeed unlucky and fell into trouble here. I don't know if there are any storage bags left on him. I will go and look for them. After Song Qinggayu finished speaking, he began to search around the monk. Song Qingming directed the golden wind beside him to cut the vines and carry the mummy off the tree trunk. Song Qingming did not see any storage tools or anything like that on the body, and he could not recognize his identity for a while. He could not bear to see his body exposed in the wilderness, so he planned to find a place to bury him. No matter who this person is, since they met each other, it was fate, so he naturally had to let him rest in peace. When Song Qingming was burying the body, he did not expect Song Qinggayu to find it. After searching the circle, she actually found a somewhat damaged storage bag not far from the mummy. There were not many spiritual objects in the storage bag, and most of them were already damaged. Only a few low-level magic tools of low quality and a technique that could be cultivated to the golden core realm were found. Seeing some spiritual medicine seeds without spiritual energy scattered around the storage bag, Song Qingming instantly understood where such a large amount of spiritual medicine in the cave came from. Although they did not find anything valuable, at least they found a silver token that could prove the identity of the cultivator. The token helped confirm the true identity of the mummy. The text and pattern engraved on the token showed that the giant and cultivator, who unfortunately died here, was not a local of the floating cloud mountains. Instead, he came from the eastern Phoenix country cultivation world in the west of the continent, from a cultivation sect called the Five Thunder Sect. The Five Thunder Sect is a relatively large unyielding sect in the eastern Phoenix country cultivation world, and is also one of the 10 unyielding sects after the 3 major forces of transformation. There are not only many unyielding masters in the sect, but also great cultivators who have reached the late unyielding stage. The sect's strength far exceeds that of the Xiaoyao sect. An ordinary unyielding sect. When Song Qingming traveled in the immortal cultivation world of Dongyuan country, he often heard of the famous name of Wulei sect, and had some impression of this sect. The silver token that Song Qingming and his friends found was a spiritual object that only the giant and elders of Wulei sect could hold, but there was no name of this person on it, only a Chen was engraved, which should be his surname. After taking the silver token and looking at it for a while, Song Qingming carefully put it away. Then he found a big stone nearby, engraved a big Chen on it, and placed it on the other party's grave. Meeting is fate, but I don't know your name, so I can only do this first. The sect Wadao is too far away from here, and I'm afraid we can't help you. Send a message to them for a while, but if there is a chance in the future, I will definitely help you send these relics back to the sect. Although he didn't know the other person's name, he was, after all, a famous giant and elder of the Five Thunder sect in the eastern Phoenix country cultivation world. Song Qingming didn't dare to embezzle these things from him. If the people of the Five Thunder sect knew about it in the future, he might not be able to explain it clearly. When Song Qingming has the opportunity to go to the eastern Phoenix country in the future, he can take time to go to the Five Thunder sect and return these relics. It won't take up much of his time, and maybe he can even make a good relationship with them. After burying the cultivator named Chen, Song Qingming and Song Qinggayu took to the tree demon's body was dug out from the earth's spiritual eye. The body of this demon tree is also a third-level low-grade spiritual wood, which can be used to refine 1 or 2 high-level magic weapons. It can be worth tens of thousands of spiritual stones directly in the market outside. This time, not only did they find the high-level heaven and earth divine thunder they wanted in the cave, but they also got a high-level third-level spiritual wood and a large number of low-level spiritual medicines. The two of them had a lot of gains, and each of them had a smile on their faces. King Gaiu, you take her outside to guard first, and I will refine this lightning here first, so as to save the trouble of bringing it back. Without a special spiritual object to collect lightning in his hand, Song Qingming would definitely need to spend a lot of effort to subdue the high-level heaven and earth divine thunder in front of him. In order to save some time and leave here earlier, Song Qingming thought about it and decided to stay in the cave to absorb and refine it directly, so that the speed could be faster. Seeing that Song Qingming had made up his mind, Song Qingming immediately nodded and left the depths of the cave, and then came to the outside of the cave with Li Ziyuning, who was guarding the door. In order to cooperate with Song Qingming to guard the cave to prevent those ice blood bats from returning to disturb him, Song Qingming also specially sent out the golden wind beside him. Then a simple magic circle was arranged in the cave, and Song Qingming turned around and came to the white lightning that was still entangled with the tree monster. Song Qingming had just cast a spell to release the heaven-devouring thunder control art in his body, and the white lightning that was still flashing seemed to have seen something terrible and began to move and dodge. Seeing this scene, Song Qingming smiled slightly, and the heaven-devouring thunder control art quickly transformed into a giant white hand, grabbing the white lightning in front of him directly in his hand. The white lightning that was controlled in place immediately released lightning to attack Song Qingming, trying to get rid of the other party's confinement. However, although the white lightning in front of him was very fierce, it was still not good enough in front of the white giant hand transformed by the heaven-devouring thunder control art, and it was unable to escape the predicament at all. Not long after, with the help of the heaven-devouring thunder control art, Song Qingming successfully absorbed all the white lightning into his body, and began to sit cross-legged on the ground to practice the skills to refine the heaven and earth divine thunder in his body. Just as Song Qingming was refining the white lightning, a ball of red blood mist in the air dozens of miles northeast of the deserted island was also quickly approaching the deserted island where Song Qingming and his friends were. In the red blood mist, a horse-faced man with a red face and long hair looked at the ball of blood-colored spiritual light in his hand, with a somewhat weird smile on his face. Haha. It can actually kill my magic pet. It seems that the prey coming this time is not simple. Soon, the red blood mist came not far above the deserted island. At this time, Song Qingming, who was sitting cross-legged at the entrance of the cave, seemed to sense something and suddenly opened his eyes. Li Ziyuning, who was standing aside, saw Song Qingming's face suddenly change and stood up, and also showed some confusion. "Senior Song, what's wrong?" Song Qingming was about to answer when she heard the words, but she didn't expect that a red light suddenly appeared in the distant sky. In just a moment, the sky above the entire deserted island had been dyed blood red. Seeing this scene, Song Qingming's face also showed some solemnity. With a flash of spiritual light on her body, 5 flying swords flew out of her body and surrounded her. "I'm afraid this person is here with bad intentions. You hide first. If you find someone breaking into the cave, just use this talisman to notify the 7th brother of the situation outside. Remember, the 7th brother is still in retreat and there to refine the divine thunder. You must not disturb him easily unless it is absolutely necessary." After Song Qingming finished speaking, another white talisman appeared in his hand, and he cast a spell to send it to Li Ziyuning. Seeing Song Qingming so cautious, Li Ziyuning immediately realized that the person who came was probably a strong man above the giant in level, so he nodded and responded and hid directly in the cave. Song Qingming, on his side, held the Qingming golden light sword and flew into the air. "Ha ha ha, I thought it was someone who dared to kill my magic pet. It turned out to be just a girl at the 6th level of Jinden. It seems that my trip today was not in vain." Before Song Qingming could make any move, a shrill laugh sank into her ears, and then a ball of red blood mist appeared above Song Qingming's head. A moment later, a red-faced man walked out of the blood mist and showed a bit of greed to Song Qingming in front of him. "Peak Jinden. This place is so close to Song State, how could such a powerful magic cultivator hide? The people of Funiu sect are too careless." Feeling the powerful aura emanating from the red-faced man in front of him, who had reached the peak of the somewhat terrifying Jinden, Song Qingming's face suddenly showed a bit of ugliness. The Funiu sect that has dominated the Song Kingdom for thousands of years is also a unyielding sect that is not much less powerful than the Xiaoao sect, and there is also a unyielding ancestor in the sect, and the deserted island in front of him is only a few thousand miles away from the Song Kingdom, not too far. Logically speaking, the magic cultivators above the Jinden level would not dare to hide here easily for fear of being surrounded by powerful enemies. At first, when he felt someone approaching the deserted island, Song Qingyu thought that the whereabouts of the three people were exposed, and the ones who came would be the Jinden cultivators of the Hunyuan sect. I never expected that there would be such a powerful Jinden demon head hiding near this deserted island. Seeing the red-faced man in front of him staring at him with a bad face, Song Qingyu was very nervous at the moment, but his face still maintained a bit of calmness. Humph. Taoist friend is really courageous. He dares to hide here. Don't you know that this place is the sphere of influence of my Song Kingdom? Haha, you ignorant young man, you are really arrogant. I know all the Jinden cultivators of Hunyuan sect, but it seems that there is no one like you. Let me tell you the truth. No matter you are a cultivator of Hunyuan sect or not, since you have broken into my territory today, don't even think about leaving. I wanted to come out and take a look, but I didn't expect to meet a Jinden mid-stage cultivator. With your blood and essence to bless the formation, my chances of breaking through to the nascent soul stage will definitely be increased. As soon as the red-faced man finished speaking, he was already excited. He immediately rolled up the blood mist beside him and turned it into a sharp sword, attacking Song Qingyu's position. Stop being so rampant, you evil demon. Seeing that the other party didn't take him seriously at all, Song Qingyu's face showed a bit of anger. He waved his hand and released the Qingming golden light sword and rushed straight into the blood mist. At the same time, a beam of light shot out from the entrance of the cave below, and came to the air and turned into a young man covered in a black robe. After the black-robed man appeared, he held a huge axe and directly chopped out a residual image, splitting the blood-red sword in front of Song Qingyu into two halves, helping her block the opponent's attack one step in advance. Huh? Are there any accomplices? No, this is a corpse puppet. No wonder it can kill my magic pet so quickly. It turns out that there is such a powerful Jinden middle-stage corpse puppet to help. The cultivation of this corpse puppet is not low. After the blood sacrifice, it can be used by me. Today really gave me some surprises. Ho ha ho ha. Seeing the sudden appearance of Golden Wind in a black robe, the red-faced man was slightly surprised at first. When he saw that Golden Wind was just a corpse puppet without intelligence, the corners of his mouth immediately relaxed, and slowly revealed a bit of excitement. Humph. How shameless. Whether I am a cultivator of the Hunyuan sect or not, this place is not far from the Song Kingdom after all. I advise you to retreat wisely. Be careful that your appetite is too big and your teeth will break. Although Song Qingyu had not yet fought with the opponent in the previous attack, she could see from the performance of Golden Wind that the opponent was very powerful, far beyond the opponents she had encountered before. If Song Qingming was still by her side, Song Qingyu would naturally not be afraid of the opponent when the two of them joined forces. But now Song Qingming is still in seclusion in the cave to refine the heaven and earth divine thunder. If he is interrupted and called out rashly, it is possible that Song Qingming's previous efforts will be wasted and he will be counterattacked by the manic heaven and earth divine thunder in his body. Now Song Qingming is temporarily there was no way to get away for a while. Even with the help of Golden Wind beside her, it would still be difficult for Song Qingyu to defeat the red-faced man in front of her. Therefore, after blocking the opponent's attack, Song Qingyu, who was standing in the air, did not rashly take the initiative to attack the red-faced man. Even though she knew that there was little hope, she still wanted to try to delay as much time as possible so that Song Qingming could refine the divine thunder and come out to help. Facing Song Qingyu's verbal warning, the red-faced man's face did not waver at all. With a hint of joking, he smiled and said, "I think you really won't cry until you see the coffin. At this time, you are still dreaming and expecting someone to come to save you. Although this place is not far from the territory of Hunyuan sect, it is impossible for them to rush over after receiving the news without 1 or 2 hours. Do you think you can still hold on for that long?" After the red-faced man finished speaking, the blood mist around him immediately began to roll continuously, and accompanied by a powerful momentum, it gathered in front of him into 2 blood-red dragons more than 10 feet long. Knowing that there was no way to avoid it and no other choice, Song Qingyu's face gradually became firm. The Qingming golden light sword beside him was divided into 5 parts under his control, forming a sword net around him. He said to the red-faced man in the air with a serious face, "We still have to try to know whether there is a chance. If you have any magical powers, just come at me." "Well said, then I will take your life first." As the red-faced man finished speaking, the two blood-colored dragons that had been ready to move in front of him immediately turned into two red lights and rushed straight towards Song Qingming and Golden Wind in the distance. Both sides had already made preparations, and the battle was about to break out. In an instant, a fierce fighting sound rang out over the entire deserted island. The red-faced man's cultivation had reached the peak of the Golden Core realm, and he was also a powerful demon cultivator who had tried to break through the nascent soul realm once. The strength he showed was far beyond that of an ordinary Golden Core cultivator. Although Song Qingming was a sword cultivator who was good at fighting, his cultivation was only at the 6th level of the Golden Core realm. Even with the help of the 5th level Golden Core Golden Wind, the two of them could only be equivalent to an 8th level Golden Core cultivator. On paper, judging from the strength, Song Qingming was definitely at a disadvantage. And after the two sides fought, the facts were not surprising. Under the strong attack of the two blood-colored dragons transformed by the red-faced big man, Song Qingming, holding the Qingming golden light sword, was able to cope with it, and fought back and forth with one of the blood-colored dragons. But on the other side, Jinfeng, whose cultivation was only at the 5th level of Jiangdan, soon fell behind the second blood-colored dragon and was beaten back by the opponent. Seeing that Jinfeng was a little difficult to support, Song Qingming was afraid that it would be defeated quickly, so he had no choice but to separate a Qingming golden light sword from his natal flying sword to help, and only then did he barely help it stabilize its position a little. After separating the flying sword to help Jinfeng, Song Qingming felt the pressure he felt naturally increased, and he gradually fell into a disadvantage. Seeing that he already had an absolute advantage and that it was only a matter of time before the opponent was defeated, the red-faced man did not get too radical in his heart. He still controlled the two blood-colored dragons to move forward steadily and slowly expand his advantage. Even though it was a little surprising that Song Qingming practiced the way of sword cultivation and showed some impressive strength, the red-faced man, who was already confident, still did not take her seriously. In his opinion, the opponent had already been his prey and there was no chance for him to escape. Years of experience in fighting with others told him that the more at this time, the more he should not be too anxious. Otherwise, if he let his guard down, it might allow the opponent to find him. The three fought fiercely in the air, and the aftermath of their attacks also caused the deserted island to shake violently from time to time. Feeling the huge movement coming from the middle of the deserted island, the nearby monsters and fish hid in the sea, away from this somewhat terrifying deserted island. When Song Qingming was fighting with a red-faced man, Li Ziuning, who was hiding in the cave, also clearly saw the battlefield in the air through a magic weapon he placed at the entrance of the cave. As the battle continued, seeing Song Qingming and Golden Wind gradually falling below, Li Ziuning's face began to be a little embarrassed. Song Qingming had specifically explained before that Song Qingming, who was still in retreat to refine the heaven and earth thunder, should not be disturbed unless it was absolutely necessary. But now Song Qingming and Golden Wind were gradually losing to each other. Li Ziuning was also afraid that if he failed to send a message in time, he would not be able to explain if something happened to Song Qingming. Just when Li Ziuning was hesitant, Golden Wind in the air could not hold on any longer. He was whipped by the blood-colored dragon's tail and fell directly to the ground, raising a cloud of dust nearby. After repelling Golden Wind, the blood-colored dragon did not continue to pursue the victory, but turned around to help besiege Song Qingming. In the eyes of the red-faced man, no matter whether Golden Wind could continue to fight, as long as Song Qingming, the master, could be solved first, Golden Wind, as a corpse puppet, would naturally not be able to continue to resist. It was already a bit difficult to deal with a blood-colored dragon alone. Now that Golden Wind was defeated and another one came to help, Song Qingming instantly felt the pressure doubled. He only persisted for more than a dozen rounds before being hit by the opponent and flying backwards. Fortunately, at the critical moment, a defensive magic weapon, Yurui, on Song Qingming's body automatically released a beam of light to help her resist a lot of damage, so that she was not injured too seriously. Seeing that Song Qingming was already at the end of her strength and could not hold on for much longer, the red-faced man laughed again. Haha. I advise you to surrender and save some pain. Maybe I can consider sparing your life and keeping you as a servant by my side. Otherwise, if I catch you later, I'm afraid you will be unable to avoid extracting your soul and refining your spirit. How can a cultivator of my generation be a slave to a demon cultivator? The worst that can happen is death. What's there to be afraid of? After wiping a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth, Song Qingming waved his hand and cast a spell again to control and gather a sword light, and then the Qingming golden light sword surrounded and attacked the red-faced man. Humph! You really don't know what's good for you. Seeing that Song Qingming on the battlefield in the distance was alone facing the siege of two blood-colored dragons, he was already in danger. Li Xiaoning dared not delay any longer and injected the magic power in his hand into the sound transmission talisman. Soon, the white talisman turned into a beam of white light and flew quickly into the depths of the cave behind her. But what she didn't expect was that at the same time as the white talisman flew out, a beam of light also flew out from the depths of the cave. In just a moment, a figure in green appeared beside Li Xiaoning. Senior Song. That's great, you finally came out. Chapter 793 Daydreaming, Unexpected. Seeing the familiar figure suddenly appearing in front of him, Li Xiaoning's eyes almost burst into tears of joy, and he hurried forward to explain the situation outside to Song Qingming. When Song Qingming was in seclusion deep in the cave to refine the heaven and earth thunder in his body, he also sensed that there seemed to be a fierce battle outside through the several golden fantasy butterflies he placed at the entrance of the cave. However, he didn't know what kind of enemy Song Qingming and the others encountered, and thought that the ice blood bats nearby wanted to return to the cave, so they had a conflict with Song Qingming and the others. At this time, Song Qingming himself had reached a critical moment of refining the heaven and earth thunder, and it was difficult to withdraw easily, so he didn't think much about it and concentrated on refining the thunder in his body. It was not until the moment before Li Xiaoning sent the sound transmission talisman that Song Qingming completely refined the heaven and earth thunder in his body, opened the magic circle at the door and walked out, and just happened to run into the sound transmission talisman sent by Li Xiaoning halfway. Hearing that the person coming from outside was such a powerful demon cultivator, Song Qingming frowned slightly, nodded gently, and then quickly took out a second-grade superior defense talisman that he had refined and threw it to Li Xiaoning beside him. It might be dangerous to go out now, you should stay here for now. There will be a big battle next. If the situation is not right, you can decide for yourself, don't worry about us. The person coming from outside couldn't even be dealt with by Song Qingming and Golden Wind together, which shows that his cultivation strength is definitely not inferior to Song Qingming. Li Xiaoning, a foundation-building cultivator, couldn't intervene in this level of battle. It was also very dangerous to leave the cave rashly, so it was better to stay where he was. After leaving a talisman for Li Xiaoning to defend himself, Song Qingming, who knew that Song Qingming was in danger, didn't care about her at the moment, and hurriedly flew out of the cave to help. Song Qingming, who was still fighting with a red-faced man in the air, was facing the opponent's step-by-step pressure at this time. After all, he had no way to retreat and was forced to the front of a mountain wall. He could only desperately operate the flying sword in front of him, turning the Qingming golden light sword into a sword light to hold it beside him, trying his best to stop the two blood dragons. At this time, Song Qingming not only had blood oozing from the corners of his mouth, but also a dark blood red color appeared on one of his arms, and there was a faint trace of black gas that couldn't stop trembling. And his opponent, the red-faced man, saw that the other party had been poisoned and could not hold on, and he was already sure in his heart, and his face showed an excitement that he couldn't hide. Haha. You were poisoned by my blood, but you can still grit your teeth and hold on. I really underestimated you. You can fight with me until now, and you are considered a rare master among the giant and cultivators. It's a pity to end a battle like this, but it's a bit unsafe for me to stay in this place for a long time. No matter who you are, today can only end here. As soon as the red-faced man finished speaking, he moved his magic power and turned into a bloody hand to catch a blood dragon that was besieging Song Qingming in the distance. Then the blood dragon quickly changed and transformed into a blood-colored spear several feet high. The red-faced man holding the blood spear had a stronger aura than before, which made Song Qingming, who was not far away, feel a huge pressure. Seeing that the opponent was ready to launch the final attack, Song Qingming's face turned pale and she knew that she might not be able to resist. At this moment, she had been poisoned by the opponent's blood, and both her magic power and magical powers were weakened a lot. After a spell, she could only barely release the Jade Ruai magic weapon in front of her again, turning it into a shield to block in front of her. Although Song Qingming's Jade Ruai magic weapon has strong defensive magical powers, its grade is not high, only the third grade lower grade. In front of the red-faced man's blood-colored spear, it is obviously not enough. But now Song Qingming has two defensive talismans on her body, which have been used in the previous battle. The only remaining strongest defensive magical power is this Jade Ruai magic weapon. While setting up defense, Song Qingming also held a golden talisman in her hand. This talisman was a third-level high-quality talisman that Song Qingming gave to Song Qingming after she came back from the Xianhe Xiuxin realm a year ago to celebrate a breakthrough in cultivation. This talisman is also Song Qingming's last trump card. As long as the opponent dares to attack her in close range, Song Qingming will fight with her life. Even if she is injured, she will never let the opponent have an easy time. Regardless of whether she can seriously injure the red-faced man, as long as she can delay a little longer, she should be able to wait for Song Qingming to come to her aid. Before, Song Qingming had been struggling and did not rashly use this trump card, just to wait for the opportunity for the opponent to get close. At this time, although the red-faced man still looked a little cautious, because Song Qingming's strength was not bad, he still had not been able to successfully defeat the opponent for such a long time, and he was indeed a little impatient in his heart, and wanted to speed up the time to end the battle. Although this deserted island is still some distance away from the territory of the Song state, the big noise of the golden elixir battle between the two sides will sooner or later be noticed by others. Once the Funiu sect monks arrived, regardless of whether Song Qingming had any relationship with them, as righteous monks, they would definitely join hands to deal with him first. Therefore, the red-faced man did not dare to stay here and entangle with Song Qingming for too long. After the blood-colored spear in his hand condensed into shape, he immediately stabbed towards Song Qingming with a strong aura. Seeing this, Song Qingming immediately cast a spell in her hand, waiting for the other party to get close to her, and she would launch her final attack. Both sides have reached a critical moment to end the battle. Each of them is staring at the other with all their energy, and did not notice that a white light has flown out of the cave below. Qingming, be careful. Hearing this voice, Song Qingming, who was tense, seemed to hear a sound of nature. The whole person relaxed and turned to look at the position of Song Qingming below. Seeing the familiar figure in green, Song Qingming couldn't help but show a bit of relief on his face. He finally waited for Song Qingming. Seeing that the red-faced man in the air was already waving a blood-red spear and heading straight for Song Qingming's feet suddenly flashed with light, and he used the 9-palace meteor escape to flash into the air. Before the man arrived, the 5 elements divine light mirror was transformed into a huge bronze mirror under Song Qingming's control, blocking Song Qingming directly blocking the fierce attack of the red-faced man. Dao, a dignified giant and peak cultivator, it's really too ugly to bully my sister like this. Why don't I be your opponent? After casting a spell to control the 5 elements divine light mirror to stop the red-faced man, Song Qingming's figure immediately walked out from behind the bronze mirror and looked at him with a bad face. Humph. There are more than one giant and masters who have died in Ma's hands in these years. I'm afraid you are not worthy of being my opponent. Seeing Song Qingming's figure suddenly appear, the red-faced man was slightly startled and showed a bit of surprise, but soon regained his original composure. Although he didn't expect that there was a late giant and cultivator hiding on the other side, the red-faced man was still very confident in his strength. Even though he saw that Song Qingming's cultivation had reached the 8th level of Jinden, the red-faced man still didn't take him too seriously. But at this moment, Song Qingming, who saw the red-faced man's appearance clearly, couldn't help but let out a burst of surprise in his heart. He never expected that this person was actually a person who had a relationship with him. The red-faced man in front of him was Ma Wuchen, the disciple of the Red Blood Demon, who had fought with Song Qingming for spiritual objects on the 9th floor of the Babel Tower, and had a big battle. At that time, Song Qingming's cultivation was only the 3rd level of Jinden, while Ma Wuchen had long been a famous late Jinden master, and the difference in strength between the two was a bit large. Because Song Qingming killed his apprentice Du Yuchen and snatched the Qi Lingzhen Shui they brought out from him, Song Qingming was chased all the way by Ma Wuchen, who came later and almost died in his hands. Naturally, Song Qingming had a very deep impression of Ma Wuchen in his heart. If he had not escaped with a Tongshan order in his hand, Song Qingming would not have had the chance to appear here, and would have long been a corpse in the Tongshan Tower. Seeing the familiar red-faced man opposite him, Song Qingming could not help but want to compete with him to avenge his death. But when he thought that Ma Wuchen had the Red Blood Demon behind him, a terrifying demon in the middle stage of the nascent soul. After thinking for a moment, Song Qingming resisted the urge to take the initiative and said softly to Ma Wuchen, "My fellow Taoist, even if your cultivation is higher than ours, I'm afraid you can't take us down easily if we two join forces. There's such a big commotion here, the news can't be concealed, and I'm afraid someone from the Hunyuan sect has come here. If you want to leave, I won't stop you, but if you must fight, we will definitely accompany you to the end, haha. Boy, you killed my magic pet and want me to leave like this. You really think too simply of me. A demon cultivator. Although it will be a bit troublesome to take you two down, it's not impossible for me. If you want to live, that's fine. Compensate me with spiritual objects equivalent to 100,000 spirit stones, and then hand over the corpse puppet to me, although Song Qingming recognized Ma Wuchen, who impressed him deeply, at a glance. But because Song Qingming was wearing a bronze mask that blocked the spiritual sense of the cultivators when they fought, Ma Wuchen did not recognize Song Qingming at first sight, but just regarded him as a strange giant and cultivator whose origin was unknown. Song Qingming in front of him, although his cultivation has now reached the 8th level of Jiandan, is no longer the young Jiandan cultivator who had just formed a pill and was chased by the opponent all the way. But after more than 100 years, Ma Wuchen's cultivation has also made great progress. He has reached the peak of Jiandan, which is about to break through the unyielding period. For a cultivator like Ma Wuchen who has reached the peak of Jiandan, it is basically difficult to meet an opponent in the Jiandan realm, which also makes him have enough confidence in his own strength. Even if Song Qingming and the injured Song Qinggai join forces, on paper, Ma Wuchen has enough confidence to be stronger than them. Seeing that Song Qingming's second sentence was obviously softer, Ma Wuchen thought that the other party was afraid of his strength, so his attitude became tougher. However, Song Qingming is also a late Jiandan cultivator after all. He was able to forcibly take on his powerful attack just now, which shows that his strength is also good. Ma Wuchen also knew in his heart that it might not be so easy for him to take them down by force. If the people from the Hunyuan sect really come later, he might waste his efforts and get nothing. Thinking of this, Ma Wuchen took a step back to see if he could extort a sum of spiritual objects from Song Qingming and the others first. Humph. Old devil, if you know what's good for you, it would be fine. You still want us to hand over the spiritual stones voluntarily, which is simply a daydream. As soon as Ma Wuchen finished speaking, Song Qinggai on the side immediately opened his mouth and scolded him, directly interrupting his fantasy, and a trace of anger appeared on Ma Wuchen's face instantly. You don't know what's good for you. If that's the case, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. After a roar, the blood-colored spiritual light beside Ma Wuchen suddenly surged and rolled, and turned into two blood-colored dragons again, rushing straight towards Song Qingming and the others. Seeing this, Song Qingming was not polite and directly cast the 5 elements divine light mirror to protect himself and Song Qinggai behind him. Although he didn't want to fight with the other party, but when he heard Ma Wuchen asking for 100,000 spirit stones and wanting to give the golden wind to the other party, Song Qingming would never agree to the other party's request. At present, Ma Wuchen's appetite was too big and he didn't take them seriously at all. Song Qingming was also a little angry in his heart, and wanted to let the other party know that he had practiced for so many years and was no longer the weak man who could only run away when he met a late Jiandan cultivator. Seeing that the other party had already taken action, Song Qinggai, who had just taken a few detoxification pills and slightly suppressed the blood poison in his body, also summoned his own life-flying sword to help. The two blood dragons whose strength had reached the late Jiandan stage, under the control of Ma Wuchen, had just arrived not far in front of Song Qingming, and dozens of purple spiritual lights of different colors flew out of the 5 elements divine light mirror and controlled him in midair. Zhuanyang fiery flame. Just after controlling the two blood-colored dragons in midair, Song Qingming quickly cast a spell with both hands, and several white flames immediately spurted out from the 5 elements divine light mirror, starting to burn the two blood-colored dragons that were still struggling. Seeing the two blood-colored dragons being burned by the white flames and emitting white mist, they continued to struggle in pain but could not get rid of the control of the 5 elements divine light mirror. Ma Wuchen's face also changed slightly, and then he quickly cast a spell, and released dozens of blood-colored sword lights from the blood mist beside him, and shot directly out, and soon cut off all the purple spiritual light wrapped around the two blood-colored dragons. Without the control of the purple spiritual light, the two blood-colored dragons immediately regained their freedom, and rushed towards Song Qingming with great momentum. Seeing the opponent's fierce momentum, Song Qingming immediately changed the formation and divided the 5 elements divine light mirror in front of him into 5, surrounding the two of them, and deliberately covered it with Zhuanyang fiery flame. As soon as the two blood-colored dragons approached to launch an attack, they were forced back by the white flames on the five elements divine light mirror. For a while, they could only surround and siege Song Qingming and the others, unable to break the defense of the five elements divine light mirror. As Song Qingming's cultivation continued to improve, the grade of the five elements divine light mirror had been upgraded to the third grade upper grade. In addition, over the years, Song Qingming tried to use the 100 meridians refining treasures several times to strengthen his own life magic weapon. Now the defense ability of the five elements divine light mirror has far exceeded that of ordinary magic weapons of the same grade. Facing the constant siege of the two blood-colored dragons in the late Jinden stage, the five bronze mirrors always protected Song Qingming and the others, without the slightest hesitation. Hey! Why is your magic weapon so familiar? Boy, I haven't seen you somewhere before. Could it be that you are the one who entered the Tongshan Pavilion and killed my apprentice that year? Although Song Qingming wore a bronze mask to cover his true appearance, Ma Wuchen still saw all the magical powers he used and the magic weapons on his body during the battle between the two. Seeing the constantly changing five elements divine light mirror in front of him, Ma Wuchen suddenly felt a strange sense of déjà vu in his heart, and the memory that had been sealed in his mind for 100 years suddenly emerged again. Haha. Although I have never seen you before, I have been in the damned stage for many years and have killed countless demon cultivators. I don't know if there are any of your disciples among them. Old thing. Since you have taken the initiative to come to my door today, I don't mind having more merits in my hands and sending you to see him together. Seeing that Ma Wuchen seemed to recognize him, Song Qingming's face was slightly surprised, but he did not admit it to him, and directly started to confuse him. Although it is extremely rare for cultivators in this world of cultivating immortals to practice the five elements Zhuan Gangju technique and refine the five elements divine light mirror as their own life magic weapon, there are far more than Song Qingming. The other party certainly cannot confirm that he is the one who killed Yu Yuchen with the magic weapon five elements divine light mirror alone, and at most he is a little suspicious. However, although Song Qingming was right, he still underestimated Ma Wuchen's greed. Although he was a little suspicious based on his own feelings, Ma Wuchen's eyes looking at Song Qingming at this moment were full of a long-lost excitement. Ever since he followed a red blood demon to the Babel Tower twice, Ma Wuchen, who knew that his master had obtained many precious spiritual objects on the second floor of the Babel Tower, had long been coveting the Babel Order, the key to enter the second floor. However, in the world of immortal cultivation in the floating cloud mountains, almost all Babel orders will soon fall into the hands of major unyielding forces after they appear in the world. It is more difficult for a giant cultivator like him to find one than to ascend to heaven. When Song Qingming escaped, Ma Wuchen saw with his own eyes that he used the Babel order to get away. Over the years, he has been thinking about it day and night, wanting to find Song Qingming, the fish that slipped through the net. Over the past 100 years, Ma Wuchen has been looking for a giant cultivator who possesses the magic weapon five elements divine light mirror, according to inquiries. Several innocent people have died in his hands. It's just that Ma Wuchen followed a red-blood old demon and usually moved to the west of the floating cloud mountains far away from Uiguo, so Song Qingming didn't know about it. Now that he found Song Qingming, who might have slipped through the net that year, Ma Wuchen's heart suddenly surged with excitement, and the whole person became very excited. At this moment, Ma Wuchen, whose eyes were full of greed, spit out a ball of blood from his mouth and sank into the blood mist beside him. Then, under his quick casting, 5 figures in black walked out of the blood mist. The 5 black-clothed men have all reached the Jinden realm. They are all wearing robes and masks on their faces, so their faces can't be seen clearly. They can only be judged by their figures. There are men, women, young and old, and they are all blood corpse puppets without breath. Seeing that these blood corpse puppets summoned by Ma Wuchen were all made by Jinden monks during their lifetime, Song Qingming and Song Qingyu immediately showed some ugly expressions on their faces. Haha. Originally, I didn't want to reveal too much of my strength, but you did remind me of something. No matter if you are the person from that year or not, you can't leave here today. As long as I can find the Tongshan order, I will not hesitate even if it means becoming an enemy of the Hunyuan sect at worst. I will give up the cave here and condense my nascent soul in another place. It won't take me much time. Hearing Ma Wuchen say Tongshan order in the air, although Song Qingming's face was still very calm, he sighed slightly in his heart. He was forced to use the Tongshan order to escape that day, but it was only a matter of a moment. He didn't expect that the sharp-eyed Ma Wuchen would recognize it. He did miscalculate this. After so many years of cultivation, Song Qingming has always been relatively low-key, trying not to provoke those powerful opponents in the world of cultivating immortals. But now that Ma Wuchen is coming for the Tongshan order, it was impossible to let him go, and Song Qingming did not plan to continue hiding his strength. Seeing that the 5 blood corpse puppets had already killed him, Song Qingming immediately cast a spell to control the 5 elements divine light mirror to turn defense into offense, and turned the mirror in the opposite direction to temporarily trap the 2 blood dragons outside in his life magic weapon. Then Song Qingming waved his hand and released the silver armor and white lion puppet beast, and said directly to Song Qingming, help me hold back those blood corpse puppets, I will go to deal with this guy. After Song Qingming finished speaking, he left the 2 puppets to Song Qingming to help, and flew directly into the sky. Who are you, and how come you have so many puppets? Seeing Song Qingming summon out 2 giant stage puppets at once, the red-faced man was surprised and curious about the other party's identity. However, Song Qingming did not want to answer his question at this moment. He directly cast a spell and threw out a white scroll, which involved himself and Ma Wuchen. Seeing that he was surrounded by the white scroll and suddenly fell into white mist, Ma Wuchen immediately waved his hand to take out a long sword from the blood mist and shot it straight at Song Qingming's position. The flying sword magic weapon was so fast that it pierced Song Qingming's chest in an instant. But what surprised Ma Wuchen was that Song Qingming, who was hit by his sword, did not bleed at all, and he still stood there looking at him calmly. Chapter 794, Fighting Against Ma Wuchen, Eliminating the Devil with One Sword. Before Ma Wuchen could think about it, Song Qingming's figure turned into a residual image and disappeared from the spot, and then disappeared completely. Seeing this scene, the slight joy on Ma Wuchen's face just now disappeared immediately, and then he cast a spell to control the blood mist around him to flow quickly, and carefully swept around. This white scroll is a very rare 3rd level top grade magic weapon, which is very good at trapping the enemy. As long as it is not a unyielding cultivator, it is difficult for a giant cultivator to escape from the scroll in a short time. This magic weapon was originally refined by Feng He. Last time, he lent it to Song Qingming in the secret realm of Fenglai Island to deal with Chu Wuxin, but he was beaten with a sword by him. A big hole. Later, when Song Qingming returned the magic weapon, Feng He saw that the magic weapon was a little damaged and did not take it back. He gave it directly to Song Qingming and also gave him a way to repair the magic weapon. Later, when Song Qingming returned to Uyghur, he asked Song Qingming to help him go to Qingming Mountain. He spent some spirit stones to ask Li Mufeng, a 4th level weapon refiner, to repair it completely. After using the white scroll to trap Ma Wuchen, Song Qingming immediately withdrew and hid in the scroll, then cast a spell to take out the green jade bottle magic weapon on his body, and began to accumulate mana to prepare to kill Ma Wuchen in one fell swoop. This time, he came with Song Qingming to secretly look for the heaven and earth thunder. Like Ma Wuchen, Song Qingming was also worried that if the time was delayed too long, it would attract the Hunyuan sect monks. Therefore, after Song Qingming made up his mind, he didn't want to continue to entangle with the other party. He took out his strongest 4th level magic weapon directly, ready to fight quickly and solve the opponent as soon as possible, and then quickly get away from here. Lest he really provoke the Hunyuan sect monks in a while, if they discover the identities of the 2, I'm afraid it will bring trouble to myself and the sect in the future. Ma Wuchen, who was in the white scroll, waited carefully for a while. Seeing that Song Qingming had not launched an attack, he felt relieved and took the initiative to release a blood-colored sword light to hit the scroll not far away. Although the power of this sword was not weak, it was like a drop in the ocean when it hit the white scroll. It only caused a wave of waves and did not cause any damage to the scroll. Seeing that the defense ability of the white scroll was so strong, Ma Wuchen's face suddenly showed a trace of surprise, and then he released a blood-colored sword light from another angle. He wanted to find the weak point of the white scroll to save some effort to break the cage that trapped him. When Song Qingming was fighting with Ma Wuchen, Song Qingming outside with a silver armor and white lion puppet beast had also fought with the 5 blood corpse puppets summoned by Ma Wuchen. Although the cultivation of these 5 blood corpse puppets was not low, they were all in the middle stage of the golden core, and the strongest one had even reached the late stage of the golden core. But because puppets have no intelligence, even if they are strong, their magical skills are much worse than those of normal monks of the same level. Although he was seriously injured in the previous battle, Song Qingming still took the initiative to stop 3 blood corpse puppets by himself, and the remaining 2 fought against the silver armor and white lion puppet beast. The 2 sides fought back and forth outside, and for a while they were evenly matched. After Ma Wuchen, who was trapped in the scroll, launched several attacks, he soon found a place where the spiritual energy was relatively weak. When he was about to activate the bloodlight flying sword to launch a powerful blow to break the confinement in front of him, the white scroll behind him suddenly flashed with spiritual light, and a green figure holding a jade bottle magic weapon emerged. Song Qingming, who had just appeared, immediately activated the green jade bottle magic weapon in his hand without waiting for Ma Wuchen to react, and then a sharp green sword light flew out of the jade bottle and went straight behind Ma Wuchen. Feeling a strong killing intent suddenly appearing behind him, Ma Wuchen, who had not yet turned around, instinctively activated a blood-colored black iron shield to protect himself. Just as he turned around, the green sword light fired by Song Qingming had already arrived in front of Ma Wuchen, and hit the blood-colored shield, causing a strong wave of magic power. This is a 4th-level magic weapon. Who are you, kid? How could you have such a thing? Ma Wuchen, who was trying hard to activate the magic weapon to resist Song Qingming's attack, felt the powerful power of the sword light far beyond the scope of ordinary 3rd-level magic weapons at the moment of contact with the green sword light. He looked up at the green jade bottle magic weapon in Song Qingming's hand, and a look of surprise suddenly appeared on his face. He couldn't believe that Song Qingming, who looked ordinary, actually had a spiritual object of the 4th-level magic weapon. You know, although there are many late giant and cultivators in the world of immortal cultivation, those who can possess 4th-level magic weapons are all core disciples of major unyielding sects, or those old-fashioned late giant and cultivators who have formed Gan for hundreds of years. Although Song Qingming in front of him has the 8th-level giant in cultivation, he does not look very old. He actually has a 4th-level magic weapon, which is really beyond Ma Wuchen's expectations. Could this person really be from a nearby unyielding sect? Although he was very confused, facing the powerful green sword light attack released by Song Qingming, Ma Wuchen, who was already in danger, did not have much time to think about this question. The blood-colored shield released by Ma Wuchen was just an ordinary 3rd-level medium-grade defensive magic weapon. Under the attack of the green sword light, a crack soon appeared. Seeing that his magic weapon seemed to be a little difficult to resist, Ma Wuchen's face suddenly showed a trace of ugliness, and he spit out a mouthful of blood again on the shield in front of him. As the blood came into contact with the blood-colored shield, the red blood mist surrounding Ma Wuchen also began to boil, as if it had smelled something delicious, and it flowed madly into the blood-colored shield in front of him. With the blessing of these blood mists, the blood-colored shield in front of Ma Wuchen immediately became spiritual and quickly saved the precarious situation. As the green sword light in front of him disappeared, the blood-colored shield in front of Ma Wuchen immediately shattered with a bang, and a huge gap appeared. Although it was not easy to block the opponent's attack, this defensive magic weapon that had been with Ma Wuchen for many years was also damaged and could no longer be used. Seeing that his magic weapon was destroyed, Ma Wuchen's face suddenly showed some anger, and his eyes turned to Song Qingming, who was not far away. The failure of the green sword light was not beyond Song Qingming's expectation. Just after launching the attack, his mana was already pouring into the magic weapon in his hand. At this time, a gleaming green sword light appeared at the mouth of the green jade bottle, and its momentum seemed to be even better than before. HMPH. Don't think that you are the only one with a level 4 magic weapon. You want to deal with me with this? It's just a fool's dream. Seeing that the other party was about to launch the sword light again, Ma Wuchen snorted coldly, and quickly cast a spell with both hands. Soon, a black orb with a golden light appeared in front of him. As soon as this black orb appeared, Song Qingming felt a strong pressure emanating from above. Without Ma Wuchen's detailed explanation, Song Qingming also understood that this thing was also a high-quality level 4 magic weapon. After summoning the black orb in front of him, Ma Wuchen immediately cast a spell to make it dozens of times larger, and then a burst of black smoke quickly came out of the mouth of the gourd. After the black smoke rolled in the air for a while, it gathered into a ball again, and then transformed into a black unicorn with its feet on the flames. The black unicorn had just taken shape, and Song Qingming had already accumulated enough mana. With a gentle wave of his left hand, the second sword light bred by the green jade bottle immediately flew out. This attack was almost 20% to 30% as powerful as a full-strength attack by a unyielding cultivator, and its momentum had already surpassed the first green sword light. Just by seeing it from a distance, Ma Wuchen felt a piercing killing intent in his heart. However, facing Song Qingming's extremely fierce second attack, Ma Wuchen's face was not panicked at all. When the sword light came in front of him, Ma Wuchen immediately controlled a black unicorn in mid-air to pounce on it and bite the green sword light shot out by Song Qingming. It was unknown what this black unicorn was condensed from. Although it seemed ethereal and invisible, it could emit a lightning from its mouth, which entangled the green sword light and gradually melted it. Soon the momentum on the green sword light was weakened a lot, and its power was far less than when Song Qingming had just launched it, and was bitten in his mouth by the black unicorn. Seeing that the black Qi Ren he released had successfully blocked the opponent's fierce attack, Ma Wuchen's mouth also showed a bit of pride. This black gourd is not only a very rare 4th level defensive magic weapon, but also contains the spirit of a high-level thunder attribute monster, which can emit a special thunder light magic to dissolve the opponent's attack. Since obtaining this 4th level magic weapon, it has helped him block countless dangers over the years. Ma Wuchen also cherishes this magic weapon very much and rarely uses it in front of others. Even Ma Wuchen's fellow brothers and sisters and his direct disciples didn't know that he had such a powerful defensive magic weapon. If it weren't for the fact that he met Song Qingming, a somewhat difficult opponent today, Ma Wuchen would not have easily used this trump card today. The green sword light was still confronting the black Qi Ren here, but Song Qingming in the distance did not show the surprise that Ma Wuchen wanted to see on his face, but stared at the battlefield in front of him and fell into a period of contemplation. Could this be a high-level divine thunder? Since practicing the heaven-devouring thunder control art, Song Qingming has not used this art in battles. Seeing the black lightning spit out from the mouth of the black Qi Ren, Song Qingming's heart was somewhat excited, and he wanted to try to see if the art in his body could work on the lightning. After hesitating for a moment, Song Qingming stared at the black Qi Ren and his eyes gradually became firm. Then, his magic power suddenly moved and a white spiritual light flashed. Seeing that Song Qingming did not continue to control the green jade bottle magic weapon, but wanted to use some magical power, Ma Wuchen just smiled slightly and did not seem to care too much. Even the 4th level magic weapon could not break the defense of the black Qi Ren. In his eyes, Song Qingming obviously had no other way and was no longer a threat. It should be his turn to attack next. Just when Ma Wuchen was still feeling somewhat proud, the white light on Song Qingming's body had turned into 2 giant hands, which stepped forward and grabbed the black Qi Ren that was swallowing the sword light. Haha. With this little ability, you dare to fight my black jade thunder unicorn. You are really overestimating yourself. Seeing the white giant hand that Song Qingming transformed into, trying to stop the black Qi Ren from swallowing the sword light, Ma Wuchen couldn't help but flash a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. But the next moment, with a sudden flash of spiritual light on the white giant hand, not long after, the lightning in the mouth of the black Qi Ren suddenly disappeared. The black Qi Ren had already swallowed most of the blue gold light in its mouth. At this time, without the restraint of the black lightning, it suddenly became more powerful and quickly broke free from the opponent's control. How is this possible? My black jade thunder unicorn, seeing the black Qi Ren in the air lose the lightning, it was like a tiger that lost its sharp teeth, letting the blue sword light break free from its restraints. Ma Wuchen, who had already widened his eyes, could hardly believe what was happening before his eyes. Since he got this magic weapon, this was the first time that someone had broken his trump card. Ma Wuchen's face suddenly showed a trace of panic. But before he could think about it, the remaining power of the blue sword light had already arrived not far in front of him. Ma Wuchen could only wave his hand and quickly offer a golden talisman, which turned into a golden shield to block in front of him. Fortunately, the power of the second blue sword light had been weakened by half after being swallowed by the black Qi Ren. Ma Wuchen finally relied on a good quality 3rd level upper grade talisman to stop it without any danger. However, although he successfully blocked the opponent's attack, Ma Wuchen, who found that he had suddenly lost control of the black Qi Ren in the air, was no longer happy on his face at this moment, but instead showed a bit of fear. What kind of magical power did this guy cultivate to be able to imprison my black jade thunder unicorn? Damn. I really underestimated him today. Now that I have met my match, I can't tangle with him here any longer. As long as I survive, I will not worry about the future. After discovering that something was wrong, his years of experience in fighting with others made him instinctively feel that the person in front of him seemed to be much more dangerous than he had imagined at the beginning. He could be said to have lost more than he gained today, and hide a wall. Thinking of this, Ma Wuchen's fighting spirit suddenly disappeared, and he decisively put away the black gourd in front of him. Afterwards, Ma Wuchen didn't care about the black unicorn that was still imprisoned in the air by Song Qingming, and turned around towards the blood mist beside him, trying to rush out from the weak point of the white scroll he had found earlier. Seeing that Ma Wuchen seemed to want to slip away, Song Qingming, who had just caught the black unicorn, didn't care about it anymore, and directly flashed into the white scroll behind him. Soon, his figure changed position through this magic weapon, and flew out from the other side of Ma Wuchen. Dao, why are you in such a hurry to leave when the fight is not over yet? Hearing Song Qingming's mocking voice, Ma Wuchen did not pay much attention. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, he controlled the red blood mist beside him to turn into a long spear and shot directly at the white scroll in front. A loud boom sounded in Song Qingming's ears soon, and the whole scroll shook violently. Seeing that the other party had already become ruthless and was ready to escape at all costs, Song Qingming immediately controlled a green jade bottle magic weapon in his hand and began to pour mana into it to gather sword light. Through his own hard attack, the white scroll in front of him had already appeared a crack as Ma Wuchen expected, and it was difficult to hold on for too long, which also made him suddenly show a trace of joy on his face. Seeing this, Ma Wuchen immediately cast a spell to continue attacking, while summoning 5 blood corpse puppets outside to come to help. Song Qingming, who was entangled with the blood corpse puppet, saw that the other party suddenly retreated to help, and hurriedly chased after it with silver armor and white lion puppet beast to stop the other party. But what surprised her was that these blood corpse puppets seemed to have received a death order, completely ignoring Song Qingming's attack on them from behind, and began to frantically attack the white scroll not far away. Although Song Qingming had tried his best to stop it and killed one of the blood corpse puppets, he was still unable to stop Ma Wuchen from escaping. Not long after, there was a sound of the scroll shattering. With the help of the blood corpse puppet, Ma Wuchen finally broke the white scroll and rushed out from it. Not good. He's trying to run, seeing Ma Wuchen coming out of the white scroll, looking panicked and trying to escape with those blood corpse puppets. Song Qingming immediately controlled the Zhuanming swordlight sword to chase him, trying to entangle him. In the previous battle, Ma Wuchen had fought with Song Qingming before. Seeing that he had caught up with him, he naturally didn't take Song Qingming seriously, but just controlled the 2 blood corpse puppets behind him to intercept him. Just as Ma Wuchen was controlling the escape light to escape quickly, he suddenly felt a pressure coming from behind him. When he turned around, he saw that Song Qingming had an extra red talisman in his hand and was casting a spell to activate the talisman in his hand. Stop her quickly. Feeling that the red talisman in Song Qingming's hand was powerful, Ma Wuchen immediately commanded the 2 blood corpse puppets nearby to stop Song Qingming from casting a spell. But at this moment, Song Qingming didn't care. He fought hard against the siege of the 2 blood corpse puppets and poured all his magic power into the talisman in his hand. Soon, a fiery red bird flew out of the talisman. You are simply courting death. Seeing that Song Qingming was so desperate and refused to retreat, Ma Wuchen was also ruthless. He commanded the 2 blood corpse puppets beside Song Qingming to stop him desperately. He stopped and began to cast a spell, and then directly blew up one of the blood corpse puppets that was besieging Song Qingming. Although this decisiveness made Ma Wuchen feel a little painful, it also successfully helped him stop Song Qingming from casting a spell and get rid of the threat of the opponent's talisman. As Song Qingming was knocked back by the self-explosion of the blood corpse puppet, the fiery red bird flashed a few times in the air and returned to the talisman that Song Qingming was holding tightly in the distance. After managing to repel Song Qingming, Ma Wuchen, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, was about to turn around and leave when he felt a sudden killing intent coming from afar again, followed by a cold voice that frightened him, which directly entered Ma Wuchen's ears. Your Excellency wants to leave today, but I'm afraid it's impossible. You'd better take my sword first. Ma Wuchen just looked up, and the white scroll in the distance suddenly disappeared, revealing the figure of Song Qingming holding the green jade bottle. As Song Qingming's voice fell, a green sword light that had been accumulated in front of him flew directly towards Ma Wuchen with an extremely powerful momentum. Seeing this scene, Ma Wuchen's eyes widened immediately, and he directly commanded the remaining 3 blood corpse puppets to block in front of him. He himself spit out a mouthful of blood, merged into the red blood mist in front of him, and tried his best to escape into the distance. In the previous battle, Ma Wuchen's defensive magic weapons and talismans were almost exhausted, and he no longer had any defensive magical powers. The third science sword light released by the green jade bottle in Song Qingming's hand was more powerful than the previous two sword lights, and was almost equivalent to 50% to 60% of the power of a unyielding cultivator's full-strength attack. Facing such an attack, Ma Wuchen had no way to face it head-on, and could only abandon those blood corpse puppets and flee in panic. But the three blood corpse puppets that Ma Wuchen had placed his hopes on still failed to block the science sword light for a moment after joining forces, and were directly pierced by the sword and flew away. Seeing this scene, Ma Wuchen, who was fleeing in the distance, was shocked and at a loss, and could only throw away the last few defensive talismans of average quality on his body. However, the defensive ability of these things was really limited, and they did not help Ma Wuchen block the sword light behind him. With only a somewhat desperate scream, Ma Wuchen was cut into two by the sword light, and fell from the air with an unwilling look on his face. Seeing that Ma Wuchen was successfully killed by him, Song Qingming breathed a sigh of relief, and immediately activated the 9 Palace Meteor Escape to turn into a light of escape, and came to the place where Ma Wuchen's body fell. Just after picking up the storage bag on the other party, Song Qingming felt a slight fluctuation of spiritual energy coming from the distant void. Seeing this, Song Qingming took out a yellow talisman he carried with him without panic, cast a spell and shot it into the distance. Not long after, the middle-aged man of the yellow talisman suddenly shot out 2 iron chains, locked a black phantom hiding in the void, and then pulled it directly into the talisman. This third-level intermediate Zenith soul-locking talisman was refined by Song Qingming himself. Ever since he knew that Song Qingming was almost ambushed by a giant and demon cultivator in Qing County, Song Qingming would basically carry a few of these talismans that were specially designed to deal with the Yuanshan of high-level demon cultivators wherever he went these years. After his Yuanshan was directly sealed by this hidden soul-locking talisman, Ma Wuchen panicked and began to try to beg for mercy through voice transmission. "Fellow Taoist, please don't kill me. I know something that is very useful to you and can help you increase your chances of advancing to the Yuanying stage. As long as you can let me go." Chapter 795, Suo Yuan Soul Calming, Check the Harvest. Hearing Ma Wuchen's plea for mercy from the Zoyuan Soul Calming Talisman, Song Qingming still looked calm and unmoved, and directly took out a bowl magic weapon that was specially used to imprison the soul of a cultivator. Then he cast a spell to take back the talisman in the distance, and ignored Ma Wuchen's plea for mercy, and threw the Zoyuan Soul Calming Talisman into the magic weapon. Magic cultivators above the Jinden level usually leave a backup plan for themselves. If they don't completely kill their souls, it will still be easy for them to escape and retake their bodies. After catching Ma Wuchen's soul that escaped from his body, Song Qingming slowly breathed a sigh of relief and completely put his mind at ease. Facing Ma Wuchen, a high-level magic cultivator who had reached the peak of the Jinden level, Song Qingming was not very sure that he could kill him at first, and did not want to fight him to the death. It was just that Ma Wuchen's greed for the Tongshan order made Song Qingming lose the last bit of luck in his heart. He had no choice but to take the risk of exposing his identity and decisively kill him here. If Ma Wuchen escaped from this battle, once the secret of Tongshan order was spread by him, or his master Red Blood Demon knew about it, it would undoubtedly be a great hidden danger for Song Qingming and the entire Song family. After all, the Song family was just a small Jinden Immortal clan, and it was impossible for them to compete with a Yuanying cultivator like Red Blood Demon. Fortunately, after a great battle, Ma Wuchen was still unable to escape, and was successfully killed and suppressed by Song Qingming, which made Song Qingming put down a little worry in his heart. After capturing Ma Wuchen's soul, Song Qingming released his powerful consciousness and scanned the surroundings to prevent any negligence or omissions. After confirming that there was nothing missing in the surrounding area, Song Qingming burned all the traces of Ma Wuchen on the battlefield and the blood corpse puppets with real fire, and then quickly returned to the sky above the deserted island. These blood corpse puppets were made by extracting the souls of living people. Although Song Qingming didn't know their specific identities when they were alive, he knew that they should all be righteous monks who died in the hands of Ma Wuchen in recent years. They unfortunately fell into the hands of the demon cultivators when they were alive, and their bodies were refined into blood corpse puppets after death. Even their souls could not get rid of the control of the other party and could not reincarnate. It was indeed a bit sad and lamentable. However, all these disappeared with Song Qingming's fire. Since then, These people have been freed from the shackles of the demon cultivators and can be reincarnated as humans again. After returning to the deserted island battlefield, Song Qingming glanced around and didn't see Song Qingyu's figure. He hurried to the cave below and saw Li Zuoning and Song Qingyu inside. Song Qingyu was finally injured by the self-explosion of a blood corpse puppet. In addition, the blood poison in his body was no longer suppressed due to excessive consumption of mana. He fell into coma not long after falling from mid-air. Li Zuoning, who had been hiding in the cave, saw this and hurried forward to bring Song Qingyu back to the cave, and helped her take a few healing pills. However, Li Zuoning did not have any high-level pills, and the help to Song Qingyu's injuries was very limited, so that she still did not get better. Seeing this, Song Qingming hurried forward to check and found that Song Qingyu had a blood poison attack and invaded her heart veins. He immediately took out a third-level detoxification pill from his body and put it into her mouth. Most of these high-level detoxification pills on Song Qingming were made by Wang Xian. In recent years, thanks to her, a third-level alchemist, the entire Song family, almost all the cultivators have more pills than other cultivators around them, and occasionally there are disciples of the Xiaoyao sect who come to Funiu Mountain to ask for pills. After helping Song Qingyu take a third-level detoxification pill, seeing that her complexion gradually improved, Song Qingming slowly breathed a sigh of relief. After instructing Li Zuoning to take care of Song Qingyu who was still unconscious, Song Qingming stood up and went outside the cave to retrieve the Golden Wind which had been embedded in a mountain wall. In the previous battle, Golden Wind was severely injured by Ma Wuchen's blow. His entire chest collapsed, revealing a huge hole, and one of his legs was broken into two. Although this level of injury is not fatal to corpse puppet, Song Qingming can slowly repair it as long as he collects the materials. But seeing the miserable appearance of Golden Wind who has followed him for many years, Song Qingming felt a little bit reluctant. He sighed and hurriedly put it back into the spirit beast bag. When Song Qingming dealt with the traces of the battlefield and returned to the cave, Song Qingyu had already woken up, and his face slowly returned to normal after refining the detoxification pill. Seeing Song Qingming return to the cave, Song Qingyu quickly stood up and asked, "Seventh brother, has the old devil escaped? Should we leave here quickly?" "Don't worry. He won't appear again, but the noise just now was too loud. I'm afraid it has alarmed the nearby monks. It's not safe for us here. Let's go to another place to help you heal your wounds." Seeing that Song Qingyu's injuries had improved a lot, Song Qingming gradually felt relieved. After nodding in response to her, he took her and Li Zuoning out of the cave. A moment later, the three people who were already standing on the phantom boat turned into a beam of white light and left the deserted island to the south. About an hour later, two beams of light, one blue and one white, flew over the deserted island, which had been very quiet, and turned into two figures standing in the air. One of the women in blue looked at the battlefield below the deserted island, which had been beaten to pieces, and frowned slightly and said, "Brother Chen, there's such a big commotion here. Could it be that someone is hunting the Demon King?" The man in white beside him heard this, but shook his head slightly with a serious expression and said, "Hunting the Demon King? I don't think so. If it was an ordinary Demon King, it would not be beaten like this. The person who appeared here must be a master above the late Jinden stage, a late Jinden cultivator? Who on earth dares to cause trouble here so blatantly? Could this person be a casual cultivator from outside? Brother Chen, should we inform the sect about this in advance?" Hearing that a late Jinden cultivator might have appeared nearby, the woman in blue showed a hint of surprise on her face, and then asked again. The man in white looked around with a serious expression, and did not directly answer the woman in blue's question, but cast a spell to take out a golden talisman and threw it into the air. The talisman instantly turned into a ball of golden light in the air, and then the golden ball automatically flew to the battlefield below. When the golden ball turned around on the battlefield and returned to the hands of the man in white, there were already several thin black lights on it. This is demon energy. Could it be that the one here is a Jinden demon cultivator? Seeing the black light appearing on the golden ball in the hands of the man in white, the blue-clothed woman was surprised and couldn't help shouting out. Seeing this, the man in white sighed slightly and said, "Alice. Before, I have always heard that there were cultivators missing inexplicably nearby, and I always thought it was the work of monsters. I just felt a hint of demon energy when I arrived here. It seems that a Jinden demon should have appeared nearby. There are only you and me in this matter. I am afraid it is difficult to find it. We need to go back to discuss with the uncle and others before making a decision. After the two of them agreed in midair, they quickly turned into two escape lights and disappeared over the deserted island. At the same time, in the air thousands of miles away from the deserted island, Song Qingming, Song Qingyu and the other two were standing on the phantom boat, looking at an island that was getting closer and closer in the distance, and all three of them showed a bit of relief on their faces. After more than an hour of rapid travel, Song Qingming and the other two had successfully left the location of the deserted island and entered the territory controlled by a small country around Song State. Because this country was affiliated with the Wu State in the south, it had a relatively ordinary relationship with the Hunyuan sect of Song State. Under normal circumstances, the Hunyuan sect monks could not easily enter here. Having left the sphere of influence of Song State, the few people did not have to worry about bumping into the Hunyuan sect monks in their hearts, and they landed on this island not far from the lake shore with confidence. On this island called Zufeng Island, there is a second-level middle-grade spiritual vein, and a small market about the same size as King Hefang has been built on it. Because there are many monsters in Tai Lake, many monks in the surrounding countries like to go deep into the lake to hunt monsters, and this place is not far from the lake shore, and many monks who come and go to hunt monsters like to settle here for repairs. When Li Zuoning was in Song State, he had come here several times with his friends and was quite familiar with the situation here. When he heard Song Qingming asking about finding a small market to repair so that Song Qingyu could heal his wounds, Li Zuoning immediately thought of this place. After the flying boat arrived not far from Zufeng Island, Song Qingming deliberately slowed down, and then used the illusion technique that Longfeng gave him that year to disguise his appearance in cultivation. Although Song Qingming's practice of this technique was not as powerful as Longfeng and could deceive cultivators of the same level as him, it was still no big problem to deal with the low-level cultivators of the foundation building and Qi refining levels on Zufeng Island in front of him. After the flying boat landed at the port on the west side of the island, Li Zuoning, who was familiar with the situation here, immediately jumped down first and threw a wooden sign that could prove his identity to the market guard who came up to greet him quickly. Seeing the familiar wooden sign in front of him, the young cultivator who was only at the 7th level of Qi refining hurried forward and nodded to Li Zuoning. After asking Li Zuoning about the identities of Song Qingming and the other two behind him, he quickly returned the wooden sign in his hand to them and respectfully invited the three people into the market. This small market on Zufeng Island is similar to King Hefang. However, because it is located near Taiyu Lake and is full of cultivators who hunt monsters, their cultivation is still significantly higher than that of the cultivators in King Hefang. Not long after entering the market, Song Qingming saw several foundation-building cultivators with cultivation similar to Li Zuoning, which is rare in the King Hefang of the same size. The cultivators coming and going on the street saw Song Qingming and the other three unfamiliar foundation-building cultivators coming in, and they only looked a little curious and looked at them a few more times, without too much surprise on their faces. With the help of Li Zuoning, who was familiar with the situation, Song Qingming and the other two rented several caves with good spiritual energy in the market without much effort. After taking the 3rd-level detoxification pill, Song Qingyu's injuries were suppressed, but the blood poison in her body had not been cleared out. If the time is delayed, once the blood poison penetrates into the monk's internal organs, it will be a bit troublesome to clear it out at that time, and it may also leave some hidden dangers in the body. It was precisely because of this worry that Song Qingming did not choose to rush back to Weiguo, but first look for a safe place to retreat nearby, so that Song Qingyu could clear the blood poison in his body first. After handing all the pills that could assist in healing to Song Qingyu, Song Qingming carefully exhorted him again before walking out of the cave where Song Qingyu was retreating. Afterwards, Song Qingming personally arranged a set of protective magic arrays outside, and told Li Zuoning to take good care of Song Qingyu's retreat cave. Li Zuoning came to help find the heaven and earth divine thunder this time. In addition to the barrier-breaking pill that Song Qingming promised her before, she also received some extra rewards from Song Qingming. She had long been grateful to Song Qingming in her heart. Moreover, after experiencing the battle on the deserted island, she had also witnessed the powerful magical powers of these giant cultivators. At this moment, she dared not have any thoughts about Song Qingming's instructions. After making these precautions, Song Qingming returned to his cave at ease and took out the storage magic weapon he had found from Marwuchen before. This time, in order to deal with the big devil Marwuchen, Song Qingming and Song Qingyu suffered huge losses. In order to desperately delay Ma Wuchen and buy time for Song Qingming to refine the heaven and earth divine thunder in his body, Song Qingming was not only poisoned by the opponent's blood in the battle, but also injured the meridians in his body. Even if she can successfully remove the blood poison in her body this time, it will probably take at least several years to fully recover. In addition, during the battle, Song Qingming's several third-level talismans and a defensive magic weapon were all lost in the battle. Afterwards, Song Qingming fought with Ma Wuchen, and the white scroll magic weapon that had just been repaired was also forcibly broken by Ma Wuchen, damaging this third-level top-grade magic weapon again. The worst was the corpse puppet Golden Wind that had followed Song Qingming for many years. It was seriously damaged in this battle, and it was not known how much time and materials it would take to repair it. Adding these things together, Song Qingming and his partner lost at least nearly 100,000 spiritual stones in this battle. Although Song Qingming has become more and more wealthy in recent years since he formed the elixir, he has many high-level magic weapons and spiritual objects, and even more than one fourth-level magic weapon. But he had experienced running around for a few spiritual stones since he was a child, and he had long been accustomed to frugality in his heart. The loss of so many spiritual stones at once still made Song Qingming feel painful for a long time after the battle. I don't know if the storage magic weapon of Ma Wuchen that I finally got can give him some surprises to compensate for some of Song Qingming's losses in the previous battle. The storage magic weapon on Ma Wuchen's body has very complicated restrictions. Even if Song Qingming, a third-level middle-grade array master, took action, it took a full 3 days to erase all the restrictions on it. After opening Ma Wuchen's storage magic weapon, Song Qingming, with a somewhat nervous mood, slowly probed his spiritual sense into it and took out all the spiritual objects in the storage magic weapon. No way. After all, he is a great demon at the peak of the golden elixir, but he is so poor. Before opening Ma Wuchen's storage magic weapon, Song Qingming also thought that the other party was a demon cultivator after all, and he would not have too many good things that he could have. But after seeing the pitiful things he had just taken out of the storage magic weapon on the table, Song Qingming couldn't help but show a very disappointed expression on his face. Apart from the black gourd that Song Qingming had seen before, there were only 2 low-quality third-level magic weapons and several low-level talismans of even lower quality. There were also several magic cultivation manuals and elixirs that Song Qingming didn't even bother to look at, and then there was nothing else. Most of the magic weapons used by magic cultivators were already contaminated with demonic energy, and their value in the market was far less than that of normal magic weapons. The value of the 2 third-level magic weapons added together might not even be exchanged for 10,000 spirit stones. The best of the magic weapons, the black gourd, although its magical power was not weak and its grade had reached the 4th level, it was also a high-level magic weapon contaminated with demonic energy. Moreover, this 4th-level magic weapon was damaged by Song Qingming's spell in the previous battle, and the spirit of the natal demon beast inside was lost. It was unknown how many spirit stones it would take to repair it. If Song Qingming took it directly to the market to sell, the value would definitely not be too high. It would be considered good luck to be able to exchange it for 20,000 or 30,000 spirit stones. The things on Ma Wuchen's body, added together, didn't even have 50,000 spirit stones, which really disappointed Song Qingming. He couldn't help but think of Du Yechen, who was as poor as him. I thought that Du Yechen, as a disciple, was already poor enough, but I didn't expect that his master Ma Wuchen was not much better than him. He was so poor, and I don't know how he dared to say that he had a chance to condense the nascent soul. These demon cultivators can really say all kinds of nonsense. After putting away the things on the table with a disappointed look, Song Qingming set up a soul-locking formation in the cave and took out the bull magic weapon that sealed Ma Wuchen's soul. Since killing Du Yechen and forming a feud with him, Song Qingming has often worried that Ma Wuchen and the red blood demon behind him will come to him. After killing the opponent a few days ago, the reason why Song Qingming did not directly kill Ma Wuchen's soul was that he also wanted to try to search his soul to see how much this guy knew about him. In addition, these high-level demon cultivators have always been cunning and have 3 burrows. After capturing the other party's soul, they can also find the hideout behind him through soul searching. Maybe I can find some extra treasures from it to make up for my losses. After opening the magic weapon that sealed the soul, the talisman that imprisoned Ma Wuchen's soul immediately floated out automatically, and then Song Qingming cast a spell to open the talisman and release his soul. Ma Wuchen, who had just escaped, immediately turned into a ball of black smoke and wanted to escape, but before he could escape far, the surroundings of the cave immediately shone with spiritual light and formed a golden light that locked his soul in midair. My fellow Taoist, please be kind enough to let me go. I really know a technique that can help cultivators condense their nascent soul. As long as you let me go, I will definitely give you this technique. I am also willing to stay and be your servant in the future. With my cultivation and ability, I will definitely be able to help you a lot. As long as you agree, I can worship you as my master, or worship you for loyalty. So much nonsense. Song Qingming, who had not found anything good from him just now, was already somewhat unhappy with him. Hearing Ma Wuchen's constant chatter, he became even more impatient and immediately cast a spell with his hand to use the soul-searching secret technique on him. As the secret technique was cast, Ma Wuchen's unfinished words immediately stopped. Because Song Qingming had used the soul-searching secret technique when he killed a ghost cultivator when Xianyang in Funiu Mountain that year, he was already familiar with it now. However, compared to the ghost cultivator when Xianyang who had lost some of his memories that year, Ma Wuchen's soul was obviously much stronger, which made Song Qingming more laborious when casting the soul-searching secret technique. It took more than half an hour for Song Qingming's consciousness to slowly explore Ma Wuchen's sea of consciousness and began to try to search his memory. Seeing the many memory fragments in the other party's sea of consciousness flying quickly, Song Qingming immediately began to search for the memory fragments closest to the present, hoping to find useful information for himself. Soon, figures that Song Qingming was familiar with appeared in front of him. Among them were Ma Wuchen's master, Red Blood Demon, and Duyuchen, whom Song Qingming had dealt with many times before, as well as other disciples and fellow apprentices of Ma Wuchen. By searching Ma Wuchen's memory, Song Qingming thought he had discovered a secret that he didn't know back then. That is, Red Blood Demon and Xiao Wang, the giant demon who was suppressed in the Demon Sealing Valley back then, were actually brothers. After Song Qingming and Feng He joined forces to kill Xiao Wang, Ma Wuchen and his fellow apprentice had both gone to the floating cloud mountains to find Song Qingming for this. But in the end, they were stopped by Long Feng and Ho Feng, which inadvertently helped Song Qingming block this disaster. Knowing these secrets, Song Qingming was a little scared. If he hadn't been lucky at the time and had just gone to Ho Feng, he might have fallen into the hands of this person. As Ma Wuchen's memory fragments continued to flow, some of whose secrets continued to emerge in front of Song Qingming. After a whole stick of incense, Song Qingming finally finished searching his soul, and his consciousness slowly withdrew from Ma Wuchen's sea of consciousness. At this time, although Song Qingming was still digesting the information in his mind, his face looked much better than before. There really is a cave hidden nearby. I hope you won't let me down again this time. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 796, Encountering the Red Blood Demon again and looting the cave. When they first met Ma Wuchen on the deserted island, because this place was very close to the territory of Song State, most giant and demon cultivators would not choose to hide in such a dangerous place. Song Qingming thought that Ma Wuchen just happened to pass by nearby and bumped into them by chance, and was not sure whether the cave where the other party was hiding was near the deserted island. It was not until the soul search just now that Song Qingming dug out all the secrets of Ma Wuchen. Only then did he know that this demon had betrayed his master Red Blood Demon and had been hiding near Song State for more than 20 years. Most of the demon cultivators who are willing to degenerate and practice the magic skills are people who will do anything to achieve their goals. The disciples of Red Blood Demon are also mostly treacherous, insidious and cunning. In order to prevent his disciples from rebelling and control these people for their own use for life, Red Blood Demon has planted some prohibitions on them. Not only can they monitor their location at all times, but they can also control their life and death at critical moments, so that they dare not rebel. Ma Wuchen, who had followed the Red Blood Demon for many years, had already cultivated to the 9th level of the Golden Core for many years, and had long been ready to attack the nascent soul realm at any time. However, Ma Wuchen, who had longed for the nascent soul realm in his heart, also knew that his master, the Red Blood Demon, would never sit back and watch him break through the nascent soul realm and escape from his control. On the surface, he showed respect to his master, the Red Blood Demon, But Mawuchen had long had a rebellious heart in his heart. Therefore, while he was collecting ways to break through the nascent soul realm over the years, he was also thinking hard about how to get rid of the harmful restrictions planted by the red blood demon in his body that could threaten his life at any time. Finally, more than 20 years ago, Mawuchen found a skill that could temporarily seal the restrictions in his body. While the red blood demon was practicing in seclusion, he escaped from his control and hid near the Song State. After Mawuchen had been hiding in Song State for many years, he was finally relieved when he saw that the red blood demon had not been able to find the vicinity. So Song Qingming found a more secluded cave in Taiyang Lake near the deserted island where he fought with him, and hid there, where he painstakingly planned his breakthrough to the nascent soul stage. In order to prevent others from disturbing his retreat to break through his cultivation, Mawuchen also used his magical powers to control some nearby monsters, patrolling the waters around his retreat cave, and attacking and driving away the human monks who were passing by. The eight-legged demon king that Song Qingming accidentally killed when he found the deserted island that day was one of the monsters controlled by Mawuchen. It was also because this demon was suddenly killed that Mawuchen knew that a high-level monk had come nearby. Feeling the danger, he came out to investigate, and ended up meeting Song Qingyu and others on the deserted island. After a fierce battle, he finally fell in the hands of Song Qingming. Through the soul search of Mawuchen just now, Song Qingming also successfully found the cave where he was hiding, which was on another small island less than 1,000 miles away from the deserted island. This cave is located close to the depths of Taiyang Lake. There are not only many monsters around it, but it is also very hidden. Usually, it is difficult for cultivators to dare to approach it. Not finding anything good on Mawuchen, Song Qingming also placed his last hope on his cave. The next step is to go there. After completing the soul search, Song Qingming moved his magic power, and his life magic weapon 5 Elements Divine Light Mirror immediately flew out and came to the air. Then several white flames shot out from the 5 Elements Divine Light Mirror and directly wrapped Mawuchen's soul. No Taoist friend, spare my life. Only a very piercing scream was heard, and Mawuchen's soul was directly burned into a ball of light white smoke by the Zuanyang flames released by the 5 Elements Divine Light Mirror. At the moment when Mawuchen's soul was killed, in a deep mountain underground cave far away from Zufeng Island, an old man wearing a white-black robe and meditating with his eyes closed suddenly opened his eyes. Hey! You owed for so long, but you died just like that. You are such a waste. Your master is in need of a nascent soul puppet. I wanted to wait until you break through the nascent soul realm before I go and deal with you. This really disappoints me. Let your master see who is capable of killing you, the red blood demon whispered, and suddenly a strong bloodlight appeared on his body. Then he took out a talisman and covered the bloodlight beside him. At this time, Song Qingming was slightly relieved for completely killing Mawuchen. Suddenly, a strange black gas emerged from the white smoke, and then suddenly a creepy human face appeared in the air. This is Red Blood Demon. Seeing this human face transformed by the black gas, it was the red blood demon he had seen in the Tower of Babel that year. Song Qingming was suddenly surprised and showed a look of surprise. Could it be that this was the restriction that the red blood demon left in Mawuchen's body, and it was actually hidden in his soul? He was really careless. Boy, you are so capable that you actually have the ability to kill my disciple. I wonder which Taoist disciple you are. Do you dare to tell me your name? In the Babel Tower that year, although Song Qingming had seen the battle between this demon and the Fire Phoenix with the help of Senior Zuanshan, the red blood demon had never seen Song Qingming. Therefore, when seeing the somewhat unfamiliar man in green in front of him, the red blood demon did not recognize Song Qingming's identity, and thought he was a giant and disciple of a unyielding sect in the floating Cloud Mountain range. Seeing the human face of the red blood demon suddenly appear, Song Qingming was surprised, but he did not want to talk to him. He directly controlled the Zuanyang flame to come forward and wrap the human face transformed by the black gas. Soon, the human face that had just been transformed was burned to ashes by the Zuanyang flame, just like Mawuchen's soul, and dissipated directly between heaven and earth. At the same time as the black gas disappeared, the talisman in the hand of the red blood demon in the retreat cave also burned into ashes without fire, and gradually disappeared in front of him. Humph! It's really interesting. This person seems to be young and energetic. But he is really too cautious and has no manners at all. No matter who you are, if you dare to destroy my plan that I have been planning for many years and kill my disciples, I will find you sooner or later. After the red blood demon muttered to himself, He recalled Song Qingming's figure and appearance in his mind, and then a very fierce look appeared in his eyes. At this time, Song Qingming, who had just killed the red blood demon with a human face, saw that the black gas gradually dissipated and there was no trace, and his face was slightly relieved. However, although he had successfully wiped out the human face, Song Qingming couldn't help but feel a little scared at this moment, wondering if he had been targeted by the other party. Red Blood Demon is a great demon at the peak of the middle stage of the nascent soul. Even Hou Feng couldn't deal with him back then, let alone Song Qingming, a small giant and cultivator. Once targeted by this kind of nascent soul-level demon cultivator, it would be absolutely difficult for Song Qingming and the Song family, which only has a few giant and cultivators, to contend with him. However, although he was very worried, Song Qingming had already confirmed that the red blood demon had not recognized his identity just now, and he would definitely not be able to find him in a short time. Although he knew that the other party could not find him for a while, this hidden danger was now buried. If Song Qingming could not break through to the nascent soul realm in the future, once the red blood demon came to him one day, no one could contend with him, and he and the entire Song family might suffer. After standing there and thinking for a long time, Song Qingming sighed slightly, and his face gradually returned to normal. Since this grudge has been formed, no matter what will happen in the future, he will definitely not be able to hide, and he can only face it calmly. I hope this day will come later, leaving me more time to prepare. After thinking a little more, Song Qingming put away the magic arrays around the cave, and then strode out of his cave. After blowing the cool breeze outside the cave for a while and calming down his mood, Song Qingming turned around and came to the cave where Song Qingai was in seclusion. Li Ziuning, who received Song Qingming's order, has been guarding outside the cave where Song Qingai was in seclusion for the past few days, and dared not leave without permission. Seeing Song Qingming coming, he hurriedly stepped forward to report to him about the situation around the cave in the past few days. Using his spiritual sense to check the surroundings of Song Qingai's cave, he saw that there was no abnormality at all. The spiritual energy in the cave was very calm. It was estimated that it was not far from the time for her to leave seclusion. Seeing this, Song Qingming gradually put his mind at ease, and then he gave Li Ziuning a few words beside him, and then he left the cave with confidence. After an incense stick, a white light flashed over the west side of Zufeng Island. Then a figure in green appeared in the air, riding on a flying boat. It was Song Qingming who had just left the cave. Although it had only been a few days since the battle on the deserted island, Song Qingming was still a little worried that if he went there rashly, he would run into someone from the Funiu sect. But now that he had killed Ma Wuchen here, he had already alarmed the red blood demon. Song Qingming was even more worried that this demon would come here in advance. Therefore, he decided to take some risks and search Ma Wuchen's cave first, so as to avoid going there too late and losing the things inside to others. The cave where Ma Wuchen was hiding was only 2,000 miles away from the Zufeng Island where the bride was sent off. It would take a half day for a giant and cultivator to go back and forth. In order not to attract attention, Song Qingming not only changed his clothes in advance, but also put on a hat to cover his face. After leaving Zufeng Island, the flying boat, under his control, first went to the territory of the monsters in the east. After entering the depths of Tai Lake, they turned northwest and then rushed straight to the location of Ma Wuchen's cave. Although it would take a little more time to go around, most of the places along the way were the territory of monsters, and the probability of encountering cultivators on the road would be much smaller, which would be safer for Song Qingming. However, after the flying boat went deep into the territory of monsters, Song Qingming still encountered many monsters along the way. Fortunately, his cultivation and magical powers were not low. As long as he did not encounter those great monster kings in the late Jianden stage, it would be difficult for any monster to keep Song Qingming alive. After walking carefully for more than an hour, a small island full of reefs suddenly came into view, which also made Song Qingming, who had been on the road for a long time, smile slightly. This small island located in the depths of Tai Lake is only 3 or 4 miles in radius. It is full of various large and small reefs. Not only is there no spiritual energy, but even flowers, plants and trees cannot be seen. A reef island like this, which is full of rocks and barren vegetation, is indeed a good place for hiding, not to mention monks. Even nearby monsters don't like to approach this place to look for food. After the flying boat arrived above the reef island, Song Qingming stopped immediately, waved his hand and put the phantom bolt under his feet back into the storage magic weapon. Then Song Qingming glanced around, and after seeing that there was no movement around, he carefully landed on a boulder on the west side of the reef island. Relying on the memory in his mind, Song Qingming quickly found a cave hidden by the formation below the connection between this boulder and another boulder next to it. Because he searched Ma Wuchen's memory, Song Qingming also indirectly knew the method to crack this formation, and it didn't take much effort to force the formation that covered this place open. After entering the stone cave, a damp air instantly rushed towards him. Song Qingming waved his hand and released a shield to protect himself, and then walked into the stone cave carefully. Because of the low terrain, the cave was full of water, and there were a lot of algae extending all the way to the walls of the cave. Compared with the caves of other cultivators, the environment inside the cave did look a little worse. Being able to live in such a place for so long, it can be seen that Ma Wuchen had put in a lot of effort to avoid the pursuit of the red blood demon and the surrounding righteous cultivators. Not far inside, Song Qingming suddenly felt more spacious, and soon entered a cave of 5 or 6 feet long and wide. Compared with the dark, damp and smelly outside, the environment in this cave was much better. In the middle, a high-level gathering spirit array kept running to isolate the outside breath outside a transparent light shield. After entering the cave, Song Qingming, who saw many spiritual objects in front of him, did not rush to move forward, but stopped to cast a spell to summon his life treasure 5 Elements Divine Light Mirror. After the magic weapon protected his body, Song Qingming took out an ordinary stone that had been prepared long ago, and then threw it directly to the opposite side. As soon as the stone flew out of his hand and flew into the air, there was a movement in the nearby stone wall, and a burst of spiritual light flashed. Then dozens of flying swords broke through the air and immediately cut the stone in the air into powder. After these sword lights cut the stone into pieces, they did not stop, but continued to break through the air until they cut almost all the air in front of the cave, and then slowly stopped. After seeing the sword light in front of him automatically dissipate, Song Qingming immediately controlled the 5 Elements Divine Light Mirror in front of him to emit a sword light, and then there was an explosion on the mountain wall not far away. Seeing that a mechanism hidden on the wall next to him had been destroyed by the sword light, Song Qingming was relieved with a satisfied look and walked forward quickly. The golden sword light just now was a very powerful trap that Ma Wuchen deliberately arranged in his cave. If an ordinary cultivator is unaware of it and rushes forward to take the treasure after entering this place, it is very likely that he will be greeted by a catastrophe and lose his life in vain. Even for a giant and cultivator like Song Qingming, who has achieved great success in cultivation, it would be very risky to force his way through this restriction. Fortunately, Song Qingming knew all this in advance and broke this mechanism restriction without spending too much effort. Otherwise, if it were an ordinary giant and cultivator, even if there was a way to break these restrictions, it would take a lot of time to study before it could possibly come in. After successfully entering Ma Wuchen's cave, Song Qingming's eyes were quickly attracted by a flashing spiritual light. Seeing the mountains of spiritual stones piled up in a corner not far away, and the various spiritual objects placed on the stone table nearby, Song Qingming gradually showed a satisfied smile. After all, Ma Wuchen is a giant and peak demon cultivator who has been in the giant stage for many years. In these years, there are no less than 5 or 6 cultivators of the same level who have fallen in his hands. Even though many of the spiritual objects have been exchanged for cultivation resources by him, the accumulated wealth is still very considerable. Just by taking a quick glance, Song Qingming found at least 5 or 6 third-level magic weapons of varying quality, as well as various low-level spiritual talismans, spiritual medicines, and a total of about 100,000 spiritual stones. These things alone would be worth at least 200,000 or 300,000 spiritual stones in the market outside, which was roughly in line with the worth of a giant and peak cultivator. After a rough glance, he immediately took out a spare storage bag on his body, stepped forward and put all the spiritual stones and various spiritual objects that were useful to him into it. The remaining cultivation manuals, elixirs, and spiritual objects that were only used by demon cultivators were thrown aside by him and burned cleanly in a fire to prevent any younger cultivators from looking for them and going astray in the future. Not long after, the various spiritual objects left in Ma Wuchen's cave and the piles of spiritual stones basically fell into Song Qingming's storage bag. Most of these magic tools, talismans, and spiritual stones were seized from other cultivators after Ma Wuchen killed them before. Except for a few, Most of them have not been contaminated by demonic energy. However, these things seem to be basically Mawuchan's spoils of war. Except for the more common spiritual stones, other spiritual objects are not easy to get rid of for a while. If he takes them out rashly and is recognized by cultivators from other sects, Song Qingming will not be able to explain the matter at that time. He needs to wait until he has the opportunity to go out on the future and find a place far away from the immortal cultivation world of the floating cloud mountains, and then find a way to slowly deal with these spiritual objects and exchange them for the spiritual stones he needs. After scanning all the spiritual objects that can be seen in the cave, Song Qingming came to the place in the middle of the gathering spirit array and dismantled all the array flags and array plates floating in the air. As the gathering spirit array was dismantled, the light shield protecting the outside of the cave disappeared immediately, and the originally very rich spiritual energy in the entire cave gradually began to thin. After dismantling this third-level spirit gathering array, Song Qingming did not leave in a hurry, but carefully pushed the huge stone placed under the spirit gathering array to the side. The huge stone had just moved a short distance, and a dark hole soon appeared below. After Song Qingming took a quick look, he jumped down and soon fell into an extremely dark cave. After casting a spell to release a night pearl, Song Qingming quickly saw the surrounding scene and came to a circular magic array arranged on the ground. Is this the magic array that Mawuchan carefully prepared to help him break through the nascent soul stage? Before, when sealing Mawuchan's soul, he kept hearing him say that he had a technique to help people break through the nascent soul stage. Song Qingming thought he was just talking nonsense to save his life. It was not until later when he searched his soul for the memories in his mind and searched for the spiritual objects hidden in Mawuchan's cave that Song Qingming accidentally saw from his memory a magic array that he had prepared to assist in breaking through the nascent soul. Whether it is a righteous cultivator or a demon cultivator who practices the magic method, if you want to break through the nascent soul realm, you must gather and refine enough spiritual energy in the golden elixir in your body. Only then can the embryonic form of the nascent soul be nurtured in the golden elixir, and finally the fetus will be transformed into the nascent soul to survive the thunder tribulation and reach the highest realm that all golden elixir cultivators yearn for. The first critical step is to refine the spiritual energy in your own golden elixir. This step takes a very long time. Some cultivators may need to continue for more than 10 years to complete it, which is a great test of the cultivator's own state of mind and endurance. In the entire cultivation world, almost more than 50% of the cultivators who try to break through the nascent soul realm for the first time will eventually fail at this step. The reason why Yao Qianshu, the former head of the Xiaoao sect, and Bai Yuxin failed when they broke through the nascent soul realm for the first time was that they failed to persist in refining the spiritual energy of the golden elixir. The formation in front of Song Qingming was what Mawuchan accidentally found in the cave of a senior Yuanying demon cultivator when he was looking for a way to break through the Yuanying realm in recent years. In this formation, a piece of extremely rare top-grade spiritual stone in the world of immortal cultivation was refined. When it is running, it can help cultivators save a lot of time in tempering the golden elixir spirit energy. It can help to increase the probability of condensing the Yuanying for some cultivators like Song Qingming who broke through the Yuanying realm for the first time. However, the core top-grade spiritual stone in this formation will consume its spiritual energy after one use, and it cannot be replenished by external objects. It will take at least 200 years to slowly recover automatically. In other words, the formation that Mawuchan found can only be used once within 100 years no matter who has it. For some older giant cultivators, if they fail to break through, they may not be able to use this formation the next time they condense the Yuanying. Although Mawuchan had this array in these years, he had not prepared the spiritual objects needed for the tribulation and was not very confident of surviving the nascent soul tribulation, so he had not had time to use this array. He did not expect that he had worked hard for decades to break through the nascent soul realm, but in the end, Song Qingming accidentally took advantage of it. Chapter 797, Links and Jade Plate, Escape and Return. Thinking of this, Song Qingming couldn't help but smile. He had eliminated Mawuchan, the great demon of the Golden Core, and made a great contribution to the cultivation world of the floating cloud mountains. The spiritual objects in front of him were also a reward from the heaven. After checking the array, he saw that there was no big problem. Song Qingming immediately took action to dismantle the array in front of him and put it into his storage bag. Located in the center of the array was a round jade plate magic weapon, which was also the array plate that Mawuchan arranged for this array. The pressure emanating from it had reached the 4th level lower grade. Through searching Maiwuchen's soul, Song Qingming had also learned the name of this magic weapon, Spirit Heart Jade Plate. Although this Spirit Heart Jade Plate did not have any powerful magical powers, it was also a 4th level lower grade magic weapon that could assist cultivators in their cultivation if it was taken out alone. It could add some effects of calming the mind during cultivation, helping cultivators to concentrate better and not be disturbed by external objects or demons in their cultivation. After carefully putting away the Spirit Heart Jade Plate in his hand, Song Qingming glanced around and found a white jade pendant made of the same material not far from it. Seeing this, Song Qingming immediately smiled and went forward to pick it up. Soon he saw the formation book he wanted most on the back of the jade pendant. This formation that can assist cultivators to break through the nascent soul was created by Maiwuchen, who used the Spirit Heart Jade Plate as the center of the formation and slowly collected materials to arrange it. If there was no jade plate to help, even if Song Qingming took back all the formation materials here, it would not be so easy to arrange the formation next time. I am afraid it will take a lot of time to figure it out. Song Qingming was very satisfied at the moment that he had basically got everything he wanted. After taking another look at the empty stone chamber, he slowly walked out. After leaving the cave where Maiwuchen was, Song Qingming immediately took out his hat and put it on his head, and then took out the phantom boat and instantly turned into a white light and disappeared over the reef island. Looking at the reef island getting farther and farther behind him, Song Qingming, who was still a little excited, could not hide his joy on his face. This time, he got the Spirit Heart Jade Plate and the formation that assisted in breaking through the nascent soul realm, plus the Thunder Infant Fruit that he had snatched from the Wind and Thunder Palace before. These auxiliary spiritual objects that are extremely difficult to find in the outside world, he actually found 2 of them in less than 3 years. This also made Song Qingming think about it now. It was really like a dream. Even though he knew that it was not easy for a cultivator to break through the nascent soul realm, Song Qingming already had these 2 spiritual objects, and he felt more confident about his future impact on the nascent soul realm. Just when Song Qingming was looking forward to his future path in his heart, he had just left the reef island for only a few dozen miles, and suddenly saw a purple escape light in the distance on his side approaching his position quickly. The speed of the person was no slower than the phantom boat under Song Qingming's feet. It seemed that he was obviously coming for him who was on the way. This made Song Qingming frown. Seeing that the other party seemed to be getting closer and closer to him, Song Qingming was about to speed up his speed to get rid of the other party, but a voice transmission entered his ears first. My fellow Taoist, I am Liu Qingyan from the Hunyuan sect and have something to ask you. Can you stay for a while? There was still a distance of 3 or 4 miles between the 2 of them. Song Qingming had already felt a strong pressure coming from the other party's position. Obviously, this person's cultivation was not inferior to his own. Unsure whether there were other Hunyuan sect cultivators around besides this person, Song Qingming took the initiative to slowly stop the flying boat under his feet after thinking for a moment, and turned to look in the direction of the purple light. The next moment, a woman with a graceful figure in purple palace clothes flashed in front of Song Qingming. Liu Qingyan, who was dressed in purple, first glanced at Song Qingming. Seeing that he was wearing a hat to cover his face, a bit of doubt suddenly appeared on her face, and she carefully bowed to Song Qingming. My name is Liu Qingyan, and I am the elder of the Hunyuan sect of Song State. May I know what this fellow Taoist's name is? Although Song Qingming had not been to Song State much in the past few years of Jinden, he had heard of several famous late Jinden cultivators in the Hunyuan sect. The Liu Qingyan in front of him was not only the elder of the Hunyuan sect, but also the second highest Jinden cultivator in the entire Hunyuan sect. His cultivation was slightly higher than Song Qingming's, and he had already broken through to the 9th level of Jinden before him. After bowing his hands and returning the greeting to Liu Qingyan, Song Qingming smiled and said to him, I have heard of Taoist fellow Liu for a long time. I am Liu Yulong, a casual cultivator from the East China Sea. I am honored to be passing by your precious place. I wonder what Taoist fellow Liu wants to stop me for. Please tell me frankly so that I can continue on my way, because the relationship between the 2 sects was not harmonious. Song Qingming naturally could not reveal his true identity in front of the cultivators of the Hunyuan sect. His voice also sounded much rougher after he deliberately disguised himself. Liu Yulong was a casual cultivator who went out to sea with Song Qingming to hunt monsters in the East China Sea. He had reached the peak of the 6th level of the Golden Core several decades ago. If nothing unexpected happens, his cultivation level is not much different from Song Qingming's now. Hearing Song Qingming claiming to be a casual cultivator from the East Sea Immortal cultivation world, Liu Qingyan's face did not change much, and continued to ask, Dao Luo, it's like this. A few days ago, our sect discovered a late giant and demon cultivator nearby, and we are searching for the traces of this demon with all our strength. Dao, have you ever encountered anyone of unknown origin? Liu Qingyan stared at the front while speaking, and her spiritual sense also began to spread to Song Qingming's position to cover the past. Seeing that the other party wanted to use spiritual sense to check his background, Song Qingming immediately activated the soul-devouring art in his body to block Liu Qingyan's spiritual sense in front of him, and replied with a somewhat unhappy tone, I just passed by here because I was in a hurry, and I didn't see anything unusual nearby. What you did this time? Do you suspect that I am the demon cultivator thief you mentioned? The spiritual sense had just touched Song Qingming's side, and Liu Qingyan instantly felt a barrier formed by a more powerful spiritual sense, which directly blocked her spiritual sense back, which also made her face instantly reveal a bit of surprise. Because Liu Qingyan chose to practice alchemy, she had already practiced a technique to improve her spiritual consciousness. Since Liu Qingyan's cultivation level broke through to the 9th level of the Golden Core, her spiritual consciousness has been considered very strong among the Golden Core cultivators of the same level, and it is rare to meet someone who can be compared with her. However, the Luo Yulong in front of her was only at the 8th level of the Golden Core, and he claimed to be a casual cultivator. She didn't expect that he could be stronger than her in spiritual consciousness, which also made Liu Qingyan show a bit of fear towards the person in front of her. Haha. Fellow Taoist Luo has misunderstood, that is not what I meant. The evil cultivator is hiding here and causing harm to the people. As a righteous sect, our Funiu sect cannot let him get away with it, so we have dispatched disciples to search for and suppress this evil cultivator. But the evil cultivator has many tricks, so we have to be careful. I hope fellow Taoist Luo can understand this and not be surprised. If I have offended you just now, I would like to apologize to you first. After Liu Qingyan finished speaking, she bowed to Song Qingming's position, and her tone and attitude when she spoke were obviously much more polite than before. Seeing that the other party took back his consciousness, Song Qingming's expression eased a little, and he nodded and said, exterminating demons and defending the way is the unshirkable duty of our righteous cultivators. Dao, there is no need to say more about this. Luo can naturally understand your sect. If it weren't for the important things Luo had to do today, I might be able to help Dao. That's it. Dao, since you have said this, I certainly can't explain to you without proving my identity. I don't know if this thing can dispel Dao's thoughts. After taking the initiative to explain, Song Qingming raised his right hand gently, and then the magic power in his hand moved, and immediately a large ball of white flames appeared. Seeing the Zhuan Yang flame released by Song Qingming, Liu Qingyan soon felt a very pure Yang spiritual energy from it, and her face, which was a little worried just now, was relieved instantly. The Zhuan Yang flame magical power that Song Qingming practiced, the pure Yang spiritual energy gathered in it is the nemesis of demon cultivators and ghost cultivators, and this thing cannot be faked by demon cultivators. Since it is a misunderstanding, I will not bother you. If you are free someday, you can come to my Funiu sect as a guest. I will then apologize to you. Seeing that the other party had dispelled his doubts, Song Qingming put away the Zhuan Yang flame in his hand, waved his hand and said with a smile, okay. I have lived in the East China Sea for a long time. This is my first time to travel to the floating cloud mountains. When I finish my work, I will definitely take the time to visit your sect. I hope you can teach me something. Don't forget me. I dare not. After bowing and saying goodbye to Liu Qingyan, Song Qingming immediately urged the flying boat under his feet, turned into a white light and disappeared into the sky. Liu Qingyan, who was standing in the same place, looked at the direction where Song Qingming left, and couldn't help but think about what he had just said. For some reason, although Liu Qingyan was sure that the person in front of him was not a demon cultivator, he always felt that Song Qingming's cultivation and magical powers were a bit unusual, and he didn't look like a casual cultivator. It was just that she went out this time to search for the lair of nearby demon cultivators for the sect. No matter who Song Qingming was, or whether he just happened to pass by here, as long as he could prove that he had nothing to do with demon cultivators, she had no reason to force him to stay. After thinking for a while, Liu Qingyan shook her head gently, and then turned into a beam of light and left here. After running forward for more than 100 miles, seeing that no one was chasing behind him, Song Qingming, who was standing on the flying boat, relaxed a little. It was not long after leaving Ma Wuchen's cave that he encountered the monks of the Hunyuan sect on the road, which really made Song Qingming a little surprised. Liu Qingyan and the others moved so quickly that they found the vicinity of the reef island. Fortunately, Song Qingming came here to take the risk this time and took away the spiritual objects in Ma Wuchen's cave in advance. Otherwise, once the people of the Hunyuan sect found the reef island first, Song Qingming would come back to find it in vain. The spiritual stones, magic weapons and spirit heart jade plate on his body would all be lost and fall into the hands of others. Just now, Liu Qingyan was busy tracking down the demon cultivator and was not too curious about Song Qingming's identity. This could be regarded as indirectly helping Song Qingming a lot. Without absolute certainty of escaping quickly, Song Qingming did not want to fight with the other party. If he attracted other Hunyuan sect cultivators nearby, it would not be so easy to escape at that time, and it would be very likely that Song Qingming would eventually expose his identity. Now that they have left the reef island for a distance, Song Qingming gradually felt relieved and slightly slowed down the speed of the phantom boat. An hour later, a beam of light flew quickly from the north of Zufeng Island. Looking at the island getting closer and closer, Song Qingming's face gradually regained its calmness. This time, it took only half a day to go to get the treasure. Song Qingming set out facing the rising sun, and until he successfully returned to Zufeng Island, the sun in the sky was still not in a hurry to set. Just after returning to the vicinity of the cave, Song Qingming saw Song Qingyu and Li Zuning coming towards him from afar, and a bit of surprise appeared on his face. "Qingyu, why did you come out so soon?" Seeing the worry on Song Qingming's face, Song Qingyu hurriedly smiled and nodded and said, "Seventh brother, don't worry, the blood poison in my body has been almost cleared, and the other injuries can be slowly recuperated after returning. It won't be a problem. The battle on the deserted island that day may have alarmed the people of Hunyuan sect. It is not safe for us to stay here. Let's go back early." During these days of healing, Song Qingyu was also a little worried in his heart, afraid that the people of Hunyuan sect would secretly track down Zufeng Island. Therefore, after Song Qingyu cleared the blood poison in her body in seclusion, she immediately came out of seclusion in a hurry, not wanting to delay the precious time to escape because of her injuries. Hearing what Song Qingyu said, Song Qingming naturally understood her thoughts at once, and after smiling and sighing, he didn't say anything more. After returning to the cave to pack up, they left Zufeng Island in the afterglow of the sunset and headed south. A few days later, they entered the territory of Wu State in the southeast, and then they completely put aside their worries and walked slowly back to Qing County of Wei State. Outside Qianfang in the northeast corner of Qing County, a white light flew quickly and soon landed on a low mountain several miles away from the market. After taking a look at the Qianfang not far away, Song Qingming turned to Li Zuning, who was standing on the flying boat, and said, "It's not convenient to go ahead, so I'll take you here. You must remember that we can't mention our treasure hunt to anyone, including the monks of my Song family. Otherwise, if the news is leaked, it may bring you and me some unnecessary trouble. This matter must be carefully considered. Don't worry, Senior, Zuning knows the severity of this matter. Even if you don't remind me, I can't tell others." Hearing Song Qingming's reminder, Li Zuning nodded quickly and agreed seriously. This time, when they went to Song State to find the heaven and earth thunder, Song Qingming had already asked her to swear in advance not to tell others about this matter. They also claimed to go to the Taiyu Lake in the south to hunt monsters. Although there were some twists and turns in the process of treasure hunting, fortunately, they returned to Wei State smoothly, and Li Zuning also received a lot of rewards from Song Qingming. For Li Zuning, being able to survive the giant and monster and the demon cultivators was already a great blessing, so why would he dare to tell anyone about it? After hearing Li Zuning's answer, Song Qingming waved his hand and said, "Okay. Go first. The barrier-breaking pills are ready at the family. I will let someone notify you to come back and get them. If you encounter any problems in the future and it is inconvenient to tell you on how and the others, you can also come directly to Funiu Mountain to find me and Qingyu. Thank you, Senior Song, for sending me off." Zuning knows, seeing that Song Qingming gave him the privilege of directly meeting the two Song family giant and elders. Li Zuning hurriedly smiled and nodded to thank him. Then he jumped off the phantom boat, stepped on the flying sword and turned into a sword light, and flew towards the Qianfang. After taking a detour and sending Li Ziying to the Qianfang first, Song Qingming urged the flying boat under his feet, turned around and returned to the family with Song Qingyu. Looking at the familiar Funiu Mountain in the distance, which was getting closer and closer, the two of them slowly relaxed, and each of them showed a smile. Qingyu, don't let Xian know about the red blood demon, so that she won't worry about us. The fewer people who know about this, the better. After returning from Marwuchan's cave that day, Song Qingming had already told Song Qingyu about how he had killed Marwuchan's soul before, and the threat he encountered from the red blood demon later. Seeing a trace of solemnity on Song Qingming's face at this moment, Song Qingyu immediately understood his worries, and smiled and comforted him. Seventh brother, don't worry too much about this matter. As the saying goes, there will always be a way to solve the problem. As long as we work together, there will always be a way to solve the problem. Besides, Uncle Bai has successfully condensed a nascent soul, and the sect already has 2 nascent soul ancestors. That old guy has been hiding here and there for so many years, and he may not have the courage to come to Ouigo to cause trouble in the future. As long as we strengthen the mountain protection formation in the future and keep in touch with the sect at any time, even if the red blood demon really comes, he may not be able to get any advantage. Maybe by then, we can even break a few teeth of this old demon, and let these demon cultivators see how powerful we are. Seeing Song Qingyu beside him speaking with full confidence, Song Qingming couldn't help but smile and shook his head at him and said, those unyielding old demons are old monsters who have lived for thousands of years. How can they be so easy to deal with? If you think they are too simple, we will suffer a great loss in the future. But you are right. Since the incident has already happened, it is useless for us to worry blindly. We still have to slowly think of a solution. Well, don't worry, Brother Qi. No matter what decision you make in the future, I will support you. Seeing that the worry in Song Qingming's words slowly dissipated, Song Qingyu also nodded and smiled, and said with a firm look what he wanted to tell Song Qingming the most in his heart. As the flying boat under the feet of the two slowly entered the Funiu Mountain protection formation, the expressions on Song Qingming and Song Qingyu's faces gradually returned to normal. Knowing that Song Qingming and the others had returned successfully, Wang Xian, who was in retreat to refine the elixir, also came out of retreat and came to the Huxin pavilion on the top of the mountain. Seeing that Song Qingyu was seriously injured, Wang Xian was a little worried and asked about the two of them. Seeing this, Song Qingming had no choice but to briefly tell him about their trip to Song State to find the divine thunder of heaven and earth, and their fierce battle with Marwuchan. However, in order to prevent Wang Xian from worrying too much, Song Qingming chose to conceal the later events about the red blood demon. Wang Xian was also afraid of this after learning that they had encountered a giant and peak demon, which led to Song Qingyu's injury. Wang Xian naturally knew about Song Qingyu's cultivation and magical powers. Her true strength in practicing sword cultivation was no less than that of an ordinary giant and late cultivator. Even Song Qingyu was injured so badly. If she had gone with Song Qingming, she might not have been so lucky to come back. Thinking of this, Wang Xian was also frightened. It seemed that she had to seize the time to improve her strength in the future. Seeing the worry on Wang Xian's face, Song Qingming quickly spoke to comfort her and took out some of the gains he had gained from this trip, which diverted their attention. This time, the biggest gain of Song Qingming and his companions in the Song Kingdom, in addition to the spiritual heart jade plate found in Marwuchan's cave later, was naturally the heaven and earth divine thunder he found in the cave. By devouring and refining this heaven and earth divine thunder, Song Qingming's practice devouring heaven and thunder controlling art also successfully advanced to the middle stage of foundation building, which also added a lot of help to him in dealing with Marwuchan later. After learning that Song Qingming successfully found and refined the heaven and earth divine thunder, Wang Xian and the others were very happy for him. In addition, there are the remaining magic weapons, talismans and many spiritual stones found in Marwuchan's cave, as well as the materials from the eight-legged demon king that Song Qingming had killed before. If all these spiritual objects are added together, the total value is almost more than 300,000 spiritual stones. Seeing the various high-level spiritual objects that Song Qingming took out, as well as the mountains of spiritual stones, Wang Xian and Song Qingyu couldn't help but feel a little excited at this moment. My husband, you have made a fortune with so many spirit stones. I think these spirit stones combined are enough for my husband to find a spiritual item to help him form a baby. After hearing Wang Xian's suggestion, Song Qingming shook his head slightly and said, It's difficult to deal with these magic weapons for the time being. Let's make plans when we have a chance in the future. As for the spirit stones, I want to upgrade the spirit vein of Funiu Mountain to the 3rd grade upper grade first, and then replace it with a more powerful mountain protection formation. Chapter 798, Change of Mind, Discussion. Improve the spiritual vein of Funiu Mountain. Didn't my husband say at the last family meeting that we don't need to worry about the spiritual vein, and wait until Yuan Fang and the others have collected enough spiritual stones? Why did he change his mind this time? Besides, there is still enough spiritual energy on the mountain now. If we use all the spiritual stones on this, if we really encounter any spiritual object suitable for my husband, wouldn't we miss the opportunity? Song Qingming's cultivation has reached the 8th level of the golden core, and it is not far from breaking through the 9th level of the golden core. Cultivators who have cultivated to this level generally need to prepare for the condensation of their nascent soul in advance. This time, Song Qingming and his friends looted spiritual objects worth hundreds of thousands of spiritual stones from Marwachan's cave, which can be used to exchange for 1 or 2 spiritual objects that assist in forming a nascent soul. At this moment, Wang Xian's face suddenly showed a puzzled look when she heard Song Qingming suddenly propose to use these spiritual stones to upgrade the family's spiritual vein first. As Wang Xian said, Song Qingming actually had a plan in his mind for the improvement of the family's spiritual vein from the beginning. The reason why he suddenly changed his mind was because during this trip to Song State, he had been targeted by the Red Blood Demon because of the killing of Marwachan. In order to deal with the crisis that may occur in the future, Song Qingming must make preparations in advance. The first thing is to strengthen the defense of the family. Although the current mountain protection formation of the Song family's ancestral land Funiu Mountain is of the 3rd grade upper grade, it can only exert 70% to 80% of the power of the formation because the spiritual vein level is slightly lower and only the 3rd grade middle grade. Such defensive spiritual power is not a big problem in dealing with the attacks of Jinden-level cultivators, but if you encounter a unyielding strongman like the Red Blood Demon, it will seem a little insufficient. In order to strengthen the mountain protection formation of Funiu Mountain, the family must first improve the level of the spiritual vein. This is also an urgent thing that Song Qingming must do immediately after returning. Just when Song Qingming was about to explain this to Wang Xian, Song Qingyu, who was standing beside him, spoke for him first. Sister-in-law, improving the family's spiritual veins is beneficial to our cultivation. This should be done sooner rather than later. Brother 7 is thinking about this for all of us. Yuan Fang also counted it last time. There are still a lot of spiritual stones in the family treasury. It's just that we don't need to spend much to improve the spiritual veins. Please rest assured, sister-in-law, if we really encounter a spiritual object that can help Brother 7, we will definitely not miss it even if we have to sell everything we have. After all, this is also a major event related to the fate of the family. How can we not support it with all our strength? After hearing what Song Qingyu said, Song Qingming also spoke up and echoed, Qingyu is right. Although my personal path is important, the overall development of the clan cannot be ignored. Improving the spirit veins is beneficial to both us and other clan members. Improving the spiritual energy on the mountain earlier will benefit everyone earlier. My current cultivation level is only the 8th level of the golden core. It will take at least 10 to 20 years to impact the nascent soul realm, so there is no need to be too anxious about it. Moreover, rare spiritual objects of this level that assist in forming a nascent soul are basically things that are not easily passed on by major sects, and they are not something we can find everywhere. After hearing the explanation of the two, Wang Xian thought for a moment and felt that what they said made some sense, so he didn't say anything more and nodded slightly in agreement. Several people came from small families and practiced carefully step by step to achieve today's cultivation. Wang Xian naturally understood in his heart that the high-level spiritual objects in the world of cultivation were basically in the hands of those major sects, and the spiritual objects that assist in forming a nascent soul were not something that their small golden core family could easily find. Even though they already had so many spirit stones in their hands, enough to exchange for a spirit object to assist in forming a baby, whether they had this opportunity or not depended on whether they could find this opportunity in the future. After the few people agreed, Song Qingming sent a message to call Song Yuanfang over, and then informed him of the news that the family was about to upgrade the spirit vein. Song Yuanfang, on his side, was a little surprised after hearing the proposal of Song Qingming and the other two, but he didn't think much about it, and nodded in agreement. Then, Under the personal execution of Song Yuanfang, the family's chief steward, the entire Song family immediately started to operate, and began to clean up the family's industry and raise spirit stones to send to the family's spiritual land Funiu Mountain. In addition, the elders of the family, such as Song Yuanfang, also began to take the lead in voluntarily donating spirit stones in the family, and a large number of cultivators in the family donated the surplus spirit stones in their hands to the family for the next upgrade of the spirit vein. This time, because the patriarch Song Qingming had said so in advance, the family did not adopt the method of forced apportionment, and all the clansmen who donated spirit stones adopted the principle of voluntariness. Regardless of the level of cultivation or the status in the clan, the amount of spiritual stones donated by everyone depends on personal willingness and ability. The family's treasure pavilion will also count the number of donated spiritual stones and the clan members, and first issue them family merits equivalent to spiritual stones. When the family has more money in the future, these family merits can also be exchanged for spiritual stones, or exchanged for other spiritual objects that are useful for their cultivation. The major event of the family's spiritual vein improvement is closely related to all the cultivators in the Song family. Faced with this opportunity to make some contributions to the family within their ability and to show off in front of the clan elders, almost all the cultivators in the Song family are very active. Especially Song Yuanfang, Song Yuangsu and other foundation-building elders who have been more well-off in recent years, at the family's donation mobilization meeting. They took out thousands of spiritual stones at a time. Although the number of spiritual stones taken out by other foundation-building elders is less, they at least have hundreds of spiritual stones. Driven by many family elders, in less than half a month, the family's gold storage pavilion collected nearly 40,000 spontaneously donated spirit stones, far exceeding Song Qingming's initial expectations. After several months of preparation, the family's gold storage pavilion has also collected more than 90,000 spirit stones, which is not far from the 200,000 spirit stones needed to upgrade the spirit vein. While the family was raising spirit stones, Song Qingming was also preparing to refine the third-level top-grade spirit gathering array required to upgrade the spirit vein. Song Qingming's formation level has long been close to the third-level top-grade in recent years. Refining the third-level top-grade spirit gathering array is not too difficult for him now. However, in order to be more secure and not waste too much time and high-level materials for refining formations. Before refining the formation in seclusion, Song Qingming personally went to the Qi Mountain and planned to consult Bai Yuxin, the elder with the highest formation level in the Xiaoyao sect. Since breaking through to the nascent soul realm, Bai Yuxin's formation skills have also improved by leaps and bounds, and now have reached the level of the fourth level lower grade. A few years ago, the Xiaoyao sect went north to attack the demon clan, and the two sides fought for nearly 2 years outside the Baiyun Valley. Because she was injured in the battle with the demon king, Bai Yuxin immediately began to retreat to heal her wounds after the war. In the past few years, she has hardly left her cave. Knowing that Song Qingming came to visit, Bai Yuxin, who had just finished her retreat, immediately asked her disciples to invite him into her cave. Disciple greets Uncle Bai. Song Qingming, who had just walked into the cave, saw Bai Yuxin sitting at the top with a smile on his face, and immediately stepped forward and bowed to him. Bai Yuxin, who was dressed in plain clothes, waved his hand and said, "There are no outsiders in my cave, so you don't have to be too reserved. Since you are here to discuss formations with me today, let's just have a cup of tea and talk as usual." After Bai Yuxin finished speaking, he smiled and pointed to the opposite side of him, inviting Song Qingming to sit opposite him and drink tea. As the two people with the highest formation skills in the entire sect, Song Qingming had taken the initiative to come to Bai Yuxin many times to ask Bai Yuxin for advice on formation skills before Bai Yuxin had condensed his nascent soul. At that time, because the two were both giant and cultivators and had known each other for many years and were already familiar with each other, Song Qingming naturally behaved more casually in Bai Yuxin's cave. Now that Bai Yuxin has broken through to the nascent soul realm, the status of the two has become very different. Song Qingming can only call himself a junior here, and of course he dare not sit opposite him and drink tea as before. He wanted to find a chair at the bottom and sit down casually, but when he saw Bai Yuxin waving at him expectantly, he felt a little embarrassed. Seeing Song Qingming's face was a little hesitant and he didn't dare to take a step forward. The smile on Bai Yuxin's face slowly dissipated, and he asked in confusion, "Junior brother Song, what's wrong with you?" Song Qingming, who was still in a daze, heard Bai Yuxin's voice and immediately reacted. Instead of bowing his hands respectfully, he replied, "Thank you Uncle Bai for your kindness." After carefully glancing around, Song Qingming made up his mind to walk over and sat down in front of Bai Yuxin. Seeing this, Bai Yuxin's face recovered a little, smiled and took the initiative to pour Song Qingming a cup of fragrant tea, and then stretched out his hand to put it in front of him. "Thank you, Uncle Master." Bai Yuxin, who had just put down her teacup, saw Song Qingming bowing slightly to express his gratitude. Her complexion, which had just improved, suddenly became ugly again. She sighed and said to Song Qingming, "Junior brother Song, I call you junior brother today only because I know you are here to drink tea and discuss Taoism with me, and exchange formation skills. I naturally welcome you as your senior sister. If you have any matters related to the sect to talk to Uncle Bai, she needs to practice in seclusion recently, so I'm afraid she doesn't have much time to receive you. I wonder if you are here to see Uncle Bai or Sister Bai today." Seeing Bai Yuxin's face suddenly change and look at him seriously, Song Qingming immediately understood what she meant, smiled and nodded to Bai Yuxin, saying, "Please don't blame me, Senior Sister Bai. I haven't been here much in recent years, so it is indeed a bit unnatural. I came to visit you today just to ask you about some formation skills, and there is nothing else. If there is anything wrong, please give me some advice, and don't be polite with me." This time, when Bai Yuxin heard that Song Qingming's tone had changed slightly, as if he had returned to the time when he and she were drinking tea and discussing Taoism, a smile finally appeared on her face. "Junior brother Song, I also know the rules of the world of immortal cultivation. It's just that for cultivators like me, besides cultivation, it's rare to have a few true friends to drink tea and chat with. I've known you for many years, which is also a very rare thing. I hope you won't become estranged from me because of these old and broken rules of the world of immortal cultivation. What Senior Sister Bai taught me is that although Qingming has been practicing for so many years and has met many friends of the same level, there are indeed not many people who can talk to him heart to heart. As long as Senior Sister doesn't mind, I will definitely come to you often to ask for advice in the future." "Well, I feel much more relieved to hear you say this. Well, there won't be so many rules here. If you have anything to say, just tell me directly." Seeing that Bai Yuxin's face gradually smiled more, Song Qingming was slightly relieved and asked Bai Yuxin about the art of formation. Because of Bai Yuxin's prior instructions, the disciples who stayed in the cave to take care of her daily life did not dare to enter the hall where the two were talking and disturb them. Song Qingming and Bai Yuxin chatted from day to night, and when the sun rose the next day, Song Qingming gradually showed satisfaction on his face. It must be said that in addition to Bai Yuxin's outstanding talent in cultivation, he was also gifted in the art of formation, and had many unique insights. After a day of communication with Bai Yuxin about formation skills, many of Song Qingming's doubts that he had encountered in these years suddenly became clear, and his understanding of formation skills was instantly improved. Bai Yuxin also gained a lot when communicating with Song Qingming about formation skills. In the entire Xiaoyao sect and the Uyghur cultivation world, the total number of formation masters above level 3 is only a handful. Except for Song Qingming, the formation level of the other 3 level formation masters is only the lower level of level 3, which is too far from Bai Yuxin's formation skills. That is to say, only when communicating with Song Qingming about the art of formation, Bai Yuxin could get some different insights, which also gave her a different understanding of the art of formation. Seeing that the purpose of his trip had been basically achieved, Song Qingming stood up and prepared to say goodbye and leave. "Senior Sister Bai, Qingming has benefited a lot this time, and he needs to slowly comprehend it after returning. I won't bother you too much here today. I have something that is not related to the art of formation, and I want to ask Senior Sister Bai. I wonder if Senior Sister could tell me a thing or two. What you want to ask should be about the Liuanhe trade fair." Seeing that Bai Yuxin heard what he said and immediately said what he was thinking, Song Qingming was also surprised, and then smiled awkwardly and nodded to her. Seeing this, Bai Yuxin also smiled brightly, stood up and replied, "Junior Sister Ziyan also came to ask me last time. I know she told you. Today you must also want to ask me about this matter." Hearing what Bai Yuxin said, Song Qingming was a little impressed by her ability to see through other people's hearts, and couldn't help but show some respect from the bottom of his heart. The Liuanhe trade fair is held approximately every 100 years. Its scale is much larger than those trade fairs here. It is indeed a good place for you to broaden your horizons. I went there once with senior brother Yao, but my cultivation was still shallow at that time, and I didn't buy anything good. I don't know if I can have some luck this time. Don't worry. According to the information I have received, the Lingyuan trade fair will not be held so soon. It is estimated that there will be at least 1 or 2 years. When the time comes, I will naturally let the General Affairs Hall send a message to inform you in advance. This time, not only will our Xiaoyao sect have people going, but Xingchen sect, Wuji sect, and other surrounding sects will also send people to accompany us. I am afraid that there will be a lot of people going there. In the past, we had to use the Yuchen sect's teleportation array to go to Lingyuan. Recently, there is a problem with the teleportation array. We may have to go to the East China Sea to transfer to the treasure ship and set off earlier. Oh. Senior Sister Bai said that we will take the treasure ship to the Thunder Yuan Sea at that time. Bai Yuxin heard this and nodded slightly. That's right. I have already made an appointment with fellow Taoist Zhang from Xingchen sect. If the teleportation array of Yuchen sect cannot be repaired in time, we will go together on the treasure ship. Anyway, there are so many people traveling together, and there will be no big problem in terms of safety. It's just that it will take more time. If you take the treasure ship, the requirements will not be so high. If you have any juniors you want to bring to broaden your horizons, you can also go together at that time. From the East Phoenix Immortal continent, there are 2 more commonly used passages to the Thunder Yuan Sea's Yuxin realm, which is hundreds of thousands of miles away. One is to go directly west to the East Phoenix country's Yuxin realm, borrowing the large teleportation array of a Yuanying sect Yuchen sect, which can be directly teleported to the Thunder Yuan Sea's Yuxin realm, which is also the safest way for cultivators. However, the cost of teleporting a large teleportation array is very expensive. Generally, at least 100 people must be gathered to open it once. Except for the wealthy high-level cultivators above the Jinden stage, very few low-level cultivators can afford it. Except for special circumstances, it usually takes at least half a year to gather enough people. The other way is to go east to the East China Sea's Yuxin realm and take a treasure ship. This road should pass through some monster territories in the outer sea. Not only does it take longer, it is also relatively more dangerous. If you just take a treasure ship, the cost required by the cultivator will be relatively much lower. Even if you are a foundation-building cultivator who wants to go to the Thunder Yuan Sea's Yuxin realm, it is not that difficult to do. After learning about this from Bai Yuxin, Song Qingming nodded immediately, and on the way out, he began to wonder whether he should take other people in the family with him to broaden his horizons this time. After leaving the Lingshan where Bai Yuxin's cave mansion is located, Song Qingming went to the sect's Shangong pavilion again and exchanged several materials needed for the formation. After finishing the things on his hands, Song Qingming did not rush to leave Qi Mountain, but turned to Lingshan where Song Xinyu practiced. As soon as Song Qingming arrived at the mountain, a swordlight flew over first, revealing the figure of a man in white who had just established his foundation. When the man in white saw Song Qingming, he was slightly surprised at first, and then hurried forward to bow and salute. Disciple Zharuoxu, meet Uncle Song. After seeing this person, Song Qingming smiled and nodded slightly. Just as he was about to ask him to lead the way for him, he didn't expect that a woman in blue appeared in front of him at this time, and quickly came up to Song Qingming and bowed. Linxi, meet the ancestor. In a blink of an eye, more than 30 years have passed. Song Linxi, who was only in the late stage of Qi refining in the past, has now successfully established his foundation and become a third-level cultivator of the foundation. His cultivation speed is not worse than other younger generations of the Song family in Funiu Mountain. After using his spiritual sense to scan Song Linxi's cultivation level, Song Qingming nodded with satisfaction, and then asked directly, "Is Xinyu up on the mountain? Have you had nothing to do recently?" Upon hearing this, Song Linxi immediately replied to Song Qingming, reporting to the ancestor, "The master is educating several junior brothers up there. He is in good health recently. Last year, he took me to travel to Pei State." As Song Linxi spoke, he took the initiative to lead the way, and soon brought Song Qingming to an open space on the top of the mountain, where they saw Song Xinyu sitting on a huge rock, teaching several disciples to practice. Song Xinyu, who already had a head full of white hair, saw Song Linxi leading Song Qingming over from afar, and quickly waved his hand to dismiss the disciples in front of him, and quickly came to Song Qingming. "Seventh uncle, how come you have time to come here today? Since the last failure of the Jinden, Song Zinai has spent more than 10 years just to heal his wounds. After recovering from his injuries, he soon spent good deeds to exchange a jade dust pail in the sect, and retreated to attack the Jinden realm again. But the result this time was not unexpected. In the end, Song Zinai still failed to advance to the Jinden realm. After the second failure of the Jinden, seeing that he had no hope of Jinden, Song Zinai gradually accepted this reality and slowly gave up his own path. In recent years, he has also spent most of his energy on his disciples. Not only did he support Song Lingxi to successfully build a foundation, but he also cultivated a foundation-building disciple under his tutelage, that is, Zhaoruoxu, who Song Qingming just met. Seeing the elderly Song Zinai saluting him, Song Qingming, who had seen many younger people walking ahead of him, felt a little uncomfortable at the moment. He quickly waved his hand and helped Song Zinai up. Last time I came to Qi Mountain, I wanted to come and see you, but it happened that you took Lingxi to travel. This time I just came to the sect for some things, so I came by. Song Zinai smiled and nodded when he heard this. Thank you for your concern, Uncle Qi. I am already a free person with nothing to do. I should go back to see you and Qingming often. Now, I always make you worry about coming to me. I am really ashamed. We are all family. Why do you always talk about these things? You can go back and see them anytime you are free. There is no need to rush. Uncle Qi is right. I don't know why, when people get old, they can't help but nag about some useless things. Lingxi, go and get the can of spiritual tea I put in the cave. Hearing Song Qingming's comfort, Song Zinai nodded gently and responded, and then gave an order to Song Lingxi on the side. After Song Lingxi left, Song Zinai turned around and took Song Qingming to sit down at the stone table on the side. Uncle Qi, you are here today, and I want to discuss something with you. Chapter 799 Bloodline Branches, Promotion to Spiritual Veins. After Song Zinai finished speaking, he sighed slightly, as if the next words in his mouth were a little difficult to say. Seeing this, Song Qingming smiled and waved his hand and said, Zinai, I am still a little relieved that you can look at things in front of you in recent years. No matter what happens, we are all from the same bloodline passed down by our ancestors. If you have anything to say, just say it directly. I hope you will not be too estranged from Uncle Qi. Uncle Qi, you also know that I don't have much time left. Now in the sect, except for these few disciples, I have nothing to worry about. The only thing is that I am still a little worried about Lingxi. Lingxi's talent for cultivation is much better than mine. She must have some hope in the future. Those who have achieved Dan formation can go further on the path of Taoism than I can. Now that she has successfully established her foundation, and I am a person with a short lifespan, if she keeps staying by my side, I am afraid that she will delay her future path. I want to discuss with Uncle Qi whether Lingxi can leave the sect and return to the family to practice. With your and Aunt Qingming's care and support, Lingxi's hope of achieving Dan formation in the future will be increased a little bit, and I will be worthy of her parents' instructions to me. Hearing that Song Zinai wanted to send Song Lingxi back to the family for training, Song Qingming instantly understood his intention and his face could not help but fall silent. Song Lingxi is a double spiritual root cultivator like Song Yuanli. Before she was 50 years old, she had cultivated to the third level of foundation building. Her cultivation speed is also considered to be the top level among the many foundation building cultivators in the Song family. If Song Lingxi is brought back to Funiu Mountain, with the support of the family ancestors such as Song Qingming and Song Qingming, it is absolutely possible for her to achieve Dan formation in the future with her talent. If she chooses to stay in the Xiaoyao sect with many geniuses, Song Lingxi's dual spiritual roots are still outstanding, and her cultivation speed is not inferior to the inner disciples of the same level. But without the support of a high-ranking teacher, she may not be able to compete with the direct disciples of the Jinden elders in the sect in terms of Dan resources in the future. This is also what Song Zinai, as a master, is more worried about her, so he talked to Song Qingming and wanted to send Song Lingxi back to the family for training. If it were a few years ago, Song Zinai proposed this matter, as long as Song Lingxi was willing, Song Qingming would definitely not have too many concerns and take her back to Funiu Mountain. But now, after just experiencing the trip to Song State, Song Qingming has been targeted by a big demon like Red Blood Old Demon, and the entire Song family is in danger. At this time, taking Song Lingxi back to the family, Song Qingming doesn't know whether it will be a good thing or a bad thing for her in the future. After thinking for a while, Song Qingming still hadn't made up his mind. He calmly replied to Song Zinayu beside him, Zinayu, although you are doing this for Lingxi's sake, as elders, it is better for us not to make decisions for her without authorization. We should listen to Lingxi's own ideas. As long as she is willing to return to the family to practice with me, I will tell Sister Su about this and take her back to Funiu Mountain. If she still wants to stay in the sect, I think we shouldn't force it too much. Well, Uncle Qi, you also know that this girl has been with me all these years. If I let her choose now, I'm afraid that I will delay her future path. Seeing Song Zinayu sighing with some embarrassment on her face, Song Qingming immediately shook his head and said, Don't worry. I can promise you that no matter what Lingxi chooses, I will not ignore her future path. Although I am not in the sect now, I am at least a guest elder of the sect, and I have a good relationship with Uncle Bai and others. I will not let her down in the future. However, how far a person can go in the path depends on her own practice. Even if I let her stay by my side, I, the seventh uncle, cannot guarantee that I will be able to support her to succeed in forming a pill in the future. Although Song Qingming has not paid too much attention to Song Lingxi's path in recent years, he still asked Song Yuanfang to help inquire about the news. After all, it is the bloodline passed down from the ancestors of the family. As long as Song Lingxi can successfully reach the stage of forming a pill in the future, Song Qingming will definitely find a way to support her. After hearing Song Qingming's reply, Song Zinayu's face also looked a little better. He stood up and bowed to Song Qingming respectfully, saying, One's path is destined by heaven and cannot be forced. I naturally understand these principles. Uncle Qi, I feel relieved today with your words. What Song Zinayu said today was nothing more than for Song Lingxi's future path. Now that he has received a promise from Song Qingming, he naturally feels relieved. Most of the personal paths of cultivators in the world of immortal cultivation still depend on personal opportunities. What Song Qingming can do is to help Song Lingxi at the critical moment of forming a pill in the future. How far she can go in the future depends on herself. After comforting Song Zinayu, Song Qingming cast a spell to take out a storage bag from his body and handed it to Song Zinayu. Zinayu, it has not been easy for you in the sect these years. These spirit stones are a token of our family's appreciation. Please distribute them to Yuanrong and the others for me. Although you are no longer in the family, you are of the same bloodline after all. Now that the family is much better off, we should not forget you. I hope that no matter how talented you are in the path, you can practice well and not slack off easily. One day in the future, the family may need to rely on people like you, Uncle Qi. Don't worry. I will definitely distribute these spirit stones to Yuanrong and the others. Seeing the bag full of spirit stones in his hand, Song Zinayu's heart warmed up, and he looked at Song Qingming in front of him with some excitement. Just as he was about to step forward to salute him, Song Qingming waved his hand to stop him. After motioning Song Zinayu to sit down, Song Qingming immediately changed the subject and said, By the way, last time I heard Yuanfang say that you wanted to find a better place near Qingming Mountain to gather the mortal blood left by the tribesmen at the foot of the mountain. Zinayu, you and I have the same idea about this matter. Regardless of whether they are cultivators or mortals, they are all the bloodline of our Song family. Now that the family is capable, it is time to take care of them. I have already told Yuanfang that when you find a suitable place, the family will send people to help you relocate these mortals. If there is any inconvenience and you need the family's help to coordinate with the sect, just send a message to Yuanfang and I will try my best to arrange it. Over the years, with the continuous development of the family, the Song family has rarely sent cultivators to Qingming Mountain to practice. However, because most of the clansmen who originally joined the sect have married and had children and settled down in Qingming Mountain, there are still many family bloodlines inherited at the foot of the mountain. Among the descendants of these Song family members, children with spiritual roots like Song Lingxi will be sent directly to Qingming Mountain to practice, and the rest of the mortals will be left at the foot of Qingming Mountain to reproduce. These mortals at the foot of Qingming Mountain are living together with the descendants of other Xiaoyao sect monks. It is inevitable that there will be friction and conflicts with the surrounding areas. Although the conflicts between mortals are mediated by the monks here, it is often impossible to be absolutely fair. The mortals of the Song family who feel that they have suffered a loss will inevitably ask for help from the immortals in their own mountain. As the Song family's highest cultivation status in Qingming Mountain, Song Xinyu often heard from other clansmen about the conflicts between these mortals of the Song family bloodline. At the beginning, Song Xinyu was only determined to reach the Jinden realm. Naturally, he would not be interested in the trivial matters between the mortals under the mountain. It was not until recent years, when his path to Taoism had been ruined, that he slowly began to pay attention to these trivial matters. He wanted to find a better place before he passed away to gather all the mortals of the Song family under Qingming Mountain, so that they would not be bullied by other mortals under the mountain in the future. After hearing about this, Song Qingming also agreed with Song Xinyu's idea in his heart, so he expressed his support in front of him and supported Song Xinyu to do this. For the entire family, these mortals are also the bloodline branches of the Song family left outside. If something really happened in Funiu Mountain one day, these family bloodlines left in Qingming Mountain may become the hope for the family's future revival. It was for this reason that Song Qingming gradually paid attention to Song Xinyu and others in recent years, and even sent them spiritual stones to support them, hoping to encourage them to practice in the future. Hearing Song Qingming talking about the mortals under the mountain, Song Xinyu nodded and said, "Uncle Qi, don't worry. Although I am old, I am still able to move my hands and feet. As long as the family supports this matter, I can definitely handle it." In recent years, several children have been sent up from the mountain. Although their talents are not as good as Lingyuan, they are still diligent in their practice. Maybe they will have a chance to build a foundation in the future. It's a pity that I was in a hurry today and didn't have time to call them all. When Uncle Qi has time to come, I will definitely call them all to meet you. Well, there is no need to rush about this matter. I will definitely come to you when I come to Qingming Mountain in the future. There will always be a chance. The two chatted outside for a while, and suddenly they smelled the fragrance of tea. Song Qingming looked up and found that it was Song Lingyuan who came over with a pot of brewed spiritual tea, and he quickly stretched out his hand to invite him to sit down. Because he had seen Song Qingming, the ancestor of the family, many times since he was a child, Song Lingyuan did not behave too restrained in front of the two. The three of them chatted for more than half an hour facing the morning sun before Song Qingming got up and left. Seeing Song Qingming's figure disappearing into the sky, Song Lingyuan looked at the exquisite second-level top-grade magic weapon he had just obtained in his hand, and put it away with a look of joy. Then he followed his master Song Xinyu and turned back to the cave. When faced with a choice proposed by Song Qingming and the others, Song Lingyuan chose to stay in Qingming Mountain as expected, and couldn't bear to leave his master Song Xinyu at this time. In this regard, Song Qingming and Song Xinyu also chose to respect her ideas and did not speak too much to interfere with her personal choice. After leaving Qingming Mountain, Song Qingming went north and soon returned to Qing County. After returning to the family, Song Qingming explained to Song Qingyu and others, and immediately began to retreat to refine the array. Song Qingming's array level has been raised to the third level middle grade for many years. After exchanging some arrays with Bai Yuxin, a fourth level array master, he benefited a lot and gained many different insights. After retreating, it took less than half a year for Song Qingming to successfully refine the third level upper grade gathering spirit array he needed, and by the way, he also refined his own array water. By the time Song Qingming came out of retreat, Song Yuanfang and others had accumulated 150,000 spiritual stones in the gold storage pavilion after some family mobilization. To upgrade the family spiritual vein, the spiritual stones required were about 200,000. Song Qingming did not hesitate too much and chose to pay the remaining 50,000 spiritual stones directly out of his own pocket. With the operation of the spirit gathering array on the top of the mountain, the spiritual energy of the entire Funiu Mountain also slowly increased, and finally stabilized to the third grade upper grade after a year. In the entire Wei state, except for the Qingming Mountain fourth grade middle grade spiritual vein, the rest among the dozen or so third level spiritual veins, the ones with the best spiritual energy are Yunfang and Baiyun Valley. The spiritual energy of these two spiritual veins has reached the third level upper grade, and they are both controlled by the Xiaoyao sect. After the spiritual energy of Funiu Mountain was upgraded to the third level upper grade, it also became the only third level upper grade spiritual vein in Uyghur that was not directly controlled by the Xiaoyao sect. For this reason, everyone in the Song family had a trace of glory on their faces, and they all had a special expectation for the family's spiritual vein upgrade. As the leading immortal cultivation family in Uyghur, the Song family already has Song Qingming and the other three Jinden ancestors, and Song Qingming, the late Jinden clan leader, are in charge. Now the overall family strength of the Song family can barely be ranked even in the entire Funiu Mountain range of Immortal cultivation. In addition to the Xiaoyao sect and other Yuanying sects that stand at the top of the Immortal cultivation world, among the remaining many Jiandan forces, a Jiandan family like the Song family is definitely a hegemon. After successfully improving the family's spiritual veins, Song Qingming spent a lot of time to place another third-level upper-grade magic array on Funiu Mountain to strengthen the family's defense. In addition, Song Qingming also went to the East China Sea Immortal cultivation world with Wang Xian, and purchased a third-level magic weapon from Xiandan City that was specifically used to deal with demon cultivators, and refined it into the Funiu Mountain Protection Array. After the blessing of this magic weapon, the Funiu Mountain Protection Array was not only strengthened a lot, but also gained an extra ability to identify demon cultivators. As long as they are not high-level demon cultivators with strong strength and good disguise, other cultivators who practice demonic techniques or are infected by demonic energy will automatically trigger the restrictions above as long as they approach the formation, and thus be attacked. After improving and strengthening the power of the mountain protection formation of Funiu Mountain, Song Qingming, who has been a little worried for more than a year, slowly put his mind at ease. With the 2 level 3 mountain protection formations he personally arranged, even if a Yuanying master like Red Blood Demon came, it would be impossible for him to break the formation in a short time. The Song family is not too far from the Guiyang Mountain where the sect is located. As long as the other party cannot break the mountain protection formation in a short time, the Song family can immediately ask the sect for help. The 2 Yuanying ancestors of the Xiaoyao sect can reach Funiu Mountain in half an hour at most, and by then, Red Blood Demon may not be able to take advantage of it. After strengthening the family's mountain protection formation, Song Qingming's mind gradually stabilized and he began to practice in seclusion again. Song Qingming has been practicing to the 8th level of Golden Core for quite some time, and his mana has been polished to a certain extent, and it is time to break through the bottleneck of his cultivation. Originally, Song Qingming planned to practice in seclusion for a period of time, and to impact his cultivation to the 9th level of Golden Core in one fell swoop. However, this time, he had been in seclusion for less than half a year when he received a letter from Guiyang Mountain. Not long after, Song Qingming took the initiative to stop his seclusion and walked out of his cave. Half a day later, in the Huxin Pavilion on the top of Funiu Mountain, Song Yuanfang, who received the news and rushed over, saw Song Qingming and Wang Xian drinking tea and chatting, and hurriedly took the initiative to step forward and salute the two. Yuanfang greets Uncle Seven. Seeing that Song Yuanfang's aura had changed significantly, Song Qingming immediately smiled and nodded to him, saying, "Not bad, you have already broken through to the 8th level of foundation building. Yuanfang, you can also start practicing the hidden essence technique. Although your cultivation speed is not as fast as Yuan Hao and Chang's, it is not slow either. You still have a chance to reach the Golden Core realm." Song Yuanfang, who had just broken through to the 8th level of foundation building not long ago, was very happy to hear Song Qingming, the clan leader, praising his cultivation. As the eldest elder of the family, Song Yuanfang, although he has been in charge of the family's secular things for many years, his status in the family is second only to the several Golden Core ancestors on the top of the mountain. However, Song Yuanfang's cultivation talent is not particularly outstanding among the many family foundation building elders. He succeeded in building the foundation earlier, but his cultivation has long been surpassed by younger clan members with better talent such as Song Chang's and Song Yuanhao. Song Yuanfang, who is already somewhat confused about his own path at the time, gradually saw his own path after Song Qingming promised to support the dam formation spirit creatures. In addition to managing the family's mundane things over the years, Song Yuanfang has also stepped up his own cultivation. After advancing to the late stage of foundation building, Song Yuanfang's luck turned out to be smoother. In less than 10 years, he broke through to the 8th level of foundation building. 7th uncle is right. After I have completely stabilized my cultivation, I have already planned to practice the art of hiding my essence. I won't let you worry about it. Although Song Yuanfang is still far from reaching the Jiandan realm, he is not far away. He can already practice the art of hiding his essence to prepare for his future formation of the elixir. Hearing Song Qingming's instructions at this moment, Song Yuanfang also hurriedly responded. After asking Song Yuanfang to sit down, Song Qingming stood up and said to him, "In a few months, I will go to Lingyuan with Uncle Bai to participate in a trade fair. I know that after the last time the family spiritual veins were upgraded, there are no more spiritual stones in the treasury of the Qingming pavilion. In the next few months, you should take the time to check the family spiritual objects in the Qingming pavilion. As long as they are of level 2 or above, you can collect them. I should be able to exchange them for a lot of spiritual stones when I take them to the trade fair. You can also inform the subordinate families of this matter, but don't tell them the purpose of the family collecting spiritual objects. You can just find an excuse to deal with them yourself. Oh, this is a good thing. There are still many mature second-level spiritual medicines in the family spiritual medicine garden. We can't use them for the time being, so we can exchange them for spiritual stones. Don't worry, 7th uncle, I will take care of this matter as soon as I return. I just don't know how long it will take you to go to Lingyuan this time. Chang's is almost at the time of forming the elixir now. Wouldn't it be safer to arrange for him to go into seclusion after you come back? In addition to Song Yuanfeng's improvement in cultivation, Song Chang's, who had broken through the 9th level of foundation building many years ago, also cultivated the hiding Yuan technique to the perfect realm not long ago, and can try to retreat to the Jianden realm at any time. Hearing Song Yuanfeng mention Song Chang's dam forming, Song Qingming nodded slightly and said, I estimate that it will take at least 1 or 2 years for me to go to Lingyuan this time, and I won't be back so soon. Dam forming is not a joke, and Chang's dam forming time cannot be delayed because of my going to Lingyuan. Don't worry, I have already explained Chang's dam forming to Xian, and when he is ready, Xian will help him arrange his retreat. Hearing that Song Qingming had made arrangements for this, Song Yuanfeng nodded immediately, and then left the Huxin pavilion at Song Qingming's signal. After Song Yuanfeng left, Wang Xian raised her hand and poured a cup of spiritual tea for Song Qingming, who seemed to be thinking about something, and said with a smile, My dear, don't worry when you go to Lingyuan this time. With Qingming, Yuanfeng and I at home, nothing will happen. It is estimated that Qingming will be able to come out of retreat in half a year at most. With her help to protect the law, Chang's dam formation will not be a big problem. Hearing Wang Xian's comfort, Song Qingming smiled and picked up the teacup on the table, and said softly, Originally, I wanted to take you to Lingyuan this time. But Qingming is still in retreat to heal her injuries, and the family cannot do without help for a while, so you have to work hard again. If there is any spiritual object you like, you might as well tell me first, and I will try my best to find out when we get to Lingyuan, so as to compensate you a little. Wang Xian heard this, but shook her head and said, We are all family, why should we talk about hard work? You and I have supported each other for many years, and your words seem to be alien. If there is any spiritual object you want, I am not far from breaking through to the 3rd level upper grade alchemist, but the alchemy furnace in my hand is not enough. If you see a better quality alchemy furnace at the trade fair, you can exchange it with me first, and I will find a way to slowly return it to you at that time. Wang Xian has made great progress in her alchemy skills since she joined the Jianden League in recent years, and has fatally touched the bottleneck of the 3rd level upper grade alchemist. At this moment, she wants to change the alchemy furnace because she has some confidence in her heart that she can break through her own alchemy skills. Haha. Just now you said that I was alienated, why do you have to share this little spiritual stone with me so clearly? It is said that the Lingyuan trade fair may even have infant spiritual objects, and it should not be difficult to encounter high-level alchemy furnaces. Don't worry, I have made a note of this matter. Quotation mark. Chapter 800, Lingyuan Trade Fair, Windless Island. Since the family had Wang Xian, a high-level alchemist, the entire Song family has benefited a lot. Whether it is Song Qingming and Song Qingming, or many low-level cultivators in the family, almost all of them have taken the pills refined by Wang Xian. Song Qingming naturally supported Wang Xian's idea of improving her alchemy skills, and immediately nodded and agreed. Even if this aspect is not considered, as a Taoist couple who have supported each other for many years, Song Qingming will also try his best to find the high-level alchemy furnace that Wang Xian wants if he has the ability. Seeing that Song Qingming agreed to her request, Wang Xian smiled slightly, and didn't say anything more. She turned around and picked up the teapot on the table again. Time passed slowly, and a few months passed quickly. One day, Song Yuanhao, Song Linru, and Song Yuanqian, 3 foundation building elders of the Song family, came to the family meeting room together. As soon as the three of them walked in, Song Yuanfang immediately reached out and dismissed all the younger generations who were helping him manage things. Yuan Jin, these things are what the family has recently collected and will take to Lei Yuan He. You must take good care of them. Remember, no matter what happens, you must discuss it with Uncle Seven first, and don't let anything go wrong. After Song Yuanfang finished speaking, he immediately handed the storage bags in his hand to Song Yuanqian and the others, and told them again about the many spiritual objects in them. The things in these storage bags were collected by the Song family over several months, and almost all of them were high-level spiritual objects above level 2. As a family elder who has managed the gold storage pavilion for many years, Song Yuanqian also participated in the process of collecting spiritual objects. She was already very familiar with this, and she nodded to Song Yuanfang. 16th brother. Don't worry, I know all these things, nothing will happen. Besides, the clan leader is leading the team this time, and we are just following to learn more about the world and help out. How dare we make decisions on our own? As they were talking, a beam of light fell from the top of Funiu Mountain, and then Song Qingming, dressed in green, appeared outside the conference hall and strode in. Greetings, clan leader. Seeing Song Qingming walk in, Song Yuanfang and others hurried forward and bowed to him. Seeing the outstanding juniors in the three families in front of him, Song Qingming nodded slightly and waved his hand to signal them to stand up. In addition to Song Yuanfang, the other foundation building elders in the Song family have also made some progress in their cultivation in recent years. As the only cultivator with different spiritual roots in the family, Song Yuanheo's cultivation has now reached the peak of the 8th level of foundation building, and he is only one step away from breaking through to the 9th level of foundation building. He may enter the peak state of foundation building at any time. Since Song Yuanqian established her foundation, her cultivation speed is not particularly fast in the family because of her average spiritual root talent. However, she has been in charge of the family's gold storage pavilion for many years, and she has never lacked spiritual stones and elixirs. Her cultivation has also broken through to the 6th level of foundation building in an orderly manner. If nothing unexpected happens, Song Yuanqian will definitely be able to smoothly advance to the late stage of foundation building in the future. Among the new generation of the Lin generation of the Song family, Song Linru, who has the most outstanding spiritual root talent, has not been in foundation building for a long time, but his cultivation has already left behind several family members who have established their foundations at about the same time as him. He is less than 50 years old, but his cultivation has already broken through the 4th level of foundation building and become a mid-stage foundation building cultivator. Song Linru's cultivation speed after establishing his foundation has even surpassed Song Yuanli, another double spiritual root cultivator of the Song family at that time, and has become the benchmark for all the family members in the Qi refining period. However, Song Linru's ability to cultivate at such a speed, in addition to his own outstanding spiritual root talent, of course, is also inseparable from the strong support of several ancestors of the family. In recent years, Song Qingming and Song Qinggai often took some time to instruct their younger clan members in the foundation building period when they were free from cultivation. Among them, Song Linru and Song Zuanfeng benefited the most. Because they received accurate news from the sect, they had to go to the East China Sea to take a treasure ship to participate in the trade fair in the Lian Sea cultivation world. After learning this news, Song Qingming had the idea of taking a few younger generations with him. First, they could let these younger generations go out and see the world. Second, when they came to the trade fair, they would have a few people around them who could be ordered around, so they would not have to do everything themselves, and they could save a lot of energy to search for the spiritual objects they needed. After deciding on this idea in his mind, Song Qingming discussed it with Song Yuanfang, and finally chose to take Song Yuanqian and the other two to the Lian Sea cultivation world. Seeing that Song Yuanqian and the others were ready, Song Qingming took over the list of spiritual objects that Song Yuanfang had handed over, glanced at it, and put it away directly, and then uttered two words lightly. Let's go. Soon, a beam of white light passed through the Funiu Mountain mountain protection formation from midair, and then went all the way south to the Guiyang Mountain where the Xiaoao sect was located. Like the Song family, the Xiaoao sect also attached great importance to participating in the Lian Sea trade fair this time. The entire sect also went through a mobilization for this, and almost all the high-level spiritual objects collected in the Shanggong Pavilion over the years were moved out. When Song Qingming and his friends arrived at Guiyang Mountain, the cultivators and disciples of the Shanggong Pavilion were still moving spiritual objects one by one to the sect's large flying boat. After asking Su Ziyan, they learned that it would take a few days before they could set off, so Song Qingming took Song Yuanhao and the others to live on Guiyang Mountain first. The night before departure, Song Zinayu, who learned that Song Qingming was going to the Liuan Sea cultivation world, took Song Lingxi to the door and wanted Song Qingming to take her out to see the world. In this regard, Song Qingming did not choose to refuse. He nodded and agreed immediately, and let Song Lingxi follow him. Since they were going to take a treasure ship from the East China Sea, it would not cost much spirit stones for Song Qingming and his team to take one more person with them, and it would not have much impact. The reason why Song Zinayu asked Song Lingxi to go to the Thunder Origin Sea was not only to let her go out and gain more experience, but also to take this opportunity to let Song Lingxi have the opportunity to follow Song Qingming. It can not only let her get familiar with the monks of the Song family's Funiu Mountain, but also let Song Lingxi have more contact with Song Qingming, the family's golden elixir ancestor. Even if it is just some verbal guidance, it will be of great help to Song Lingxi's future path. After staying in Guiyang Mountain for a few days, Zaya Oyo sect finally moved all the spiritual objects that needed to be brought onto the flying boat. Under the instruction of Bai Yuxin, the Yuanying ancestor, the large flying boat of the sect, which was full of supplies, soon left Guiyang Mountain and headed eastward to the East China Sea's Yuxin realm. In addition to Bai Yuxin, the Yuanying ancestor, Zaya Oyo sect also sent many cultivators to participate in the trade fair in Liyuanhe's Yuxin realm. Among them were 5 Jinden elders of the sect, Song Qingming, Chu Fengping, Zhang Tiang, Chen Zuixin, and Yu Nishan, as well as more than 40 foundation-building disciples with different cultivation levels. After passing through Yunwu Mountain, the flying boat soon entered the territory of Zhang State in the east and stopped outside a market in the middle of Zhang State. Seeing the arrival of the flying boat of Ziyao sect, the 2 Jinden sects of Ming sect and Xiangxing sect in Zhang State also sent cultivators to board the flying boat with spiritual objects. Although the Ming sect and the Xiangxing sect belong to the same state of Zhang, they have always been somewhat at odds with each other, and often fight for the territory of the sect and cultivation resources. The 2 sides have been fighting for hundreds of years, and the entire Zhang State cultivation world has been seriously injured. They have long been incompatible and have forged countless hatreds. In recent years, in order to jointly counterattack the Northern Demon Tribe, the Yuanying sects such as the Ziyao sect and the Xianji sect took the initiative to mediate between the 2 sects, which made them temporarily put aside their hatred. Although the cultivators of the 2 sects stopped fighting and made peace, the hatred in their hearts is still there. Even now, after boarding the flying boat of the Ziyao sect, the cultivators of the Ming sect and the Xiangxing sect do not greet each other when they meet. Seeing this scene, Song Qingming couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The fragile peace between the 2 sects is estimated to not last too long, and the 2 sides will have a war sooner or later. Although there is a Yunwu Mountain between the Song family and the Zhang State, there are still some small paths between the 2 territories for low-level cultivators to travel. It is unknown whether the 2 sects of the Zhang State will fight again and involve the Song family's territory in the west. After the cultivators of the Ming sect and the Xiangxing sect came up, the flying boat set off again and headed east, and took some cultivators from other sects with them, and then crossed the Duanayan Mountains and jumped into the vast ocean. Except for some high-level cultivators in the Jinden period, most of the foundation-building cultivators on the flying boat came to the East China Sea cultivation world for the first time. Seeing the endless waves of the sea, everyone's face showed a bit of excitement. Song Yuanqian took Song Linru and Song Lingxi to turn around on the flying boat to appreciate the beautiful scenery below. After a few days, the 3 of them were very familiar with each other. Song Lingxi was born in Guiyang Mountain and grew up in the sect when she was young. Although she was influenced by her master Song Zinayu, she had always had a vague concept of the Funiu Mountain family and did not have much affection. After getting to know Song Linru, Song Yuanqian and others, and getting familiar with them, these fellow cultivators, Song Lingxi also gained some new understanding of the family thousands of miles away. Song Yuanhao, whose cultivation was stuck at the bottleneck of the 9th level of foundation building, was not very interested in the scenery outside the window. He always followed Song Qingming and asked him some cultivation experience in his spare time. With the development of the family, There are more and more cultivators in the family in recent years. Even if there are several giant ancestors such as Song Qingming sitting above, there will inevitably be some gossip below. These people began to speculate openly and secretly who the next giant ancestor of the family would be, and chose to establish a good relationship with him in advance, which naturally made other people who were not optimistic about it think more about it. Since his cultivation broke through to the late stage of foundation building, Song Yuanhao's cultivation speed has not been particularly smooth. On the contrary, Song Chang's and Liu Yuxin, two younger generations in the family, have cultivated to the 9th level of foundation building before him. Recently, after learning that Song Chang's was about to retreat to form a pill, Song Yuanhao always felt pressured and couldn't help thinking about it every time he heard the family members mention this matter, which also led to his failure in the recent attempts to break through the bottleneck of the 9th level of foundation building. Song Yuanhao grew up in Funiu Mountain, a place where casual cultivators mix together. He had seen a lot of human warmth and coldness. Although he had been building his foundation for many years, his heart was still sensitive and was easily disturbed by other people's words. After learning about this, in order to help him calm down, Song Qingming chose to take Song Yuanhao out specially, intending to let him stay away from the family for a while and let go of the slight grudge in his heart. Although the cultivator has retreated from the mortal body, the growth rate of his personal state of mind is not as fast as the physical body after all, and it still takes a certain amount of time and experience to slowly polish it. Even though Song Qingming has practiced for so many years, his Tao heart is much stronger than Song Yuanhao and others, but occasionally when he encounters his friends and relatives leaving, he still can't help but sigh in his heart, unable to completely get rid of these emotional shackles. During the more than 10 days on the flying boat, when Song Yuanhao asked him about the troubles in his practice, Song Qingming also patiently guided him about his personal state of mind. Although Song Yuanhao didn't feel much about this at first, but as the flying boat gradually moved away from the floating cloud mountains, Song Yuanhao gradually felt a little relaxed in his heart, and soon understood the intention of Song Qingming's teaching to him. When the flying boat stopped on an island called Windless Island in the East China Sea's Yuxin realm, Song Yuanhao slowly forgot the pressure that had accumulated in his heart for many years, and began to take the initiative to get off the flying boat and strolled in the island market with Song Yuanqian and others. Windless Island is one of the largest islands, close to the open sea, in the East China Sea's Yuxin realm. Because there are very few natural disasters such as beast tides and winds here, it is also a rare and relatively safe place around the dangerous open sea. Therefore, Windless Island has also become the largest port facing other places in the East China Sea's Yuxin world, gathering thousands of treasure ships of all sizes, leading to various islands in the open sea. There are even high-level 4th-level treasure ships that can help cultivators cross the vast open sea and reach the Thunder Yuan Sea's Yuxin world at the end of the sea. Windless Island does not belong to a sect, but is co-managed by many large Yuxin sects nearby, so the monks coming and going on the island are also very messy. There are not only local monks and independent cultivators from the major sects of the East China Sea's Yuxin world, but also many foreign monks from other Yuxin worlds. Recently, because of the news that the Thunder Yuan Sea Trade Fair was held, the number of foreign monks on Windless Island has doubled. However, because there are high-level Yuanying monks on the island all year round, the safety of the monks on Wufang Island is relatively guaranteed compared to other places in the East China Sea's Yuxin world. After the flying boat arrived at Wufang Island, because they had to wait for the Xingqianmen monks to meet here, they would transfer to a high-level treasure ship together and continue to go to the Lingyuan Sea's Yuxin world. Song Qingming and others stayed in the market on the island, waiting for the Xingqianmen monks while looking for news about high-level treasure ships that could go to the Lingyuan Sea's Yuxin world. After living in the market for a few days, Zhang Tiang, who had nothing to do, took the initiative to come to the door and invited Song Qingming to go to the market to taste the local delicious spiritual food. Song Qingming was a greedy person. When he met Zhang Tiang's warm invitation, he didn't refuse too much and quickly agreed. Not long after, they came to the largest restaurant on Wufang Island together. Not long after the two sat down, several delicious spiritual foods with good color, fragrance and taste were brought up by several maids. Brother Song, I have tasted these dishes yesterday. They are absolutely delicious. We finally have the opportunity to come here. It would be a pity if we miss it. I know that you are also a food lover. Today I thought of inviting you to taste them together. Please don't be polite to me, Brother Song. Oh. In this case, I am taking advantage of Brother Zhang today. It's a pity that Brother Chu and the others are not free recently. Otherwise, it would be more fun to have more people to taste wine and chat together. Hearing what Song Qingming said, Zhang Tianyang looked a little embarrassed. Brother Song, you are joking. The Hu family made such a fuss last year, and I lost all the family business I have accumulated for decades. If life had not been getting harder and harder recently and I really couldn't make ends meet, I wouldn't have thought of going to Lingyuan with you to earn these few spiritual stones. If Brother Chu and Sister Yun were here today, I couldn't afford the wine. Maybe we would be driven out later. The Zhang family represented by Zhang Tianyang has been entrenched in the Iron Immortal Castle in the northwest of Uyghur for many years. After years of careful operation, they completely squeezed the declining Hu family out of their territory in the past 2 years. Now, the Iron Immortal Castle, a third-level middle-grade spiritual vein, is truly under the control of the Zhang family. After the Hu family was squeezed out of the Iron Immortal Castle, Hu Qingming brought a group of family cultivators to Qingming Mountain last year to cry. Hu Qingming, who was forced into a desperate situation by the Zhang family, was completely desperate. He did not hesitate to dig out the ashes of the Hu family members who died in the battle with the monsters and placed them directly at the gate of the sect. Hu Qingming led his clansmen to block the gate for more than half a month, looking like he would die and not give up until he achieved his goal. The sect was also too ugly because of the Hu family. There was no choice but to let Su Ziyan, who was in charge of the sect's secular things, come forward and go to the Iron Immortal Castle again to mediate the matter for the Zhang and Hu families. In the end, the Zhang family paid tens of thousands of spirit stones to help the Hu family purchase a third-level inferior spirit vein from the sect, and the matter was completely settled. With the help of the sect, the Hu family also moved from the Iron Immortal Castle to the vicinity of the Gianfang. Zhang Tianyang, who gritted his teeth and shed a wave of blood, although he got the Iron Immortal Castle legitimately, he was also depressed for a while. This time he found Song Qingming to drink and couldn't help talking to him about it. Song Qingming had naturally heard about the farce between the Zhang and Hu families. However, Song Qingming never liked to get involved in these outside affairs. When he heard Zhang Tianyang mention this again, Song Qingming smiled helplessly. Seeing that Song Qingming didn't speak, Zhang Tianyang chattered with him again. Under the influence of alcohol, he talked about his grievances with the Hu family and angrily criticized Hu Qingming and the entire Hu family. Song Qingming, who was sitting aside while enjoying the food and patiently listening to him talk about this, smiled and nodded when he heard it, but still didn't say what he thought about it. Senior Brother Song, I have seen through some things over the years. The sect clearly promised me that it would give Tixan Fort to my Zhang family to establish a clan. As a result, after the Hu family made such a fuss, Senior Sister Su and the others didn't say a word to help me. Instead, they asked me to give them spirit stones to establish a clan and settle down. What do you think of this, Junior Brother Zhang? There are some things that you can't say casually outside. You've had a little too much to drink today. I think we should stop here and go back first. Hearing that Zhang Tianyang's words were getting more and more exaggerated, Song Qingming couldn't help but his face changed slightly, and he took the initiative to remind him. Seeing that Song Qingming's tone was a little wrong, Zhang Tianyang seemed to sober up a little. He hurriedly shook his head and bowed to Song Qingming, saying, Brother Song is right. I was a little drunk today and said something out of turn. I hope Brother Song will not be offended, Alice. How can you take Junior Brother's drunken words seriously? It's just that there are many people coming and going here. I am doing this for Junior Brother Zhang's good. Junior Brother, please don't think too much. Zhang Tianyang smiled and nodded immediately after hearing this. Then he waved and sent out a voice transmission, calling in a young woman in purple clothes who was guarding the door. Yurin, go downstairs to settle the bill and pack 2 pots of spirit wine to take back later. After the purple-clothed woman nodded and left, Zhang Tianyang turned around and asked Song Qingming meaningfully, Brother Song, what do you think of my junior? This purple-clothed woman was born with red lips and white teeth, and she was graceful. Her cultivation was not high, only the 2nd level of foundation building. It seemed that she had not been building the foundation for a long time, and she should have succeeded in building the foundation in recent years. This time, when Song Qingming first saw her on the flying boat, he thought she was another one of Zhang Tianyang's wives and concubines. It was not until Zhang Tianying introduced her that he realized that she was actually his direct descendant, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. She is gentle and elegant, with an extraordinary temperament. She can be so calm in front of you and me. This child has a very good character. She should not be very old. She can successfully build a foundation so quickly. She should have at least 3 spiritual roots. You are so lucky, and there will be successors in the future. Hearing Song Qingming's praise, Zhang Tianying couldn't help showing a smile on his face. He nodded and said, "This is the granddaughter of the 3rd lineage of my family. She is also one of the more promising ones among my younger generations. Brother and I have known each other for more than 100 years. We can be regarded as close friends. Now that our 2 families are under the same sect, we should visit each other more often. Today I want to form a marriage with Brother Song and marry your into Funiu. I wonder if Brother Song is willing to facilitate this." This. Our 2 families are not far apart, so marriage is not impossible. I just don't know which younger generation of my family junior brother Zhang likes. Can you tell me first, so that I can think about it? End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.